Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 281. Second battle won 2 days ago, somewhere in Guangdong province, in a luxurious manner. This place, surrounded on all sides by massive walls, had originally been built as a villa for a direct royal family member to rest in. It boasted impenetrable security that refused entry to even commoners. However, today, this villa reeked of the stench of blood, piled high with the corpses of countless people. That bastard Gam Unbai is targeting Ryoa, YS Second Lord. Li Ho, a close aide to Lord Beekcheng, couldn't even bring himself to glance around at the horrific sight, swallowing hard. Tisk, how obvious. Someone must have tempted him with the idea that he could fight a powerhouse. The very culprit who had created this mountain of corpses was now clicking his tongue while wiping off the blood of the monsters that had stained his clothes. At the sight so chilling it made his skin crawl, Li Ho's whole body tensed to the point of trembling. But did they know I was here? Did that child order you to follow me? Yurk! Unable to endure the murderous aura that suddenly pressed down on him, Li Ho collapsed on the spot. Slamming his forehead to the floor, he shouted, "And no, never, this was entirely our own reckless decision to act on what we assumed would please the Lord. Even if you take my head, I will bear no resentment. However, I beg you, Second Lord. Right now, the only power that can assist our Lord is you, Second Lord." Old Han stared silently at the back of Li Ho's head for a moment. Then, he let out a short laugh. "You've got some backbone after all." Considering the difference in their levels, Li Ho should have already collapsed from the murderous pressure and died spitting blood by now. Old Han stroked his chin and looked off into the distance. Almost there. It had already been several months since he began tracking the true body of the Grand Heavenly Lord based on some clues. He had made significant progress, bringing him close enough to practically touch the enemy's lair. However, Old Han looked around at the corpses scattered everywhere. Looks like that bastard slipped away again. Despite all this commotion, the Grand Heavenly Lord had yet to reveal himself. Finding the lair but missing the target would make this trip nothing but a waste. Well, I know the location now, so it wouldn't hurt to pull back for the moment. Thanks to Ryoa, I've had the freedom to roam Central Plains as I pleased, and above all, Old Han's gaze shifted westward. Something feels off. I heard that Cheng is scheming something while tailing Ryoa. Unlike Jin Yeomyung, who had been nearly complete from their very first meeting, Cheng, the current heir of the Yu family, was inexperienced in many ways. His ambition was clearly running ahead of his actual ability. If he got caught up in some scheme, he could very well lose his life in an instant. Old Han made a swift decision. Lead the way. Giving that battle-crazed maniac a beating is something I can manage. Li Ho's face instantly brightened. Thank you, Second Lord. So you're alive after all. Gam Unbai raised one corner of his mouth in a sly grin. Why are you here? After surviving, shouldn't you have crawled back to 10,000 Mountain? He acted like he was annoyed, but his face betrayed how pleased he actually was. I also smiled back at his words. That's my line. After surviving there, shouldn't you have stayed holed up in Evil Path Castle? Why did you crawl out? You bastard! How dare you? The warriors who appeared to be from Evil Path Castle drew their weapons in unison, enraged by my words. Stand down, Lord. That one is mine to hunt. Gam Unbai restrained his subordinates and stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot with excitement. Amazing, you've grown even stronger than before. Gam Unbis' senses were sharp. More than that, I am surprised you managed to get this close, ignoring my presence. Did you stumble upon some miraculous opportunity? No, at our level, ordinary opportunities wouldn't even qualify as opportunities. His words began to quicken with excitement. It felt as if he was ready to draw his sword and strike at my neck at any moment. I did, when you couldn't even imagine. I see. Well, whatever opportunity you gain doesn't matter to me. Gam Unbai didn't ask further. He simply gathered an overwhelming fighting spirit. Without turning back, I called out, "Gu Chil." Gu Chil, who had followed me, bowed his head silently. "Yes, young master. Go up the mountain and secure Lord Beekcheng. She's probably being chased in a hurry." Understood. Gu Chil immediately sprang into action and headed toward Yu Gyeongsan. Since I could already sense countless presences far in the distance, it should be an easy task for someone with Gu Chil's skills to track them. But something felt odd, the fact that no one around Gam Unbai tried to stop him until Gu Chil disappeared. "Why aren't you stopping him?" Gam Unbai answered simply. "Because there's no reason to." A short reply, but it carried multiple implications. Either it was already too late to stop him, or it simply didn't concern them. This time, Gam Unbai asked me, "Why aren't you going with him?" My answer was just as brief, but unlike his, mine carried only one meaning. "Because if I don't deal with you here, things will get complicated." Correct. Hehehehe. Gam Unbai picked up his greatsword that one of his subordinates had brought over with great effort. Back then, I couldn't finish the fight properly because of interference. That was true. Back in that tense moment, Hwan Pyong's surprise attack with the True Star Sword had thrown the fight into chaos, leaving it unresolved. I clicked my tongue in regret. If Hwan Pyong hadn't interfered, I would have won. It was such a frustrating match. Looks like your conscience is already dead. Gam Unbai dismissed my words as nonsense without hesitation. Well, whatever the case, we can settle it now. Don't you think? Instead of answering, I quietly drew my sword and called his name. Lord of Evil Path Castle, Conqueror King, Third Heavenly Lord, Gam Unbai. Sorry to say, but Yurei no longer a match for me. What? If it were night, things might be different. But as you are now, unable to fight at full strength, Yurei nothing more than a slightly stronger transformation realm master. It was a strong provocation, but Gam Unbai merely snorted in amusement and accepted it. Heh, you couldn't even withstand a single blow last time and ended up with broken bones. Sorry, but I haven't fully grasped the situation yet. I need to get rid of you quickly and figure out what's been going on. You can ask Yama about that when you're in hell. Bewoom. Gam Unbis' massive sword came flying with a heavy roar. Last time, when I tried to deflect that strike, my arm had broken and my sword had shattered in a disaster. But now, things were different. I didn't even summon Sword Chi and met Gam Unbis' strike head-on. KWANG? In an instant, a massive explosion rang out, kicking up clouds of dust. What a fool. Did he just take the Lord's sword strike head-on? Splitting into two pieces seems certain now. Gam Unbis' subordinates watched with pity, thinking I was just another moth flying into the flame. They held an almost religious belief that no one in the world could withstand Gam Unbis' strike head-on. However, before long, the dust cleared. What? They witnessed something that defied their understanding. He's holding on? I wasn't split in two. I wasn't coughing up blood, I wasn't blown away, my arm wasn't broken, and my sword wasn't shattered. Even after taking Gam Unbis' strike directly, I stood firm like a giant tree that had rooted itself for 1,000 years. Amazing. The one most surprised was none other than Gam Unbai himself. That strike had no less power than the one back then. No, it was even stronger because he hadn't underestimated me this time. Is it related to that crimson body of yours? As he said, my entire body was flushed red as if I were excited. That's right. I had forgotten because of your small frame, but you are from the demonic heavens Jin clan. Small frame? I didn't want to give away information to the enemy if I could help it, but I couldn't stop myself from questioning him. Did you just call me small? Gam Unbai didn't respond to my question, and instead seemed to drift deeper into his own thoughts. Asura god, yes. I've heard that the Asura king, the head of the demonic heavens Jin clan, is said to be close to the Vajra indestructible body. They say his body is so tough that even swords forged with intent can't pierce it. I couldn't hold back anymore and forcefully pushed away Gam Unbis' sword. KWANG? The impact forced Gam Unbis' body to slide backward. Fine, I admit my body is smaller than that of other members of the Jin clan. I shouted toward Gam Unbai in a burst of frustration. But I will not tolerate being called small. What kind of nonsense is that? It's a thing. Gam Unbai didn't seem to understand what I was talking about, but I had my own long-standing inferiority complex. The elders of my clan had seriously questioned my mother when I was a child, asking if I was an illegitimate child because of my small physique. Of course, there was no way I could bring up such a pathetic story in a situation like this. So instead, I channeled my inner rage and charged at Gam Unbai. We exchanged several moves in an instant. What made Gam Unbis' sword so dangerous was that, despite its speed and destructive power, it also demonstrated terrifying flexibility. Even seasoned masters would be severely injured if grazed by one of those attacks that could bend at right angles mid-swing. Back then, I had recklessly relied on my regenerative power to confront him, but now, without that vitality, such a strategy was no longer an option. However, this time, CHWAC, tracing a completely different trajectory than before, the True Star sword slid past Gam Unbis' blade and slashed harshly at his forearm. "Lord!" his subordinates screamed in shock. Gam Unbai waved them off and asked me, That's not the sword technique I saw before. What is that? I answered honestly. After all, they wouldn't recognize it even if I told them. Demonic sword art. Demonic sword art. Was there such a sword art in the demonic cult? As the Lord of Evil Path Castle, Gam Unbai prided himself on knowing all the famous martial arts of the demonic cult, but this was the first he'd ever heard of it. There is. It was a sword created through 1,000 years of obsession, just to reach one person. I don't understand what that means, but I do understand one thing. Gam Unbai looked at me seriously. You've broken through the wall, haven't you? There was certainty in his voice. No matter how incredible the sword art is, there's no way a technique that you clearly lack proficiency in could leave a wound on me. Though he was the type to overwhelm with brute force, Gam Unbai had reached the peak of transformation realm. Most skill-focused masters wouldn't even dare challenge him. Yet here I was, landing a solid hit. There was only one explanation. Your sword is softer than that of Wudang, faster than that of Jeomyung. This isn't the result of the sword art alone, your own ability has advanced. It meant that my pure level had surpassed Gam Unbai himself. Considering my age, it was hard to believe, but Gam Unbai's intuition had accurately grasped the truth. I thought you had gotten weaker since that terrifying aura I felt from you before had disappeared, but now I see you've become even more dangerous than before. SSSHHK. Gam Unbai quickly regenerated his wound and rested his sword on his shoulder as he spoke. Congratulations on reaching Transcendent Demon Realm. You've done what no one in the martial world has ever achieved. Chapter 282. Second Battle 2, shortly before Gam Unbai arrived at the Yu family's sacred mountain. KRRRGH, Yeo-myung Master. Gu Chil couldn't regain his senses, stunned by the dazzling black light swirling around Jin Yeomyung's entire body like a sphere. From the space between Jin Yeomyung's brows, which floated in midair, an immense amount of inner energy in 5 colors had been pouring out just moments ago. However, that 5-colored energy disappeared not long after, and immediately following that, a purely black energy began to manifest. What the hell is going on? I could have sworn that was 5 chi integration just now. The 5 chi, also known as the 5 elements, are innate energies that all humans possess, though the proportions may vary. That was why, even though it wasn't openly discussed, it wasn't exactly a secret that the followers of the heavenly demon cult exhibited signs of 5 chi integration when breaking through to the extreme demon realm. However, Gu Chil had never heard even his master, Salma, mention anything about what came after the extreme demon realm. It was truly an unknown territory. Crackle, crack. Jin Yeomyung's skin began to split all over his body. Damn it, Gu Chil was torn. Had this happened while Jin Yeomyung was consciously cultivating, he wouldn't have hesitated this much. But right now, Jin Yeomyung had begun awakening while completely unconscious. Even Gu Chil could tell this wasn't a normal situation. Damn it. What should I do? Although the flow of energy seemed incredibly stable for some reason, if this exploded, the entire village would be blown to pieces. Should I evacuate the villagers? Gu Chil wrestled with the idea for a moment, then eventually shook his head. No, whatever happens, young master's safety comes first. I don't need to stir up unnecessary trouble by moving people. In the end, Gu Chil decided to keep quiet and observe without alerting anyone. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, and then 8 hours. Finally, after 8 long hours, just as the morning sun began to rise, the endless circulation of energy started to shift. Plop, plop, the cracked skin began to fall away. New flesh emerged, and his hair shed in clumps only to regrow immediately. Oh, tears welled up in Gu Chil's eyes as he watched his master's transformation unfold moment by moment. It was a rebirth. A rare and precious sight that even the most fortunate might never witness in their lifetime unfolded right before Gu Chil's eyes. A pure state beyond the so-called profound realm, transcending the demon. As proof, there was not a single trace of demonic energy surrounding Jin Yeomyung's newly reborn body. It was truly the embodiment of pure black power, and at the final moment of his transformation. Gu Chil witnessed the illusion of a massive woman made of light, cupping her hands together to embrace Jin Yeomyung's entire body. With a compassionate smile, the woman gazed warmly at Jin Yeomyung for a while before vanishing like mist. Gu Chil shuddered at the overwhelming transcendence he felt from that woman in just a single moment. What the hell was that just now? It was far too vivid to be just an illusion. If Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva truly existed as the Buddhists claimed, wouldn't she look exactly like that? Not long after, Yeo-myung master, his master Jin Yeomyung awakened. My submerged consciousness gradually began to awaken. I lingered in the afterglow, as if wrapped in the warmth of something tender. I feel like I sensed that woman's presence for a moment, but that couldn't be. She should be breaking her back, restoring the world right now. As my mind cleared, what entered my vision was a ceiling no, it was Gu Chil's familiar face. Gu Chil, why you're awake, young master? I slowly lifted my upper body. I felt refreshed, brimming with energy. Most importantly, my past vision felt almost completely restored. So what Chuan Xiang said was true. After I had fully digested Pa Guncheng's teachings, I had declared to Chuan Xiang that I would pause the succession. For a while, upon hearing my reasoning, Chuan Xiang had welcomed the decision with open arms. Thank you so much for considering us, junior brother. Chuan Xiang had been sincerely worried about those two's relationship. Before we meet our end, we must resolve the relationship between junior sister Ma and senior brother. It's something we couldn't easily interfere with since they had already defined their relationship without us. Well, bring junior sister Ma ourselves. Please come to this world and help her with her decision. With those words, Chuan Xiang had opened the gate to the present world for me. Ah, and one more thing. The heavenly demonic divine art that Master infused into you will begin to affect you the moment you enter the present world. Given your current level, it wouldn't be strange if you underwent rebirth immediately. And Chuan Xiang's words had come true. The moment I returned to reality, I had indeed undergone a complete rebirth. What about the task I gave you? Gu Chil responded with an incredulous look. Is that really what you're worried about right now? You collapsed and lost consciousness the very first day we arrived here. What if someone had tried to harm you while I was gone? Tusk, that's true, I had given Gu Chil several tasks when we left Hainan Island. But all those tasks had gone awry the moment I suddenly lost consciousness. I decided to clean myself up first, washing my dirty body and changing into the clothes Gu Chil had prepared beforehand. More importantly, something's not right outside right now. Not right? The Lord of Evil Path Castle, that bastard, is headed here as we speak. Twitch. My hand, which had been adjusting my clothes, froze at those words. Who did you say? A while ago, the one who completely wrecked you, that Lord of Evil Path Castle. Whack. I smacked Gu Chil's head once for twisting the truth, then asked again. So why is that bastard here? Gu Chil rubbed the top of his head and replied. I'm not sure about that either. But since they sent a warning ahead of time, I doubt they're planning to stab us in the back. What exactly did they say? They told us to run. But you were going crazy at the time, so I couldn't exactly pull you out. I immediately expanded my chi senses as far as possible. Having surpassed even the extreme demon realm, my senses expanded transcendently, feeding me information from everything within range. Before long, I confirmed the situation outside and nodded. It is dangerous. Huh. I can feel sticky malice and killing intent. I don't know how the situation is unfolding, but we can't just sit back and do nothing. At that moment, one thought crossed my mind. Where's Lady Chen Yujiang? About that Gu Chil sighed and reported that she had gone missing. I see. It seems she had made up her mind after all. Guess picking flowers will have to wait until all of this is settled. Picking flowers. What do you mean? I let out a faint laugh and shook my head. Never mind that. For now, let's go. Go where? To Gam Unbai, of course. Gu Chil's expression stiffened. Will you be all right? The conqueror King Gam Unbai was no easy opponent. More importantly, unlike last time, I had no backup. And there was no way Gam Unbai had come here alone without any forces behind him. However, it's fine now. I've got a solid insurance policy. More importantly, a chill ran down Gu Chil's spine for an instant. The killing intent I emitted was enough to make even the most seasoned assassin flinch. Clenching my fist tightly, I let out a deadly smile. As the one who carries on the will of my master, I have a duty to take revenge, at the very least. And so, now, standing at the entrance of the Yu family's sacred mountain in a tense standoff, Gam Unbai spoke. Well, this is delightful. A once-in-a-century genius who reached transcendent demon realm in his 20s, standing here burning with revenge against me. This bastard really was out of his mind. Reading the revenge burning in my eyes, Gam Unbai let out a scoff. I can guess who's behind those emotions you're radiating. He continued. I didn't kill that bald monk myself, but I can't exactly deny I was involved. I glared at Gam Unbai with a grim expression. So, the venerable Buddha Myeonjeong is dead after all. When he appeared to save me, he had already worsened his old injuries while fighting Guchengun. With the grand heavenly lord, Gam Unbai, and over 100 awakened beings present, even the unyielding monk couldn't have possibly survived that place. Gam Unbai raised one corner of his mouth in a grin. That's right. The grand heavenly lord crushed that bald monk's head and killed him. I see. Rather than flaring up in rage, I felt my heart grow even colder. Gam Unbai shouted at me. Normally, by the laws of Murim, you should repay your grudge against the grand heavenly lord. But I, standing here now, am more than willing to accept your fury myself. He lightly shook his arm. The wounds that had once been carved into his forearm were now fully healed. I thought of you as just a warm-up before facing my true foe, but if you've truly reached transcendent demon realm, that changes things. He began to raise his energy in earnest. Rumble, an oppressive pressure spread across the area, pressing down in sync with his rising aura. S-sect leader is unleashing his power. Everyone fall back. Gam Unbis Dominion, reached by none other than one who had mastered the peak of the transformation realm. That dominion pressed down on every living thing nearby. It was truly a divine presence worthy of his title as the Conqueror King. Gam Unbai, spreading his navy blue dominion, pointed his sword at me. From here on, I'll fight you with everything I've got. With everything, without even spreading my own dominion or mental force, I simply gripped my sword silently. I stood in stark contrast to Gam Unbai, whose godly aura was blatantly overwhelming. However, perfect. Ever since breaking through that wall, I've been itching to fight at full strength. This was not a duel. This was a fight to the death. Thus, there was no such thing as yielding the first strike. On my silent, still sword, something intangible, not sword chi, began to form. A force so refined that only someone standing on the same level could perceive even a fragment of it. You bastard. Sensing the ominous prelude, Gam Unbai raised his massive sword, exploding his entire energy. Enormous mental force and inner energy surged into Gam Unbis' giant sword, rising high into the sky. Incredible. Just the size of the sword's manifested energy easily exceeded that of a small mountain. This must be the true full power of the human Gam Unbai. In terms of sheer destructive power, even the sword demon of the world couldn't pull this off. A massive navy blue strike that seemed to split heaven and earth itself. Here it comes. Take this. Gam Unbai swung down his massive sword with all his might. Exploding demon sword art one blade to sever the heavens, the ultimate technique Gam Unbai had once tried to unleash on me, one blade to sever the mountains. But now, this attack far surpassed the power of that past attempt. Gam Unbis' massive sword came crashing down, erasing everything in my vision, aiming to crush my skull. At that moment, I recalled one truth Cheon Yura had once told me, and I swung my silent sword. The heavenly demonic divine art surpasses all martial arts in terms of pure offensive power. Heart sword heaven-shattering demon annihilating slash the energy of the heavenly demonic divine art met with the celestial green sword, revealing a fragment of true power at the level of transcendent demon realm. With no inner energy, only refined mental force imbued into this slash, I split Gam Unbis' massive strike cleanly in half. Slash? It was as if an enormous mountain had been sliced apart. The warriors of Evil Path Castle, witnessing this mythic sight, fell into silent shock. But that wasn't all. Plop. Both of Gam Unbis' arms, which had been gripping the massive sword, were severed cleanly and fell to the ground. Chapter 283. Bongsian Ritual 1. After returning from Namshan Beek clan, every single day became hell for Cheon Yura, both professionally and emotionally. With the current cult leader, Jin Yeomyung, having practically declared his retirement, Cheon Yura had been handling all major and minor affairs of the cult in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion in preparation to inherit the position of the next cult leader. For someone who had spent her entire life swinging a sword, this paperwork felt like it was going to split her head open. But deep down, Cheon Yura thought this might actually be better, because immersing herself in work was at least bearable. If she had recklessly dug into the truth behind what had happened in Akyong and confirmed Jin Yeomyung's death, she knew she wouldn't have been able to endure it. So she clung to the old saying, no news is good news, and held on, surviving each day. Excuse me. A man entered, holding piles of documents in his arms. Cheon Yura cast a crooked glance in his direction. You've been showing your face quite often these days. The young man, receiving that icy gaze, scratched his head and let out an awkward laugh. Ha ha ha, I have no choice. I have to visit frequently to deliver the Heavenly Thunder Corps opinions on advancing into the Central Plains. He was Han Mubik, the senior scribe of the Heavenly Thunder Corps, commonly called the traitor Han Mubik. Once a member of the Wudang sect and holding a position called Yeo-myung in the Heaven-defying society, he had betrayed Heavenly Reverence Hwan clan and sold out the entire Heaven-defying society's intelligence, defecting to the cult. Since then, he had belonged to the Heavenly Thunder Corps and had been heavily favored by Jin Yeomyung, the Heavenly Thunder Corps leader. Cheon Yura coldly pointed to one side with her finger. Put it there and get lost. But young cult leader, I told you to get lost, didn't I? Her tone allowed no room for conversation, and Han Mubik shrugged his shoulders. Still, since this is the Heavenly Thunder Corps official stance, you should at least hear it once. Taking her silence as tacit approval, Han Mubik asked with a faint smile. If that young master really is dead, how far do you intend to push the campaign into the Central Plains? Twitch. In an instant, Han Mubik clenched his teeth, feeling the overwhelming killing intent pressing down on his entire body. Tremble, tremble, tremble. Is that question from Jin Yeomyung or from you? That is seeing her clear intent to allow no frivolous answer, Han Mubik clenched his jaw desperately and responded. It's both. Ha! Cheon Yura reached out her hand. At that moment, the heavenly demon's sacred sword, which had been displayed a little distance away, was sucked into her grasp through object-attracting chi. Both, huh? And you think a mere worm like you has the right to offer me counsel? In truth, he did have that right. Just by standing here, he was practically acting as the deputy of the Heavenly Thunder Corps leader. But Cheon Yura showed not the slightest care for that fact. Han Mubik silently clicked his tongue at her stubbornness. What a troublesome lunatic. It's going to take a lot of work to get close to her. Still, he hadn't brought this up without preparation. There's a high chance he's still alive. What? Cheon Yura's hand, which was about to draw her sword, froze mid-motion. Say that again. What did you just say? I said there's a high chance he's still alive. And your reasoning? Because the Grand Heavenly Lord himself came here not long ago. Explain properly. The Grand Heavenly Lord is someone who avoids moving at all costs. He only came here because something outside has gone seriously wrong. He took the risk to come confirm your status, young cult leader. Something outside has gone wrong, you say? Yes. Actually, I didn't abandon all my contacts when I defected from the Heaven-defying society. I managed to plant a spy to gather inside information. According to that spy, Han Mubik's lengthy explanation was suddenly cut off by Cheon Yura's strange behavior. Swish! All of a sudden, she turned her head toward the south. Ignoring Han Mubik completely, she hastily burst through the doors of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion and ran out. Why young cult leader? The guards stationed at the entrance turned pale with shock at her behavior. But Cheon Yura didn't care and fixed her gaze firmly toward the distant south. Han Mubik, who had followed after her, stared dumbfounded at the back of her head. And when she finally spoke, he couldn't hide his astonishment and blinked rapidly. So you were alive? Jin Yeomyung Gam Unbai stared blankly at his severed arms. How? One blade to sever the heavens. The signature technique that had raised him to the position of Lord of the Evil Path, and one he proudly believed to be unmatched in sheer destructive power. Even if his opponent had reached the transcendent demon realm, Gam Unbai had absolute confidence that this technique would never lose. Yet, the confusion far outweighed the pain coursing through his entire body. He hadn't held back anything. No, in fact, he had acknowledged his opponent and poured everything he had into that strike. So why had this outcome happened? As blood began to flow down the cut surfaces of his arms, Gam Unbai realized the answer. I see. A faint fracture had been created only because his opponent had gone all out as well. That ominous power, it hasn't disappeared. He felt it through the kraken instinctively repulsive force, like that of a natural predator. You've just hidden it more subtly as you advanced in realm. Not exactly wrong, I suppose, but I didn't feel the need to correct him. For now, let's just say you're right, I see. Gam Unbai slowly let his arms hang down and looked up at the sky. A single strike, there was a deep sense of emptiness in his eyes. Still, the result is the result. I have no choice but to accept it as the loser. It was then. Lord. Protect the Lord. A group of a dozen or so high-ranking warriors of the evil path, who had been unable to interfere due to the duel, suddenly surrounded Gam Unbai to shield him. Stand down, you fools, you haven't lost yet, my lord. That's right, once night falls, y'all be able to defeat that monster. Those who had come with him were his personal soldiers. They were the only ones who had some knowledge of the truth concerning the heaven-defying society. Night, huh? Certainly, when night came, even those severed arms would regenerate in an instant. It would be best to finish this before that happened. To die in defeat at the hands of a stronger opponent that has long been my wish. Don't get in my way, Suddenly, Yeom-myung's body staggered like a bent shrimp. His subordinates were puzzled by the strange reaction, but their confusion did not last long. Half of you take the Lord into the mountains. The rest hold that monster back. Yes, sir. Yeom-myung's subordinates all drew their weapons and raised their fighting spirit. What touching loyalty, hardly fitting for people of the demonic path. Though each of them had nearly reached the peak of martial arts, they posed no real obstacle to me in my current state. I would just have to kill them all one by one and take Yeom-myung's head. I'll make sure your head takes the place of a pig's head on my master's sacrificial table. No matter the cost, I intended to kill Yeom-myung. However, at that moment, why, you damned bastard, grand heavenly lord, Yeom-myung's entire body suddenly began to tremble violently. Puck. What? One of the warriors standing in front of him had his heart pierced straight through by Yeom-myung's arm. Wait, his arm? I was certain I had severed those before I realized it. Yeom-myung's arms had grown back. The difference was that they were now covered in blue fur, like a monkey's. What the hell is that? I flinched when I looked at Yeom-myung's face. His expression was the same as when he had lost control and revealed the blood of Dachial during our previous battle. Lord? The subordinate, who had been stabbed through the heart, looked at Yeom-myung in disbelief, blood dripping from his lips. But Yeom-myung didn't answer his subordinate's unspoken question. Instead, he touched his face with his remaining arm, his face contorted with rage. Grand Heavenly Lord, how dare you play such tricks on me? The moment Yeom-myung's eyes turned completely black, including his pupils crack, Lord, the subordinate's body dried up like a mummy in an instant. I widened my eyes at the sight. Absorption demonic art. No, this was something far more primitive. An ancient human-sacrificing dark art that extracted life force by devouring people. Yeom-myung didn't stop there. He began to attack his own subordinates one after another. Lord, please come to your senses. 4 were killed in the blink of an eye, and the remaining warriors tried desperately to resist, but it was futile. How is that even possible in broad daylight? If I had to guess, I'd say he was burning the life force gained from human sacrifices in real time just to maintain that state. Graag, Yeom-myung, who had killed all his subordinates in less than 10 exchanges, let out a monstrous roar. It doesn't matter what's going on. I just need to kill him again. There was no need to play by the rules of martial arts with a creature that had turned into a monster. No matter why he transformed into that state, I'll make him realize that's a bad move under the sun. This was a good chance to fully test the power of the true star sword as well. I began preparing to release the power that Hwan Sang, my senior brother, had charged into the true star sword, readying myself for the next clash. But then thud. Just when I thought Yeom-myung was going to charge at me again, he suddenly turned around and flew off toward Yu family's sacred mountain. What the hell? It wasn't like he was running away in fear. He was completely ignoring my presence. That damned bastard. As if something deeper inside there was his true priority, Yeom-myung ran off, leaving me standing there in disbelief. But that disbelief didn't last long. Damn it, you think I'll let you go? I let out a furious roar and was about to give chase after Yeom-myung. At that moment, I sensed multiple powerful presences not far from here through my chi sense. Someone's coming. At first, I thought they might be reinforcements from the evil path, but I quickly ruled that out. 2 of them have chi at the peak level. One of them isn't inferior to Yeom-myung. There were fewer than 5 groups in the world, outside of the heavenly demon cult and the Murim Alliance, that had more than 2 peak-level masters. Who could they be? Are there any groups nearby with such strength? The only nearby possibility would be Namshan Beak clan, who had the Southern Sword King and the Divine Knight Sword. But they had no reason to come all the way here. What was even stranger was that one of the 2 didn't feel like a peak-level master, but something more like an extreme demon realm existence. That uneasiness made me stop pursuing Yeom-myung for the moment. I decided to use this time to recover my spent chi and wait for them to arrive. And not long after Lady Beak, the warriors who had arrived at Yu family's sacred mountain were none other than the elite of the Black Blood Lotus. At the front, riding a horse, Beak Sanga widened her eyes in shock when she noticed my presence. Young Master Jin. Lady Beak, you're alive. I shouted toward Beek Sanga with open arms, overcome with joy. Beek Sanga also dismounted immediately and rushed toward me with light footwork. Tears welled up in her eyes. Young Master Jinna. Lady Beek, overwhelmed by her emotional cry, I responded in kind. In that brief moment, my heightened senses caught something strange about her movement. For some reason, her body seemed to be slightly lifting off the ground as she charged toward me. No, that's one thing, but why is her center of gravity shifting toward her lower body? If the weight had been leaning forward, I might have thought she was rushing in for an emotional hug. But the moment the soles of her feet entered my view, a flawless, clean double flying kick struck me square in the stomach. Wham, you bastard. The instant her feet slammed into my gut, my back bent like a shrimp. Crash! I flew several dozen feet like a cannonball and crashed pitifully into a rock. And it didn't end there. Beek Sanga immediately flew over to where I lay, stunned, and began pounding me with her fists. You bastard. If you were alive, you should have let us know you were alive. Whack, 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 Lady Beek, my face, please. Or at least not my solar plexus. Shut up and take it. I tried to curl up and defend myself somehow. How dare you block me? But for some reason, despite her having reached the extreme demon realm, her punches moved with strange precision, thoroughly exploiting every gap in my defense. Beek Sanga's pummeling continued for quite some time, at least until Saber King, who couldn't stand watching any longer, stepped in to stop her, telling her to give it a rest. Chapter 284. Bongsian Ritual 2. Beek Sanga smiled brightly as she spoke. I'm really glad you're safe, young Master Jin, I replied with a dark expression. Yes, though my face didn't come out unscathed. Beek Sanga quietly averted her gaze, especially since the dark, circular bruise on my eyelid was the result of her fist. Haha, it's the first time I've seen the cult leader lose control like that. You are. It was a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe. He removed the black mask he had been wearing, revealing his face to me. If only there had been a dragon embroidery, he could easily be mistaken for an elder of the Blood Dragon demonic clan, given the extraordinary chi emanating from him. Nice to meet you for the first time, First Strategist Black Thunder. I am Blood Crow, the sect leader of Blood Peak Sect. Blood Talent? I'm called that as well. This man was none other than one of the 10 Talents, a top 5 figure among the demonic forces of the northern region. And Blood Crow wasn't the only one from the 10 Talents who had joined the Black Lotus Union. It's been a while, junior brother. You too. Even Wisdom Talent, Yeo-myung, who had once served under the former Venerable Buddha, was here. Unable to hide my bewilderment, I asked Yeo-myung, leaving Blood Talent aside, weren't you part of the Orthodox faction? I've converted. His clean and unapologetic response left me speechless. Was conversion really something that could be done so casually? Reading the meaning in my expression, Wisdom Talent let out a faint chuckle. After the Venerable Buddha passed away while trying to help you, those of us who had followed him were left with a choice. Brother Namgung decided to return to his clan, but those like me who had abandoned everything and left their sects had nowhere to go back to. The White Heavenly Sect in Beijing, where he once belonged, still held great fame in Hebei as a prestigious Orthodox sect. But if a former sect leader had defected to the demonic faction, what had happened to the remaining members of that sect? Wisdom Talent answered my unspoken question with a broad smile. Like I care? It was obvious there was more to the story, but his expression warned me not to press further. I nodded blankly in response to that silent threat. Trying to lighten the mood, Wisdom Talent spoke again. Anyway, could you briefly explain what's happened to you and what's going on here? After organizing my thoughts for a moment, I gave a general overview of the situation here. However, aside from Beek Sanga and Dowing, I couldn't fully trust the others yet. So, I glossed over anything concerning Jin Yeomyung and focused on explaining the Bongsian ritual and the internal strife within the heaven-defying society. When I finished by mentioning that I had defeated Gam Unbai, everyone was astonished. Whoa, you defeated the Conqueror King? Amazing. That means you've at least reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, doesn't it? A new star has appeared in the martial world. Blood Talent clapped in admiration. It seemed he hadn't realized that the new star he was praising belonged to the demonic side. After hearing my explanation, Wisdom Talent looked toward the direction of Yu family's sacred mountain, where the Conqueror had fled. We traveled all this way to capture the Conqueror, only to miss him. How unfortunate. Still, why did all of you come all the way here? After all, this place was much closer to Sado Castle's territory than to the Black Lotus Union's base in Luoyang. Even if they had intended to ambush the conqueror, it seemed excessive to come this far. Wisdom Talent answered curtly. Isn't it because of you? What? He nodded toward Beek Sanga with his chin. She threatened to fire all of us if we didn't follow her. As mere employees, how could we possibly refuse? Who is firing whom? I blinked, and Wisdom Talent nodded as if he had expected that reaction. You might not know this, but there's no better place to work right now than the Black Lotus Union. If we get fired from here, we're screwed. I quietly turned my gaze to Beek Sanga. She turned her head, blushing deeply as if embarrassed. The others nodded in agreement, and Daoeng was smirking off to the side. Judging by their reactions, it didn't seem like she had merely threatened them with dismissal. Just what kind of threats did she make? Wisdom Talent patted my shoulder. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive. Since the Grandmaster gave his life to save you, you're pretty much the living embodiment of his will now. Right, I nodded heavily. This actually works out well. I'll need your help with, wait a moment. Just then, Beek Sanga suddenly cut me off, extending her hand. There's something that must be done before anything else. What? What could possibly, considering the disaster that could erupt from that mountain at any moment, what could be more urgent than that? Beek Sanga spoke to someone who had come with her. Gasan? Yes, cult leader. A man with a sturdy yet sharp impression bowed before her. He, too, had reached the peak of the martial world. I am sorry to ask, but could you go to the 10,000 mountain right away? Gasan nodded without hesitation. Of course, if it is the cult leader's order. This is going to be rough. The others trembled with exhausted expressions. Even traveling from Luoyang to here had been a journey of thousands of li. And now, from this southernmost region of Guangdong to the 10,000 mountain in Gansu province, where the heavenly demon cult was located. It was no jokey a journey well over 10,000 li, an epic trek across the entire continent. How long will it take? 10 days should be enough. Even for a master of lightness arts at the absolute peak, covering the entire length of the Central Plains in just 10 days was no easy feat. He would likely have to push both his body and horse to their limits without getting a wink of sleep. We must stop the war no matter what. If the heavenly demon cult has already mobilized, you must find the young cult leader at all costs. Young cult leader Yura. Do not worry, I understand exactly what concerns you, cult leader. Please take this with you. Beek Sanga handed her black heaven mask to Gasan. This was none other than the symbol of the Black Lotus Union's lord, a mask personally crafted and given to Beek Sanga by Cheon Yura herself. Gasan carefully accepted the mask and tucked it into his robes. Without a moment's hesitation, he mounted his horse and rode off toward the north. I, unable to hide my disbelief, pressed Beek Sanga for answers. Lady Beek, what do you mean by war? Are you saying the cult is actually? As expected, you really have no idea what's going on, young Master Jin. Beek Sanga let out a heavy sigh, her face clouded with worry. Not long ago, the heavenly demon cult officially declared war on all of the Central Plains. What? I froze like a statue at those words. It's not just an extension of what Lady Cheon announced last time. The cult leader personally declared through the heavenly demon's decree that they would advance into the Central Plains. The heavenly demon cult even sent an envoy to request our cooperation. We have temporarily put it on hold, but we can't refuse them forever. As you know, our union only exists because of the cult's support. Exactly. Of course, in 10 or so years, the Black Lotus Union would likely be strong enough to stand on its own without needing the heavenly demon cult, but Beek Sanga didn't bother saying that out loud. The cult leaders' will is firm. They aren't passively responding anymore. They have made it clear that they intend to establish demonic rule over the world and uproot the heaven-defying society afterward. I had expected this ever since I woke up in Hainan, but hearing it confirmed from someone I knew left a bitter taste in my mouth. But still, did the cult leader really say that? That doesn't make sense. The cult leader didn't have much time left. Even if they tore through the Central Plains like a storm, the time required for that would far exceed the cult leader's remaining days. The immediate cause of this war is, of course, you, young Master Jin. I heard the demonic heavens Jin clan is actively supporting the cult leader's decision. If we can inform Lady Cheon that you are still alive, there might still be a chance to prevent this war. Though it won't be easy, Beek Sanga was right. Right now, the tide within the heavenly demon cult was overwhelmingly in favor of war. Even if I had been the one to pull the trigger, stopping it was an entirely different matter. For now, I understand, but there's something urgent right in front of us. I'll need you and your people to help me first. All right. The moment Beek Sanga nodded, not a single word of objection came from the others. It was a subtle yet undeniable display of how firm her authority was within the Black Lotus Union. It was at that moment. "Huh, young Master Jin, look over there." Beek Sanga pointed toward a spot on Yu family's sacred mountain. From the fifth of the 9 peaks that made up Yu family's sacred mountain, a massive wave of demonic energy was rising into the sky. Damn it, are we too late? Even I, who had reached the transcendent demon realm, flinched at the sheer intensity of it. I didn't know if the ritual had fully begun yet, but I had an intense feeling that if we left it alone, something terrible would happen. Whatever the case, we have no choice but to go. At Wisdom Talent's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Chilching-gun, Lord Beekcheng, Ju Beek Ryo, barely managed to escape pursuit and hide deep within Yu family's sacred mountain. Huff, huff, erg! Lord Beekcheng clutched her chest and collapsed on the spot. Having forcibly unleashed her power, her entire body was on the verge of suffering a complete internal rupture. I have to hold on until Master arrives. Fortunately, Yu family's sacred mountain was home to the maze formation that the Yu clan had managed for generations. With the power of that formation, she could hold out for at least a day or two, just as Lord Beekcheng was catching her breath. A familiar but unwelcome voice echoed. "So you were here, after all." Her eyes shot wide open. "Why you, Lady Chen?" Standing before her was Chen Yujiang, who had gone missing. Lord Beekcheng immediately raised her guard, bracing for combat, especially since there was a sword hanging from Chen Yujiang's waist. "I heard you disappeared. Why are you here?" Chen Yujiang let out a small laugh. "I've been waiting for you to show up here." "Waiting? You've known all along, haven't you? The Bongxian ritual was actually supposed to use me as the sacrifice." Of course she knew. She had received Chen Yujiang from 9th Heavenly Lord himself. Chen Yujiang smiled softly and spoke. "Even if I am not the sacrifice, if the ritual is carried out with you as the subject, I might still survive, don't you think? Either way, follow me. We're going to the ritual site. But if you don't like it, I have no choice but to reveal your location to those waiting outside." Rage flared in Lord Beekcheng's eyes. "Are you threatening me?" "Yes, I am. If you don't want to die, follow me." Chen Yujiang pressed in without leaving any room for compromise. Lord Beekcheng bit her lip harshly. In her current wrecked state, fighting Chen Yujiang, who had reached the absolute peak, would only end one way. In the end, Lord Beekcheng had no choice but to succumb to Chen Yujiang's threat and follow her. Thus, the two arrived at the 5th and central peak of Yu family's sacred mountain Yongchen Peak. Everything was already prepared there for the Bongxian ritual. However, one thing seemed strange. Where are the soldiers? Where did all the soldiers who guard this place go? Of course, in her current position as a marked traitor, their presence would have only caused more problems, but it was still strange. As Chen Yujiang stepped into the massive shrine at the center of the peak, she spoke to Lord Beekcheng. "Do you know why 6th Heavenly Lord is targeting you?" Lord Beekcheng shook her head bitterly. "It seems His Highness the Crown Prince finds me undesirable." However, Chen Yujiang let out a mocking laugh at that response. "Ha, you must already suspect that's just an excuse, don't you?" Lord Beekcheng's expression twisted. Ignoring her reaction, Chen Yujiang began lighting the candles prepared inside the shrine, one by one, as she spoke. Originally, the founder of the empire was said to have been a poor farmer. That's something everyone knows. Right. Which means that royal blood wasn't particularly noble to begin with. Chen Yujiang casually uttered what could be considered treasonous words, but Lord Beekcheng was in no position to argue. Chen Yujiang continued without hesitation. However, over generations the Zhu clan began to mingle with truly noble bloodlines, using their status as rulers of the empire. And so, in the present age, the blood of the royal family has gained real mystical value in sorcery. What are you getting at? After lighting every candle in the shrine, Chen Yujiang looked down at Lord Beekcheng. Her face was twisted with ecstatic madness. "Ahahaha, what else? It means your blood is more than sufficient and entirely appropriate to be used as a sacrifice for the Bongxian ritual. Thank you for coming all this way. Why you? Farewell." Stab. With lightning speed, Chen Yujiang drew her sword and thrust it straight through Lord Beekcheng's heart. Chapter 285, Bongxian Ritual 3. Though it had been a surprise attack, if it was Lord Beekcheng, she could have avoided it somehow, even if her physical condition was at its worst. However, she had failed to dodge, because of the existence of a certain spell that had bound her body. Cough, cough. In an instant, shadows darkened Lord Beekcheng's eyes. She raised her head and stared directly at the old man who had appeared near Chen Yujiang before anyone realized. "No, Saw. It was sixth heavenly lord Sangdo, who had appeared without any forewarning. He let out a mocking chuckle. Heh heh heh, your life surely clings stubbornly, Lord. You plan to offer me as a sacrifice? Sixth heavenly lord nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Since the moment I realized you were born with the blood of the nine-tailed fox through hereditary transmission. Just as Jin Yeomyung had said before, the current imperial bloodline was never that noble to begin with. However, as time passed, those who carried traces of ancient bloodlines began to appear one by one in the palace's inner court, and more individuals began to awaken special powers in the imperial family. Until finally, in this generation, a mutation worthy of joining the 10 heavenly lords had been born. My Sangha clan has served under the command of the Grand Heavenly Lord, supplying noble blood to the imperial family for generations. We had grown anxious from the lack of results over such a long time, but when you were born, we were overjoyed. Heh heh, sixth heavenly lord slowly approached her side. Now, look closely. He grabbed her hair and lifted her head. That over there is the god we serve. At the very top of the altar stood a single statue. It had 6 arms, each forming the mudra of turning the Dharma wheel. It was the statue of a beautiful woman dressed in the robes of a monk, seemingly from ancient India. Heavenly evil. The sky god who, in the mythological era, was said to have divided and ruled this continent. However, Lord Baekhyun had seen this statue of heavenly evil several times while following the Grand Heavenly Lord. After all, there had been a similar statue in the Grand Heavenly Lord's residence as well. But what caught her eye now wasn't the statue of heavenly evil itself. What is that? On each of the statue's 6 hands forming the mudra, there was a black, ominous object. Just looking at it felt unsettling and creepy, yet it radiated an unbelievably pure energy. That is the fragment of the heavenly demon founder, our greatest enemy from 1,000 years ago. Is it not beautiful? Over the course of 1,000 years, countless 10 heavenly lords sacrificed themselves to gather those fragments. Though I heard that decades ago, there existed a piece far larger than all those combined. That particularly large fragment, larger than the 6 combined, had reportedly been consumed in a deal by the Grand Heavenly Lord. Still, it should be enough to carry out the ritual. What ritual exactly? Even as her consciousness began to fade, Lord Baekhyun felt doubt. The sacrificial setup before her was far too genuine for a sealing ritual where the timing of heaven, earth, and man were all misaligned. It seemed more fitting to be used at the actual ritual site on Mount Tai. A reasonable suspicion indeed. Sixth Heavenly Lord let go of her hair and began circling around her as he spoke. I once asked the Grand Heavenly Lord the same thing, whether performing such a ritual with a failed product like this wouldn't simply waste a precious sacrifice and enormous resources. Flinch. The word failed product made Jin Yeomyung's brow twitch, but Sixth Heavenly Lord, unconcerned, continued speaking. However, the Grand Heavenly Lord told me it was fine, that the most important sacrifice had already been completed, and all that remained was to quietly wait for the right time. The most important sacrifice? They never told me what that was either. Truly a disappointing thing. Though he claimed to be disappointed, his face was filled with excitement. Still, the Grand Heavenly Lord said it could serve as valuable data to compare with the ritual that would take place in the future, and told me to try it. His expression transformed, much like when he had pierced Jin Yeomyung's heart. By using you as one of the sacrifices, was I nothing more than a puppet to these people from the start? Sixth Heavenly Lord savored the sight of Lord Baekhyun's face sinking into despair. Ha ha ha. Though one loach stirred up the waters a bit too much, as long as this ritual succeeds, it won't significantly impact the bigger picture. He straightened his back and slowly walked to the altar, standing beside Jin Yeomyung. Let's begin. Are you prepared? Whenever you are. As the high priest serving heavenly evil, I shall fulfill my promise and make you the one and only being in this world. Sixth Heavenly Lord spread both arms wide before the statue. You shall become the 4th heavenly demon in history, and the 3rd incarnation of heavenly evil. Jin Yeomyung slowly closed her eyes. At last the heavenly demon and heavenly evil. If she could possess the power of both these beings, she would be able to surpass Cheon Yura. Of course, in exchange, she would cease to be human. Then now, let us begin the sealing ritual. Whoosh, the fragments of the heavenly demon founder held by the statue's 6 arms resonated. A tremendous demonic energy erupted from the fragments, piercing the ceiling of the altar and shooting up into the sky. As the energy stretched into the heavens, it began to consume the atmosphere, dyeing the entire world black. It was the beginning of a distorted sealing ritual. That the world was turning black. No other words could describe it better. It was that visually overwhelming. To think I'd witness something so grotesque in my lifetime. Blood Talent forced out a chuckle, but no one was fooled by his attempt to sound brave. Hey Myung, how much longer do you think it'll take? At Blood Talent's question, Wisdom Talent frowned as he answered. It's going to take a bit longer. It's not just the level of it, it's spread too densely. Originally, it should have taken no more than a short while to reach the center of the mountain. However, despite having entered for nearly half a sijin, 1 hour, the group had yet to reach the central area. The reason was the massive maze formation spread across the entire Yu family's sacred mountain range. Wisdom Talent Yeo-myung was taking the lead, dismantling the formation, but the area was so vast that progress had been painfully slow. Still, I'm getting used to the structure of the formation. If we keep this pace, we should be able to reach the peak soon. That's a relief, at least. As the group pressed on with Wisdom Talent at the forefront, Beek Sanga quietly called my name. Young Master Jin. Yes, Lady Beek. With calm eyes, she asked me this question. Do you really believe Cheon Yura is there? Her insight was sharp. I nodded. Yes, I believe she is. It was a truth I didn't want to accept, but the chance of her not being there was far lower. Didn't Cheon Yura keep reaching out to you since Hainan Island, saying she would gain a power even greater than Lady Cheon's? That's true. From what I can tell, that phenomenon up there seems to be the very power she was referring to. I thought the same. I had briefly witnessed a fragment of Heavenly Evil's power. Ironically, despite its epithet as evil, Heavenly Evil's aura resembled light more than anything else. If things had gone as they should have, that pitch-black, sticky demonic energy would never have emerged. At that moment, Beek Sanga spoke again with a meaningful tone. I understand that you feel pity toward Cheon Yura. Pity, you say? Because, in your eyes, Cheon Yura must look just like Lady Cheon Yura who once fell into ruin after failing. A failed Cheon Yura. So that was how she viewed Cheon Yura? No. Honestly, I didn't see it much differently. But if you truly cared for Lady Cheon Yura based on what I've seen from Yeo-myung would have killed Cheon Yura without hesitation. Because she is Lady Cheon's enemy. She pressed me further. Then, why didn't you do that this time? I had known from the start that Cheon Yura would stab me in the back. I had expected that letting her go would eventually lead to innocent casualties. Even so, there was only one reason I had left her alone. Because I needed to see it at least once. See it? Her eyes widened as she realized what I meant. Even I wasn't sure what kind of expression I was wearing as I spoke, but I knew what I had to say. If I witness it once, it'll be easier the next time. Easier to do what? Beek Sanga asked back, even though she had already figured it out in her mind. To know whether or not it's possible to bring Yura back if she ends up like that. I took out the Heavenly Demon's physical records from my chest. Not all of its contents had been deciphered yet, but I had read it dozens of times already. And the final goal of the Grand Heavenly Lord that could be inferred from it was undoubtedly Cheon Yura. I need to see what Cheon Yura becomes, what kind of power she gains, whether her ego remains, and most importantly, if she can be brought back. Beek Sanga's jaw dropped in shock. This is a chance to observe the entire process. This was clearly just the prelude. A prelude in preparation for the far greater ritual that was bound to happen in the future. After watching me in silence for a while, she finally lowered her head with a resigned expression. I see you really are a demonic cultivator after all. I slowly nodded in response to her words. I won't deny it, but I'd appreciate it if you'd at least acknowledge that I carry a sense of moral responsibility. You'd better. If not, I'd have beaten you half to death by now. Please spare me that, will you? I didn't know what kind of miraculous opportunity she had obtained, but ever since she reached the extreme demon realm, her punches had become frighteningly sharp. Still, I am glad you have enough of a conscience left to try and clean up the mess. Beek Sanga let out a deep sigh. Let's go, we have to stop Cheon Yura. Yeah. Just as the group started moving toward the center of the ritual again, young master. Gu chill? I had sent him deeper into the mountain to secure Lord Beek Cheng, but I didn't expect to run into him here. Gu Chil came running toward me with tears welling in his eyes. Young master, you really came to save me. What are you doing here? No, never mind. I was about to scold him but stopped myself. After all, who could have predicted there would be a maze formation covering the entire mountain? He had probably wandered around aimlessly, failing to find Lord Beek Cheng, and ended up getting lost. This was clearly my fault. Still, how did you manage not to get lost in the maze? Gu Chil nodded and pointed somewhere. Thanks to that kid. If that little one hadn't saved me, I really would have been stuck here forever. Kid. Now that he mentioned it, I noticed a small figure hiding between some thick trees. Peeking out cautiously, the one staring at us was Hyung Nim. Chung-gai? It was Yoo-chung, the current head of the Yoo family. He had saved Gu Chil. Yoo-chung recognized me and came running over. What are you doing here? There's a shrine belonging to my family nearby. I've been waiting there. Chapter 286, Bongsian Ritual 4, Old Han headed toward the Yoo family's sacred mountain with Lee Ho. However, before they even reached their destination, he noticed the presence of demonic energy rising in the distance and frowned faintly. Damn it, looks like we're late. Late? What do you mean? Pointing toward the demonic energy, Old Han spoke. It means the ritual has gone wrong. That's definitely not just a formal ceremony. Something like that could only happen if they've prepared a proper sacrifice and performed the ritual procedures correctly. Lee Ho's face turned pale. Why, you mean? There's a high possibility that Ryoa has been harmed. Lee Ho stammered in a panic. We have to go immediately. We do need to go, but I think this is where your journey with me ends. Huh? What do you mean? Thud. Old Han cleanly knocked Lee Ho out. I'll admit you've got some guts, but it'd be troublesome if you lost control because of the brainwashing effect of the soul-devouring technique after we take you there. Though it wasn't easy to push him away because of the lingering affection. Frankly, even Lord Beekchung, Ju Beek Ryo, couldn't really be called a saint. True enough, it's hard for someone from the imperial family to become a saint. If she had turned out a saint after experiencing all the imperial palace's bloody schemes, one should rather suspect that her nature had been twisted. Especially since the fox blood she was born with was a power specialized in toying with people. Above all, the legendary demonic art, the spirit subjugation technique, which the spirits and candidates had learned, was none other than what she personally passed down to them. After knocking Lee Ho unconscious, Old Han expanded his chi sense to assess the situation on the mountain. Fortunately, the ritual is still in its early stages. I think I might be able to stop it. At that moment, two presences caught Old Han's chi sense. One was an awakened being, openly radiating violence. The other was a master who had hidden their presence so well that even Old Han could barely sense them. Old Han tilted his head. One seems like Gam Unbai, but who's the other one? It's not the sword demon. He had already fought the sword demon, Ma Xiang Chuan, once before, so he could distinguish his presence. But the master he now sensed was someone he had never encountered before. I might find out if I get closer, but still, the world sure is vast. To think another master of that level has emerged from the demonic cult. Unaware that the master was none other than his own disciple, Old Han shot forward. At least, they didn't seem to be on the same side as his opponent. Seeing his disciple again after such a long time, Old Han was unable to hide his shock. My disciple, you just what? To think that the formidable master he had just sensed was none other than his own disciple from not so long ago. Grabbing both my shoulders tightly, Old Han shouted. To think you've already reached the transcendent demon realm, this master is overwhelmed with emotion. What? W8. Did you just say transcendent demon realm? Those who had thought I was only at the extreme demon realm stared at me in shock. Among them was even Beek Sanga, though only Dawang nodded quietly as if he had somewhat expected it. Even the extreme demon realm was unbelievable enough, but the transcendent? Then that means practically a new heave. Someone's words were drowned out by Master's sudden outburst. I am sure the sword I passed down to you helped a great deal. Ah, well yes, that's correct. I desperately mumbled, unsure how to respond. The heavenly deer sword of the water attribute. A sword created specifically to counter the heavenly demonic divine art and heaven-slaying chi. Master had said that I might see the next stage if I compared his sword with the original heavenly deer sword. Ironically, however, it wasn't his martial arts that helped me break through the wall the most, but rather the martial arts of my senior brothers, the 6 great demonic clans. By the way, Master, what brings you here? It's a long story. Old Han stroked his chin, choosing his words carefully. To put it simply, it seems your goal and mine are the same. As I had hoped, Master gave the answer I wanted to hear. So you're not here to assist with the ritual after all? Of course not. I only joined the society to find someone to succeed me. He placed his hand on my head and spoke. If you're at odds with the society, naturally, I'll take your side. Those words made my chest ache a little. Still, I studied Master's entire body with my eyes. Now I understand just how strong Master really is. He had completely restrained the flow of qi throughout his body, disguising his presence as that of an ordinary person. That restraint was achieved by using spiritual intent to suppress his energy. Ordinary masters wouldn't be able to detect how formidable he truly was. The fact that Cheon Yura had sensed his danger the first time she met him made her seem all the more impressive. Ka. So you're already weighing yourself against me just because you've grown a little? Ah, well. Master lightly flicked my forehead with his index finger. Your talent is astonishing, growing all on its own, but you've still got a long way to go. You'll need a few more years of effort if you want to surpass your master. Just as the extreme demon realm had stages, so did the transcendent demon realm. As far as I could tell, Master was already on the verge of the supreme demon realm. Perhaps he was nearly equal to the venerable Buddha, who had awakened using a fragment of the previous heavenly demon's founder. While I was assessing Master's level, he let out a small sigh. I'd love to catch up properly after such a long time, but this isn't the time for that. After exchanging brief greetings with his son, Yeo-myung, Master discussed the situation ahead with us. As far as I know, the Bongxian ritual is conducted nonstop for 3 days, but there's no way they'd actually do that. Right. There's a high chance they're not even performing the proper steps, let alone conducting a full ceremony. However, Master frowned as he looked off into the distance. As expected, Gam Unbai is getting in the way. Come to think of it, you mentioned earlier that he was the watchdog of heavenly evil. What exactly did you mean by that? Just what I said. Master continued his explanation. Many of those who join the heaven-defying society inherit or are forcibly implanted with the blood of the mythical era, but those who carry the blood of the 4 fiends are treated with particular importance. Kianki, Hundun, Tawu, and Taudi. One of the society's goals in the past was to find those who carried the blood of these 4 monstrous beasts. They are the true subordinates of heavenly evil. Regardless of the era, those who carry their blood have always served as the blades of the heaven-defying society. Their strength is verified by history itself. I gave Master a look of slight surprise. You seem to know quite a bit about this. Hey, I am still second Heavenly Lord. Shouldn't I at least know the history of the organization? I had momentarily forgotten that, considering how he wandered around like a hired vagrant living day to day. You little brat anyway, we need to destroy the ritual and rescue Ryo-ah before it's too late. Isn't it already too late to save Lord Beekchung? I may not know much about ritual techniques, but I do know this. Master's expression grew serious. In human sacrifices, a living sacrifice is far more valuable than a dead one. That's true. Having had experience, I quietly agreed with his words. She probably won't be killed until the ritual ends. Besides, the fox blood is also famous for its tenacious vitality. Master trailed off for a moment, then spoke to me again. That's why I'll handle Gam Unbai. You mean, my disciple, y'all have to stop the ritual. And if possible, I'd appreciate it if you could save Ryo-ah's life. For some reason, I could feel from Master's words that he didn't particularly want to face Lord Beekchung again. Strictly speaking, in terms of efficiency, it would have been better for both Master and me to ascend while leaving everyone else behind to stop Gam Unbai. But Lady Beek, who has only just reached the extreme demon realm, probably wouldn't last long. And the others even less so. If things went wrong, the Black Lotus might suffer a disaster, losing all its upper-level forces to a single opponent while they were still growing their power. Considering Gam Unbai's estimated strength, it was clear that either I or Master had to step up. In fact, I was going to ask you to do just that. Good. Master nodded in satisfaction at my willing acceptance. But Master, what? I cautiously voiced a question that had been bothering me for a while. Do you perhaps have feelings for Lord Beekchung? Master's face twisted like that of a furious demon. What nonsense is that? I am a man with a family. Can't you tell by the fact that my son's standing right here? Thwack! For the first time in my life, I got hit by an angry master. As it turned out, Master's wife-me Mistress Shad indeed passed away when Yeo-myung was just a child. Afterward, Master realized his wandering nature and completely gave up on the idea of remarrying. It seemed that he had only taken care of Lord Beekchung when she was a pitiful child, and seeing her grow up and come onto him out of the blue had made him very uncomfortable. Well, it's a relief to know that Master still has a conscience. I suddenly thought of something and let out a faint laugh. This was a crisis where it was hard to see even an inch ahead. And yet, Master's appearance had somehow lightened the heavy burden on my heart. I knew it wasn't just because of his strength. After finalizing our strategy, I fixed my gaze on the demonic energy rising from the peak of Yongchun. Jin Yeomyung. She had surprisingly revealed most of her thoughts and feelings to me. Even if her words about wanting me stemmed from her rivalry with Cheon Yura, they had not been lies. And precisely because of that, as long as Cheon Yura existed, her choice could only lead to one outcome. Hurry and come, I am waiting. Flinch, I frowned at the sudden telepathic message that reached me. Though it was only 2 short phrases, I could feel many emotions in those words. Ecstasy, murderous intent, and twisted possessiveness. Perhaps her unstable emotions were a result of the ritual. I could sense a complex mix of feelings pouring out. I need to go before it's too late. Just the fact that she could send me a telepathic message from such a distance showed how much her abilities had advanced. I hope there's still a way to bring you back, and that you still have the will to be saved. For the sake of preparing for the danger Cheon Yura would pose in the future. If not, what I had to do was already decided. The inner sanctuary of the heavenly demon pavilion. Cheon Taejong, the cult leader who had been meditating quietly, slowly opened his eyes. Yeomyung. Now virtually a half-divine being, Cheon Taejong let out a sorrowful sigh. You've made a foolish choice. If he could, he wanted to rush to 10,000 mountains right this moment and stop Cheon Yeomyung. But if he did that, even the little time he had left would be completely used up. Especially since, not long ago, he had taken out his frustration on the grand heavenly lord when he had come to visit. I had hoped that little brother of yours could save even you, but was that too much to wish for? 2 streams of tears rolled down the eyes of the cult leader, who now appeared more like a boy than a grown man. I truly have no face to meet the enemy hawk. He could see the heavenly energy twisting in real time. The distorted energy signaled the birth of a new evil. But near the star that heralded the birth of that evil, a star wrapped in a double helix of black and gold, one that devoured all fate, was drawing closer. Once, no one had welcomed that star more than Cheon Taejong, but now, faced with that unforgiving star's presence, he couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Chapter 287. Bongsian Ritual 5, Gam Unbai had originally come from the back alleys of Evil Path Castle. Like most people of the demonic path, Gam Unbai had almost no memories from before he could remember. In other words, he had no parents. Normally, those born in such back alleys wouldn't even survive to adulthood and would die nameless deaths. However, Gam Unbai had been born with physical might and a vicious nature. When it came to sheer strength, he could overwhelm most internal energy experts with ease. And he possessed a natural instinct that allowed him to fully utilize that power. It was only natural that he caught the attention of the leadership of Evil Path Castle and began his meteoric rise. It could even be called inevitable. It wasn't well known, but when Gam Unbai was in his late teens, Evil Path Castle had actually been an excellent place for someone to climb the ranks. A few years earlier, one of the candidates for succession, Jin Yeomyung, known as the Lord of 100 Evils, had been driven out in a power struggle. He had fled with his followers in a massive defection. Though this had weakened Evil Path Castle's influence and thrown both its internal and external affairs into turmoil, Gam Unbai had possessed the talent to break through the shattered ceiling that remained. Though he had already been advancing purely on the strength of his physical might, Gam Unbai truly exploded onto the scene during a martial competition held for the lower and mid-tier warriors of the castle. In Evil Path Castle, the difference between lower-tier and mid-tier warriors was absolute. Especially among the upper ranks of the mid-tier, those warriors were typically capable of wielding sword chi. Yet even they had fallen to Gam Unbai's unreal physical power. Only the final opponent he faced in the finals had given him any real trouble. But at that critical moment, Gam Unbai had awakened his blood power. His opponent had been crushed so completely that not even a corpse had been left behind, handing victory to Gam Unbai. And so, standing on the podium of the awards ceremony, to think I would find the bloodline of one of the 4 fiends in a place like this. There, Gam Unbai had met the previous 3rd Heavenly Lord, one of Evil Path Castle's leaders, and received the leadership seal. Everything had progressed smoothly after that. Gam Unbai, who had been nothing more than a low-tier warrior in his early 20s, had taken only 20 years to rise to the pinnacle of Evil Path Castle, earning the title of Tyrant of the Central Plains. In the years of struggle where he clashed with every strong opponent who stood in his way, he had lived each day true to his instincts, growing stronger day by day. However, even those days had to come to an end eventually. The higher his status rose and the more his skills increased, the fewer masters remained who could suppress Gam-unbis bloodlust. At the peak level, the influence one exerted was so great that, unless there was an overwhelming justification, one rarely found the chance to fight. On rare occasions, internal purges or assassination requests from other members of the Ten Lords would arrive. But those requests usually ended up going to someone like Second Heavenly Lord, who had no faction of his own. Thus, having reached the position of one of the 5 kings of the Central Plains, with only the 3 supremes above him, Gam-unbai had grown terribly lazy from a certain point onward. He had always longed to fight the strong. He had dreamed of dying honorably in battle against a transcendent opponent. But now, there were so few people in the entire Central Plains capable of giving him that kind of death that he could count them on one hand. The 3 supremes of the Central Plains, the Demon Supreme, the Buddha Supreme, and the Tao Supreme. The Grand Heavenly Lord, the elusive leader of the heaven-defying society, whose true face had never been revealed. And finally, the only one who had ever been rated above him in martial power, Second Heavenly Lord. It's been a while, Third Heavenly Lord. One of those rare few now stood before Gam-unbai, who had lost his reason. Second Heavenly Lord, Old Han, could not hide his troubled expression as he looked at the monstrous, gorilla-like form of Gam-unbai. To think you'd look like that in broad daylight is it because of the black demonic energy covering the sky. Just as Old Han said, the demonic energy swallowing the sky above the Yu family's sacred mountain had blocked out the light of the world, like a total solar eclipse. Old Han shook his head bitterly. I heard you were defeated by my disciple, but it seems the Grand Heavenly Lord has yet to grant you the release of death. KRRRK, I sympathize with you, being in much the same position myself. I've been causing a stir trying to leave the council, but honestly, I am not even sure if the Grand Heavenly Lord planted something in my body. You've always wanted to fight me, haven't you? Thanks to the Grand Heavenly Lord's interference and my own avoidance, you never had the chance until now. Though the Grand Heavenly Lord had never interfered with the power struggles among the Ten Lords, he had strictly controlled any potential fight between Old Han and Gam-unbai. However, I've reached the point where I have nothing left to hold me back. Old Han slowly drew his sword with a grin, and I have to open a path for my disciple now. KRRRK, I'll give you the ending you've longed for. Flash. Refined, black energy, flowing as quietly as water, began to ripple along Old Han's blade. Though I wonder if you, who have lost your reason, still want that ending. At that moment, indigo energy surged from the massive sword in Gam-unbis' right hand. Sick, for a fleeting instant, a satisfied smile spread across Gam-unbis' lips. So your instinct to fight still remains after all. Boom! A single clash shattered an entire peak of the Yu family's sacred mountain in an earth-shaking collision. The impact of their clash was so overwhelming that it momentarily halted the advance of those trying to enter the central altar. Damn it. To think such monstrous beings actually exist in this world. The shock was even greater for those who had not reached the transformation realm and had only achieved middling success. The divine might of the two was enough to make those who once ruled small regions realize just how small they truly were. Even Saber King winced as he sensed the destructive power erupting from afar. Your master truly is a fearsome monster. No wonder the sword demon had to sacrifice an arm to him. I opened my eyes wide in surprise. What? The sword demon sacrificed an arm? You didn't hear? Well, if you've been stuck in Hainan Island all this time, I suppose you wouldn't have. Saber King explained what had happened. The heavenly demon cult had dispatched a rescue team led by the sword demon. And standing alone to block their path had been none other than Second Heavenly Lord, Old Han. Realizing that my master had once nearly taken my life, I couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in my mouth. Saber King gave me a piece of advice. Well, we don't have an issue, but you'd better avoid letting your cultists and your master meet. Especially the Blood Dragon demonic clanthide go completely insane. That's true. To the Blood Dragon demonic clan, the sword demon was an absolute existence. If the one who had severed the sword demon's arm stood right before them, the maniacs from the Blood Dragon demonic clan wouldn't cower. They'd charge in, screaming for revenge like lunatics. At that moment, I was nearly certain having already experienced the Bloodstream Sword Squad and the White Horse Sword Squad of the Ma clan when they had been hunting Ma Chialsu. Just then, Wisdom Talent spoke while looking off somewhere. Your master drawing away the strongest monster is certainly encouraging, but I doubt things will resolve that easily. Just as he said, the the number of foreign presences rapidly increased, centering on Yongchun Peak, where the ritual was being conducted. Though the entire Yongchun Peak was surrounded by dark fog, making it hard to discern awakened forms. No, it felt slightly different from that. Rather, they resemble the monsters I used to hunt in my previous life. I could faintly sense some human presences, but the ones now appearing felt fundamentally different in nature. Perhaps they were minions of Chenak, or even monsters from the mythical era. Let's hurry. At this rate, the entrance will be blocked. Ah, wait a moment. I picked a cluster of blue stone flowers blooming near the shrine and tucked them into my robes. I also picked a few of the nearby red chrysanthemums and placed them together. Red chrysanthemums. For some reason, whenever I was near Yura, I always caught a faint scent of chrysanthemums. I miss her. I missed her so desperately that it was driving me mad. 3 months of unconsciousness. Another 3 months here since returning from Hainan Island. It had already been half a year since I last saw Yura's face. I wanted to throw everything away and head to the 10,000 mountain range right this instant. However, I have to do what must be done. Today, I would settle things with Jin Yeomyung, one way or another. While my master was keeping Gam Unbai occupied, the rest of us finally reached the entrance of Yongchun Peak. And we were all shocked by the scene that unfolded before us. So this is what they meant by a demonic domain. The massive mass of demonic energy rising from the altar had not only shot into the sky, but had spread across the entire Yongchun Peak, distorting the environment of the mountain. The once ordinary vegetation had transformed into something like the tropical jungles of southern barbarian territory, spewing a poisonous miasma lethal to the human body. What is this? Is it even possible for demonic energy to do something like this? Those familiar with the demonic practitioners of the cult grimaced in disbelief. This isn't an environment where humans can survive. The density of internal energy permeating the entire space was absurdly high, similar to Seonggyeoncheon. However, since the ritual itself had been twisted, the resulting environment had also been twisted beyond recognition. If a normal ritual had been performed, this place would likely have become an area much like Seonggyeoncheon. Look over there. Everyone's attention turned to the spot someone was pointing at. Are those golden robes? Some recognized the figures by their uniforms, but even at a glance, it was clear that these people could no longer be considered alive. Their eyes were unfocused, their skin had turned pitch black. They've been consumed by the ritual. They must have entered the mountain in pursuit of Lord Baekjeong, only to be exposed to the demonic energy once the ritual fully began. Even powerful martial artists struggle to survive in such dense demonic energy. To have been exposed to this twisted miasma for so long, the result was painfully obvious. The golden robes, consumed by demonic energy, let out ghastly howls as they charged at the intruders. These damned wretches dare. In an instant, a chaotic melee broke out between the living and the dead. On our side were martial artists who had all reached the peak level. The golden robes, at best, were only first-rate or at their peak. Normally, it wouldn't even have been considered a fight. But they are regenerating. They don't die even if you cut off their heads. You have to completely sever their limbs. Like an army of immortals, the golden robes displayed inhuman regenerative abilities, holding their ground against the elite warriors of Black Lotus Union. As I stood silently observing the scene, Baek approached me. "What are you thinking about so deeply, young Master Jin?" Lady Baek. After a moment of consideration, I asked her, "How long do you think you can endure in this environment, with this miasma in the air?" Baek pondered seriously before answering. "If I don't engage in any combat, about a week. But if fighting breaks out, I doubt it'll last even 2 days." 2 days? She nodded with a grimace. The poison mixed in with the demonic energy is too strong. Honestly, the environment we faced at the ruins of the Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden was far more tolerable. From her assessment, anyone below the first-rate level, no matter if they were demonic practitioners, wouldn't last long and would soon end up like the golden robes before us. But why do you ask? I was wondering what would have happened if this ritual had erupted in the heart of the 10,000 mountain range. Baek's face twisted in horror. "Why, young Master Jin, what are you saying?" Because of its vastness, it hadn't seemed obvious. But the 10,000 mountain range, too, was a place filled with spiritual energy. No less than Yu family's sacred mountain, perhaps even more. If even one of the 8 great demon peaks at the center of the 10,000 mountain range ended up like this, the resulting disaster was something I didn't even want to imagine. It's just a hypothetical. We must never let such a thing happen. For some reason, Beek Sanga wore a deeply troubled expression. At that moment, Saber King approached me after surveying the situation. Little brother, it seems we can't afford to sit around any longer. That much is clear. The further up we looked toward the summit of Yongchun Peak, the stronger and more numerous the presences became. I am no expert in rituals, but if this keeps up, something disastrous is bound to happen. We can't possibly fight them all off. We'll have to force our way through to the summit, even if it means taking some losses. I nodded at his words. I actually have a plan for that. A plan? Saber King and Beek Sanga tilted their heads in confusion. I turned toward an empty space where no presence could be felt and called out. Come out, I need your help. The two of them looked even more confused. Even if this person had somehow fooled the senses of these two peak-level martial artists, they couldn't fool my eyes. They're obviously hiding because they don't want to get involved, but since they've come this far, there's no backing out now. Despite my clear call, there was no response, and I felt a vain throb on my forehead. Are you seriously not coming out? I reached out toward the empty air. And then how did you even notice? My hand grabbed someone by the scruff of the neck. Like seaweed being pulled from the ocean, Sochin's body emerged from thin air. Beek Sanga gasped in shock. Yeo-myung Master Sochin? Chapter 288. Jin Yeomyung, 1, Beek Sanga cried out in shock. Yeo-myung Master Sochin? Aren't you supposed to be dealing with the backlog of documents at the main branch of the Black Lotus Union? Sochin, who had appeared while being grabbed by the scruff of his neck, scratched his cheek awkwardly at Beek Sanga's remark. Well, that's why you were excluded from this operation. What was even more absurd was that throughout the long journey from Luoyang to here, not once had I detected Sochin's presence. At those words, Sochin suddenly let out a foolish laugh and quickly darted behind me like a cockroach. Sochin whispered softly from behind my back. Save me, please, I replied dryly. What the hell were you doing at the Black Lotus Union? Sochin made a tearful face. That's what I want to ask you. I belong to the heavenly demon cult, but I somehow got caught by that brute of a woman, and seriously a brute of a woman? I wondered if there was such a woman in the Black Lotus Union. Surprisingly, the answer came from Beek Sanga's mouth. If Uni finds out, she'll probably tear young Master Sochin apart. I roughly understood the situation. Somehow, while hanging around with Beek Sanga, he must gotten caught by Yeo-myung and exploited. Well, assigning work is one thing, but the Black Lotus Union can't hold Sochin accountable. He's formally under my command. Currently, Sochin's family, the Hidden Shadow So clan, was under closed-door isolation. And Sochin, along with Soryu, was currently serving under me as an instructor for the Underworld Corps. Beek Sanga clicked her tongue lightly and glanced at Sochin. Well, young Master Sochin did cause some damage to the Black Lotus Union with his kleptomania. I understood immediately. So it wasn't exploitation, but a rightful consequence of his theft. At that moment, Sochin wailed from behind me. I don't want to work. Why do I have to deal with paperwork? Everyone's expression turned somber at that soulful cry, as if you didn't want to work, you shouldn't have been stealing in the first place. I sighed and smacked Sochin on the head. Given the situation, we couldn't afford to waste any more time here. Anyway, we need your myriad image Taiji ability. Can you get us to the top of the mountain? I didn't know what kind of special training he received from the heavenly demon founder of the Heaven of Sacred Spirits, but Sochin now had the skill to hide himself even from a supreme demon realm master. Well, it's not impossible. Sochin rubbed his sore forehead and asked back. Are you sure about this? Climbing the mountain is one thing, but what comes after is going to be hell. Sochin's eyes sharply faced the harsh reality. Even if we managed to break through, what awaited us afterward would be a defensive battle against the swarming monsters. Du Wang spoke up. We'll have to cut off the source's head as quickly as possible. Sochin grimaced at the poisonous demonic realm before us. Honestly, I didn't want to step into that place either. Once this is over, you're returning with me anyway, so help us just one last time. Tisk, fine, I have no choice. The word return seemed to move Sochin's heart. Just as Sochin, now fired up, stepped forward with determination, Beek Sanga approached me and whispered softly. Well, young Master Jin, we're still short on administrative staff, so we could really use young Master Sochin's help a bit longer. I didn't say where he'd be returning to. Beek Sanga's eyes instantly turned cold after her brief hesitation. Wasn't that a bit harsh? Unaware that someone he considered a friend was scheming to trick him, Sochin deployed his myriad image Taiji with all his might. TSS, TSS, TSS. A black and white Taiji sphere, emitting demonic energy, formed above Sochin's palm. That small orb, worthy of being called a demonic Taiji, rapidly expanded and swallowed the dozen or so members within its range. Ho! If before it could barely fit 2 or 3 people, its range had now increased significantly. Most importantly, since it's the same domain of demonic energy, the miasma isn't invading. The miasma that filled the surroundings couldn't penetrate Sochin's myriad image Taiji. While a supreme demon realm master could achieve a similar effect by deploying their domain, the enormous internal energy consumption made this incomparable. This is pretty useful. I had considered handing him back to the Black Lotus Union to work him harder, but at this rate, keeping him around seemed more beneficial. All right, let's go, Sochin shouted enthusiastically. At his words, I decided to put aside his future for now and focus on the task ahead. Hidden within Sochin's myriad image Taiji, we easily broke through the monsters of Yongchun Peak. It seems that pressing on any further is impossible. At the summit of Yongchun Peak, before us stood a massive black domain enveloping the entire altar, and our advance came to a halt. Most of us instinctively realized the moment we saw that domain. Entering that place with a human body was impossible. Even Beek Sangha, who had reached the extreme demon realm, was visibly horrified. So what hope was there for the others? HMPH, what's with the mighty myriad Wei King sounding so weak? Watch this. One of the newly recruited top experts of the Black Lotus Union, Blood Ghost Rageclaw, arrogantly approached the Black Domain. Hey, Blood Ghost. Blood Ghost's companion, Blood Talon, reached out in panic to stop him. This measly demonic energy can't possibly pierce this body's defensive Chi Guarog. The moment Blood Ghost Rageclaw set foot inside the Black Domain, the black mass, covering the altar, moved as if alive, swallowing Blood Ghost Rageclaw whole. Sa save. Blood Ghost Rageclaw struggled desperately, but before anyone could react, his entire body began to shrivel like a withered tree. As Blood Ghost Rageclaw was swallowed without offering any real resistance, a heavy silence fell over the group. Gulp, the loud sound of someone swallowing echoed when I stepped forward. It seems I'll have to go in alone. Yeo-myung Master Jin? Have you lost your mind? Saber King and Beek Sangha shouted in shock. That's merely an abnormally high concentration of demonic energy. Of course, seeing how it had swallowed Blood Ghost Rageclaw, it seemed there was some defensive mechanism at work, but at its core, his death was closer to self-destruction, unable to endure the density of demonic energy. For some reason, I think I'll be fine. I slowly stepped ahead of the group, approaching the Black Domain. That black, sticky mass that had swallowed Blood Ghost Rageclaw now reached toward me with its dark tendrils. However, back off. With a firm will, I rejected the black energy trying to invade me, and it slowly began to recede from around me. Ooh, amazing, Dharma transcendence. This term wasn't used just because one had refined their will. It was the state where one's body truly escaped the influence of Ma, demonic energy. No matter the type, demonic energy in this crude form could no longer affect my body. Without hesitation, I stepped toward the altar. Soon, my vision flipped, revealing an ornate altar with a small shrine placed atop it. And the moment I locked eyes on that shrine, I feel power surging. The power of the founder within me resonated with something, flooding my entire body with incomparable vitality. It had to be the fragments of the founder resonating from within that shrine. However, even as power surged within me, a sudden haze began to cloud my mind. If I could make that power mine, an overwhelming temptation dominated my thoughts. I walked toward the altar in a daze, and I thought if I could devour the something handling the founder's fragment in there, I was certain. There would be no one left who could stand in my way. Not even the cult leader if that happened. Claiming her, ruling the world, balancing everything would be within my grasp. Just then, the faint scent of chrysanthemum, lingering from within my clothes, tickled my nose. The image of someone who had once been in my embrace flashed through my mind like an illusion, snapping me out of the mental fog that had almost swallowed me whole. That was close. I clenched my eyes shut and looked up at the dark sky. Though my body had overcome demonic influence, it seemed my mind was not yet free from the inner demon. Had I been devoured just now, a demon capable of drowning the world in blood would have been born. That disaster would have rivaled the likes of Ma Sioyan, once called the blood demon god. It was then incredible, to maintain reason even within the great evil formation. A familiar voice I had heard once before reached my ears. What's this great evil formation? Surprisingly, The other party answered without resistance. Its proper name is the Great Heaven Evil Demon's Servant Formation. It's an ancient formation of the long-lost Sun and Moon Divine Sect. I had heard of it. One of the two formation arts that made up the original Celestial Observer, alongside the demonic spirit body flow formation. I thought it was just a training formation. Was this its true purpose? I didn't know how this person came to know such an ancient formation. But this wasn't the time to interrogate them about that. Sixth Heavenly Lord, how are you still standing here? The man who had once approached me with a proposal to kill the White Azure Lady, Baekchung. Sixth Heavenly Lord now stood before the altar, blocking my path. Well, I am somewhat the master of this ritual. I have my ways of holding on. I immediately saw through Sixth Heavenly Lord's bluff. You're not holding on. You've been devoured. Sixth Heavenly Lord's expression stiffened, just as I suspected. Sixth Heavenly Lord, the High Priest of the Heavenly Evil, had become bound to the entity called Cheon Yura the moment the ritual succeeded. But at the same time, a question arose. Did that man really perform the ritual without knowing he'd end up like this? That man, who had carefully plotted for decades, hiding under multiple identities? No, that couldn't be. You were aiming for the ritual to fail from the start, weren't you? By all appearances, the ritual had succeeded. The power I felt from within was greater than anything I had ever faced in this life. Flinch. Sixth Heavenly Lord's facial muscles twitched. With a resigned expression, he nodded. Yes, the ritual succeeded, but that's precisely the problem. What do you mean? The success of the ritual itself is the problem. Sixth Heavenly Lord sighed deeply. Well, I suppose you've already guessed, but that woman from the Chen clan and I had an alliance with matching goals. I offered her power through the ritual, and she accepted. There was no issue up to that point. Cheon Yura had desired power, even if destruction awaited her. Sixth Heavenly Lord had intended to grant her that destruction along with immense power. However, the real problem is that she, who wasn't even a proper demonic divine vessel, didn't self-destruct but fully absorbed the power of heaven's evil and intellect. Far from being destroyed, Cheon Yura had completed the ritual perfectly, gaining its full power. He began muttering with a pained expression. Heavenly researcher deceived us all. She wasn't a failure. No, to be precise, she was a failure in terms of being a demonic divine vessel. But she was a success in becoming something else. What did you just say? I should have realized it when the blood sex maiden tried to steal her away, even before she was subjected to the soul fusion ritual. You talk too much. Thud, a black tendril suddenly shot out from inside the shrine and pierced Sixth Heavenly Lord's heart. Chapter 289. Cheon Yura, too. The black tendril instantly pierced through Sixth Heavenly Lord's heart and lifted his body into the air. Kyuk, Kyohyok. Sixth Heavenly Lord coughed up blood and groaned in pain, but he didn't die instantly. Instead, he continued to writhe in agony. However, I didn't have the luxury to pay attention to Sixth Heavenly Lord's condition. It's fast, just now the movement of that black tendril. It had been so fast that even I struggled to react. After shaking Sixth Heavenly Lord off, his body crashed powerlessly to the ground. I slowly placed my hand on the hilt of True Star Sword, preparing for the next clash. But the black tendril didn't come for me. Instead, a welcoming voice reached my ears. Come on in. Step inside. This way. The blackened exterior walls of the dark shrine. What lay beyond that shrine was undoubtedly a realm even more demonic than this place. Nevertheless, I walked past Sixth Heavenly Lord and slowly approached the entrance of the shrine. At that moment, Kyuhyuk, there's not no way at all. Sixth Heavenly Lord, still coughing up blood, suddenly grabbed my ankle and spoke. Even if the power has been obtained, a ritual that isn't aligned with the heavenly and earthly timings is bound to be unstable. The Lord Baekchung is the key to breaking through. Just keep that in mind. Whether those words were truth or lies, I couldn't be sure. But this man was someone who ceaselessly deceived others. Whatever information he provided, I had to be discerning in how I used it. I stepped into the open entrance of the shrine. The moment I placed one foot inside, the space expanded. Far ahead in the center of the shrine, aside from the six-armed stone statue at the altar lit by 2 candles, the entire space expanded, consumed by darkness. It felt as if I had entered the belly of some creatorian unsettling sensation. Not surprised, are you? A faint chuckle echoed from within, a voice completely different from any I had heard until now. Unlike anything I had felt before. Was this woman standing before me truly the same Cheon Yura I once knew? Lady Cheon Yura, that's right. SSSSH, As the candle light on either side flickered, her outline, which had been hidden in the darkness, gradually revealed itself. Looking at her, I spoke. You've changed a lot. Seems like you've completely stopped mimicking Yura's way of speaking too. Yura, huh? A look of clear displeasure spread across Jin Yeomyung's face. That doesn't sit well with me. Is that so? At that moment, she suddenly said something unexpected. Call me Yeomyung and I'll forgive you. What an absurd thing to say. I shook my head in disbelief. Sorry, but I can't do that. The moment I expressed my refusal. Chwararuruk, 6 tendrils suddenly shot out from behind her, aiming for my entire body. In response, True Star Sword flew from its sheath at my waist like a lightning bolt. It was certainly fast. But since it wasn't a surprise attack, it wasn't hard to deal with. TSDSDSDSD? In an instant, my body split into 6 afterimages. 5 of the tendrils pierced through different afterimages, and just as the last tendril aimed for my real body, True Star Sword deflected its strike. Kagagang, I could feel the texture of a beast in that black tendril I had thought was just a tentacle. Not a tendril, a tail. Just what had Jin Yeomyung turned into? Jin Yeomyung asked, sounding genuinely curious. What is that martial art? I don't think I've seen it before. Since it didn't matter if she knew, I answered honestly. The heaven-defying society's secret art, 6 illusory shadow steps. It was the secret movement technique of the illusion clan that Hwan Seong Sahyung had passed down to me before I came here. The illusion clan, huh? Well, since the illusion clan and I were mortal enemies, it was natural for her to be puzzled. Still, you've become rather aggressive, attacking without a word. She scoffed. That was just a light greeting. I've always been like this. Huh, come to think of it. I paused for a moment at her words. After all, the one who had swung her sword at Beak, Sangha the moment we met, was none other than Jin Yeomyung standing before me now. Well, I suppose that's true. SSSSH. Her full figure, previously hidden in the shadows, slowly revealed itself. Behind her, 6 tails made of darkness swayed like tendrils. Their shape reminded me of something I had seen in the classic of mountains and seas. A 9-tailed fox? She nodded. Yes. Since the ritual used the blood of a fox spirit as its offering, I ended up like this. Looking at her, I realized that 6th Heavenly Lord's words weren't entirely false. If the ritual had been a complete success, she shouldn't have been influenced by a mere demonic beast. More importantly, she's bound by the ritual, anchored to this place. Knowing the temper of the Jin Yeomyung I was familiar with, she wouldn't have called me here. She would have come to find me herself. However, it seemed that something had gone wrong, and she couldn't leave this place. I stared straight at Jin Yeomyung's face. Though your temper remains the same, your appearance has changed quite a bit. Really. Aside from the tails on her back, even her pupils were entirely dyed in darkness. But what stood out even more was that the sharpness in her features had softened slightly, her eyes subtly slanting downward. The problem was she looks chillingly like Yura. They had always resembled each other to some degree, but now, apart from the color of her eyes, she looked so much like Jin Yura that one could easily mistake them for twins. How are you feeling right now? She grinned. Not bad at all, even though you can't move. It's not like I'm bound here forever. If I can gather enough offerings, I'll be free. How many do you need? About after thinking for a moment, she gave her answer. 300,000. That should be enough. I felt a chill run down my spine. Right now, Jin Yeomyung dismissed the lives of 300,000 people as if it were nothing. Why that expression? All it takes is swallowing a single city. A whole city, she said. How distorted had her perception become, while I was silently clicking my tongue inside. Drop the act, Jin Yeomyung. She shot me a cold glare. If saving Cheon Yura required the lives of hundreds of thousands, you wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice 300,000 or even 1,000,000, would you? Am I wrong? I let out a hollow laugh. No, you're not wrong. If Cheon Yura ever faced such a situation, I would gladly stain my hands with blood and cross a sea of corpses. But even so, I wouldn't treat those lives as lightly as you do, lady. I would agonize, suffer, be tormented by guilt, and still, I would have no choice but to make that decision. But it seemed my words didn't resonate with Jin Yeomyung. Hypocrite. You and I both don't care about the means as long as we achieve our goals. She struck where it hurt. You knew something like this would happen, yet you didn't kill me and left me alive, didn't you? So she noticed. Well, unlike Cheon Yura, Jin Yeomyung had always been quick-witted. In everything except talent for martial arts and appearance, she had surpassed Cheon Yura. Finding nothing more to say, I changed the subject. Enough small talk. Let's get to the point. Let's. Jin Yeomyung didn't press further and slowly approached me as she spoke. I'm going to kill the grand heavenly lord. Join me. If I can devour him, I want need to take 300,000 lives. That's unexpected. I had thought she would mention Cheon Yura first, but it seemed her priorities had shifted. Cheon Yeomyung smiled seductively as she continued. What do you say? If the grand heavenly lord disappears, wouldn't that resolve your biggest concern? That's true, but I could read something in her expression. It was unmistakable greed she couldn't hide. Though her priorities might have changed, her nature had not. In the end, Lady Cheon Yeomyung, speak. Are you satisfied with what you've become? After a brief pause, she answered. What if I am? I asked again. Do you have even the slightest desire to return to how you once were? At my question, Cheon Yeomyung gave me a look of genuine incomprehension. Why would I do that? It was the same as when I had just stepped into this space. Though her body might have accepted the power, her mind had been captivated by the overwhelming force before her. Though her memories and sense of self remained, something deep within the core of her existence had become twisted. You're not just drunk on power, you've been completely consumed by it. What? Let me ask one final thing. Though the answer was obvious, considering her current state, I still asked her. If I agree to help you with your plan, would you be willing to leave Yura alone? She grinned. Not a chance. Once I devour the grand heavenly lord, shall be my next target. Truly, her answer didn't stray an inch from what I had expected. Cheon Yeomyung elegantly twirled with her fingers holding her skirt. I told you before, didn't I? I've already surpassed Cheon Yura. Neither her heavenly demonic divine art nor her heaven-slaying chi can harm me anymore. Indeed, I could feel the power of the heavenly demon founder in her now. Even the heavenly demon's power that had been fatal to the awakened of the heaven-defying society no longer seemed to affect her. Not long ago, she had barely reached extreme demon realm, but now she had become someone I, even after reaching transcendent demon realm, couldn't easily measure my chances against. And the problem was that this wasn't even her limit. I let out a sigh. In exchange, you've given up being human. As she was now, calling Cheon Yeomyung human would be a stretch, even being generous. She had become a monster, very kind I had faced countless times in my past, life who preyed on humans without hesitation. That's not a problem. Her presence gradually began to shift into a battle-ready stance. Remember what I told you? That I would one day reach my hand out to you again. I nodded. You asked me to seriously consider it when that time comes. That's right. That time is now. Cheon Yeomyung extended her darkened right hand toward me. Take it. It wasn't a suggestion, but a demand that refused rejection. Yet, that demand was sweeter than anything else in this world. I can give you anything you desire. She spoke with utter sincerity. Power, pleasure, wealth, even endless life. Whatever it is, even if it means exhausting all the resources of this world, I'll place it in your hands. Right now, she had the potential to make those words a reality. So abandon Cheon Yura and come to me. I'm begging you. I stared into her eyes. I could still feel the endless greed and jealousy swirling within them. But surprisingly, along with those, I could also see something just as strong desperation. This wasn't just about rivalry with Cheon Yura. She genuinely desired me as a person. Letting out a deep sigh, I finally voiced the truth I had buried deep inside my heart. To be honest, I once wished to live a carefree, indulgent life. I had actually lived that way for about 20 years. Having suffered so much in the past, I dreamed of living the rest of my life in reckless luxury as compensation. And frankly, even now, if I could, I would still choose to live like that. I can give you that. For 100 years, 1,000 years. Even if you refuse to help me, as long as you abandon her and come to me. But every time I had those thoughts, a certain vision kept appearing before my eyes. Yes, even now, in this very moment. In the heart of the heavenly demon pavilion engulfed in flames, I could see her body pierced by countless blades, even as blood dripped from her lips. The last moment when she had smiled and asked me to seduce her. That image continued to flicker before my eyes like a mirage, even now. Every time I see that vision, my wavering resolve becomes firm again. What is that resolve? In this life, I will dedicate everything to a single woman. Flinch, her body froze. I slowly opened my eyes halfway and offered her my apology. Thank you for the offer, but I must decline. Chapter 290, Cheon Yeomyung 3. A heavy silence fell. So, in the end, Yura determined to reject me. Cheon Yeomyung's outstretched hand dropped. Her face twisted again into that vicious expression she had worn before. In that case, like that old man outside, I have no choice but to force a leash on you. It was coming. The binding spell of Cheon Yeomyung, which was closer to sorcery than to the usual attacks of a martial artist. The darkness that filled the surroundings rushed toward me like a cloud, trying to bind my body. However, at the same time, something sleeping in my embrace began to emit light. Snap! That darkness, like shattered glass, could no longer invade my body and scattered away. How? Jin Yeomyung immediately realized the cause. She glared at my chest and shouted, "You used the power of an external object." Just as she said, the artifact that had been quietly lying in my possession all this time had activated, blocking Jin Yeomyung's technique. "Do you have no pride as a martial artist?" At her words, I let out a snort. "That's not something you should be saying, lady." Of all people, she was the last one qualified to say that, having built her power with borrowed strength like a castle of sand. Clicking my tongue, I lectured her. It's prejudice to think a martial artist shouldn't rely on a weapon. In fact, the stronger you get, the more you need the right equipment to match your level. Back in my day, if you didn't have at least a legendary or myth-grade weapon, people would treat you like a fool. Stop spouting nonsense. I am serious. Regardless, I took advantage of her momentary rage to widen the distance between us. And without delay, I gathered my strength to the fullest. Heart sword heaven-shattering demon-slaying slash the sword of will cut through the darkness as it surged forward. But the target of my heaven-shattering demon-slaying slash wasn't Jin Yeomyung herself. It was aimed beyond her head, at a massive sphere hidden deep in the darkness. "What is this?" Jin Yeomyung, utterly shocked, reached out her hand. In an instant, she gathered the surrounding darkness and formed a barrier to block the advancing heaven-shattering demon-slaying slash. Boom, the wall of darkness collided with my attack, canceling each other out. I clicked my tongue at the sight. What ridiculous strength. I had used nearly 80% of my power, and yet she blocked it so easily. That wall of darkness had enough potential to crush someone like Gam Unbai without effort. However, having been caught off guard, Jin Yeomyung gritted her teeth and glared at me. "So you knew from the start that I was using such a cheap trick? I had a hunch the moment I saw you. If the ritual had succeeded perfectly, she wouldn't have looked like this." No matter how great her vessel might be, someone who had only reached the peak level couldn't possibly forge a body capable of withstanding a transcendent demon realm strike in just half a day. Even if she had given up being human, you can't leave this space. You're being affected by someone else's form. If you're drawing power from something external, it explains everything. Just as I said. There it was beyond her, floating in the darkness, the sealed black sphere that contained Lord Baekjung, Ju Baek Ryo. 6 shards orbited that sphere, generating near-infinite power. Of course, the fact that she could use that power without self-destruction meant Jin Yeomyung's potential deserved to be reevaluated. But still, the ritual hadn't been completed. If I wanted to find a chance to win, I had no choice but to exploit that gap. "I thought I hit it well enough, but you really are too sharp." She bared her teeth in frustration. But even so, nothing changes. At least within this space, there's no one who can oppose me. She was probably right. No matter how many came, in her current state, they would all just become sacrifices. But there was one thing Jin Yeomyung had overlooked. It sounded self-congratulatory, but it was the fact that her opponent was me. Pointing my sword at her, I spoke. "Do you realize how many monsters like you I've faced? I've seen countless unworthy people obtain power beyond their station. And they all had something in common. That was, when wielding unfamiliar power, their attack patterns became extremely simple." "And what is that?" I didn't wait for her to finish speaking and quickly lunged forward. "You bastard." Enraged, Jin Yeomyung lashed out once again with the tail extending from her back. Jin Yeomyung's primary means of attack. The tail behind her, and the unidentified darkness filling this space with physical force. Whoosh. Flames erupted from the blade of my true star sword. But this wasn't the usual black flame of the heavenly demonic divine art or the 10 heavenly record demonic sword. It was a radiant blade shimmering with golden light. Flinch. Realizing the danger of that sword a moment too late, Jin Yeomyung hastily tried to withdraw her tail, but it was too late. The golden blade mercilessly severed her 6 tails. Kaya! Jin Yeomyung let out a beastly, vicious scream as her tails were sliced off in an instant. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." "What is that? What the hell is that thing?" Her pupils stretched horizontally as she howled in agony. If it were the usual Jin Yeomyung, she would have recognized it immediately. Had her senses and even her judgment dulled that much? If you were truly a member of our cult, you would know this. The secret art of the Pa clan, which cuts down all internal energy. Only then did Jin Yeomyung understand what I had just said, her face twisting in shock. one of the greatest secret techniques of the Pa clan Holy Saber. You've mastered even the Pa clan's Holy Blade after the Illusion clan's techniques? When the hell did you learn that? This technique, personally passed down by Pa Guncheng, had the reverse chi ability to burn willpower and dismantle chi circulation. While it was somewhat usable even at peak level by those who could handle willpower, its true value only fully revealed itself upon reaching the transcendent demon realm. Still writhing in pain, Jin Yeomyung opened her pitch-black eyes wide and shouted at me. No matter how great the Pa clan's secret art is, it's still a human technique. Do you really think it can harm me? What? Her tone had just changed all of a sudden. I felt a strange sense of unease for a moment, but soon shook it off. This may be a human technique, but it wasn't made to target humans. What? It's a solution, crafted by a disciple who dedicated their life to surpassing their master Yeo-myung, no different from a transcendent. Ma Sioyan's demonic blade. Yu Jian's 10 heavenly record demonic sword. Jin Guanchen's true holy deity. The disciples of the heavenly demon founder had all crafted their own answers over a lifetime to surpass their master. Naturally, Pa Guncheng, one of his disciples, was no exception. Holy demon heaven-shocking blade. This was Pa Guncheng's answer to surpass the heavenly demonic divine art. Though burning willpower makes it far from a safe technique, I couldn't deny that, in this situation, it was the most effective move against Jin Yeomyung. How dare you, a mere mortal causing me this much pain? Enraged, Jin Yeomyung began unleashing her full strength. It seemed she had given up on trying to subdue me and instead gathered the surrounding darkness to crush me entirely. Darkness, shaped like a massive cloud, surged in from all directions. I recognized the phenomenon with shock. The space is warping. Desperately moving my feet, I dodged the encroaching darkness. It was similar to Ma Sioyan's Blood Sea rampage, where attacks poured in from all sides. The only saving grace was that, unlike Blood Sea rampage, it didn't include meticulous techniques to seal off escape routes. However, unlike Blood Sea rampage, which I could break through using Asura God, just touching that darkness would deal fatal damage. Even brushing it with my arm would crush the limb into a pulp of blood. Unless I had reached the level of true holy deity, as Jin Guanchen had mentioned regarding Asura God, taking it head-on would be suicide. You dare to dodge me? Instead, Jin Yeomyung relentlessly pressed me with sheer power. And the more strength she drew upon, the more I could hear someone's agonizing screams in the distance. Aarg, there was no doubt it was Lord Beekchung. I can't drag this out any longer. If I delayed any further, Lord Beekchung's consciousness would vanish, and she would become nothing more than a tool supplying power to Jin Yeomyung. I stared at Jin Yeomyung, who was furiously swinging the darkness. I knew there's no way to finish this without causing harm. After all, she wielded the heavenly demon founder's power. Moreover, as time passed, Jin Yeomyung was clearly becoming more adept at controlling that power. If that continued, even the slim chance I had would disappear. No choice then. I had no choice but to risk everything before it was too late. Jin Yeomyung glared with eyes full of madness at the man who stubbornly rejected her until the end. Why? Why do you keep rejecting me? This was different from the past, when she simply craved to surpass Cheon Yura. Unlike the lowly obsession of the past, this time, she genuinely wanted him to stay by her side. Since before she could even remember, she had been thrown into the barren heart of the Cheon clan. Over time, she had begun to sense that someone had been secretly taking care of her. Especially whenever she witnessed other children, in situations similar to hers, dying from poisoning or assassination, that suspicion had grown into near certainty. However, even so, how could a child possibly understand unseen kindness and affection? In her life, there had never been such a thing as a companion. The Cheon clan's true-blooded scum who entered adolescence used to ramble about love, but to her, the so-called love and affection they spoke of were nothing but hypocrisy and playthings for the privileged. To the woman named Jin Yeomyung, love was something she neither understood nor wanted to understand. However, when she saw someone who threw away everything for the sake of others, she was struck by an overwhelming shock. A mad devotion that ruthlessly rejected every temptation, resembling that of a seeker. The moment she confirmed that his devotion was not deception, but truth, he became a precious treasure she wanted to possess no matter the cost. Especially after the betrayal of a confidant she had mistakenly believed was in the same position as herself, she had begun to crave him like a lunatic suffering from a mental disorder. Jealous. Maddeningly jealous. She had always hated Cheon Yura, but seeing him now, she hated her even more. She wanted him. If only she could see those eyes looking at her for a lifetime. If it meant that, she was willing to give up everything. But no matter what she did, he would not come to her. No matter what she offered, no matter what temptation she tried, he remained immovable. His unyielding stance infuriated her to the point of madness. Rather than give such a treasure to someone like Cheon Yura, she finally began to understand the twisted logic that if she couldn't have him, she would destroy him. A mindset that those who stood at the top naturally came to realize, but one she had never experienced because there had never been anyone she truly wanted to possess with sincerity. Chzzz. The darkness gathered, forming the shape of a massive hand. As she fought Jin Yeomyung, she began to slowly grasp how to apply her power. No, it felt as if someone was forcibly awakening her, as if she had been meant to wield it this way all along. Flash, Jin Yeomyung charged toward her, the holy saber blazing in his grip, aiming for her throat. Jin Yeomyung. With a savage roar, she swung 6 arms made of darkness, an attack far more powerful and solid than her foxtails. Whack! In an instant, Jin Yeomyung spat blood and was thrown back, holy saber or not. Not stopping there, Cheon Yura extended a dark arm to grab Jin Yeomyung's entire body, as if to crush him completely. Staring into his eyes, she pressed him to make his choice. Now, swear it. Say you'll abandon Cheon Yura. If you want to live, say it. Jin Yeomyung, lifting his head weakly, gave a slight smile. Sorry, but I can't do that. You to the very end? And this is the last. Shiver. The moment Cheon Yura saw Jin Yeomyung's triumphant smile, an unexplainable chill crawled up her spine. Realizing her life was in danger, she tried to crush him completely. True Star Sword, activate. Finally, the True Star Sword, one of the 3 great treasures of the Illusion clan that I had preserved until now. As its true power fully activated, the black sphere, containing Lord Baekjung in the distance, was cleanly split in 2. Arg. At that moment, both Cheon Yura and something hidden deep inside her screamed in unison. Chapter 291. The 7 demon gods, 1 Chuan Seong spoke while stroking the True Star Sword that I had handed over. In fact, True Star Sword is the most dangerous among the 3 treasures I brought. Is True Star Sword really that dangerous? Of course, I had suffered a fatal blow from True Star Sword when Chuan Seong had activated it. However, compared to the unrealistic power of Karma Mirror, which was limited in the number of uses, well, that was because its power hadn't been fully charged. Karma Mirror, in its normal state, is nothing more than a defensive technique. Ah, that's true. When fully charged, True Star Sword can utilize the concept of cutting to its absolute limit. To the limit, how it's not just about physical force. Oh, of course, it can slice through anything, whether it's diamond or one of the so-called 10 great strange weapons of Murim like its tofu. The 10 great strange weapons, could it be? Can it cut the heavenly demon sacred sword as well? At my sudden question, Chuan Seong looked slightly flustered. If you mean the heavenly demon's sacred sword, you're talking about Master's sword. Yes, it's possible, though things would be different if Master himself wielded it. I see, back to the point. I heard that the sect was attacked by their descendants before. Do you know why they attacked the sect with Karma Mirror instead of the sword? Is it because True Star Sword has a usage limit as well? Chuan Seong clapped his hands at my clever response. Correct. Unlike Karma Mirror, which can be used 3 times, True Star Sword can only be used once. Once you unleash its true power, that's the end. I swallowed dryly. If, as he said earlier, the concept of cutting wasn't limited to just physical things, could it cut concepts, phenomena, or even origins? Chuan Seong's eyes widened at my words. Impressive. It's rare for someone to understand this much. Most were ignorant martial artists, but even so, it was the first time someone grasped it so well. Is it possible to cut something like the limit of one's lifespan? Yes. Theoretically, achieving immortality with True Star Sword isn't just a dream. But to cut something like that, you'd need eyes that can clearly perceive the concept of lifespan. Chuan Seong pointed to his own eyes with his fingers. I saw his black pupils momentarily change into golden eyes like those of a cat. That must be the so-called dragon's eyes or something similar. By the way, Chuan Seong gave me a once-over with a curious look. Judging by how well you understand this, you must have seen something similar to True Star Sword before, haven't you? I won't deny it. Then I don't need to explain the sword's danger any further. Chuan Seong handed the sword back to me as he spoke. Remember this, disciple. You can only use this once. I hope y'all never find yourself in a situation where you have to use it in your lifetime. A monstrous sound, not human language, echoed around me. What I had cut with True Star Sword wasn't just the source of power supplying Jin Yeomyung. It was the ritual itself. I had cut the twisted ritual of Bongxian itself, dismantling the ceremony altogether. Squelch! Squelch! Along with something black and sticky like tar, the body of Lord Beekching collapsed powerlessly to the ground. At the same time, the fragments of the heavenly demon statue that had been resonating all ceased functioning at once. GRR, GRRRR, ugh, a voice completely different from Jin Yeomyung's up until now rang out. As I suspected the strange discomfort I had felt when Jin Yeomyung's tone had suddenly changed. The source of that discomfort now stood revealed before my eyes. In truth, with all my past life's experiences, I should have known. These human sacrifice rituals may seem like they grant power without much risk as long as you offer the sacrifice properly. But what is the true nature of such rituals? It is about offering a sacrifice to someone and drawing power from that someone. In my previous life, that someone was usually a maddened god. How dare you, how dare you, how dare you? From within Jin Yeomyung, that someone began unleashing its fury toward me. Though I had not cut Jin Yeomyung herself, her entire body was now cracked like the shell of a broken egg. And through those cracks something pure white began leaking out. Once again, the fragment of wisdom dares to interfere with me. That someone, clutching its head, shouted in hatred, "Are you heavenly evil?" The entity did not answer. I had found it strange, ever since Jin Yeomyung had started wielding the power of the heavenly demon statue. Because I had already experienced the nature of heavenly evil's power through the grand heavenly lord. That ominous light, pure white like blank paper, yet exuding an ominous presence to all who beheld it. The true nature of heavenly evil, which had been hiding within Jin Yeomyung all this time, began to emerge the moment I shattered the ritual. Do not interfere with me, outsider. Interfere or not, it's over now. The ritual has been nullified, so all I have to do is stall for time. Aarg. Leaving behind the writhing Jin Yeomyung, rather, whatever that thing was, I slowly approached Lord Beekching. In that short time, who knows how much life force had been drained from her. Her skin now looked no different from that of an old woman. She's alive, but this is dangerous. More importantly, the wound on her chest had not fully healed, and I couldn't sense any inner power from her body. If I left her like this, she wouldn't last much longer. But the problem was, I couldn't just leave that thing here and escape. If only I had someone to help, the only one who could enter this domain right now with sufficient strength was Master. But there was no way Master, who should be locked in a life-and-death struggle with Gamunbai, would show up here, disciple. Are you all right? Huh. I parted my lips slightly at the familiar voice I heard from afar. Is that really you, Master? Yes, you rascal. It was truly Master who emerged, cutting through the darkness. How did you deal with Gamunbai? Even if he had lost his sanity, someone of that level, once awakened, shouldn't have been easy to defeat, even for a master of the transcendent demon realm. However, Master gave a thin smile filled with hidden meaning. I minced him into tiny pieces. Was that for real? Well, I did end up using the hidden card Id kept secret to strike back at that damned grand heavenly lord, but I still took care of him without much trouble. How's the situation outside? At my question, Master's expression stiffened slightly. It's serious. The demonic energy that had covered only Yongchun Peak is now spreading as if it intends to engulf the entire Yu family's sacred mountain range. I evacuated everyone who had been holding back the monsters outside the mountain. It felt like things would get out of hand if they stayed any longer. That's a relief. There was this little lady who threw a tantrum, refusing to leave, so I had to knock her out. If it weren't for you, I might have taken her as a disciple. Had that happened, we would have ended up in conflict with one of the top 5 powers in the world. Though knowing Master, maybe he wouldn't care even if the opponent was the Namshin Beak family. Well, anyway, Master shrugged his shoulders. Take Ryoa and get out of here. I'll handle the rest. Master, what nonsense is that? Why? Did you think you could face that thing while leaving your master behind? Master's tone was firm. But I couldn't just leave him like this. He said he'd handle the rest, but no matter how mighty he was, holding that thing here meant throwing his life away. Do you think I'll end my first outing in 400 years like this? That someone who had been writhing in agony until now seemed to have regained its senses. I'll never, ever let you go. As Jin Yeomyung's and that someone's voices overlapped, her entire body suddenly began to explode. That's dangerous. Her physical body started to detonate. At the same time, the previously pitch-black space began to be covered with white. Damn it, even Master's expression showed dismay. The space was warping. Our exit was blocked. The boundary of reality is distorting. I instinctively understood what was happening. The ritual was forcibly running wild, turning part of reality into a space similar to the Holy Spirit's domain. This is a kind of erosion phenomenon. Before the ritual completely dissolved and the power scattered, the being inside Cheon Yura had recklessly taken a gamble. No matter what price it pays, it seems determined to capture us. No, rather than us, it seems to be after you specifically, my disciple. Master clicked his tongue after reading the malice emanating from afar. Rumble, rumble. From the distance, a massive figure of a completely different dimension revealed itself. A god with 6 arms and Cheon Yura's head, said to have ruled the skies before the mythic era. Heavenly evil. Chill, shiver. The sheer pressure and ominous presence were enough to make me lose all will to fight just by looking at it. It was the first time I had felt such raw fear since facing a maddened god in my past life. Incredible. Surprisingly, Master didn't seem all that shaken. He just clicked his tongue. Listen carefully, my disciple. Yes, Master. I heard that 400 years ago, your ancestor, 9 Heavens' mystic maiden, faced a similar situation. And 1,000 years ago, the heavenly demon founder and his disciples also faced something like that. I could roughly piece it together. The things the senior brothers had mentioned seemed to align with this. But surely, what we're facing now isn't on the same level as back then. Indeed. A being that 7 masters of the transcendent demon realm and their teacher had to fight together. A being that 2 masters of the supreme demon realm had to bet their lives to confront. The white giant in front of me certainly radiated transcendence beyond common sense, but it didn't quite give off the hopeless despair of world-ending destruction. I am still not sure which is Scarirth's thing or the cult leader. My mind felt like a tangled mess. Master spoke again. Still, it's certain that this is something the 2 of us alone can't handle. Watch your master fight. Wasn't seeing it with your own eyes your true objective this time. Just how much does Master know? I'm glad I can show this to you, my disciple. A ripple-like sword chi gathered on Master's sword, but it wasn't ordinary sword chi, nor was it a sword imbued with will. Rather, its essence felt closer to that of the true star sword. Your devotion to your successor is commendable, but your role isn't over yet. Flinch. Both I and even Master widened our eyes at the voice that rang out. But the surprise I felt was far greater than Master's. How are you here? Suddenly, 8 figures appeared behind us. The young man standing to the right of the one in the lead spoke. Didn't Master say? The boundary of reality has been distorted. You senior brother. The first disciple, Yeon, and the heavenly demon founder with his disciples. They had originally been nothing more than spiritual remnants, yet they now appeared here with physical forms. That's how we could appear here through the key that Master possesses. I had thought it might be theoretically possible, but I never imagined it could actually happen. HMPH, the heavenly demon founder at the front, gazed at the white figure of heavenly evil and spoke. Jiana, yes, Master, take Guncheng and Guanchen and try to buy us some time. I have something to discuss with the youngest. We obey your command, Master. As soon as those words were spoken, the first disciple Yeon and the 2 others charged toward heavenly evil. Though all 3 of them were masters of the transcendent demon realm, it was still just 3 people. There's no way they could handle heavenly evil with just that. As I struggled to find the right words to stop them, don't worry. With Jian stepping up, we have nothing to fear. The heavenly demon founder turned his head and looked at us with calm eyes. Then, clicking his tongue slightly, he added still, what on earth should I do with this troublesome one here? Flinch. It was as if he could see right through everything. Chapter 292. The 7 Demon Gods, 2. It seemed that the heavenly demon founder had realized that this entire incident had, to some extent, unfolded according to my intentions. His gaze turned toward my master. The master of this era must be having a hard time because of you. What the? I tried to protest with a sense of injustice. In both my past life and this one, my master had never truly suffered because of me. If anything, it had always been me who suffered because of him. But before I could say anything, click. My master grabbed his sword in a reverse grip and bowed deeply to the heavenly demon founder. Isn't that also part of the karma a master must bear? HMPH, that's certainly true. The heavenly demon founder replied with a smirk. I glared at my master, utterly dumbfounded. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. I thought about snapping back, but I held my tongue. Regardless of everything that had happened until now, my master had just tried to risk his life in my place. Left without much to say, I decided to change the subject. The 3 senior brothers won't be enough. We should join them as soon as, but my words were cut off by the heavenly demon founder. There's no need to feel threatened by that half-baked thing. Don't let yourself be swayed by the power it shows on the surface. Half-baked? The heavenly demon founder cast a pitiful glance. You should be at a level where you've already broken past the limits of mere inner energy, shouldn't you? Then you ought to adjust your perspective. I am talking about the perspective you once had but lost. My expression hardened slightly. That thing before you certainly has the power to destroy the world with brute strength alone. But it seems the transcendence it was meant to achieve has been severely damaged, likely due to the true Star Sword. Indeed, the true Star Sword had lived up to its reputation as the strongest of the Illusion clan's 3 great treasures. Though it hadn't completely annihilated it, it had cornered the enemy to the point where it had to choose mutual destruction. The heavenly demon founder pointed toward the ongoing battle between my 3 senior brothers and heavenly evil. Watch carefully. If it's you, y'all soon realize the meaning behind sending those 3. Standing to Yu Jeon's right, Pa Guncheng let out a bitter smile. It's been ages since we've coordinated like this. Jin Guanchen raised the corner of his mouth and replied, HMPH, Pa senior brother, don't tell me you've gone soft and stiffened up from living in peace. We are beings who can neither progress nor regress, just like your intelligence hasn't improved one bit in 1,000 years. Despite Pa Guncheng's sharp remark, Jin Guanchen didn't seem to care. Because deep down, he knew Jin Guanchen cherished his fellow disciples, even if he never expressed it in words. Well, I suppose it is a blessing to have lived so long without succumbing to dementia. Flash. In an instant, dark light surged from Jin Guanchen's entire body. It was the demonic heavenly body, known to the world as the perfected form of the Asura god. Let's do it like we used to. I'll take the hits, Pa senior brother draws its attention, and first senior brother finishes it off. Sounds good. I'll be counting on you, brothers. With both of them agreeing, Jin Guanchen let out a hearty laugh and charged forward. In response, bright white beams shot out from all 6 of Heavenly Evil's arms, sweeping over Jin Guanchen's entire body. However, boo-um, ha ha ha, that tingles a little. He dodged what he could, and for what he couldn't avoid, he took the hits head-on. Seeing his reckless defense, which didn't falter even under Heavenly Evil's spatial warping strikes, I couldn't hide my shock. Isn't he even tougher than Jin Gunak? At this rate, I felt like even if I unleashed destruction of heaven and earth at full power, he'd block it head-on. Well done. Pa Guncheng didn't miss the tiny gap created while Jin Guanchen was taking the brunt of the attacks. In an instant, brilliant holy energy burst from Pa Guncheng's saber. I respect everything about Master, but there's one thing I can never understand. He raised his saber high in a straight line and shouted boldly. That's the fact that Master never recognized the greatness of the saber. Supreme Demon King Saber technique, conquering Meteor Chi, one of the secret arts of the Pa clan, which Pa Yong-yong had once demonstrated to me. But this time, its power was beyond any comparison. Pa Guncheng's strike literally tore apart a portion of Heavenly Evil's upper body. Heavenly Evil let out a shriek. Once again, you dare to interfere with this one, fragments of the will? At a glance, it seemed like Heavenly Evil had taken a fatal hit from that single strike. But that's not enough. It was nothing more than superficial damage. Heavenly Evil's power remained completely intact. It regenerated its upper body right away and began firing blasts of energy toward Pa Guncheng and Jin Guanchen. Should I go too? At that moment, So Jiang stepped forward with a sly grin, but the heavenly demon founder shook his head instead. There's no need. Seeing that it hasn't used any of its authorities yet, there's nothing to worry about. Its movements will soon be sealed, so you don't need to concern yourself. Its movements will be sealed. More importantly, it seems there's no time to pass this on slowly. After all, that shell of heavenly evil, and we share the same fate. Flinch. My shoulders twitched slightly. The reason the heavenly demon founder and the 7 senior brothers could appear here in the first place, it was because the shrine erected in Yu family's sacred mountain had been consumed by heavenly evil's domain. In other words, if heavenly evil perished here, the heavenly demon founder and the 7 senior brothers present here would vanish along with it. The heavenly demon founder let out a soft sigh. Passing down knowledge to a successor is proving to be quite difficult, but this isn't necessarily a bad thing either. After all, We have an excellent learning material right in front of us. He couldn't possibly mean using heavenly evil as a training tool. I was appalled by the very idea. One might say this is a blessing in disguise. If we had blindly focused on the transmission alone, we might have courted disaster instead. In a way, your brief trip outside turned out to be heaven-sent. He had a point. Even though time flowed differently between the two spaces, there were still limits. Had I kept training endlessly for the succession of the heavenly demonic divine art, the situation outside might have worsened even further. And I would have encountered Jin Yeomyung without any preparation during that time. It'll be over soon. Heavenly evil was still swinging its overwhelming power. My 3 senior brothers didn't appear to have the upper hand at all, and by the look of things, the situation clearly seemed unfavorable. How in the world did they plan to finish this? While maintaining his posture in the ritual stance, Yeon spoke to the 2 of them. My technique will be ready soon. Hang in there a little longer. Pa Guncheng and Jin Guanchun nodded. Leave it to us. It's been ages since I've seen you use that technique, first senior brother. At the same moment, the lights from Jin Guanchun's demonic heavenly body and Pa Guncheng's holy energy blazed even fiercer as they pressed heavenly evil. The moment heavenly evil's attention was fully locked onto them, now, whoosh, Yeon's sword left his hand and shot toward heavenly evil. Transcendent technique heart's path transcendence resentment At first glance, it looked like a simple sword-throwing technique, but I could sense it. From that seemingly simple sword, I could feel a level of transcendence similar to that of the Venerable Buddha. No, the completeness of this attack actually surpassed the Venerable Buddha's flawed attempt. There's no doubt. Yeon, my first senior brother and the great master, had clearly set foot into the supreme demon realm. Though the sword seemed to move slowly, it landed unerringly, stabbing right into heavenly evil's forehead, one bearing Jin Yeomyung's face. And at the very same moment crackle, like a broken machine, heavenly evil's body froze in place. Could it be it's over? I knew it was a jinx to say such things, but the sight of heavenly evil frozen like a statue practically begged those words to be spoken. Yeon, who had approached while putting away his sword, spoke to me. Unfortunately, it's not dead. I've only sealed it temporarily. I had a feeling that was the case. I had already guessed as much. As beings born of thoughts and will, we are bound by the laws that prevent us from physically destroying heavenly evil. Even if Master himself took action, it would make no difference. Which meant, y'all have to be the one to finish it. So it was true after all. I looked at heavenly evil, bearing Jin Yeomyung's face, with a heavy heart. Was there truly any trace of Jin Yeomyung's personality left in there? It was then that the heavenly demon founder spoke. While inducing its self-destruction as you intended wouldn't be a bad approach, wouldn't it be better to get used to fighting heavenly evil while you have the chance? Master, your original intention was to use this as a preview for the future, wasn't it? It was as if he could read my mind. The heavenly demon founder had seen right through me. That's right. However, as you are now, you cannot destroy heavenly evil, not even its empty shell. That was true. Unless I reached a level on par with you, Yeon, there was no way I could destroy it in the material world. Which means y'all have to keep raising your level during the time you have left. The heavenly demon founder casually clapped his hands. Suddenly, the swirling world, painted in black and white like mixed ink, shifted into the forest where I had been training not long ago. He's reversed the domain's invasion? This was beyond what a martial artist should be capable of. Even the heavenly demon founder I met at the Heaven of Sacred Spirits had been shocking, but the current him had far surpassed the boundaries of a martial artist, practically standing as a transcendent being. How many are left? Only the little junior and the first senior brother remain. Considering the remaining time, that seems about right. The heavenly demon founder nodded. In Huan Xiang's case, since he was a sorcerer by nature, there wasn't much he could pass on to me. Just then, the heavenly demon founder suddenly turned to Huan Xiang and said something unexpected. Xiang, can you bring her here? Bring who? Huan Xiang hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. I've never seen her directly, so I can't say for sure, but since she and the disciple are bound by an abnormally strong thread of karma, it should be possible. Besides, there's a thin karmic thread connecting her to you as well, Master. That's promising. Of course, once she's brought here, she'll lose all her memories the moment she wakes up. It'll be nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Even so, the powerful experience engraved in her subconscious will surely help her someday in the distant future. Bring her here. Understood, Master. With a nod, Cheon Seong immediately began chanting a long incantation. What in the world is he saying? The heavenly demon founder turned to me. I hadn't intended to go this far, but given the circumstances, I suppose we should use the best method available. What do you mean? Originally, to erase heavenly evil's shell, you would have had to reach the later stages of the transcendent demon realm and enter the divine domain. But reaching that level isn't something that can be done in just a few years of training. We'll have to use a different method. A different method? Combining your power with someone who shares deep karmic ties with you to manifest transcendence even at a lower level. No way. There was only one technique that had the potential to achieve that. Before long, the space in front of Cheon Seong split open, forming a gate just big enough for a person to pass through. And from that gate emerged Jin Yeomyung, Yura. After nearly half a year apart, standing there with a slightly weary face, Jin Yura appeared before my eyes. Chapter 293. The two of us, one Jin Yeomyung. Jin Yura looked at me with a face full of disbelief. I, too, was speechless at her sudden appearance. Am I dreaming right now? Well, if you call this a dream, it kind of is. At the word dream, Jin Yura's beautiful face twisted. Her steps, which had been slowly approaching me, came to a halt. What a disgusting dream. As much as I desperately long for you, to think you'd appear even in my dreams just to torment me like this. Huh. What did she just say? Just as my face started to flush at her embarrassingly blunt confession, if I kill you, I should be able to wake up from this dream. Screech, she drew the heavenly demon sword and charged straight at me. Wait. Yura, stop. No words necessary. Though it seemed like she had mellowed a bit recently, Jin Yura had always been the type to act before speaking. In an instant, the blazing crimson hue of heaven-slaying chi surged toward my neck with dazzling transformations. However, I had regained almost all the divine power of my past life, having layered myself with countless opportunities and fortuitous encounters. I was stronger than Jin Yura, who had yet to break through to the transcendent demon realm. Clang, clang, clang. When I effortlessly blocked her attacks, Jin Yura's eyes widened. Her expression twisted even more fiercely. You're much stronger than the Jin Yeomyung I knew. This really is a dream, isn't it? And no, wait. It is a dream, but not a normal one. We're actually in a boundary between dream and reality. What nonsense are you spouting? Shut up and die. Don't hurt me anymore, you illusion. I am seriously going crazy here. It seemed that Jin Yura had been suffering emotionally quite a bit. She started to gather her will, preparing to unleash the underworld net sword. Fortunately, her actions were halted by the heavenly demon founder's words. Watching a married couple fight is amusing, but since time is short, let's stop here. Founder. Though he had grown a beard and his appearance had changed, Jin Yura immediately recognized the man as the heavenly demon founder. From what this disciple tells me, it seems you've met my past self before. With the appearance of the heavenly demon founder, something far too unexpected for a dream, Jin Yura began to sense that this place might actually be real. No way, this isn't an illusion. The illusionist who had summoned her nodded. That's right. Strictly speaking, I've only summoned your consciousness to the boundary between reality and illusion. I didn't think it would succeed on the first try. You must have been really exhausted. Your body is probably enjoying a sweet, deep sleep right about now. Ignoring whatever the illusionist was saying, Jin Yura finally accepted reality and looked directly at me, parting her lips slightly. Are you really Jin Yeomyung? Yes, she slowly walked toward me. Really? You're actually alive? I bowed my head like a sinner. I hadn't returned sooner. No matter my reasons, the fact remained that I had broken my promise and let things come to this point. As guilt surged within me, Yura, before I could say anything, whoosh, she suddenly wrapped her arms around me. Had she used her internal energy, she would have easily crushed my ribs with that grip. But what hurt more was my heart. She breathed softly in my embrace for a while, then whispered in a small voice. Thank goodness. Flinch, the moment I heard those words, I drew in a sharp breath. At the same time, her last image from the past started flashing through my mind. With trembling hands, I wrapped my arms around her back, holding her tightly. Hugh, our descendants are quite bold, aren't they? The senior brothers watching nearby grinned and threw in their remarks, but their voices didn't reach my ears. All I could hear was the sound of her heartbeat. After a while, she slowly pulled away from me with her head lowered. There's a familiar scent coming from your embrace. Ah, only then did I realize what I had been carrying in my arms. A red chrysanthemum and a blue seoxin flower. Thankfully, they remained intact without being crushed. I handed the blue seoxin wrapped in a silk handkerchief to Ma Seoyin. Luckily, Yu Jian was engaged in a conversation with Pa Guncheng while staring at the frozen heavenly evil. Ma Sioyan quietly expressed her gratitude as she accepted the blue seoxin. And before Cheon Yura could misunderstand, I quickly picked up one of the red chrysanthemums and tucked it behind her ear. This is. Her eyes widened slightly, as if she hadn't expected to see a red chrysanthemum here. I grinned and nodded. It suits you. It seemed that the red chrysanthemum held some special meaning, as she didn't seem the least bit concerned that I had given the seoxin to Ma Sioyan. Instead, she lowered her head slightly. I found that so adorable that I couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. In any case, a reunion was a reunion. I gave her a rough summary of what I had been through since we parted. Of course, I conveniently left out the parts that would make me look bad. So that's Cheon Yura. Cheon Yura looked at the frozen heavenly evil with a rare dumbfounded expression. You won't remember any of this when you wake up, so there's no need to overthink it. The heavenly demon founder stepped in front of us and spoke. What's important is that the two of you must work together to overcome the trial of transference. The first disciple, Yu Jian. Since he was essentially responsible for passing on the final stage of the heavenly demonic divine art, it wasn't strange that Cheon Yura was also participating. Just then, someone raised their hand and voiced a complaint. Master, what about me? Her entire body was wrapped in bandages except for her eyes, making it difficult to read her expression, but I could feel that So Jiang was in a very foul mood. The heavenly demon founder let out a rare sigh. So Jiang, give up on using that killing formation on your junior disciple. If Jin Yeomyung gets caught in your Thunder Net life-killing formation, his mind will be destroyed. Let's stop at passing on the methods to counter your martial arts. Gulp. I still hadn't forgotten Ma Sioyan's earlier warning to me. Didn't she say my mind would be in danger? Now that even the heavenly demon founder was saying the same thing, it only made me more curious. Just how terrifying must So Jiang's martial art be for them to say that, even after I had broken through the barrier? From the way they talked, it sounded like an advanced formation technique beyond the one-cycle illusion demon formation, which used brain-dead victims. Okay. Though visibly dissatisfied, So Jiang had no choice but to accept her master's words. Ma Sioyan patted So Jiang's shoulder, offering her some quiet consolation. After receiving a brief lecture from So Jiang on how to counter assassins and handle flesh-severing techniques, leaving behind the grumbling So Jiang, who couldn't quite let go of her disappointment, Cheon Yura and I stood before Yu Jian, the first senior brother. Cheon Yura let out a sigh as she looked up at the sky. My mind is complicated. Is that so? Even someone like Cheon Yura couldn't just brush off everything I had gone through up until now. With a gloomy face, she shook her head. To think that you've become stronger than me, that. I had expected her to mention something about feeling sympathy for Cheon Yujiang, or the emotional impact of meeting our distant ancestors, the 6 great demonic masters. But she was more bothered by the fact that I had surpassed her. Well, it made sense. She still hadn't broken through the barrier to the transcendent demon realm. On top of that, since I had now begun training in the heavenly demonic divine art, the advantage of martial art compatibility had practically become meaningless. At that moment, a thought flashed through my mind. If I am stronger than Yura right now, didn't that mean I could overpower her and do that? And this, and even that, maybe this is the only moment I'll ever have the upper hand over Yura, I was certain. With her talent, it wouldn't take long before she surpassed me again. When that happened, I wouldn't be able to do anything to her ever again. I should take this chance to do all the things I won't be able to do later, future me can deal with the consequences, right? But then, as if she had read my thoughts like a ghost, Cheon Yura narrowed her eyes and glared at me. Your eyes look suspicious. What do you mean? I quickly put on a bright smile, hiding my inner thoughts. She stared at me with suspicion. You're not thinking something arrogant just because you're slightly ahead of me right now, are you? She really had scary intuition. Of course not, or am I? I had been about to deny it quietly, but suddenly I felt like changing my mind. What? Come to think of it, there's really no need to hide it anymore, is there? After all, they said she wouldn't remember any of this when she woke up, right? So why should I worry about future consequences? You've finally revealed your true nature. Don't like it? I grinned wickedly and reached out my hand toward her. Normally, the heaven-slaying chi would come flying at my neck like lightning. I braced myself for the inevitable counterattack based on my past experiences, but instead, she suddenly turned her head away and muttered softly. I don't think I dislike it at her unexpected reaction. I froze mid-reach and blinked. Should I just pounce on her right now? While I was seriously contemplating that I am glad to see you two getting along so well. Flinch. Startled by Yu Jian's sudden appearance, Cheon Yura and I hurriedly put some distance between us. Yu Jian smiled warmly as he looked back and forth between us. It's nice to see. Our descendants 400 years ago were also a loving couple. I swallowed nervously at the strange sense of discomfort I felt from Yu Jian. Are you angry? Not at all. Why would I, the first senior brother, be angry at my junior? Though his face showed a gentle smile, why did I feel like I was sensing the jealousy of an ancient monster that had lived for 1,000 years? It seems you're ready, so let's begin the final transmission of the heavenly demonic divine art. Yu Jian stepped back a little and drew his sword. In truth, since you've already reached the transcendent demon realm, there's not much we can teach you. It's really just a few minor techniques at this point. Honestly, it felt like an understatement to call the techniques of the seniors or the heavenly demon founder minor, but still. Was it Yura? Anyway, y'all find out soon enough. From the transcendent demon realm onward, it's a solitary path where you must find your own answers. Since everyone produces their own unique answers, no one else can provide them for you. It's about compressing your entire life to carve a path toward the divine. That's the way for those who've reached the transcendent demon realm. But martial arts aren't always a solitary path. Sometimes two people come together to find the answer as one. Like twins born together and trained in the same martial art, or married couples who combine their martial arts into one. That is what our master theorized, and what our descendants 400 years ago perfected something called resonance. The heavenly demonic resonance great annihilation technique. A proof of the bond passed from Chen Haesung and Yuso to me and Cheon Yura. From now on, the two of you will train by fighting us to draw out the power of the resonance. Us? Step. Before I knew it, Ma Xiaoyan had approached with a hardened expression and stood next to Yu Jian. In an instant, the formation of me and Cheon Yura versus Yu Jian and Ma Xiaoyan was set. The passing standard is simple. You pass if your resonance surpasses the combined energy of junior sister Ma and me. Chapter 294. The two of us too, shwa. So this is what they call the sea. Cheon Yura revealed a strange sense of wonder at the sight of the seaside scenery, which she was seeing for the first time in her life. I can even taste the salt in the air. This is quite a refreshing experience. She walked barefoot along the sandy beach, rejoicing like a girl her age. This fine soil, this is what they call sand? Considering the environment of the 10,000 mountain range, where not even a riverbank was easy to come by, it wasn't surprising that Cheon Yura reacted like this. I used to dream of doing this by the sea when I conquered the Central Plains someday. It was one of my childhood dreams. Did she really need to conquer the Central Plains just to play by the sea? After nearly a full shichen of enjoying the seaside view, she finally sat down beside me with a relieved expression. During the half year you were gone, I struggled a lot emotionally. Was it because she had heard that memories here wouldn't remain? She calmly confessed her feelings, so I threw myself into work. If I ever heard news of your death, I felt like something inside me would break at that very moment. She let out a faint smile. I'm glad you're alive, Jin Yeomyung. From the moment I saw her like that, I was overwhelmed by the urge to push her down and kiss her senseless. Of course, I shouldn't do that with the senior brothers probably watching from nearby, while I was battling an internal struggle completely different from that of my inner demon. She continued speaking as she gazed up at the sky. You didn't return right away because you were out there doing something for me again, weren't you? I am not trying to boast. I replied while turning my head away, because it's something I should do naturally. She fell silent. Yes, it was natural. In this life, I had decided to devote everything to her. I would never let this life end up like my previous one. The two of us lived happily ever after. I wouldn't accept any other ending. Natural, huh? Cheon Yura quietly repeated my words to herself. Though I couldn't check her expression since she was sitting right next to me, for some reason, I had the feeling that her face had turned red. I asked her a question. There's something I want to ask. Speak. Yura, what do you want to do about Cheon Yeomyung? Cheon Yura didn't respond immediately. Even though they harbored hostility and murderous intent toward each other, Cheon Yeomyung was still her biological older sister. And both of them knew that fact. After staring silently ahead for a while, she finally spoke with difficulty. I don't know. You don't know? Of course, normally I would have said I don't care what happens to someone like Cheon Yeomyung. No, actually, I probably would have mocked her, saying it serves her right. But, Seeing her in that state, I find myself with complicated feelings. Cheon Yura's expression looked truly troubled. Even a bitter connection was still a connection. No matter how determined you were, a bond wasn't something easily severed. I'll leave her fate to you. I don't want to think too deeply about Cheon Yujyeong. All right. As if she no longer wanted to dwell on the topic, Cheon Yura changed the subject. More importantly, I have something to tell you about the cult. I straightened my posture. I am listening. She spoke the words I had been expecting. First of all, the cult is now preparing to advance into the Central Plains, and those preparations are nearly complete. Within 2 months, a force of 10,000 will depart from the 10,000 mountain range. 10,000. A regular army of 10,000 would be terrifying enough, but 10,000 elite cult warriors, the northern regions of the Central Plains, will be drenched in blood. Since the cult had settled in Gansu province, the first objective in any righteous demonic war had always been the same. The first target is still the Joint sect, one of the old sects located in southern Gansu. Not only was the distance convenient, but because they used the demonic sword art, symbolizing demonic extermination, as their primary martial art, relations with the cult were at rock bottom. Yes, the first objective is to dominate the Gansu and Shanxi regions. If that happened, the sects located in Shanxi, like Zhongnan and Mount Hua, wouldn't be able to avoid disaster. Even if the 3 sects banded together, unless they received reinforcement from the Murim Alliance, they would barely be able to hold out. A lot of blood will be shed. More importantly, the justification is on our side. Unless Bakshin interferes, the outcome is practically decided. If the righteous sects had any justification, Bakshin might have intervened, but judging by the way things had unfolded, it would be difficult for them to take any action. After all, the cult had officially participated in the Murim tournament at the invitation of Namcheon Sword King, the alliance leader. As a result of that tournament, the cult's young cult leader had nearly been killed, and I, the successor of the demonic heavens Jin clan, had gone missing. Bakshin never actively meddles in Murim affairs, so they probably won't move this time either. Honestly, it wasn't looking good. No matter how much justification we claim to have, if the 3 old sects suffered devastating losses, the Murim Alliance would be forced to act. It would eventually lead to a full-scale war. What's the current situation with the Murim Alliance? Is Namcheon Sword King still the alliance leader? She shook her head. No. After that incident, the Namcheon Beek clan closed its gates. I heard Namcheon Sword King Beek Dajyeong stepped down from his position and secluded himself within the clan. Really? I let out a cold sneer at those words. So he does have at least a shred of conscience, huh? Or perhaps he was simply trying to avoid responsibility for what was about to happen. Then the next alliance leader, is it going to be Sword Supreme Sage Guan Haiyan? I expected her to respond as if it was obvious unexpectedly. Cheon Yura shook her head again. No, I heard they haven't decided on a new alliance leader yet. That's surprising. Given Sword Supreme Sage Guan Haiyan's ambition, I thought he would have snatched the position immediately. Was he holding back because of the looming war as well? Jin Yeomyung. At that moment, Cheon Yura wore a grave expression. This is just my prediction, but I don't think the cult leader will last past this year. I am already in the process of receiving the transfer of power to become the next cult leader. The righteous demonic war, yes, it's partly to root out the remnants of the heaven-defying society, but it's also a means to solidify my position. With our current strength, unless something goes terribly wrong, we're almost guaranteed to win. That's true, Cheon Yura nodded heavily. If we go to war, I'll give everything to win. But I don't want our cultists to shed blood in a pointless conflict. More than anything, the true enemy of our cult right now isn't the righteous sects. Her true nature hadn't changed, whether in my past life or this one. Feeling proud, I reached out and stroked Yura's hair. Hey, stop that. Though she told me to stop, she didn't actually try to pull away. I let out a small laugh and kept running my fingers through her hair for a while. In the end, if I want to stop this war, I'll have to persuade the cult leader. Though Cheon Yura and the Heavenly Thunder Corps were preparing for the righteous demonic war, the true foundation of all this still lay with the cult leader. A year, huh? The cult leader had once granted me 5 years, and though that time hadn't completely run out yet, it seemed his own time was ending sooner than expected. I plan to advance as slowly as possible. Even if I won't remember this place, my principles won't change. If you, Jin Yeomyung, can convince the cult leader, that would be ideal. Then I'd better wrap up things here quickly and return. I stood up from my seat. Cheon Yura also slowly stood and looked into the distance. From far away, Yu Jian and Ma Xiuoyan were approaching. I hope our founders were able to finish their conversation well too. After Yu Jian declared that he would face the trial using resonance qi, he had given me and Cheon Yura a bit of time. Well, it seemed he needed some time to talk with Ma Xiuoyan as well. Sorry for making you wait. Not at all. I glanced at Ma Xiuoyan. Yu Jian, with his nearly expressionless face, was hard to read, but Ma Xiuoyan was different. And then, just like how I had placed a chrysanthemum in Cheon Yura's hair, I could see a blue seoxin ornament decorating the back of Ma Xiuoyan's head as she lowered it deeply. The will of joy. The moment I read that, I bowed my head to the two of them. Congratulations. Originally, Yu Jian spoke with a bitter expression. I had planned to reject her feelings until the very end. To me, she wasn't a woman, but more like a daughter. What made you change your mind? After watching you too. More precisely, after watching you. In truth, Yu Jian hadn't been able to make up his mind until the very end. He had noticed that the disciples were plotting something around the youngest, but he had no intention of accepting it either. The divine demonic physique is originally a symbol of misfortune. Yu Jian spoke calmly. Those born with it suffer their entire lives, fall into endless trials, and are tormented by love they can never truly attain. Flinch. I noticed Cheon Yura's shoulder twitch slightly. I had heard this before from the cult leader. All previous heavenly demons never had a happy ending with their lovers. And now, the reason for that came from Yu Jian's mouth. That's because the very nature of the divine demonic physique is a power that should not exist in this world. Is it because this is the era of humanity? You understand well. It's the same principle as why the grand heavenly Lord operates as a partial spirit, not with a full body. After a brief silence, Yu Jian suddenly spoke again. You've probably already guessed, but the first grand heavenly Lord was a woman. She was wiser and more beautiful than anyone else in the world, and she was also the lover of my master. Something about Yu Jian's words felt off to me. Could Yu Jian have? Yu Jian continued bitterly. I had believed without a doubt that their future would be bright. I had hoped they would spend 100 years together in the newly rebuilt Sun and Moon divine cult. But there was no way Yu Jian would be saying all this if the ending had been good. She was the priestess of the Sun and Moon divine cult before she awakened as the grand heavenly Lord. What? Cheon Yura and I were both shocked. We had heard that the heavenly demon founder had been created from the combined efforts of the last remnants of the Sun and Moon divine cult. But now, he was saying the priestess of that cult had become the grand heavenly Lord. Even before the grand heavenly Lord, there were already groups that followed the heavenly evil. After the fall of the Western Jin, they stirred up chaos in the Central Plains for many years. I didn't need to hear the rest to know. Because of those people's actions, their story must have ended in disaster. If I keep talking, the mood will just get heavier. Yu Jian reached for the hilt of his sword. Let's speak with our swords from here on. The union of Yu Jian and Ma Xiuoyan. If two who had reached the transcendent demon realm and the supreme demon realm combined their strength, it would undoubtedly unleash transcendental power. Yu Jian shifted his gaze toward Cheon Yura. Sorry for dragging you into something like this so suddenly. I don't mind. In fact, it looks exciting, so I am actually looking forward to it. As she said that, a slight blush appeared on Cheon Yura's cheeks. She gripped her sword with a slightly excited voice. The founders of the Yu family and the Ma family, two sword demons who ranked among the greatest in the history of the heavenly demon cult. Their legends were still preserved in the deepest part of the divine demon record. It was only natural that she would be excited to face such legendary beings. Please, grant me the honor of exchanging a bout. I looked at the excited Cheon Yura with a slightly bitter expression. She looks happier than when she reunited with me, doesn't she? But well, as long as my Yura was happy. Just as both sides began raising their momentum, Ma Xiuoyan locked eyes with me and spoke. Hey, yes, senior sister, I am not going to thank you. She frowned and raised her voice a bit. Yeah, I am not saying thanks. Damn bratty junior. Seeing that, Cheon Yura leaned in and whispered softly to me. Sounds like she's saying thank you. Who would have thought there was someone even more stubborn than Cheon Yura in this world? Instead of saying thanks, I'll convey my feelings with my sword. Did that mean she intended to slice my neck? Yu Jian spoke with his signature bitter smile. Let's begin. No further words were needed. No matter how great the union of Ma Xiuoyan and Yu Jian might be, it couldn't possibly surpass the synergy between Cheon Yura and me. Pot. With those words, Cheon Yura and Ma Xiuoyan simultaneously kicked off the ground. Chapter 295. The two of us, three, in a silent space filled with nothing but darkness, Jin Yeomyung's consciousness thought to herself that this was the end for her. How miserable. The moment the center of the Bongxian ritual was split apart by the true star sword, something had burst out from deep within her, seizing control of her body. Fortunately, when Yu Jian's sword sealed something's consciousness, her own awareness had naturally awakened again. But still, the control over her body had not returned, and her consciousness remained trapped in this place. Is this what they call karma? Jin Yeomyung reflected on her life. She had done anything to climb higher. She had stabbed knives into not only her enemies' backs, but also those of her allies without hesitation. To close the gap caused by her lack of talent, she had discarded the path of humanity without a second thought. And yet, from the moment she was born until now, there was not a single thing she had truly wanted that she had managed to obtain. She had failed. Once again, she had failed. As the aftermath of her failure, a distant, overwhelming despair surged toward her, but Jin Yeomyung's heart did not break. I don't want to die. No, I don't want it to end like this. Jin Yeomyung desperately tried to rise. However, the black something that tightly bound her whole being did not allow her consciousness to come out. At this rate, just like sinking slowly into water, her consciousness would meet eternal rest in the darkness. But then, you look like you're suffering. Suddenly, as a sinister light flowed from somewhere, someone appeared and looked down at Jin Yeomyung. Who? Jin Yeomyung tried to ask the identity of the figure, but the darkness blocked even her lips. However, unexpectedly, the figure spoke as if they could see right through her heart. Who knows? Who do you think I am? Using the only remaining sense she had sight, Jin Yeomyung examined the figure. Judging by the outline, the person certainly seemed to be a woman, but the light was so faint that she could not clearly make out her appearance. The figure spoke. What matters isn't my identity, but whether or not I can help you, don't you think? How about it? Do you want to grab hold of another chance? Jin Yeomyung quietly nodded. SS smile. Then she felt as if the figure's lips had curved into a crescent moon shape in the darkness. I watched your actions from within. You were utterly foolish. What? If you truly desire something, it is right to take it by force. There's nothing more regretful than missing out on true fate while clinging to predetermined ties. For some reason, the figure's words sounded like she was speaking to herself. She slowly placed her hand on Jin Yeomyung's face and spoke. You wretched descendant of the one you curse and despise, I shall properly teach you how to wield the power of heavenly evil. Flash. Suddenly, the darkness that had been restraining Jin Yeomyung was released. I am the last priestess of the sun and moon divine sect, the one who wishes to overturn the heavens and curse the earth. And soon, her true form began to slowly merge with Jin Yeomyung. Those who have left their will in this world are not the only ones. Yu Jian and I were both startled by the sudden clash between the two women. Cheon Yura, sure, but why was Ma Seoyin also acting like this? With a hearty laugh, Ma Seoyin swung her sword at Cheon Yura. Let's see what you've got, you damn descendant. That's what I want to say. Cheon Yura also laughed fiercely as she faced the incoming blade head-on. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, massive shockwaves exploded one after another, turning the surroundings into a wreck. Yua! Flustered, I turned to Yu Jian beyond them and asked, Senior brother, what the hell is going on? As if he had expected this, he shook his head with a bitter smile. I had a bad feeling, but I didn't think she'd really go berserk. I understand Yurash always loses it when she meets a strong opponent, but why is senior sister Ma acting like that? Yu Jian muttered quietly, saying something like, calling it a fit, that's a bit much, and then spoke to me. She's been harboring deep jealousy toward that descendant of the Chen clan. Huh, jealousy? Yu Jian approached me, avoiding the two women's clash, and continued. Didn't you often tell us about your love story? Even if she didn't show it outwardly, senior sister was deeply moved by your stories. Of course, while living with my senior brothers and sisters, it wasn't just about training. During our breaks, I would often share stories about the outside world, and a significant portion of that was about bragging about my lover, Yura. But that was that. What does being moved have to do with jealousy? It has everything to do with it. Yu Jian looked at Ma Seoyin, who was fighting over there, with a gloomy expression. I couldn't treat senior sister the way you did. Although Yu Jian had taken her in and cherished her like a daughter, the affection Ma Seoyin had wanted from Yu Jian had been something entirely different. And from that descendant of the cult leader, she didn't feel the fate that the one with the divine demonic physique should have faced. the cursed destiny bestowed upon those born with the divine demonic physique. Overcoming fate is something that's impossible to do alone. Surprisingly, there weren't many things in this world that could be overcome by willpower alone. Only when someone dedicates their everything to help does the possibility arise. Yoo-jeon gave me a proud look. Pure, selfless love and affection. The feelings Ma Seoyeon had longed for all her life but had never received. That was why she envied Cheon Yura, who had gained them. Well, it's not like she's really trying to kill her. You could say it's more like the childish desire to torment someone out of jealousy. Hearing it from someone else sounded a bit embarrassing, but only then did I understand the root of Ma Seoyeon's behavior. Since it doesn't seem like either side has the upper hand, shall we get started too? I'll be in your care, senior brother. No more words were needed. Yoo-jeon and I drew our swords at the same time, releasing a power that didn't fall behind the momentum of the two women who had already clashed. I was dying to find out, what kind of woman the youngest brat put so much effort into chasing after. Blood Demon Dragon Sky Sword Formation, true whirlpool manifestation, a massive vortex of blood erupted and surged toward the place where Cheon Yura stood. But despite the overwhelming force that would normally warrant dodging, she didn't retreat and met it head-on. Heaven-slaying Chi Reverse Soulfire Cheon Yura's sword twisted against Ma Seoyeon's spinning attack, beginning to dismantle the storm of blood. A counter-suppression? Using your head, I see. Cheon Yura let out a small laugh. I suppose it's my turn now. In an instant, crimson territories spanning over 10 jangs spread out from her as the center. 10,000 demons, prostrating a truly fraudulent technique that suppressed all demonic chi within the territory and granted the caster endless power. But Ma Seoyeon merely snorted. Ha! Just a territory, huh? Still, she didn't seem to completely underestimate Cheon Yura's domain as her eyes began to glow red. It was the manifestation of blood-eyed red body, the first stage of heaven-slaying physique. I'll crush you completely, exploding sea of blood. Once again, the technique from the Blood Demon Dragon Sky Sword formation revealed itself. Pure force versus pure force. Though the heavenly demon divine art was said to never lose in terms of strength, in all of heaven and earth, Ma Seoyeon's Blood Demon Dragon Sky Sword formation was also derived from the heavenly demon divine art. And wasn't she recognized as having the strongest attack power among all of the heavenly demon ancestors' disciples? However, rumble, rumble, rumble. Even as the sea of blood surged like waves from exploding sea of blood, Cheon Yura's territory stood firm like an immovable mountain. Ma Seoyeon's expression slightly twisted. She's withstanding this, not just withstanding. Standing in the center of the crimson territory, Cheon Yura took her stance. I expected more from someone called the founder of the Ma clan. How disappointing. What did you just say? Just as Ma Seoyeon's face contorted with wrath like a vengeful demon twitch, she sensed something ominous from Cheon Yura's stance and twisted her body like lightning. F-whoosh. She felt something graze past her, and the fabric over her shoulder ripped open. Had she reacted even a moment later, her shoulder would have had a gaping hole in it. Don't tell me that territory was just a distraction. A strike so silent and traceless that it hid even the flow of intent itself. Interesting. I didn't expect the disciple of the heavenly demon ancestor to use such a technique. Of course, Sojeong's 9 Heavens Thunder Howl was also taught by the heavenly demon ancestor. But typically, those who practiced the heavenly demon divine art, the pinnacle of domination, were obsessed with direct confrontations. I realized it by facing many powerful foes and by watching someone who fought against such enemies. Cheon Yura withdrew her sword and smirked. Sometimes, you have to play smart. The heavenly demon ancestor of heaven of sacred spirits, the immortal who had obtained a fragment of the ancestor's power all, were monsters who surpassed her in raw power. Even Cheon Yura couldn't overpower such beings through sheer strength alone. Ha, the youngest brat really created something interesting. Even senior brother isn't as flexible as you. Thanks for the compliment. What's the name of that technique? Bright Fang Blade, Blade of Remaining Life. Isn't that name a bit too blunt? Though she clicked her tongue at the naming, Ma Seoyeon didn't mock it. It's actually kind of enviable. Ma Seoyeon fully unleashed her power. Something sticky and blood-like began to ooze from her entire body. Second stage of heaven-slaying physique, blood-eyed death melody. The very reason she was called the blood demon god throughout the Central Plains, and the true power of heaven-slaying physique. Now, shall we fight properly? Cheon Yura sensed that her opponent had reached a level that couldn't be taken lightly. It'll be hard to handle this alone. She felt like she might manage it if she pushed her inner demonic nature to the extreme. Sigh, but there's no need to go that far. Letting out a faint smile, Cheon Yura kicked off the ground. You bastard! How dare you run from this fight? Ma Seoyeon scowled as she realized where Cheon Yura was heading. It was none other than the battlefield, where that insolent youngest disciple and her beloved senior brother were fighting. Are you seriously abandoning this sacred one-on-one duel? Who said this was a one-on-one? Mocking Ma Seoyeon, Cheon Yura shot toward Yu Jeon. But Yu Jeon casually deflected Cheon Yura's heaven-slaying chi aimed at the back of his neck as if he had been expecting it. Despite her surprise attack failing, Cheon Yura didn't panic. Only now had the true starting point of this battle been set. Jin Yeomyung? I know. I extended the heaven record chi from the mystic heaven divine art into a long blade. Cheon Yura also extended her heaven-slaying chi into a blade over one jang long. Crossing them in an X, the two energies harmonized naturally. Combined chi heavenly demon resonance great nirvana catastrophe. Impressive. So this is the two of you combining your chi? Sensing the potential of their resonance, Yu Jeon let out an exclamation. But even as the resonant field crept closer with every passing moment, Yu Jeon's expression remained unchanged. I don't know if we can reach your level of mastery, but since we've spent so long together, my junior sister and I can do something similar. Senior brother. Ma Seoyeon, arriving a beat late, exhaled her blood demon chi similar to Cheon Yura. That's right, junior sister. Yu Jeon's heaven record chi naturally merged with Ma Seoyeon's blood demon chi. A completely different energy was born, seemingly similar to, but entirely unlike the heavenly demon resonance. Combined chi primordial chaos resonance wasteland annihilation, the combined chi from the four of us began to greedily consume the surroundings, repeating cycles of destruction and regeneration. And then twitch. Off in the distance, the motionless form of heavenly evil, like a machine that had run out of power, began to tremble ever so slightly. Chapter 296. The two of us excuse me, Lady Beak. What is it? Isn't it too dangerous to go in any further? So-chin glanced at Beak Sang-ah with a nervous face. It's already dangerous as it is if we're not careful, we might get devoured. What So-chin was referring to was the overwhelming demonic energy filling the area, laced with venomous chi. And yet, young Master So-chin, you seem to be holding up quite well yourself, don't you? I've had similar experiences. Before ignoring So-chin's words, Beak Sang-ah continued walking along the dark mountain path. I never forced you to follow me. If you think you can't handle it, you can go back. So-chin pouted but didn't voice any further complaints. After Jin, Yeomyung and Old Han had entered the heart of the ritual site. Yongcheon Peak, which had been endlessly spewing demonic energy, began to stabilize after erupting like a volcano, while Saber King and the others cheered, believing Jin Yeomyung and Old Han had managed to stop the ritual. The real problem was that even after several days, the two of them showed no signs of emerging from the center. The surroundings may have stabilized, but the demonic energy enveloping the peak hasn't dissipated. Something must have gone wrong. Beak Sang-ah's assertion caused Saber King to show concern. But even so, all we can do right now is wait. I will go. Since the demonic energy has settled, someone like me, who has reached the extreme demon realm, shouldn't be affected much. At her words, Wisdom Talent, standing nearby, exclaimed in alarm. No, the poisonous chi still fills the entire mountain. And who knows how many demonic beasts might be lurking around? There are no demonic beasts. What? At Beak Sang-ah's firm declaration, Wisdom Talent's expressions slightly shifted. Since the mountain's energy had stabilized, it had ironically become more difficult to assess the situation inside. It felt as if a black glass wall was blocking the view. However, Beak Sang-ah seemed unconcerned by that. I can sense it because I, too, have surpassed my limits and become a demon. There are no demonic beasts inside. Huh. So-chin, who had been quietly listening, supported her statement. Lady Beak is right. When the energy in the center violently exploded a few days ago, it felt like everything got swept away. Wisdom Talent and Blood Talent nodded in agreement. Since the third strategist's eyes are sharp, if even the third strategist says so, I have no choice but to trust it. I am not the third strategist, you know. So-chin protested vehemently, but his protests were completely ignored. Letting out a sigh, So-chin spoke. I can't let Lady Beak go alone, so I'll accompany her for now. The others let out exclamations at his words. If it's the third strategist's skill, it's reassuring. Especially with that mysterious technique of his, I swear, once this is over, I am going back with Myung-oh. So-chin gritted his teeth and glared at those who kept calling him the third strategist. But the ones determined to keep So-chin tied to Black Lotus Union did not back down even under his glare. In the end, it was So-chin who gave up first. And so, it was decided that Baek Sang-ah and So-chin would ascend Yongchun Peak. Although Saber King expressed concern until the very end, he couldn't strongly oppose it after witnessing the unbelievable capabilities of So-chin's myriad image supreme art. And so the two of them stood before the central altar at the peak of Yongchun Peak, where the ritual had taken place. Huh! So-chin blinked as he looked at the massive black sphere enveloping the altar. What's wrong, young Master So-chin? It feels like the space has been distorted. Distorted? It definitely looked extremely dangerous the last time I saw it. After staring intently at the sphere for a while, So-chin reached a conclusion. It might not be as dangerous as I thought. As the holder of the myriad image supreme art, So-chin instinctively sensed that the space beyond was different from before. It was something only possible thanks to his extraordinarily sharp intuition. Still, we can't afford to take any reckless risks, so let's stop here, let's go. Wait, what? Baek Sang-ah stepped through the sphere, trusting So-chin's words. In truth, she had planned to enter regardless of the danger, but So-chin's words had simply given her a bit more confidence. So-chin hurried after her, whining as he followed. Ah, come on, who knows what could be ahead, huh? Both So-chin and Baek Sang-ah were rendered speechless by the sight before them. They had expected to step into a hellish, demon-infested landscape, but beyond the black sphere lay a serene seaside scenery that couldn't have been more peaceful. While Baek Sang-ah looked around in disbelief, whoosh, she suddenly realized her body was being pulled backward. The culprit was none other than So-chin, who had suddenly grabbed the back of her neck and yanked her toward him. She tried to protest against his sudden action. Young Master So-chin, what are you, before she could even finish? Swip! A thin streak of sword chi sliced through the spot where she had just been standing. Baek Sang-ah repeated the same word she had just uttered moments ago, and then it hit her. A sneak attack, an ambush that had perfectly evaded her senses, even though she had reached the extreme demon realm. Had it not been for So-chin, she would have been sent straight to the afterlife without even realizing what happened. Baek Sang-ah quickly drew her sword and scanned her surroundings. I don't know who it is, but they're clearly highly skilled. I'll thank you later, young Master So-chin. Drip. Baek Sang-ah's eyes widened when she saw cold sweat streaming down So-chin's face. This man, who never lost his sly demeanor no matter the situation, was now showing this level of panic for the first time. Young Master So-chin, what's going on? Be careful. So-chin cut Baek Sang-ah off. A killer demon whose strength I can't even gauge is targeting us. Killer demon? So-chin didn't answer. Instead, he desperately heightened his myriad image supreme art and scanned the surroundings. And then, it happened. Heth, I thought I'd found a new youngest, but I guess not this time. Without them noticing, killer demon god So-jeong appeared right before their eyes. An appearance without the slightest warning or detectable presence. So-chin and Baek Sang-ah couldn't hide their shock. How? While the two stood in disbelief, So-jeong looked them over with an amused expression. Heth, one built up demonic energy with chi flow, and the other seems to have been taught by master. Amazingly, So-jeong had seen through the origins of their inner energies at first glance. Neither of you are formal disciples, huh? What should I do with you? Who are you? Baek Sang-ah swallowed hard. The opponent hadn't declared hostility yet, but depending on their response, that could change at any moment. She didn't know why such a transcendent expert had suddenly appeared, but her instincts were screaming at her to avoid a fight at all costs. After looking back and forth between Baek Sang-ah and So-chin for a while, So-jeong suddenly brightened and fixed his gaze on So-chin. Ah, you Yura, my descendant, aren't you? And the one beside you is your lover, I see. D-descendant? L-lover? The two of them stood there with their jaws hanging open at the absurd misunderstanding. Yeah. If Yura, my descendant, and their lover, there's no need to kill you. Master did mention that someone connected to the youngest might show up. What do you mean? Actually, this works out nicely. I always regretted not being able to pass down my martial arts to the youngest. Maybe you two will be the ones flinch. From So-jeong's words, both of them felt an ominous chill. Young Master So-chin dodge, Lady Baek move. Almost at the same time, they shouted at each other and sprang apart. So-jeong let out a whistle at the sight of the two splitting off in perfect sync. Oh, I see your timing is perfect, just like a couple should be. We're not a couple. Baek Sang-ah fiercely denied it. Well, whether you are or not doesn't really matter. You two are going to inherit my ultimate art. Crackle. Crackle, crackle. Golden lightning surged through So-jeong's fingers. 9 heavens thunder death art transcendent technique thunder net death killing formation. Huh. W what? So-chin and Beek Sang-ah blinked in confusion. It felt like something had flashed past them, but they didn't even have time to register the sensation, because their heads had already been severed from their bodies. Let's start with about 100 deaths or so to get you familiar with the sensation of dying. Haha, So-jeong's martial art, which required the practitioner to face death endlessly, was infamous among the senior disciples for being the hardest to inherit. That was why So-jeong was delighted at the appearance of what he believed to be his successors. If they could endure this trial and grasp the meaning of death-killing, then a pair of reapers who would scatter death across Murim would be born. Heavenly demon resonance, great nirvana catastrophe. Until now, this technique had been the symbol of the bond between me and Yura. It had always inflicted devastating blows on enemies beyond our level and had never once been broken. However, for the first time today, our resonance had failed to overcome the opponent's wall and was completely dismantled. I expected this, but it's still overwhelming. When the two hemispheres collided, the power of our heavenly demon resonance couldn't hold for long and was completely devoured by the opponent's resonance. They called it the mixed origin resonance, didn't they? Since they had, on average, reached a level higher than ours, it was only natural that their power would be overwhelming. But Jin Yeomyung, Cheon Yura, barely holding her stance with her sword, smirked. We can manage this, don't you think? I, too, rose to my feet and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yura. Yeah, we can. The very fact that we were still alive was proof of that. If our resonance had truly been overpowered, we wouldn't be standing here. We would have been completely annihilated. What we used just now wasn't our full strength. If we raise the power of our unity even further, it's possible. Just as she said, what we had unleashed earlier wasn't our true pinnacle. It had merely been a combination of our chi forces. However, even if I combined Yura's bright night sword with my destruction of heaven and earth, there was still a problem. To maximize the power of resonance, the forces had to be perfectly balanced at a 5-to-5 ratio. Ideally, this was done by practitioners of the same level, but reality was never so accommodating. At this rate, it'll be tough. I have to match Yura's strength. Otherwise, we had no chance of winning. Because HMPH barely managed to survive, huh? Ma Seoyeon sneered as she looked at the wreck I had become after the clash. Yu Jian, who was standing nearby, let out a groan as he looked down at his sword. It's definitely not easy. Yu Jian let out a bitter chuckle. It's not easy to match the flow against the explosive momentum of blood demon chi. At those words, Ma Seoyeon flinched slightly. If we keep working on syncing up, well manage, first senior brother. Well, I suppose so. Just as she said, this was their first time attempting to perform a resonance technique together. The more they practiced and improved their coordination, the more their resonance's power would increase exponentially. We have to defeat them before their harmony becomes perfect. If they failed to do so, they'd eventually be overwhelmed by the difference in scale and would never pass this trial. By the way, junior sister Ma no, Seoyeon? Yes. Ma Seoyeon lifted her head in response to Yu Jian's words. According to that, junior resonance isn't just about combining chi. They said that true power only comes when you unite your hearts and souls as one. I think I heard that too, but I am not really sure. I wasn't paying much attention back then. I am certain that's correct. While Ma Seoyeon tilted her head in confusion, unable to grasp where he was going with this, Yu Jian dropped a loaded statement on her. Seoyeon, we swore to put an end to our 1,000-year-long senior-junior relationship and to walk alongside the youngest as a couple. Huh? Ma Seoyeon gasped, utterly flustered by Yu Jian's direct statement. In that case, shouldn't we start by changing how we address each other? How we address each other? Yes. And then Yu Jian dropped a bombshell. Come on. From now on, don't call me first senior brother. Call me Gaga. In an instant, Ma Seoyeon's face turned redder than when she unleashed her blood-frenzied demon form. It felt like a silent scream was shaking the entire space. Hurry. Yu Jian urged her firmly. After flapping her mouth like a goldfish for a while, Ma Seoyeon finally clenched her eyes shut and squeezed out her words in a voice as tiny as an ant crawling. Why you Gaga him? Yu Jian nodded with a satisfied expression. When he gently patted Ma Seoyeon's head, steam started rising from her lowered face. I watched the scene with a sour expression. That's actual steam. It seemed like the blood demon chi rushing to her face was somehow reacting with her skin and the surrounding air. Normally, when chi rushes to the head like that, isn't that a sign of chi deviation? Well, since she was a master of the transcendent demon realm, she'd probably manage it just fine, but that wasn't the point. Seriously, this is ridiculous. I glared at the two of them with a deeply irritated expression. Of course, it was my idea to push my seniors into this situation to begin with, but seeing them actually act like that in front of me made my stomach churn in the worst way. At that moment, a chilling voice whispered in my ear. Jin Yeomyung. Why yeah? For some reason, Cheon Yura's eyes, as she watched the two of them, were blazing like an active volcano. I was taken aback when I read the emotion in her eyes. Jealousy? Cheon Yura snapped her head toward me and glared fiercely. We can't lose to them. What exactly are we competing for? Chapter 297. The two of us five, Cheon Yura shouted with a face full of frustration. Does it look like our bond is weaker than theirs? I tilted my head slightly. But we already call each other informally, even if we go further than them. The words came out of my mouth before I could even think them through. Maybe something like a kiss? A kiss? Cheon Yura gasped. Judging by the horrified look in her eyes, she seemed deeply shocked. No, I don't think you need to be so surprised over just a kiss. Just, don't tell me you've done it before, Jin Yeomyung. Her tone turned cold in an instant. Damn, this era was still rigid when it came to relationships. I had just stepped on a landmine by carelessly running my mouth, bound by old customs. Cheon Yura strode up to me and locked eyes with mine at close range. Look me straight in the eye and answer. Well. I opened and closed my mouth like a goldfish. To be honest, back in my previous life, I had fooled around with courtesans plenty of times, and things like kissing had happened lightly. As I dug through my memories, I tilted my head. None. I was the grand heir of the demonic heavens Jin clan. Naturally, I only visited top-class courtesan houses like Myeok Fortress. Ironically, such places were surprisingly strict about chastity, and unless you intended to completely claim a woman, even something as light as a kiss wasn't easily allowed. Then, going back to my first life. That life had been complete chaos from the start. I hadn't even made it to the stage of being lovers. There had been someone I had vaguely promised a future with, but before anything could happen, I died alongside my comrades. I had even said something like, if I survive this, I'll propose to her, but in the end, those words became my greatest regret of that life. After that, life kept getting worse, and I had been too busy fighting and surviving to even think about such things. Come to think of it, none. I sank into sudden self-loathing and muttered blankly, I really don't think I have. What the hell had my life been? I silently screamed as I grabbed my hair in frustration. Regret for digging up memories I should have left buried. Humiliation for never having had a proper romance in any of my lives. As all those emotions mixed, I crumbled to the ground. But then, Cheon Yura curved her eyes into a satisfied smile, as if she was enjoying the sight of me crumbling. So, you really haven't? No experience? What is this? What was with that strange sense of smugness? No, rather than smugness, it felt more like pure happiness. Then the answer's simple. Cheon Yura roughly grabbed the front of my robe, and then she pulled me straight toward her. The distance between us closed so much that if I exhaled, I would feel her skin. Then there's no reason for this lady to feel embarrassed. You won't remember it once we return anyway. What do you mean by that, MMPH? I couldn't finish my sentence, because my lips were covered by Cheon Yura's chrysanthemum scent. As her familiar fragrance reached me, time seemed to stop. With her eyes closed, her hand gently wrapped around the back of my head. I too naturally placed my hand on her back. At first, I was flustered, but that feeling didn't last long. Soon enough, I calmly accepted her lips. From a short distance away, Ma Seoyin, who had been watching the whole thing, shouted with her mouth wide open. That brazen little witch. Look at her completely flipping her attitude like that. Yu Jian also exclaimed in amazement. The youngest's partner is truly bold. What kind of kids grow up these days to do such shameless things without hesitation? Despite her scolding words, Ma Seoyin's face was full of envy. Before long, Cheon Yura and I parted our lips. Next time, it'll be your turn. I mumbled dumbly, since I won't remember today's events anyway. Blushing deeply, she averted her gaze. Since I was the one who gathered the courage today and next time, it'll be your turn. All right. And when that time comes, I am counting on you. Using the excuse that she wouldn't remember it later to save herself from future embarrassment though crafty. My Yura really had her sneaky moments. Anyway, the masters are waiting. We need to regroup? I chuckled as I nodded at the sight of her lips quivering. After that brief, emotional storm passed, Cheon Yura and I turned back to face the two once again. Ma Seoyeon burst with blood demon chi, spitting out her rage. You bastards! How dare you perform such a vulgar kiss in front of the great masters? Are you really that desperate to die? Cheon Yura, having shaken off her embarrassment by now, shot back with a sneer. If you're that jealous, why don't you try it yourselves? This lady will be watching closely. Why, you little. Even as she exploded in anger, Ma Seoyeon sneakily glanced toward Yu Jian. Even someone like Yu Jian seemed uncomfortable with the idea of kissing in front of the juniors. He shrugged and turned his gaze away. At that, Ma Seoyeon's expression immediately collapsed into disappointment. Seeing that, I felt like tears were welling up inside. I understand. Our Yura did go a bit overboard. Yu Jian cleared his throat to shift the atmosphere. Come. What we're here for is to cross swords, not to flaunt our relationships, isn't it? That's true. You speak correctly. Ma Seoyeon and Cheon Yura also gathered themselves and refocused on the enemies before us. Once again returning to the stance of warriors, we crossed our swords and locked our attention on the enemies ahead. Then, here we go again. As Cheon Yura's sword and mine crossed in an X shape, Yu Jian and Ma Seoyeon also aligned the tips of their swords together. In an instant, the area around us filled with black and crimson energy. In the swirling flow of chi, like wild beasts aiming to devour each other, I sensed that their momentum this time was nothing like before. The real thing is coming this time. The amplification of their chi was on a whole different level than before. I absolutely cannot lose. Heavenly Demon Resonance Primordial Origin Resonance, until now, she had been adjusting her strength to match mine. But now it was different. I desperately aligned my flow with Cheon Yura's rising power. She too, recognizing my resolve, stopped holding back and focused entirely on increasing her output. And then, both we and they exploded the energy we had gathered, as if coordinated. Great catastrophic extinction, crimson desolation, annihilation, Kwakwa KWA. A massive force that shook heaven and earth surged upward like a pillar, unable to push any further forward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Along with an earthquake that made the earth tremble, the impact stirred a small tidal wave along the coast. Despite the crashing waves, the heavenly demon founder quietly walked along the path. All around, the sounds of training echoed. The sound produced by 3 disciples and 1 descendant. The sound of 1 disciple tormenting 2 descendants. Amidst the sounds of passion and pain intertwining, the heavenly demon founder asked Old Han, who was following behind. What do you plan to do? Old Han nodded. My decision was made the moment I saw my disciple. Do you intend to sacrifice everything for your disciple? If you wish, I could pass on the complete form of the heavenly record sword from Jian. It was a shocking offer, but Old Han shook his head. My martial arts have already reached completion as a derivative form. I appreciate the offer, but it is far too late for that. I see. I understand. Old Han was a warrior worthy of respect from the heavenly demon founder. Even in the chaotic era when the sun and moon divine cult fell, 1,000 years ago when countless powerful figures had appeared, there had been no more than 5 warriors in the world on Old Han's level. But you won't be able to easily escape from the grand heavenly lord. You're still bound by the contract. If it were mere isolation or physical restraints, I could break them for you. But a contract bound to the soul is something I cannot touch. The heavenly demon founder looked at Old Han with pity. The grand heavenly lord will never let you go. In the end, you will become the worst obstacle standing in your disciple's way. Considering the stature of the opponent, this sounded less like speculation and more like a certain prophecy. However, Old Han responded with a bitter smile, as if he had already anticipated it. It's all right. I have my own plan. As a master, I cannot allow myself to hold my disciple back. But even if I were to stand as an enemy before him, at that time, surely. Though his words trailed off, the heavenly demon founder fully understood his resolve and determination. I see. As your fellow master, I respect your decision. It is an honor to hear such words from you. Old Han bowed deeply. The heavenly demon founder let out a light chuckle and turned his body. We, as the ghosts of the old era, are now about to perform our final task. I will gladly assist you. But the heavenly demon founder refused Old Han's offer of help. No. You, who are still among the living, have no need to get caught up in this. This is a task for the dead. Before they knew it, ahead of them stood Pa Guncheng, Jin Guanchen, Huan Xiang, and Sa Gumhui. 4 of the founder's 7 disciples had gathered. Pa Guncheng, standing at the front as the eldest, scratched the back of his neck. Click. Well, it makes sense for the eldest, but I am envious of Sojong the junior. To have someone to pass on his final insights to. Though they couldn't advance their levels further as spirit remnants, after 1,000 years of contemplation, it was possible to create all sorts of useful mixed techniques by combining what they already knew. Talk about luck. To run into the descendant of the youngest while patrolling the outskirts. Why haven't any of those Saw family brats shown their faces? Saw Gumhui also sighed with envy. At that moment, a gloomy voice echoed from nearby. Indeed, truly, it's unbearably envious. Ha ha ha, damn. The voice that sounded like a ghost's wail belonged to none other than Chuan Xiang. Looking up at the sky with a bitter expression, he looked utterly pitiful. Realizing their mistake, the two frantically waved their hands. My apologies, Junior. Sorry, eldest. Heh, it's fine. What right does a sinner like me, who doomed his descendants and caused great harm to the future generations, have to complain? The atmosphere quickly soured after Chuan Xiang's pointless lament. Heavenly reverence Chuan clan. He had dreamed of building a clan that could astonish the heavens, but the arrogance and innate sense of superiority among his descendants ultimately led them to fall into the enemy's temptation, destroying Chuan Xiang's dream completely. What made it even more tragic was that it wasn't just natural decline with the passage of time, but outright betrayal by his own descendants. With dead eyes, Chuan Xiang pushed the backs of his fellow senior brothers. Come, let's fulfill our final duty for the sake of the youngest. Looks like that thing is about to awaken, and it's looking even more dangerous than before. Just as he said, the figure of heavenly evil, frozen by Yu Jian's sword, began to tremble slightly. At that moment, the heavenly demon founder called out to Chuan Xiang. Xiang, yes, master, your will shall not be broken. He placed his hand on Chuan Xiang's shoulder, who had gone silent. Though we've been reduced to 5 after 1,000 years, we shall become 7 once more. Your will does not reside only here. Someday, the youngest will fulfill your wish. It was a prophecy from his master, like the word of heaven itself, yet Chuan Xiang found it hard to believe so easily. The dragon's eye, the greatest ability said to see through all things in existence, and even with that, it was nearly impossible to clearly foresee the future. Even so, despite that, Chuan Xiang chose to believe his master's words. Yes, I will believe. Come now, let us go. Our old friend is waiting for us. The heavenly demon founder and the 4 senior brothers walked toward heavenly evil. They could feel it. That the heavenly evil, about to break free from its seal, was nothing like the hollow shell they had faced before. Chapter 298. Greedy and Selfish. One harmonized chi wasn't something that could be used just because you had learned the same martial art and adjusted your energy to match. If that had been possible, the martial world would have long abandoned formations and fully embraced the foundation of harmonized chi-combined energy. To use harmonized chi, you need complete understanding of each other, an understanding of martial arts, an understanding of the other person. Only when you understood each other more perfectly than even a married couple who had spent a lifetime together could harmonized chi exert its full power. I understood Cheon Yura's life. From my previous life, serving under the cult leader, the heartless demonic empress, I had come to deeply understand her ideology and way of thinking. But Cheon Yura didn't understand my life. No, to be precise, she couldn't understand. Because some guy who appeared out of nowhere without any cause or connection is throwing everything away for her. Before she could even try to understand, the question of why I was doing this for her would surely come to her first. But it didn't matter whether she understood or not. I hadn't started this regression expecting understanding in the first place. Still, she had repaid my devotion to some extent. CHZZZZT. The will and intent flowing from our swordsmanship mixed together. By definition, will and intent referred to conveying one's will through one's thoughts. In martial arts, will and intent were often used in the form of harming others. However, by nature, will and intent were a higher form of communication, capable of conveying intent without spoken words. Amid the mixture of our wills, Cheon Yura's intent flowed into me. I've thought about it countless times. Why you go this far for me? At first it was pity, then compassion, and in the end, affection. Every time we used harmonized chi, those were the emotions you sent toward me. Having reached the extreme demon realm, I was able to imbue my will not only with killing intent, but also with various emotions. And mixing our wills like this during harmonized chi meant that my very inner self was laid bare before her. I kept wondering why you held such feelings for me. You never told me the reason, always dodging the answer by saying you'd tell me someday. Back then, I thought you were projecting me onto someone else in your life. But no matter how much I thought, no matter how much I searched, there was no one in your life I could possibly be a substitute for. Will and intent cannot lie. Not unless you're lying to yourself. So I made a decision. I decided I wouldn't bother trying to understand your actions. She had outright refused to meet the basic condition required for harmonized chi. However, in exchange, I don't care anymore whether you tell me or not. Her emotions reached me through her will. I'll never let you go to someone else. It was an unconditional, or rather, one-sided acceptance. Greedy and one-sided. Even if you try to leave me, I won't let you go anymore. It was selfish affection. Like I said before, if you get dragged away by someone, I'll put a leash on you and drag you back. If you try to leave, I'll cut off your arms and legs and lock you up in my room for the rest of your life. She made her intentions crystal clear. You belong to me, I will never let you go. It was a twisted, madness-filled possessiveness, but I liked it. I welcomed it, no matter how much. Same here. No matter where you go, no matter where you disappear to, I'll definitely find you and drag you back. How delightful. Will and intent were always influenced by emotion. This mutual, greedy craving for each other expanded the form of our harmonized chi, endlessly consuming the space around us. The air trembled. The earth quaked. Yet we stood firm. They're coming. Yeo-myung and Ma Seoyin's mixed origin chi was coming at us, far more powerful than before, trying to consume us. But for some reason, I felt like there was no way we would lose now. I sent my will toward them. Do you think you can surpass us with those lukewarm emotions, senior brothers? The response came instantly. Ha ha ha, you cocky little bastard. The provocation worked blatantly well. In an instant, their momentum intensified dramatically. Without hesitation, Cheon Yura and I unleashed our harmonized chi. And thus, the heavenly demon harmonized chi and the mixed origin harmonized chi collided. Two pillars shot up, punching holes in the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two harmonized chi pillars, as if they would soar endlessly, collided. Like a volcanic eruption, the unleashed energies gradually died down and began to lose strength after nearly reaching their peak. The result of this clash that shook the entire surrounding area was none other than huff, huff. Ha, huff, mutual destruction. My senior brothers and I glared at each other, panting for breath. Unlike the first clash, the two's mixed origin chi had failed to consume our heavenly demon harmonized chi. But likewise, our harmonized chi had also failed to completely overwhelm and erase theirs. You bastards, you've got some skill, huh? You two are quite passionate yourselves, aren't you? There were two reasons we hadn't won. First, we still hadn't overcome the absolute difference in level. And second, those two harbored feelings for each other just as intense as ours. Even if the result of the harmonized chi ended in a draw, it didn't matter, we all leapt forward, swinging our swords. We didn't want to lose. It was the common desire shared by all of us. Yeon, who was crossing swords with me, gave a playful grin. Honestly, I am aware that this is a bit ridiculous. I also smiled as I faced him. I understand, senior brother. Originally, Yeon and Ma Seoyin's role was to use the same harmonized chi to elevate our level. But now, the two of them had clearly strayed from that original purpose. Watching you two makes me feel a burning desire to defeat you. Does losing a fight make you feel like your feelings for your lover are lacking? Judging by the fact you're saying that, you must be feeling the same way. Yeon and I, both laughing heartily, simultaneously swung our sword chi. Pong, with a crisp sound, our swords clashed in midair. But that wasn't the end. Before we knew it, Cheon Yura and Ma Seoyin appeared, aiming for the gaps in each other's partner's defense, thrusting their swords in. Dozens of moves happened in the span of a second, as a storm of sword chi raged around us. It was such an intense clash that even a peak expert would be torn apart the moment they stepped into it. Still, they're holding back. If Yeon had fought at full strength, he would have been more than capable of handling both me and Cheon Yura at the same time. But he was focusing entirely on coordinating with Ma Seoyin. Thanks to that, the balance of offense and defense was somewhat even, but it was still overwhelming. When senior brother says he wants to surpass us, it's not about personal skill, but about overcoming us by harmonizing with his lover. If that's the case, then our chances of winning are more than enough. The more we exchanged blows, the clearer that possibility became. As I thought, the two of them lack harmony in their swordplay. Ma Sioyan's violent and domineering blood demon dragon sky sword technique rejected harmony with other sword arts. No matter how much Yu Jian tried to adjust to her sword, the blood demon sword itself had a fundamentally solitary nature. In contrast, Cheon Yura and I were in harmony. Even though the heaven-slaying chi was extremely aggressive and domineering, the heaven's record sword I had learned blended effortlessly with it. Sioyan, if this continues, will fall behind. I know, as expected of those who were still a level above us, they tried to break through by exploiting the smallest gaps in our defense. Cheon Yura sent me a voice transmission. This is strange. If they split us up and fought separately, they'd have more than enough chance to win. Why do they keep sticking together? If Yu Jian took me on and Ma Sioyan faced Cheon Yura, the fight might end quickly. But they never took that approach. I gave her a confident answer, because their pride won't allow it. Pride? 2 versus 2, not 1 versus 1. They want to overcome us as a pair, united as one. The initial clash between Ma Sioyan and Cheon Yura could be excused as a first encounter, but after sharing harmonized chi, the situation was different. Our bond is stronger. This fight wasn't about proving who had the superior martial arts. It was about proving that statement. How amusing. You've thrown down a fight you absolutely cannot afford to lose. Cheon Yura's face filled with determination. Can you do it again? By again, she was clearly referring to harmonized chi. Of course, as many times as you want. This time, we'll definitely surpass them. Cheon Yura and I leaned on each other's shoulders, pouring energy into our swords. In that moment, my will reached Cheon Yura. If we do it the same way as before, we'll only get the same result. Do you have something in mind? Yes. I think it might be possible now. I was referring to the transcendence that the heavenly demon investigator had spoken off-created by joining forces with someone whose cause aligns with yours. Let's create it together. Create it together. That phrase represented one of the core principles of harmonized chi. Going beyond perfect understanding, holding hands, and creating what comes next. Yu Jian and Ma Sioyan instantly realized we were preparing harmonized chi again. If I don't accept this, I don't deserve to be called senior brother. Of course. The two of them also curved their lips into smiles and crossed their swords. Their inner energies blended smoothly, creating the power of mixed origin in an instant. Seeing how quickly and smoothly it formed compared to before, Yu Jian clicked his tongue slightly. You've gotten even stronger than before. To be precise, it was more accurate to say they were regaining their original strength. We absolutely won't lose. Even if I am the youngest, the bond between me and senior brother is invincible. Sorry, junior brother. Even if they couldn't surpass us right now, they certainly had the talent and potential to overtake us given enough time. CHZZZZT? Huh, what the? Yu Jian and Ma Sioyan were momentarily distracted by the bizarre phenomenon unfolding before them. This wasn't like the harmonized chi they had seen until now. Unlike the usual hemispherical explosion of energy, this one was focusing into a straight line, forming a sword blade. From that blade, we could feel transcendence as something one could only achieve by surpassing the transcendent demon realm and reaching the state of transcendence. That blade carried potential surpassing even Yu Jian's heart path transcendence and Ma Sioyan's space-time flash. This can't be. Unbelievable. Yu Jian and Ma Sioyan cried out in shock. What we had created was clearly a refinement of will, and in tempering it, by mixing our energies and wills into a single blade. You're telling me you've combined 2 wills and refined them into a single blade. Ma Sioyan practically screamed. Stop. One mistake and your minds will fuse together, turning you both into mindless idiots. This was on a completely different level from merely releasing chi and will to form a lump of energy. For a martial artist who had reached the transcendent demon realm to refine, their will meant molding their inner world and self into the form of a blade. And we were entrusting that to someone else. This wasn't just a matter of trust. If either of us made even the slightest mistake, everything would collapse. For the sake of each other's safety, Yu Jian and Ma Sioyan would never dare to attempt something like this. It was truly an acrobatic feat that could only be performed if both fully affirmed every part of each other. Yet here we were, successfully pulling off that perilous feat. They're coming. Damn it, you reckless little bastard. If the body died here, it could be revived, but if the mind died, it would be gone forever. But the dice had already been cast, the arrow had already left the bowstring. In an instant, both pairs harmonized chi completed. Heavenly demon harmonized chi. Mixed origin harmonized chi. Yu Jian and Ma Xiuyan's harmonized qi erupted slightly earlier. Great destruction of the primordial wasteland. However, what Cheon Yura and I unleashed wasn't the same great cataclysm as before. Toward the oncoming wave of mixed-origin harmonized qi, Cheon Yura and I swung the blade we had formed through harmonized qi in a straight line. Cha-ak, the wave of mixed-origin harmonized qi, which had been surging with the force to destroy the world, was cleanly split in two. Toward our two astonished senior brother and senior sister, we conveyed through the name of the blade we had created. True Bright Luo Sword. Chapter 299. Greedy and Selfish 2. True Bright Night Sword. The great destruction of the primordial wasteland that Yu Jian and Ma Xiuyan unleashed was ultimately unable to withstand the Bright Night Sword we had released, and it vanished. However, thud, without knowing who moved first, Cheon Yura and I both collapsed on the spot. Kyug. The backlash from breaking the opponent's resonance was by no means light. Never mind the turmoil in my internal ki, it felt like my head was about to split open. Damn it! The recoil was worse than I had expected. No, perhaps it was a relief that it had ended with just this much. At that moment, Ma Xiuyan rushed over, shouting, "You stupid bastards, why the hell don't you ever listen properly?" Surprisingly, Ma Xiuyan actually looked to be in better shape, but I quickly realized that was an illusion. Sister, your arm. One of Ma Xiuyan's arms had already disappeared, and blood was seeping out from the torn sleeve. With a faint smile, she flicked my forehead with her remaining hand. "What, you bastard? You're the one who sliced it off." Thwack, erg. And besides, we're not living beings. We're just lingering thoughts, so shut up and focus on managing your chi. Unlike us, you're alive. If your mind gets damaged, it'll be a pain to recover. Yes. At her words, I focused all my strength on calming my nerves and stabilizing my mind. On the other side, Yu Jian, who had been injecting qi into Cheon Yura, spoke. "It's the backlash from briefly touching upon a realm several levels higher than yours. Still, you're lucky it ended here." As Cheon Yura writhed in pain, her entire body suddenly began to grow faint. Yura. The recoil from exceeding her limits. Yu Jian, removing his hand from Cheon Yura's back, explained, "Don't worry, disciple. That child wasn't her true self from the start." Indeed, the Cheon Yura here was a spiritual manifestation brought forth by Huan Xiang. Rather, today's intense experience will remain in her subconscious, likely providing meaningful help in advancing her realm later. That's a relief. I thought something went terribly wrong. Don't worry. Cheon Yura weakly lifted her head, her voice barely audible. Sweat streamed down her forehead, as if she still hadn't recovered from the aftereffects. "It seems my time is up." Her form grew even fainter. Even though I knew she wasn't dying, my hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. "Listen carefully, Jin Yeomyung." She placed her hand on my cheek and spoke. "As I told you before, I will stop advancing at Shanxi. I'll buy as much time as I can, so come as soon as you finish things here." "All right, and squeeze." She gently pulled my cheek. "Make sure you win. I could accept you running away like a defeated dog, but it's better if you win, isn't it? You don't have to worry about that." The transcendence that the heavenly demon founder had spoken of something that could be achieved even from a lower stage. I had already grasped some of its sensation while releasing the Bright Night Sword together. "For the last thing, if you meet Cheon Yura again, deliver this message." "What is it?" Cheon Yura paused for a moment as if choosing her words carefully, then finally spoke. "Tell her she's a fool of a sister." I blinked slowly. Though it was a curse, I could tell that it wasn't really meant as one. She said she didn't care, but I guess she still worries after all. "Worry? What worry? You just need to deliver the message." Cheon Yura's cheeks puffed out slightly. Finding that look unbearably cute, I nodded. "Got it. When I see Cheon Yujong, I'll definitely pass it on." "Good." She closed her eyes with a peaceful expression, a brief farewell after a reunion. "I'll be waiting." Finally, her figure transformed into literal stardust and disappeared. I hung my head low, feeling a tremendous sense of loss in my chest. "Yuri, your lover's not dead, so stop sniveling already, you bastard." Thwack! Ma Xiuyan's fist once again struck the back of my head. Rubbing my head, I glared at Ma Xiuyan. "Don't you think that's a bit harsh?" "Harsh? You should be fighting like your life depends on it right now, and you're sitting here crying over your alive lover." My face stiffened instantly. "Fighting like my life depends on it? It seems something has happened." Following Ma Xiuyan's words, Yu Jian pointed toward something. The form of heavenly evil that I had sealed is gone. We were so engrossed in our duel that we failed to notice the abnormality. "That's my mistake." Ma Sioyan also fixed her gaze, her face hardening. I can no longer sense Master or the other senior brothers. We'd better go. Yu Jian, sheathing his sword, turned to me and said, Disciple, there's something I should tell you in advance. Please, go ahead, first senior brother. As I've said before, Yurei the only one who can kill heavenly evil. Even if Master and all the senior brothers attack together, it'll likely amount to nothing more than buying time. It was a surprisingly weak statement coming from a warrior who had sealed heavenly evil with a transcendent strike. But surely there was a reason behind those words. First senior brother. So if we fall to heavenly evil, you must not panic or lose your composure. Do you understand? I clenched my teeth and nodded. Understood. Beek Sanga was gasping for breath. Huff huff. How many times had it been now? Her head being sliced off into the void in such a futile manner. She had stopped counting after surpassing 100. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape death. Consumed by frustration, Beek Sanga shouted at Sojiang, why are you doing this to us? I told you already, didn't I? To continue my legacy. Yurei putting us through this torture for something like that? Despite Beek Sanga's protest, Sojiang merely brushed it aside. Hee hee, you've got some spirit left after all. You still have the energy to shout. Sojiang nodded with deep satisfaction. Ordinary people would go mad and charge at her after 4 or 5 deaths, then gradually grow passive after 10 or 20. By the time they passed 50 deaths, they would lose all will, becoming little more than dolls, like So-chan right in front of her. So Jiang glanced at So-chan with displeasure. My descendant is rather disappointing. Just as she said, So-chan was kneeling with his head hung low. There wasn't a trace of light in his eyes. His entire demeanor spoke of complete resignation, as if he no longer cared whether he lived or died. Young Master So-chan, get a hold of yourself. Are you going to die like this without even finding young Master Jin? Wake up already, you bastard. Smack. Unable to hold back, Beek Sanga punched So-chan in the face. However, So-chan merely collapsed like a lifeless doll, showing no reaction. Grit. Beek Sanga clenched her teeth. She understood. She herself had nearly lost her mind countless times after dying and reviving over and over. But without So-chan's help now, escaping from this death god in front of them was a hopeless dream. I have to do something to break out of this situation. There was still one way. Each time she died, something was being engraved onto her soulless secret incantation. It was more foreign than any martial art she had ever learned, heading in a completely different direction from ordinary chi gathering techniques. Every time the gudgeol increases, something mixes into my internal chi. The problem was, she couldn't tell whether that change was good or bad, so Jiang clicked her tongue. Tusk, looks like I'll have to give up on one of you. What kind of martial art are you even trying to pass on? Beek Sanga couldn't hold it in any longer and asked, Martial art? No, it's a constitution. A constitution? Yes, a constitution. Crackle. So Jiang extended her hand, and lightning chi flowed along her fingers. The 9 Heavens lightning art I created is quite a decent martial art. It was self-praise, but it wasn't entirely wrong. The hidden shadow, so clan had earned a rightful place among the 10 great demonic arts thanks to that very 9 Heavens lightning art. But this 9 Heavens lightning art doesn't suit assassins. So Jiang's expression darkened with dissatisfaction. Lightning techniques are just too flashy. Well, that's true, I guess, and their unique nature makes it far too easy to identify the culprit. She wasn't wrong. Very few factions in the Murim world specialized in lightning techniques. In the orthodox side, there was the Namgung clan and the mysterious Heavenly Thunder divine sect. On the demonic side, the Hidden Shadow So clan and the Black Gold Sa clan were about the only ones that came to mind. Anyone killed by lightning techniques could be easily traced back to one of those factions. So I sought to develop something new, a martial art optimized for killing, better than lightning techniques. And you succeeded, I assume? Indeed. I call it the body of the death god. A body optimized for assassination, inspired by Sister Ma's heaven-slaying nature. Beek Sanga gave her a stunned look. That all sounded great, but why was she passing it on to her? You'll be my successor. You have the potential, talent, and the mental strength. You have it all. So Jiang's eyes gleamed with madness. So excited, she no longer stuttered. Now, let's continue. Once you master the body of the death god, Yao'll become the greatest queen of assassins in history. Like hell I will? An assassin from an orthodox family? Was she trying to ruin her house? Sorry, but you don't have a choice, so Jiang's words were cut off. So, you finally showed an opening. Huh. A dark demonic Taiji emerged behind So Jiang. When did you? Jiang had been caught off guard by Sochin, but for some reason, her expression remained bright as she looked at him. Stop making that annoying face. Heavenly demon Taiji reversal sun and moon shatter the heavens quackwang. Sochin detonated the summoned demonic Taiji, bombarding Jiang's entire body. By leveraging the clash of yin and yang, the instant destructive power rivaled that of the heavenly demonic divine art. Yeo-myung Master Sochin? Since when? From the very beginning. Sochin gritted his teeth as he glared at Jiang, who had been blown far away. I survived that hell. Did you really think it'd break from just 100 deaths? He had already endured his body and soul being torn apart by the heavenly demon founder at heaven of sacred spirits. Compared to that pain, the deaths Jiang had given him were like resting on a soft bed. Rumble. Jiang rose, brushing aside the collapsed rocks, her eyes glowing fiercely. Indeed, I saw traces of Master's techniques in that strike. Why, you monster? Sochin was horrified. She had taken the sun and moon shatter the heaven head-on and was still perfectly fine? Excellent. Marvelous. To have deceived even my senses, even for a moment, that stealth must be the sign of fully accepting the essence of the body of the death god. He had thought Sochin was a fool, but it turned out he was a genius overflowing with talent. Jiang's voice climbed higher, almost sounding like a woman. Ha. Let's start again, my dear disciples. Jiang charged at them like a wild beast. The heavenly demon founder and his disciples arrived at the place where heavenly evil had been sealed. But the massive form of heavenly evil had already disappeared. Instead, a woman dressed in black and white like a snow spirit welcomed them with a faint smile. Welcome, Yeo-myung, the founder replied with hollow eyes. I didn't expect you to leave your will behind as well. Did this happen before we arrived here? That's right. Pa Guncheng, standing behind the founder, glared at her. It's been a long time, priestess. Or should I call you Grand Heavenly Lord now? Heh. Call me whatever you like. Titles don't matter to me, but more importantly, crack. Her head twisted grotesquely at a right angle. Where's my beloved Jian? Chapter 300, Greedy and Selfish 3. Everyone remained silent. Madness. What I felt from the being before my eyes was nothing but overwhelming madness. Chuan Xiang stepped forward. You are insane, priestess. Fufufu, you say I am insane? You were like a mother to us, the disciples. Yet you fell for the whispers of the heaven-defying society and betrayed the great cause, and you betrayed Master. How curious. That is a future none of you have even experienced yet. Even if we haven't experienced it, reading what has already happened is well within my ability. The priestess nodded. Well, considering your insight has already reached the peak among all the arts of the universe, recalling a past that has already passed must be child's play for you. Chuan Xiang glared at the priestess and asked, You and we fought together and defeated the resurrected body of heavenly evil. Then why did you awaken as the Grand Heavenly Lord? The so-called Sun and Moon divine cult, known today as the demonic cult, had originally served a being called the Earth Saint, who had stood in opposition to heavenly evil. For the highest religious leader of that cult to betray them was something even they found hard to believe. Do you really want to know? Chuan Xiang sighed after a moment of thought. No, I am curious, but there's no need to hear it. With those words, Chuan Xiang formed a hand seal. Either way, you will be sealed once again by our hands. Divine art, 5 elemental mountain suppression A sealing technique, said to have been born from the legend of the Buddha smashing down the stone monkey. True to its title of a divine art, the moment Chuan Xiang unleashed the technique, a massive illusion of a mountain appeared and crashed down upon the priestess. Q-wang, crunch, crack, crackle. The priestess, who had been standing still, began to sink deeper and deeper into the ground under the immense pressure. But Chuan Xiang's technique wasn't merely for crushing the target into the ground. Seal, with his chant, the surrounding space began to collapse. With the sound of shattering glass all around, the entire space started to compress tightly toward the priestess. So you've chosen mutual destruction? How wise. You know full well that you can't win head-on. Of course, the moment the ritual ran rampant and our realms overlapped, our existence became nothing more than a part of yours. That was why they gathered every last ounce of strength from Master and the senior brothers to unleash this sealing divine art. You and we will battle for eternity within the seal. Fufu, that doesn't sound so bad. The first brother has already confirmed his feelings with junior sister Ma, and they have become lovers. There will be no more meetings between you and him. What? For a moment, the priestess completely froze, as if she had heard something that should never have been said. Her eyes twisted into a sunken, hollow glare. What? What did you just say? CHRRRK? CHRRRK? No way, there's no way. My Gioni, that's impossible. The fragments of space that had been closing in around the priestess began to part slightly. Hwan Seong's divine art started to weaken. No, this can't be. From Hwan Seong's perspective, it wasn't that the priestess had used some new technique. It was pure strength. She was breaking through the so-called divine art with nothing but raw power fueled by her rage. He told me he loved me. He told me he'd avenge me. He told me he'd always look only at me. And now what? He's with someone else? Rumble, rumble. Erg, Kehyuk. As Hwan Seong's divine art was pushed back, blood began to trickle from the mouths of the other senior brothers who were supporting the technique. That blood-crazed bitch. That heat-stricken mutt dares to covet what is mine. She's much more insane than I thought. What the hell actually happened in that future? If Hwan Seong's divine art broke here, they would be annihilated without question. It wasn't that they feared death now, but to fall without even buying time for their youngest junior would be a disgrace as senior brothers. At that moment, the heavenly demon founder, who had remained silent, stepped forward and raised her hand. Gal, Kwayak, the swelling force of the priestess was instantly suppressed by the founder's shout. With her aura shrinking immediately, the priestess let out a mocking laugh. Hu fu fu fu. Seong, if it's you, you could indeed bend the very laws themselves. Flash, but so what? You are nothing more than a thought entity. Nothing will change. Nothing, my ass. The woman's sharp shout echoed like heavenly thunder. You little brat? Some hag who died before us dares to aim for what's ours. Heaven-slaying star, third stage blood god Ma Seoyen, her entire body dyed in blood-red energy, had silently crept behind the priestess and thrust her sword into her. Extreme space, severing a secret art of the Yuma sword, infused with a level of killing intent on a completely different scale than before, directly struck the priestess. There was no doubt besides the heavenly demon founder, no one else could possibly withstand that blow. The priestess instinctively raised her arm to block Ma Seoyen's ambush. Crash, crackle. As the priestess' arm collided with Ma Seoyen's sword, the surrounding space warped grotesquely. Crunch, crackle. As if something was being torn apart, the sound echoed chillingly. The priestess glared venomously at Ma Seoyen. You blood-crazed wench. I should've killed you when Seong first brought you to Deason. Ma Seoyen shot back without backing down. Ha! So when you told me to heal my wounded heart here, that was just deception, wasn't it, you old hag? How dare you? Just as the priestess was about to unleash her fury toward Ma Seoyen, senior brother Yu. Now, what did you just? At that single form of address, the priestess' composure completely collapsed. Yu Jian, who had been quietly concealing his presence all this time, struck with his sword. Heart's path resentment severance thuck. Yu Jian's blade pierced through space and embedded itself directly in the priestess's forehead. Her head snapped backward in an instant. Seeing that, Ma Seoyen clenched her fist tightly. Did it work? No, it failed. The heavenly demon founder shook her head coldly. From the moment Seongwi's divine art failed, none of our techniques could be anything more than a distraction. Ha, ahaha. You do know well, don't you? The priestess grabbed Yu Jian's blade embedded in her forehead and viciously yanked it out. Then, smiling brightly, she spoke to Yu Jian. Gioni, my beloved Gioni, to think you dare to wound me. But I'll forgive you, because I love you more than anyone in this world. Priestess, Yu Jian stared at her without any expression. I still don't want to believe how the me from outside and you ended up that way. But it's an undeniable truth. Even so, the me of now has sworn to love someone else, not you. The smiling priestess expression hardened. And if I may speak frankly, don't say it. If the me from outside chose you, it was very likely out of pity, not love. Shut up. Rumble, 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 rumble. Enraged, the priestess exploded with power. At the same time, Hwan Seong's divine art shattered completely, and the four disciples collapsed, coughing up blood. Thanks to Ma Seoyen and Yu Jian joining in, they avoided immediate obliteration, but the damage was clearly critical. How dare you, how dare you, how dare you, how dare you, how dare you say that to me? The Yu Jian standing before her now was not the Yu Jian she had once known. And yet, at the same time, he was still the Yu Jian she remembered. It was a contradictory notion, but that was precisely why the priestess was truly enraged. Take those words back right now? Sorry, but Yu Jian looked at her with pitying eyes. The me standing here now is just a stranger who has nothing to do with you. But pity was just pity. His words were cold as ice. Please disappear quietly from this world. As an inhuman shriek, not of this world's language, burst from the priestess' mouth, now youngest. Toward the priestess, who had now revealed a complete opening, I unleashed the power I had been silently gathering until now. Left hand, heavenly demon divine art right hand, profound heavenly divine art union, heavenly demon resonance, great calamity annihilation originally. This resonant energy could not be used alone, even at the realm of transcendent demon. However, by combining my power with Cheon Yura's and forcibly drawing out the next level of power, I was able to manifest the resonance on my own, though imperfectly. Of course, it wasn't something I could use in a one-on-one fight. I could only barely manage it if someone else created an opening like this. But if I could just buy enough time to unleash this resonance, it could deal a fatal blow to anyone. What is this? Sensing the abnormal waves of the incoming resonance, the priestess was visibly flustered. Toward the panicked priestess, the heavenly demon founder smirked. Though the power is lacking, this is a strike from the living. It follows the proper flow of the law, so you will never be able to stop it. No, this can't be. The priestess hastily tried to summon her strength, but before she could, the heavenly demon founder, already at her side, gently gripped her shoulder with a smile. Did you really think I'd just stand by and let you go? Yeo-myung. Just as the priestess's face twisted into a demonic sneer, both she and the heavenly demon founder were swallowed whole by the resonance. A massive dust storm clouded the surroundings. Though it was an incomplete resonance, its power undoubtedly surpassed even the heaven-slaying annihilation. It was the strongest strike I could possibly unleash. Please, let this be the end. Delivering Cheon Yura's words to Jin Yeomyung was important, but if I could end it here, I absolutely wanted to. However, my hopes were quickly dashed. The presence I felt beyond the dust was still intact. No, rather Kyuk. A sudden white something pierced straight through Ma Seoyen's shoulder. See Seoyen, it was so fast that no one here could react in time. Is that not a tentacle but an arm? Ka-erg, Ma Seoyen gritted her teeth, grabbing the arm that had skewered her shoulder with venomous eyes. As the dust settled, the previously enormous form of heavenly evil reappeared, now shrunken but with 6 arms. You've shown your true form. You think I'm going down like this? Seoyen, stop! Yoo Jian screamed, realizing what Ma Seoyen was about to do. However, Ma Seoyen calmly countered. You, of all people, what are you saying? After saying that to the youngest, but listen closely. Ma Seoyen shouted, blood constantly pouring from her mouth. I love you. Even if I fall to the underworld for the sins I've committed, this heart of mine will remain eternal and undying. That insolent brat, even until the end. A strange, eerie voice, a mixture of the priestess and someone else, echoed from afar. But Ma Seoyen glared fiercely at her opponent and shouted back. Yurei, the insolent one. How dare you covet my man? Ma Seoyen's body began to break down. She had reached the final stage of the heaven-slaying star, her body already transformed to the point where it was impossible to distinguish between flesh and blood demonic energy. And yet, Ma Seoyen never let go of her hostility toward the priestess. She turned to me and shouted, You damned youngest brat. If you lose, I'm coming for you in the afterlife. Senior sister, it was fun meeting you. With those final words, blood explosion, still clutching one of Heavenly Evil's arms tightly, Ma Seoyen's entire body exploded in a grand vortex of blood. Chapter 301. Conclusion 1. It was a dim, snowy day. Han-young, the fallen sun and moon divine cult's priestess, let out a sigh as she looked at the companion who had returned after several years. Heaven-slaying star, huh? You've brought something strange again. The sun and moon divine cult isn't an orphanage, Yeo-myung. 28 years old, just past the prime of her youth. She had devoted the entirety of her 20s to rebuilding the completely collapsed sun and moon divine cult, and tiny wrinkles had begun to form at the corners of her eyes. Standing before her, Cheon Yura, the last descendant of the sun and moon divine cult, turned his head slightly, avoiding the dagger-like glare of his lover. Sorry, but surely a master can't stop their disciple's choice, can they? That's already the 6th one you've brought. Still, doesn't that give us hope for the future? The future, she sighed again. Fine, I'll admit they all seem somewhat promising. Glancing briefly at Cheon Yura, Yong suddenly smiled brightly and approached Ma Seoyen. Nice to meet you. I am Yong, the one who oversees this sun and moon divine cult. Ah, hello. Peeking out timidly from behind Yoo Jian, Ma Seoyen spoke in a frightened voice. Lady. For a moment, a hellish silence filled the air. The word that started with lady, directed at her whose skin had begun to wrinkle from years of hardship, was an absolute taboo, a line that must never be crossed. But the young and clueless Ma Seoyin crossed that line far too easily. Someone failed to hold back their expression at that moment. Thud, guh, the sole of a foot struck that someone's side at lightning speed. Eek. As her mighty master was sent flying, Ma Seoyin clung to Yu Jeon's sleeve, trembling. Yu Jeon tried to soothe the frightened Ma Seoyin. It's all right. This happens all the time. The last priestess of the sun and moon divine cult wasn't so petty as to harm a child who had spoken out of ignorance. However, for someone aware of the situation to dare laugh, they would be lucky if they only lost their ribs. HNNNG, GRRRR. Yong watched the trembling figure clutching their side with a look of utter disdain. So, how was your trip to the Central Plains? It's become even sharper. No, it's gotten worse. The moment another strike seemed to be charging in Yong's foot, Jin Yeomyung hastily changed the subject. I had a feeling it would turn out this way when I brought heaven-slaying star, but the chaos in the world shows no sign of settling. Well, that's not entirely true. Jin Yeomyung revealed the greatest outcome of his trip to the Central Plains. They've apparently found a piece of heavenly evil. They? You mean those damned heaven-defying society rats? Her expression instantly turned cold. Ha, how amusing. After centuries of raising hell trying to turn the world upside down, they've finally found one? There's still time. Heaven's timing hasn't come yet. Just as Jin Yeomyung said, in such chaotic times, heaven's timing was often slow to arrive. True, they wouldn't want to waste the piece they barely managed to find on a rushed attempt. Let me see. With a long gaze toward the sky, she furrowed her brows slightly. About 10 years maybe? 10 years isn't too bad. Not too bad. You realize this just means more work for us, right? She clicked her tongue in irritation. Lately, things have just started to ease up as scattered cult members slowly began gathering again. Well, there's nothing I can say about that, no matter how many mouths I had. Tusk. Anyway, go inside. We need to perform the adjustment. Once again, I am counting on you. Without hesitation, Jin Yeomyung started walking toward the small shrine built behind Yong. The demonic energy is growing stronger by the day. You never know when it might consume you, so keep your mind sharp. Jin Yeomyung shrugged his shoulders. With you by my side, what's there to worry about? She frowned slightly. I can't watch your back forever. I made a promise to the previous generation, so I'll do my best, but you need to prepare for the time when I am no longer around. That's too cruel. I can't even imagine a life without you. Stop spouting nonsense and get inside. Smack, receiving a slap on his back, Jin Yeomyung grumbled as he disappeared into the shrine. Clicking her tongue, Yong turned her gaze to Yu Jeon. You really have it rough, having to look after that idiot. Yu Jeon shook his head with a bitter smile. No, priestess. Isn't it a disciple's duty to look after their master? Hoo-hoo, how commendable. She patted Yu Jeon on the head. For some reason, seeing that made Ma Seoyin feel oddly uncomfortable. Poke. Feeling a slight pressure on his back, Yu Jeon turned his head. It's all right, Seoyin. The priestess isn't a bad person. Ma Seoyin didn't answer and just kept staring at Yong. QQ cuck, looks like I left quite the spicy first impression. Yong chuckled with a peculiar smile. Well, judging by the state you're in, you must have had a tough time out there. But there aren't any bad people around here, so y'all have plenty of chances to heal your heart. Though we're poor, so you might go a little hungry. At those words, Yu Jeon boldly declared that such a thing would never happen. Yong laughed, saying that if they wanted to avoid that, their master needed to hurry up and rebuild the cult. Come on, it's your first day joining the cult after all. We should at least celebrate with some meat. Thank you, priestess. Yu Jeon's face lit up with joy. Jin Yeomyung, who had entered the shrine, wandered around the 10,000 mountain for a bit looking for the missing Yong, but that was a trivial matter. 1,000 years ago, led by my master and senior brother, I had joined the fallen sun and moon divine cult and spent 10 years in the 10,000 mountain until I set out again for the Central Plains to capture the resurrecting heavenly evil. Always bickering, yet like parents me master and the priestess, and my senior brothers and junior brothers who, though they sometimes clashed, had always been harmonious. For me, those 10 years had been the happiest time of my life. Thud, my entire body burst apart. Shockingly, no organs or bones spilled from my torn flesh, only red blood, nothing but liquid blood. Blood explosion. This technique, essentially a self-destruction move, could only be performed after awakening the final stage of heaven-slaying star. And its ability was simple. Such a useless move. On the pure white arm of the priestess who had pierced through me, crimson vein-like lines suddenly began to spread. Corrosion? No, this wasn't just about taking over the opponent's body. In each drop of that blood, I could sense distinct wills. It felt as if countless beings, not Ma Seoyin alone, were charging at her all at once. It was a grotesque sight, but somehow I knew exactly what it was. The memory of blood. One of the abilities of Heaven-Slaying Star, as Ma Chialsu had once explained to me. That power was now manifesting in a different form. Ma Seoyin, you cling to me until the bitter end, do you? The priestess, now transformed into heavenly evil no, into the grand heavenly Lord Han-young, flared her energy in an attempt to shake off Ma Seoyin's blood. But each time, though her momentum faltered briefly, Ma Seoyin's blood clung even tighter, wrapping around her entire body with greater ferocity. Grit, I clenched my teeth. The countless wills spilling outward meant that the core self of Ma Seoyin had essentially perished. She had truly sacrificed her life to hold her opponent back. Seoyin sacrificed herself to buy us time. And the heavenly demon founder was also aware of this fact. Can you feel it? The power of the heavenly demonic divine art circulating within her. I slowly nodded. Yes, I can feel it. Normally, no one else could have noticed it, but only the heavenly demon founder, and I understood. The power currently driving the grand heavenly Lord Yong was the fragments of the heavenly demon founder and the strength of 7th heavenly Lord Beek Ryo. The heavenly demon founder spoke calmly. From now on, we shall resonate the fragments within her with the ones inside you. If we expend the last of our strength, we can elevate your level and pull that being down to your level. I understood immediately. After Hwan Seong's ultimate spell had failed, the heavenly demon founder and the strength of our brothers had already reached their limits. To push further meant accepting annihilation in exchange for mutual destruction. Jiana, yes, protect our youngest. You can do that, can't you? Yu Jian gave a faint smile and nodded. I will follow soon. Good, I'll go ahead. Though we're nothing more than remnants of thought, whether we'll meet again in the afterlife is uncertain. The heavenly demon founder extended his hand toward the grand heavenly lord. At the very least, our will shall be carried on. Crackle. In response, the remaining disciples, who had been preserving their strength until now, all flared their chi at once. Feeling the power of the resonating fragments within her, she roared fiercely. Yuseong, are you really planning to stand in my way until the end? The heavenly demon founder gave a bitter smile and spoke to her. I truly loved you. Their gazes met, but perhaps you never did, maybe not even before you lost your mind. Stating the obvious drip. For some reason, blood tears began to stream down from her empty eyes. We were nothing more than bound by a contract made by the previous generation. No matter what meaning you attach to that relationship, it holds no value to me now. Is that so? After a brief pause, the heavenly demon founder bowed his head to her. I am sorry. The once compassionate face of hers twisted into a demonic snarl. Knowing all I went through and using your so-called mission as an excuse, you couldn't give me a proper answer. This outcome might have been inevitable. She let out a crazed scream toward the heavenly demon founder. How dare you apologize to me? Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying wave of power exploded around them, obliterating everything in its path. That apology had struck her deepest nerve. There's more to this than just what's on the surface. There was no way she would rage like this over a mere apology. The heavenly demon founder continued. My life and power, if I could, I would hand them over to you without resistance. But given the circumstances, I must apologize once more. His hand moved toward his chest. Please, stop blocking the path of our descendants and vanish with me as a ghost of the past. At that moment, as she let out an inhuman scream toward the heavenly demon founder, cracks began to spread across the heavenly demon founder's body. From those cracks, black light began to pour out, binding her in place. Rumble. And it wasn't just him. The remaining disciples behind him also followed suit. Sending their strength to the heavenly demon founder, they prepared for their own end, fully committing to this mutual destruction. Ha, is this the end, then? Even as the skin peeled from their bodies like scales, their expressions remained calm. Just as junior sister Ma said it was good to have met you, junior brother. The first to wave at me and vanish was Sa Gumhui. Though my descendants have gravely wronged our cult, I hope Yao'll give them at least one chance at forgiveness. I am sorry for leaving you with such a heavy burden, junior brother. Hwan Seong, forcing a bright expression, disappeared next. Well, I don't have much to say. It's still a shame I couldn't beat senior brother in the end. I'm sure y'all manage just fine, so there's nothing more for me to add. Ah, perhaps I am the true winner for raising the best disciples. Pa Guncheng and Jin Guanchen also vanished with somewhat satisfied smiles. And so, everyone was gone except for Yu Jian and Sojeong, who wasn't even here. Yu Jian looked around the fading surroundings. The corrosion is vanishing. As he said, the once calm seashore scenery had now completely disappeared, returning to the original black and white void. In other words, the Yu Jian standing before me was also about to vanish. Junior brother. Yes, senior brother, I have two final requests. I clenched my teeth and nodded. I am listening. First, if you survive this place, there will be no more than 5 beings in this world who could stand against you. Indeed, except for the cult leader, the grand heavenly lord, Dao Zun, and Cheon Yura, no one else remained who could stop me. Please use the power you gain here wisely. His lover had died a miserable death, and our master and senior brothers had perished. Grief beyond words filled his eyes, yet Yu Jian still worried about the world until the very end. I'd like to tell you it's an unnecessary worry, but I suppose I must answer this way. I will keep it in my heart. Yu Jian smiled faintly at my reply. Thank you. And the second, retrieve my sword. If it was Yu Jian's sword, he must have meant the 10 heavenly record immortal sword, said to be sealed somewhere in the 10,000 mountain. Pointing at the dimmed true star sword, he spoke. The true star sword is nothing but scrap metal now. My sword should serve as a worthy replacement for you. Understood. Within that sword, I believe I left behind my enlightenment. Flinch, by enlightenment you mean. Most likely, the enlightenment I left to stop Master from losing himself. No matter how much I change, if it's me, I would have done so. And the future we once faced together, it should be lying there as well. I couldn't bring myself to speak so easily. Yu Jian patted my shoulder. To you, it may already be nothing more than a long-gone past. No matter what you see, don't give it too much meaning. That's all I ask, I understand. Unlike the first, this second acceptance barely came out of my mouth. Thank you. Now then, as senior brother, I should fulfill my final duty. Yu Jian and I turned our eyes toward the grand heavenly Lord Yong, who had been torn apart by the heavenly demon founder and our brother's self-destruction, standing in ruins. Chapter 302. Conclusion 2. Due to the influence of the Eastern Ghost's curse, her current appearance was a complete mess. Of her 6 arms, 2 had been torn off, and pus flowed from various parts of her body, as if she had suffered severe burns. More than anything, the overwhelming pressure that had once dominated the heavenly demon founder and the senior brothers had significantly weakened. Master didn't leave me behind just because I was the only one among the senior brothers who still had strength left. Yu Jian pointed his sword at her. Master allowed me to remain so that I could bring closure to my own ties. Though she was still holding on to her identity as the priestess, she gritted her teeth at Yu Jian. Jian Yu to the very end. She revealed the deep sense of betrayal she felt toward Yu Jian, but instead, a quiet fury emanated from Yu Jian. I am sorry, priestess. I have nothing more to say to you. Yu Jian took his stance. Right now, I only wish to avenge my lover who was sacrificed. Revenge? You dare call this revenge? Just as she was about to unleash her fury, Yu Jian's sword slipped through that fleeting gap and unleashed an immense surge of intent. Heart's path transcending resentment, it was the strongest technique Yu Jian could currently execute alone. His sword transcended space and time as it once again aimed for her throat. However, you dare seek revenge with just that? Clack, 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 her 4 remaining arms instantly formed a seal. Dual source unified formation. A sinister light burst out from all over heavenly evil's body, forcing Yu Jian's sword to be pushed back. Retrieving his sword, Yu Jian let out a faint groan. So it really is the forbidden art of the ancient sun and moon divine sect. It's not going to be easy. Hoo hoo ho ho, she gave Yu Jian a twisted grin. Yes, if you want come into my hands, then it's better that I grant you peace myself. Her 2 pairs of arms formed different seals. It was clear that she was preparing a powerful strike aimed directly at Yu Jian. Get ready, youngest. He spoke to me. Seeing how she had to block with a spell means she must have spent a significant amount of energy. Previously, when Yu Jian had ambushed her, she didn't even flinch when his sword struck her forehead. But this time, she had actively blocked it with a spell. That small difference proved that her condition was not the same as before. There will be one opportunity. The first and last chance, yes. There was no time to grieve partings. The only way to repay their sacrifice was victory. That was a truth I had come to realize again and again through countless battles. I'll go first. This time, Yoo-jeon did not shoot out his sword chi. Instead, he threw his body toward her. She responded immediately to Yoo-jeon's charge. Her forearms formed seals, and a simple, pure white flame of unknown nature ignited. The problem was that the flame carried a temperature capable of erasing any living, being the moment it touched them. That flame, it's similar to the one the Venerable Buddha used back then. Of course, in terms of sheer intensity, it was far more powerful than the Venerable Buddha's. Mandala Flame. It was a spell that once worked on the resurrected true body of heavenly evil. She shot the flame toward Yoo-jeon as she shouted, "Do you think you can stop this?" The released mandala flame surged toward Yoo-jeon, engulfing him in a massive explosion. Rumbly, I had to maximize my chi projection to endure the wave of scorching heat generated by the blast. Senior brother, judging from the force of the explosion ahead, it seemed impossible that even his body would remain intact. However, from within that pure white inferno, Yoo-jeon's figure emerged. She seemed genuinely shocked, unable to believe that he had withstood the attack. Of course, Yoo-jeon wasn't unharmed. In that brief moment, his once handsome face had been charred and disfigured beyond recognition. Yet Yoo-jeon didn't lose a bit of his momentum as he continued to charge at her. But, thud, the moment Yoo-jeon entered her reach, her forearms pierced his body like bolts of lightning. Gah! In an instant, her arms had pierced his heart, side, and left shoulder. A critical strike leaving no room for recovery. But he managed to twist his head just enough to avoid the final blow aimed at his head. Thanks to that, he was barely able to preserve the strength in his right arm for one last swing. Priestess, her eyes, filled with hatred and resentment, locked onto Yoo-jeon. Regardless of the emotions you held toward me, I cannot accept them. Yoo-jeon, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, raised his sword. But at the very least, for your final journey, I will be by your side. Thrust. His sword pierced straight through Han Yong's forehead. With a drowsy sensation, Cheon Yura opened her eyes. "Young cult leader, are you awake?" Cheon Yura frowned slightly at the sight of Seo-byun fussing so suddenly, but only for a moment. "Where am I?" She was certain she had fallen asleep while working late into the night, yet when she opened her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar bedroom. And then, Cheon Yura noticed two strange things. One was that the atmosphere around her felt unnervingly sharp. The other was that her body felt much heavier than she had expected. Since she had spent more days wielding a brush than a sword, that much was understandable. My body has stiffened more than I thought. As someone who had reached the extreme demon realm, I immediately recognized the slightest change in my body. Those outside are they from the Guardian Hall, but they weren't the young Guardian Lions who usually served under Right Guardian Wu. They were the elite forces directly under the cult leader's command. Piecing these facts together, I finally reached a conclusion. Byun, yes. How long have I been unconscious? Flinch. Seo-byun's expression stiffened for a moment before she cautiously answered. 7 days and nights, my lady. What? For someone who had reached the extreme demon realm to remain unconscious for 7 whole days and nights was no small matter. Seo-byun hurriedly continued as I opened my eyes wide in shock. The demon doctor said it was just accumulated fatigue. There were no other abnormalities. No abnormalities, huh? I gently pressed my forehead with my hand, and then, it felt as if lightning had struck my mind. My eyes widened sharply, and my head slowly turned toward the ceiling. Yeo-myung cult leader, not only my eyes but my lips parted slightly, and before long, whoosh. I suddenly grabbed the blanket and pulled it over my entire body. Yeo-myung cult leader? Seo-byun was visibly flustered by the sight of me suddenly hiding under the blanket. That wasn't all. Thump, thump, thump. I began kicking the bed with the tops of my feet. There was no chi behind the kicks, but they were clearly filled with emotion. Before long, a panicked voice came from under the blanket. Why did I remember that? I thought I was supposed to forget after waking up. What do you mean, my lady? Seo-byun asked urgently, but all she got in return was the voice of her panicked master. What have I done? The sudden collapse of the young cult leader, Cheon Yura, had been enough to set the entire Heavenly Demon Pavilion on full alert. Of course, this was a top secret that absolutely could not be leaked outside. Seo-byun had kept strict control over the information and had stayed by Cheon Yura's side day and night. That was why it had been a tremendous relief when Cheon Yura finally opened her eyes. Did she have some kind of nightmare? If not, it felt like she was recalling some embarrassing memory from her childhood that she wished she could hide forever. Maybe she finally realized how ridiculous it was to name herself the Moonlit Sword Flower. While Sa Byeon was thinking such disrespectful thoughts to herself, how am I supposed to face him now? Him, damn those founders. How dare they deceive me like this? I won't let them get away with it. Founders. Just what kind of dream had she seen to make her react like this? Sa Byeon was dying to know. No, wait, this isn't the time for this. Now that Cheon Yura had woken up, she had to report immediately to the cult leader. Hadn't both the left and right guardians been mobilized to lock down the entrance to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion? Yeo-myung, cult leader, then I shall briefly. Sa Byeon stepped out to report to the guardians. Left alone in the quiet, spacious bedroom, I finally came to my senses. However, no matter how clear my mind became, the fact remained that I had done something irreversible. I covered my face with both hands and sank into silence for a long while. After some time had passed, I whispered softly to myself, "Win, clench, win and return to my side, no matter what." Had Sa Byeon been there, she would have surely thought this, that somehow my demeanor had softened just a little. "I'll be waiting." Crack, crack, the body of heavenly evil, pierced through the forehead, began to crumble. It had been nothing more than a simple thrust, lacking any notable chi or intent. Yet, for some reason, unlike before, she hadn't resisted at all. No, it's not that she couldn't resist, she didn't resist. Why? With the hand that had let go of the sword, Yoo-jeon slowly embraced her collapsing body. Yoo-jeon whispered to her. As I said earlier, if my feelings toward Master were betrayal, then the root of that feeling must have been sympathy. He paused for a moment before continuing. But that sympathy surely originated from maternal love. If Master was our father, then you were our mother. Finally, she softly whispered something into Yoo-jeon's ear. And Yoo-jeon, quietly nodding, responded to her words. Though I couldn't hear what they whispered to each other, I could somehow tell that they had resolved at least some of their emotions in that final moment. Before long, the figures of the two slowly began to dissolve into particles of light, disappearing from the world. The priestess and Yoo-jeon were gone. At the same time, from somewhere, a familiar and immense power began to pour into me. The power of the fragment. Part of that power was absorbed into my dantian, while the rest flowed into the fragment of the founder. I instinctively realized that, from now on, no matter what I faced, I would never again struggle due to a lack of inner chi. However, not all the power has been absorbed. Only about half has flowed in. The rest is still somewhere else. And the reason is surely. Not long after, in the spot where the two had vanished, someone appeared, wearing a somber expression as if to take their place. I spoke her name aloud. Lady Cheon Yura. Cheon Yura, whose body had been taken over by the priestess, had regained her freedom with the maiden's disappearance. But for some reason, her expression didn't seem pleased in the slightest. Damn it. Just as I was wondering about her sudden curse, she reached out toward the empty air, and a pitch-black sword of condensed chi appeared in her hand. That sword was not something that could be manifested at just any level. More than that, the intent surrounding that blade. Before I could even finish my thoughts, she lightly swung the sword. Quack, boom. A massive slash swept right past me, strong and sharp. There was no doubt. That slash just now was the result of refining sword intent. Though she had never even reached the extreme demon realm, she had just crossed multiple boundaries and now displayed power comparable to the transcendent demon realm. I can't sense heavenly evil's power. Then how? Heavenly evil had perished along with the priestess, Han-young. Of course, the energy left in the founder's fragment still remained. But even if Cheon Yura had inherited that power, refining sword intent was not something that could be achieved with chi alone. She, who had just unleashed a slash past me, finally spoke. Annoying. I had a good guess as to why she was acting like this. Is it because you, who once abandoned your humanity, have now returned to being human? She had once chosen to abandon her humanity and become a monster. Yet in the end, regardless of her intentions, she had returned to being human. That too. Clicking her tongue with a grimace, she suddenly spat out something unexpected. And now I've finally realized why you never came to me. She realized the reason. When that damned monster that imprisoned me vanished, heavenly evil's authority disappeared with it. But in its place, the insight and power of the heavenly demon founder somehow flowed into me. Was she saying that she had inherited the heavenly demon founder's insight? It sounded absurd and ridiculous, but it was the only explanation that made sense in this situation. And along with it, I received a glimpse of someone's short memory. If it's a memory, then came the shocking words from Cheon Yura's lips. the memory of the moment when you and Cheon Yura died together. What? My eyes widened in shock. Cult leader, the heartless demonic empress, Cheon Yura. And you Jin Yeomyung, the reargate sword of the internal affairs. She sneered at me. So this is it, huh? The real reason you always rejected me and chose Cheon Yura instead. How? The greatest secret of my life, one I hadn't even spoken of to Cheon Yura herself. How could that memory have ended up with Cheon Yeomyung? Before I could even begin to process the cause, she continued. Well, if you two had that kind of bond, I guess it couldn't be helped. Clack, she raised her sword, pointing it directly at me. Come, she glared at me with fierce eyes. I am done clinging to you, no matter how she had come to know my past. Let's end this once and for all. At that moment, I instinctively knew that the end between us was now truly right before my eyes. Chapter 303, Conclusion 3, she sneered coldly at me. Inner Administrator Reargate Sword. Looks like you used to be quite pathetic, didn't you? I fought to stop myself from biting my tongue. Mental attacks won't work on me, so you can stop. Who would have thought I'd let Cheon Yeomyung find out about the darkest chapter of my life? To love someone as utterly useless as Cheon Yura, who ruined the cult, well, I guess I never had a chance to begin with. Yura wasn't exactly incompetent back then. I firmly denied her words. Cheon Yura had never been particularly skilled in politics, but that didn't mean she deserved all the blame. The previous cult leader Cheon Yeomyung had blundered so badly, it had already become irreversible by the time it fell on her shoulders. If, at the very least, someone trustworthy had stood by her side instead of Han Mubik, the fate of the heavenly demon cult in my past life could have been completely different. From the start, you were the one who lost to Yura and vanished from history. This time, it was Cheon Yeomyung who fell silent. Even if you had become the cult leader, I am certain nothing would have changed in that situation. You might be right. Cheon Yeomyung unexpectedly agreed with me without hesitation. But just because I didn't experience it doesn't mean I should shrink back in fear. I'll give you that. If I kill you here, the fragments of the heavenly demon founder connecting us will completely return to me. If that happens, I'll have the power to kill Cheon Yura again. That would undoubtedly lead to a far better outcome than when she had given up her humanity. Of course, there was no way I would let things reach that point. That is, if you can actually kill me here, lady. Right, I have to surpass you first. She extended her sword and took a formal stance. So, please die by my hand. I refuse. Pot. With those words, Cheon Yeomyung and I lunged at each other at the same time. If it came down to sword comprehension alone, Cheon Yeomyung could never hope to match me. But the fact that she still charged in like this meant she had something up her sleeve. As I unleashed my opening technique, I casually provoked her. Yura asked me to pass something along. Twitch. She said you're nothing but a brainless idiot of a sister. Is that so? For the briefest instant, I saw her falter, and I struck that opening without hesitation. However, swoosh. As if she had predicted my move, she easily dodged my sword with fluid grace. Then I guess I should reply like this. She swung her sword at my neck as she spoke, by calling her a dumb little sister. It was a strike so fast that most experts couldn't have even reacted, but strangely enough, just like she had done, I could clearly read the trajectory of the blade. Swoosh. I tilted my neck slightly to avoid the strike, and this time, Cheon Yeomyung's brows furrowed. She's coming again. Her follow-up wasn't a single strike. It was a relentless barrage meant to crush her opponent. Ordinarily, the gap between Cheon Yeomyung and me meant I could have blocked her attacks with just my chi projection. But for some reason, I instinctively knew that if I tried that, I'd lose my head in a single blow. And just as I feared a familiar, dark chi burst out from her sword. Heaven-slaying Chi 9 linked sea-crossing blades, 9 consecutive strikes that left no room for retreat. It felt exactly like the pressure I had faced when up against Ma Sioyan's 10,000 blood waves. No, that is the original form of the 10,000 blood waves. I barely kept up with the barrage, evading each strike by the skin of my teeth. And the moment the 9th slash ended, I immediately counterattacked with a massive strike aimed at her opening. Heaven-piercing annihilation. The Cheon Yeomyung I had known would have surely ended with this strike. However, as my strike closed in, her sword erupted with a reverse-spiraling black flame. Heaven-slaying Chi reverse soul flame, what the hell? The counter-technique of the heaven-slaying sword that Cheon Yura had once shown. The strike that should have split everything was completely deflected by her sword. So it wasn't a lie that she inherited our master's enlightenment, and it didn't end there. Seizing the brief lull, Cheon Yeomyung raised her sword into the air. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 11. When her sword multiplied into 12 blades, I swallowed hard. 12 demon swords. You know it well. 12 flying swords, unleashed through the heaven-slaying chi. It was the signature technique of the heartless demonic empress, Cheon Yura, from my previous life now unfolding in Cheon Yeomyung's hands. How do I look now? She lightly spun the 12 swords and asked me, do I seem weaker than the Cheon Yura you remember? You seem about the same. I nodded calmly. Like Yura, weakened and riddled with all sorts of extreme poisons from the deadly poisons. You bastard! Cheon Yeomyung scowled and sent the 12 flying swords hurtling toward me. I gripped my sword tightly, overwhelmed by a strange sense of exhilaration. Back then, it had felt hopeless to even think of defending against that, but now I felt like I could handle it. Boom. With a powerful step forward, I threw myself right into the vortex of the flying swords. In an instant, both Cheon Yeomyung and I vanished from sight. As our territories overlapped in an ultra-short time frame, we exchanged dozens of blows in just a single second. 12 shadowed forms, 9 heavens, 1 abyss, soul-slaying flam, boundless demon realm, heaven-piercing annihilation. 10,000 demons prostrating, catastrophic heavens flash, heaven's unescapable net, shattered star heaven net, demon sword, god-slaying flame, heaven and earth rotational seal. For over 10 seconds, Cheon Yeomyung and I clashed like we were performing a prearranged duel. To anyone watching from the outside, it would have seemed like a whirlwind of storms and flames tearing through the air. Yet, despite expending countless techniques, neither of us had so much as grazed the other, as if our hearts were perfectly in sync. Then, exactly 20 seconds later, clang. As if rehearsed, we both withdrew our swords at the same time, widening the distance between us. A brief silence followed. We glared at each other wordlessly, but inside, our minds were swirling with turmoil. It's not just that she gained enlightenment. The mastery of her heaven-slaying sword is on a whole other level. I had to admit it. Right now, her swordsmanship wasn't the least bit inferior to mine. On top of that, both of us held exactly half the power of the heavenly demon founder's fragments gathered by the heaven-defying society. At this rate, nothing short of a heaven-won duel will settle this. Which meant a contest of raw power, huh? As if we had read each other's thoughts, Cheon Yeomyung and I raised our auras at the exact same moment, without even a hair's difference. Rumble, the energy swirling around us exploded outward, forming domains that resembled opposing territories. Sorry, but when it comes to pure output, I can't lose. Above all, I had resonance chi now. With the overwhelming firepower of resonance chi, I could overpower any technique she threw at me. I simultaneously drew upon the heavenly demonic divine art and the heavenly divine art. Left hand heaven-slaying chi. Right hand 10 heavenly record chi. Combining them just as I was about to unleash resonance chi's sneer, Cheon Yeomyung smiled. You don't really know what kind of techniques the heavenly demon founder mastered, do you? Of course you wouldn't. He didn't need techniques or forms, was overwhelmingly powerful just as he was. Holding her sword in her right hand and supporting the hilt with her left palm, Cheon Yeomyung raised the blade high and declared, "I'll show you." Chill. A sinister energy, entirely different from anything before, began to radiate from her sword. Not just sword intent. It felt like she had grasped and bent the very laws of the world itself. Heavenly, demon's sovereign reign. In that fleeting moment, my instincts screamed, "Dodge." Abandoning my attempt to unleash resonance chi, I desperately hurled myself aside. And immediately afterward, something lightly grazed the spot where I had just been standing. My internal energy. The backlash from forcibly canceling resonance chi tore through some of my meridians, but it was better to endure the pain than to die, and my decision proved correct. Ha 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 ha. Look at you, scrambling away like that. Ha 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 ha. Cheon Yeomyung laughed loudly, visibly exhausted. Rolling a few times to the side, I quickly checked the ground where I had just been. You've got to be kidding me, the space itself had been split open. Through the tear left by her strike, the chaotic void beyond the fabric of reality briefly revealed itself. That's not a human technique. It was a realm that could only be touched by stepping into the supreme demon realm, or beyond. My internal wounds will heal soon, but could I really withstand that technique at my current level? Cheon Yeomyung, now drenched in cold sweat, shouted at me. Ha ha, what do you think? You think that Cheon Yura bitch could block something like this? No, she probably couldn't. Honestly, it seemed impossible for anyone, not just Cheon Yura. But Yura wouldn't even try to block it in the first place. What? Yura isn't stupid enough to take a technique head-on when she knows she can dodge it. though she had always seemed reckless, charging in like a wild boar. That was just the nature of the heaven-slaying sword and the heavenly demonic divine art. Jin Yeomyung tilted her head with a puzzled frown. But I am sure the Yura I know would charge straight in if I provoked her even a little. Let's just consider you an exception, lady. I subtly changed the subject, feeling a bit awkward at how accurately she described herself. Honestly, if it were anyone else, they might not, but she definitely would. Anyway, that technique just now, it looked like it put quite a strain on you. And your mastery over it wasn't exactly perfect, either. Even though I had pathetically rolled on the ground like a fool, the fact remained that her strike hadn't touched me. In other words, unlike the heaven-slaying sword, even Jin Yeomyung couldn't easily wield that technique. Surprisingly, she agreed. That's true, but so what? For some reason, her eyes gleamed with a hint of euphoria. Mastery. That's just something time can fix. What matters is that I can wield this power in a human body. I can win. I can surpass you. Ithai's Meccan succeed father and lead the heavenly demon cult. Her lifelong frustration erupted toward me like a flood. So don't get in my way. Until the very end. Even with such overwhelming power, was she still unable to let go of her inferiority toward Cheon Yura? I looked at Jin Yeomyung, who was charging toward me, with a gaze filled with pity. I had hoped she could at least take some pride in herself in the end. All of that power and all of that enlightenment belonged to someone else. Whether she had gained the enlightenment of the heavenly demon founder or the power of heavenly evil, Jin Yeomyung's inferiority complex would never be resolved unless she killed Cheon Yura. Then how could I possibly free her from that inferiority? She called her a brainless idiot of a sister. I knew that Cheon Yura's final words had not been mere insults. Her message was directed at Jin Yeomyung, but it was also a request to me. A request for me to release Jin Yeomyung from her chains of inferiority with my own hands. She had gone out of her way to phrase it indirectly, as if wrapping it up and delivering it carefully. In that case, ill honor it. Though the odds were slim, there was still a way. Old Han of Second Heavenly Lord had just escaped from the collapsing space. In his arms was the lifeless body of Lord Baekjeong, who had shriveled up into nothing more than a frail old woman. Whether she would regain her vitality and appearance was still uncertain, but to Old Han, it already felt like a miracle that she had survived at all. It frustrates me that I couldn't be of more help to my disciple. Originally, Old Han had intended to stand alongside the heavenly demon founder in the final battle, but the founder had refused his help and instead sent him away right before the showdown. Had they fought together, they certainly could have made a difference, but it was obvious that if they had done so, Lord Baekjeong, who had barely survived, would have surely died again. After laying Lord Baekjeong down in an empty house whose owners had long since disappeared, Old Han drew his sword and let out a sharp cry toward the front. The founder said that the boy would finish everything, but I won't tolerate any pointless interference. Old Han's gaze locked onto the young man standing before him. Isn't that right, Grand Heavenly Lord? At some point, the current Grand Heavenly Lord, Han Xian, had appeared before Old Han, staring at him with emotionless eyes. Chapter 304. Conclusion. 4 explosions erupted from all directions, and flames blazed into the air. At the same time, I heard the roaring cheers of countless people. With blank eyes, Jin Yeomyung stared at the massive palace collapsing before her. Unless my eyes deceived me, this place was unmistakably that place. The sacred ground of the cult, standing for 1,000 years, Heavenly Demon Pavilion. And yet, for some reason, that very sacred ground was crumbling helplessly right before her eyes. But that wasn't the only strange thing. Thousands of martial artists surrounding the Heavenly Demon Pavilion were raising their weapons high and letting out victorious shouts. The problem was, those people were not from the cult. At last, we have destroyed the demonic cult. Glory to the righteous Murim Alliance. Sharp as ever, Jin Yeomyung immediately grasped the situation. She let out a hollow breath, almost laughing in disbelief. What a pathetic nightmare. I recognized it at once. This place felt like a world similar to a dream. No matter how much noise they made, none of them recognized me, none even spared me a glance. I slowly began walking toward the inner sanctum of the collapsing Heavenly Demon Pavilion. The deeper I went, the louder the screams and the clashing of blades rang out from inside. And it wasn't long before I realized who was causing this chaos within the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. They were all martial artists beyond the peak level, clad in yellow robes. In all of Central Plains, there was only one group of experts who wore such garments. Yes, they called them the Golden Dragon Heavenly Sword Squad, didn't they? Hundreds of members of the Golden Dragon Heavenly Sword Squad were surrounding and fiercely clashing with a single woman. A woman clad in black and gold robes, struggling against their coordinated assault. Cheon Yura, there was no doubt. Though she looked a little older, I could never mistake her for anyone else. At that moment, I could not contain the fury boiling inside me. You pathetic woman. The reason I felt such rage was simple. Yura being pushed back by nothing more than the Golden Dragon Heavenly Sword Squad. Where the hell are the Guardian Lions? The Cheon Yura I knew should have been smiling as she drove them all into a corner. But what the hell was this pitiful sight? She had swords sticking out of her body, her chi circulation was disrupted, and her energy kept faltering. The heaven-slaying demon sword technique, which commanded 12 flying swords, had already been reduced to 4, and even those flickered like candles about to be extinguished. Crack, I clenched my teeth in fury. The Cheon Yura I knew was never this weak. I didn't give up everything just to see you fall apart like this. Just then, someone tripped over my foot. It was clearly a scholar, lying disgracefully unconscious. Though he seemed to still be breathing, his face felt oddly familiar. This guy, as though his face had grown wrinkled, his overall appearance was unmistakable. Jin Yeomyung. I glanced at the identity token sticking out from his robes and confirmed it. Inner Administrator, Reargate Sword, Jin Yeomyung. Why the hell is he in such a state? Wasn't he supposed to be the strongest shield and spear guarding Cheon Yura more than anyone else? But his trained form was nowhere to be seen, his internal strength was shallow. He was nothing like the Jin Yeomyung I once knew. And then I heard voices. What do you think, First Order? Is she still suitable as a vessel for the resurrection? Amidst the fierce battle, a middle-aged man and a young man were chatting some distance away. I could clearly hear their conversation. Yes, there's still a possibility, but a wicked grin spread across the young man's lips. Even so, we can't simply offer the divine demonic physique to the grand heavenly lord, can we? Indeed. If that is resurrected, all of us 10 heavenly lords will be nothing but sacrifices for it. The middle-aged man clicked his tongue and turned his gaze toward the ongoing battle. The fight was nearing its end, with one side clearly losing. Such disappointment. So this so-called legendary divine demonic physique collapses under a few poisons? Even the mightiest divine demonic physique couldn't withstand the perfected heavenly slaying poison. Tusk, consider yourself lucky. If it had been someone like Gam Unbai or one of the others, they would have killed you for daring to think otherwise. Ha ha ha, ill trust in you alone, Alliance Leader. The young man tried to appease the displeased middle-aged man. Ah, now I understand. I might not know who that young man was, but I recognized the identity of the middle-aged man speaking with him. The head of the Wudang sect, Sword Supreme Sage Guan Haiyan. And the fact that he was being called Alliance Leader meant only one thing. Those bastards have finally devoured the cult. This situation was nothing less than the cult standing on the brink of destruction at the hands of those wretches. Then, in that fleeting moment, I noticed something odd about the young man's face. A subtle discord that only those of the same kind could recognize. That unsettling aura unique to liars who hid their true selves deep within, deceiving everyone around them. It was as if they were using the legendary movement technique, earth-shrinking technique, as the figures of the two fighters appeared here and there, shaking the very space around them. Had this place been the center of Central Plains, it would have surely caused a cataclysm, with mountains splitting and skies tearing apart. Among the two who were creating such a transcendent clash, for some reason, Cheon Yujiang's face looked oddly at ease. For some reason, my heart feels strangely at peace. No, to be more precise, it felt more like relief than comfort. Back when she had obtained the power of heavenly evil, her heart had been nothing short of devastated. Her soul had been corrupted, her pride shattered, and she had given up on living as a human. She had sensed that the whole world would curse her and point their fingers at her, and she had been certain that the position of cult leader, which she had so desperately desired, would forever slip out of her reach. Even so, Cheon Yujiang had chosen to become a monster, because there had been a single goal that outweighed all other values. However, despite becoming a monster, she had failed. Before she could even start anything, before she could even lay a hand on Cheon Yura, she had already failed. And yet, by a twist of fate, she had been given a second and final chance. Though the power of heavenly evil had vanished, she now possessed an even more ideal power. The power and enlightenment of that heavenly demon founder were now in her hands. In other words, if she could just overcome the man standing before her now, she could challenge the throne once more, not as a monster, but as a human. However, it won't be easy. She had realized this after exchanging blades with him so far. The man before her was not someone who could be dismissed as merely talented. His mental strength, an unyielding will that would not break no matter the situation. Their martial arts level and internal strength were almost evenly matched, but the difference was beginning to show in their mental strength. Truly, this man might be the one worthy of standing by Cheon Yura's side crack. As that thought reached her, an overwhelming wave of self-loathing and fury surged within her. And as if reading her like a ghost, her opponent immediately sensed her moment of hesitation. "Your sword is shaking, lady. I sense a negative sword intent from your blade. Why is that?" Normally, she would have snapped back, demanding to know why she should tell him such a thing. But Jin Yeomyung grit her teeth and ignored his words. Instead, she swung her sword even harder, trying to shake off the emotions gripping her. But, pop. In that brief moment of lost focus, a small cut appeared on her shoulder. She quickly stepped back, clutching her shoulder. Though it was merely a scratch, the meaning behind this wound was by no means trivial. If this continues, ill lose. If it came down to a contest of raw power, she could still win. But ever since her opponent had discovered the weakness of the heavenly demon's dominance, he had never given her another chance. And then, her opponent suddenly spoke again. "Take up your sword and cast aside all stray thoughts. Focus solely on me." Why wasn't he pressing the attack? Why was he saying such things? She didn't know the reason, but she let out a bitter chuckle and adjusted her stance. Not responding to someone who was matching her with such ferocity would be disgraceful as a martial artist. In that moment, Jin Yeomyung realized something she had forgotten. Wait, how much time has passed? By her estimation, the exchange of moves with her opponent had lasted far longer than just 100 or 200 seconds. If both had nearly limitless stamina and internal strength, they could fight for days without suffering mental strain. And yet, the fact that stray thoughts were creeping in now, she finally realized she had just broken free from a state of no self. "Hey, how much time has pop?" Before she could finish, her opponent ignored her words and struck fiercely once again. "You bastard." She bit back her rage and met his attack head-on. Once again, their limbs moved in a complex dance as their swords clashed. And at the same time, it feels easier, with every clash of their swords, with every exchange of attacks. The stray thoughts vanished again, and her heart felt lighter. Why was that? This was the sword she had wielded her whole life, trying to surpass Cheon Yura. But truthfully, she had never really liked the sword. No matter how hard she tried, she could never overcome her younger sister's talent. Yet now, something felt different. She finally understood why she felt at ease. To an outsider, it might look like they were desperately trying to kill each other with their blades. But at some point, she realized that her opponent had been matching his swordplay to hers for her sake. I can make it. If they continued like this, she could go higher. Beyond the wall of talent she had so desperately yearned to overcome. Not with something someone else gave her, but by carving herself down to the core, she could finally spread wings that were truly her own. In the end, no matter what I say or do, I still need you. She conveyed this through her sword intent. "I am sorry," and once again the same answer returned. But at least, for now, Jin Yeomyung read the true intent of that sword intent and let out a bitter smile. Yes, just for now. She gave up on further persuasion and surrendered her body to the sword and the flow. How many days had passed like that? It wasn't just thousands of moves. It wasn't just tens of thousands either. After exchanging nearly 1,000,000 techniques, the paths of their swords blended together as smoothly as that of a married couple. If before, they had been able to read each other's intentions to dodge or respond to some extent, now they were so in sync that they could practically use joint techniques if they wished. And because of that, she could tell that the end of this sword dance was drawing near. At some point, the two of us stopped moving. How much time had passed? The seemingly endless inner energy of the heavenly demon founder was finally reaching its limit. She asked Jin Yeomyung, "How long has it been?" Jin Yeomyung answered, "Today marks exactly 1,000 days. Is that so? The 1,000-day duel. Inside this black and white space, we had truly exchanged swords for 1,000 days. With a relieved expression, she briefly glanced around. Before I knew it, the ritual of Bongxian had been completely undone, leaving only the ruins of the ceremony. I could now see the landscape of Yu family's sacred mountain. She silently raised her sword and focused her sword intent. At that moment, what was born on the blade was neither the heaven-slaying demon sword nor the heavenly demonic divine art, but her own sword. She gave that sword a name. Teha Sword, Supreme River Sword. That is a fine name. I could roughly guess who that name had come from. It was far weaker than the heavenly demon's dominance or the power of heavenly evil. But this was the sword she had gained by overcoming her limits with her own strength. She pointed that sword at me, and then she suddenly said something unexpected. Be wary of a man called First Order. He will likely be your next great enemy. I will keep that in mind. Well, that's if you survive this first. The two of us crossed swords. We smiled at each other as we swung. Thus, the man and woman exchanged their swords one final time. As a result, a crimson line appeared across Jin Yeomyung's neck. Ah! Feeling the sensation of cold metal passing across her neck, she slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 305. Return 1 Clang. Along with the sound of a sword falling, Jin Yeomyung's body slowly collapsed. Originally, she wasn't someone who would die even if her throat was cut. She had been the host of heavenly evil, a being that had once transcended humanity to become a monster. The concept that she dies if her head and body are separated never really applied to her kind. However, in that final moment when we exchanged blades, I instinctively realized that she had chosen death. Gah! Cough! Even as she continued to cough up blood from her mouth, her face looked more at peace than at any moment before. She collapsed to her knees, then laid herself flat on the ground, her back resting on the earth. Retrieving my sword, I quietly sat down next to her. With hazy eyes, she asked me, "Why aren't you leaving?" I replied, "At the very least, I'll stay with you until the end." "Really?" She let out a faint chuckle, then suddenly said, "Then, lend me your lap." I granted her request. Sitting cross-legged, I gently rested the back of her head on my thigh. At that, as if overwhelmed by some peculiar emotion, she spoke incomprehensibly. Yeah, this was it. After that, silence lingered for a long while. Jin Yeomyung quietly closed her eyes, feeling the breeze on the mountainside without saying another word. Surprisingly, her dying breaths remained steady and even. And when those breaths finally began to fade, she spoke to me in a small voice. "Don't ignore my warning. I want." For some reason, after you all died, I saw what came next. Startled by her sudden words, I widened my eyes. "What did you see?" "Heh, I'd love to tell you, but there's no time left." Cough. After coughing up another mouthful of blood, she reached toward my face as if it were truly the last time. "Don't let your guard down. This isn't over yet." With bloodied fingers, she touched my cheek and with the last of her strength whispered faintly, "Beware of, and I liked you." With those final words, her hand fell limp. I sighed toward the corpse of Jin Yeomyung, who now quietly rested with her eyes closed. "Even so, in the end, you chose to die as a human." Usually, the awakened vessels of the heaven-defying society or the 10 heavenly lords would have their bodies collapse, leaving no corpse behind. But now, except for the darkened areas beneath her eyes, Jin Yeomyung looked no different than someone peacefully taking a nap. "May you rest in paradise." I slowly lifted her lifeless body. She had been the host of heavenly evil. If I left her body as it was, someone from the heaven-defying society would undoubtedly come to make use of it. It would take time, but cremating her and building her a grave seemed the proper way to honor her in the end. Just then, from her abdomen, a formless something began to seep into me. Ah! The fragments of the heavenly demon founder that had been used up during the ritual of Bongxian, though their power had almost entirely faded, leaving only a faint trace. Those fragments slowly began to merge with what was already within me. My vessel has expanded. The fragment of the heavenly demon founder lodged just above my dantian had now become almost like a second dantian itself. At this rate, I could probably draw upon vitality and still endure, though it feels like a bit of a waste. Having survived with my life intact was already more than enough. I shook my head without regret. Just as I was about to descend the mountain, with Jin Yeomyung's body for cremation, like hell I'd let you leave. Suddenly, accompanied by a voice I vaguely remembered, a black shadow lunged at me. But no matter how exhausted I wasn't so weak that I couldn't dodge. Activating my movement technique in an instant, I widened the distance and glared toward the front. "Who's there?" "The host of heavenly evil and endlessly useful material. There's no way I'd let you take her." A voice soaked in both hatred and greed. And then I realized who it was. Sixth Heavenly Lord Sangdo. Once the priest of heavenly evil, who had been turned into a slave by the awakened Jin Yeomyung, now appeared before me. I immediately assessed his state and clicked my tongue. "Looks like you somehow managed to survive, but wouldn't it have been better to just run and save your own skin?" Though he had somehow escaped from Jin Yeomyung, the state he was in now was anything but normal. His limbs looked like they had been stitched together like rags, resembling a grotesque zombie. He had looked fairly clean the last time I saw him. Was this the cost of desperately struggling to escape Jin Yeomyung's grip? Either way, I had no time or patience to deal with the likes of 6th Heavenly Lord right now. There's no way I could let it go. Unless I defile that wretch's corpse and soul for eternity, I'll never be satisfied. Tusk, what a nuisance. Still holding Jin Yeomyung's body, I prepared for combat. I had no idea what gave him the confidence to act like this, but this time, I would send him properly across the river to the afterlife it was then. How dare a dying old man think he can inconvenience our precious patron? Thud, ga keikook. Suddenly, a dagger was driven into 6th Heavenly Lord's side. I was baffled by the fact that the ambush had struck 6th Heavenly Lord, not me. Widening my eyes, I turned toward the one who had launched the attack on 6th Heavenly Lord. Yura here. It's been a while, patron. So Soryu? With a tone that didn't match at all, and a smiling face, so Soryu, that crazy woman from the So clan, or more accurately, what I called her, had suddenly appeared here in the southernmost part of the Central Plains. Poison? 6th Heavenly Lord's body began to tremble as though the dagger that had pierced his side had been coated in a deadly poison. Yurei holding out better than I thought. I laced the blade with extreme bone-melting powder, so normally your innards would have already dissolved by now. So Soryu chuckled and began to twist the dagger's handle cruelly. Gyuhak. As shocking as 6th Heavenly Lord's sudden reappearance was, so Soryu's presence was even more surprising. And she wasn't the only one who appeared right after. Thrust. A shadow loomed over us, and in an instant, a long blade pierced straight through 6th Heavenly Lord's heart. The woman with striking red hair. Seeing the familiar face of my personal subordinate after such a long time, my lips parted slightly. Myung-oh, it's been a while, Lord. Myung-oh, who had appeared behind 6th Heavenly Lord, smiled menacingly as she gave a polite bow. Others will be here soon. Please wait just a little longer. 6th Heavenly Lord, horrified, stared at the blade sticking out of his chest. How can an awakened one appear in broad daylight? I thought I stabbed you pretty stealthily, but you noticed. 6th Heavenly Lord desperately tried to twist his head around to look behind him. En no way a successful specimen? Are you saying a successful specimen has appeared? Ignoring the pain in his side, 6th Heavenly Lord's expression began to fill with ecstasy. I can't believe this. A successful specimen? This proves that the heavenly moment is approaching. Crunch. Myung-oh, clearly unwilling to hear anymore, lifted her blade and sliced 6th Heavenly Lord clean in half. The sheer brutality of it made my shoulders flinch slightly. Soon after, 6th Heavenly Lord's corpse began to melt away under the effects of the bone-melting poison. Clicking my tongue in my mind, I stared at the melting remains. He didn't die completely. He had willingly carried out the ritual despite knowing he'd be bound by Jin Yeomyung. Surely, he had prepared some other vessel or means of revival. I took my eyes off 6th Heavenly Lord. Whether he returned or not later was something I would deal with then. Soon, familiar figures approached from the base of the mountain. Beek Sanga, Gu Chil, and Sochin, all of them called out, welcoming my return. Young Master Jin. Why young master? Myung-oh, save me? Though Sochin's last cry sounded particularly desperate. Regardless, seeing their faces made me feel as if I had just crossed a massive mountain. Time to go back to 10,000 Mountain. It truly had been a long, long journey. I cremated Jin Yeomyung's body and scattered her ashes by a nearby river. On the mountainside, I built a burial mound and carved her name into it. Yeochung, the current master of Yu family's sacred mountain, had readily accepted my request to build the grave. And so Jin Yeomyung, though others who didn't know the full story might wonder why I had built a grave for such a wicked woman, well, it wasn't a bad idea to keep my memories of her to myself. Only after completing her tomb did I receive the long-overdue update on the situation in the Central Plains. 1 year. While Jin Yeomyung and I had been fighting in that sealed space, half a year had already passed in the outside world, which meant it had been well over a year since I had first opened my eyes in Hainan Island. What's the current situation in the Central Plains? Though a large-scale battle hasn't broken out yet, the war has already begun. At present, the main force of our cult has advanced in 3 divisions. The Center Army of 10,000, led by young cult leader Cheon Yura. The Right Army of 5,000, led by First Elder Saber Demon Pa Eryong. The Left Army of 5,000, led by Great Elder Cheon Yong-ha. Since the Left Army was practically a support unit, the actual combat forces were the combined 15,000 of the Center and Right Armies. Currently, our cult has effectively taken control of the entire Gansu province. What about Gongdong sect? The Gongdong sect, stationed in the south of Gansu province, had acted as a dam holding back our cult. They had been among the mid-tier powers of the 9 orthodox sects. They tried to set up a defensive line but were crushed in a single battle and fled to Shanxi province. As expected, whether mid-tier or upper-tier, no orthodox sect currently had the strength to block our cult alone. If there was any chance, it would have been Shaolin Temple joining forces with Venerable Buddha. But since Venerable Buddha had already entered Nirvana, that was a meaningless assumption. Currently, Gongdong sect, Jiangnam sect, and Mount Hua have gathered near Xi'an, joining forces with other sects in Shanxi province to form a defensive line. The combined forces of these 3 sects totaled about 20,000. Back when Yura first declared the cult's advance into the Central Plains, countless warriors had already gathered in Xi'an. From their perspective, Xi'an was the natural place to establish their defense, and I had heard their numbers were still increasing by the day. How's the atmosphere at the front? Our cult should be deliberately avoiding open battle. Huh. How did you know that? Myung-oh looked genuinely surprised that I had pierced through to the truth so quickly. Of course, I already knew the general strategy from the plan Yura had shared with me, but I confidently acted like I had deduced it on my own. With my wisdom and insight, such things are obvious. Myung-oh, seated on Gu Chil's right, nodded sincerely. Indeed, with your wisdom, Lord, it makes sense. Yeah, as irritating as you are, it's totally like you, patron. So Soryu, seated on Gu Chil's left, also nodded in agreement. Gu Chil, who had been sweating coldly while stuck between the 2 sides, forced himself to nod with a proud expression. Seeing a more approving reaction than I had expected, I widened my eyes in surprise. Sitting next to me, tending the campfire, Beek Sangha grumbled with a displeased look. Well, I mean, young Master Jin has accomplished things up until now. This matter included. The unexpectedly dry response only made me feel even more ashamed. Myung-oh spoke up. Surprisingly, the atmosphere isn't too bad. There are a lot of opinions that it wouldn't be so bad to just gather up all those bug-like orthodox sect bastards and wipe them out in one go. I see. I nodded and came to a conclusion. Since a major battle hasn't broken out yet, I'll have to stop the war before it's too late. How? Honestly, at this point, turning the army back won't be easy, you know? Of course, Beek Sangha had a valid point. But there was still a way. We need to go to the one who holds the final authority to stop the war. At this moment, there was only one person who could be called the final authority. However, both Myung-oh and Soryu shook their heads with negative expressions. It won't be easy. Ever since we left, the entire 10,000 mountain has gone into full wartime status. Until the war is over, they won't let anyone into the cult's territory, not even fellow cult members. I shrugged and replied, "We can just sneak in." At those words, everyone around looked even more dumbfounded. I told you that's not easy. Even if you could break through that boundary, how would you get past the Heavenly Demon Pavilion? Right now, no one is allowed to approach the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Well, don't worry so much. I stood up from my seat with a wide grin, because as I am now, I can do it. 7 days and nights later, the inner depths of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. There, still meditating alone, the cult leader Cheon Yura slowly opened his eyes at the presence of someone approaching. Now fully grown into a young man, he sharpened his gaze toward the intruder who had deceived all the guardian lions protecting the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Your skills have improved tremendously, little brother. The intruder, called little brother, politely cupped his fists toward Cheon Yura. It has been a while, and then he spoke the most unforgivable words. Father-in-law, twitch. A faint twitch appeared at the corner of Cheon Yura's eye. Chapter 306. Return to his body, now transformed into that of a boy, had become so small that it did not even reach my neck. However, precisely because of that, the cult leader was now even more terrifying. Father-in-law, you say? Swish. The cult leader slowly stood up from his seat. Seems you've gotten quite arrogant since I last saw you. Gulp. The pressure weighing down on my entire body surged explosively. I had recklessly spoken without thinking, but as expected, his reputation was well-deserved. So this is the true heavenly demon. I immediately wanted to fall to my knees and shout my apologies. However, I couldn't afford to lose in spirit. This was the moment of reckoning. I had to confront the worst and most fearsome opponent standing between me and Cheon Yura. In that moment, the cult leader suddenly clicked his tongue as he looked behind me. So you've only just noticed, have you? Indeed. Bang! Just then, the doors of the audience chamber burst open, and a black shadow darted out. That shadow was none other than the left guardian, Myung. Who dares step foot in the sacred ground? Intruder. Perhaps blinded by rage, the left guardian unleashed his killing technique without even recognizing me properly. Dark mixed spider web killing flash papapapet. In an instant, dozens of throwing knives spread out like spiderwebs, drawing white lines as they began to encircle the area. I let out a small murmur of admiration at their precision and power. It's no less than the killing techniques of the killing demon. Indeed, the killing technique unleashed by the left guardian now was no lesser than the illusion demon formation of the killing demon I had faced before. However, no matter how impressive it was, compared to the single strike from senior brother So Jeong that I had once experienced, this was nothing more than a child's play. Swish swish. Well, if I stood still like this, I'd soon end up skewered like Jin Yeomyung kebab. Let's see what the left guardian is really made of. I accelerated my thoughts. This was one of the abilities gained upon reaching the transcendent demon realm. The power to artificially control one's perception of time, partially defying the laws of the world. Immediately, the daggers of Myung, which had been like flashes of light, began to noticeably slow down in my perception. And then thwack, boom, the left guardian's body crashed into the ground, a fist driven into his abdomen. Kahyok, a single blow. The legendary assassin who was said to have taken 1,000 lives in a single day had been neutralized with just one strike. Who? The cult leader tilted his head slightly, as if surprised, having observed all of the left guardian's movements up to the moment he was driven into the floor. You're beyond just stepping into the transcendent demon realm. You've already grasped some sense of the next stage, haven't you? Myung, who was coughing up blood, widened his eyes at the cult leader's words. He still seemed unable to comprehend how he had been subdued. I nodded bitterly. I've been through quite a lot in the meantime. KGH? As the left guardian, pinned to the floor, tried to prepare a counterattack, the cult leader intervened to stop him. That's enough, left guardian. Even the sword demon couldn't defeat this young man now. Though I couldn't see his expression with his face entirely covered except for his eyes, the way his body instantly froze revealed just how shocked he was. The cult leader stroked his smooth chin, though it didn't really suit his youthful appearance, and approached me. When we first met, you were a mere fledgling hovering around the level of a first-rate martial artist. You've grown impressively. With your current strength, you could easily overturn the very foundation of our cult if you so desired. I slightly frowned at the cult leader's words. Is he wary of me? I soon dismissed that assumption. No, that's not it. This wasn't caution. It felt more like a test. I shrugged my shoulders and replied, whether I overturn it or not doesn't really matter to me. What? If Yura wishes for it, then I will. If not, then I won't. The corner of the cult leader's mouth curled up faintly. So you're saying that Yura is the scabbard and you are the sword? There's a chance it could be the other way around. But at least, as long as Yura sits on the throne, I have no intention of recklessly disrupting the existing order. And if Yura is no longer on the throne, then that would mean something has happened, and I might have to act more selfishly. It was a rather meaningful conversation. If it was the cult leader, he would surely understand what I truly meant. After a brief silence, he nodded. Indeed. As you are now, it's more beneficial to keep you by Yura's side than to dispose of you. I never once believed the great cult leader would break his promise. Fufufu, the cult leader, turned and sat on the lone tisoi prepared inside. Though it wasn't part of any formal ceremony, and only a single seat had been set up, the moment he sat down, the atmosphere shifted as if I were standing in the very heart of a labyrinthine imperial palace. Seated, the cult leader made me an unexpected offer. Why not participate in the upcoming war? If your strength is added, wouldn't it be possible to unify the Central Plains with even fewer sacrifices? I clicked my tongue inwardly. He knew perfectly well why I had gone to the trouble of sneaking into this place, yet he said such things. That's not the kind of world Yura wants. Unifying the Central Plains wasn't everything. A demonic domination achieved through force would undoubtedly provoke enormous backlash, and Yura and I would have to spend our entire lives cleaning up that mess. But what if everyone else desires such a world? Clench. I raised my fist and let out a crooked grin. If they don't want to die, they'll have to follow. Maybe that wasn't true in the past, but now I had the strength to back it up. A world stained with blood under the demonic dominion. If they wanted it, I could dye the 10,000 mountain crimson with their blood. Of course, if things actually came to that, it would be a catastrophe. I would have to engage in vigorous political maneuvering to prevent it. Seeing my bold display, the cult leader burst into hearty laughter. Hoo. Yes, someone like you now has the right to say that. He relaxed his posture and continued speaking. Did you come here, after all, to request that I order the retreat? Please don't feign ignorance when you already know. At my indifferent response, the left guardian once again radiated killing intent. You insolent. As he prepared to strike again, the cult leader stopped him. That's enough. Even if the future son-in-law acts a little rudely, a generous father-in-law should overlook it. Both the left guardian and I opened our eyes wide. Father-in-law. I had thought I would have to suffer much longer before being acknowledged, but the cult leader had accepted my relationship with Yura much more easily than expected. Wait, does that mean the cult leader doesn't have much time left? That thought halted my mind for a moment. Ordering the retreat isn't difficult, but the aftermath will be quite intense. I am prepared for that. Regaining my composure, I nodded in response. Preparation alone won't be enough. The demonic clans and Pa clan you've turned to your side will also protest, and the Chen clan might even try to kill you. It was practically certain that the entire heavenly demon cult might turn against me. The cult had already consumed a massive amount of resources in preparation for this war. Many followers, including the 6 great demonic clans, had marched to the battlefield with great anticipation. If I were to turn the army back now, the material and immaterial damages the cult would suffer would be incalculable. It would be thrown into uncontrollable chaos for a while. Still, my resolve remained firm. Please bear some of the followers' resentment, cult leader. In the meantime, I will do everything I can to stabilize the cult. Hoo, resentment. The cult leader let out a bitter smile, seeming to understand my words. Very well. I don't have much time left, but if it's for the cult's restoration, I'll gladly let you use what remains of me. See, cult leader, what do you mean by that? The left guardian shouted in shock, but there was no reversing the cult leader's decision. As soon as Yura returns, I'll begin preparing the transfer of authority. And a faint emotion shimmered in the cult leader's eyes. When Yura succeeds me as cult leader, you two must come here together. For some reason, the voice of the always confident cult leader felt somewhat weakened. There's one last thing I have to give you. I respectfully bowed my head. I understand. Right there, the cult leader drafted the order to retreat and pressed the heavenly demon seal upon it, handing it to me. Go on. The cult leader issued the order to leave, looking strangely tired. Having achieved my goal, I gave a slight bow and turned to leave. At that moment, wait, the cult leader stopped me. I understood why he stopped me. When I turned slightly, the cult leader's figure had already receded into the shadows. Perhaps he didn't want me to see his expression. Then, the cult leader asked me, how did Yeo-myung go? His tone carried no emotional highs or lows. And yet, the turmoil hidden within it felt so obvious. Coming from that towering figure whose inner thoughts had always been unreadable until now. In the end, she went without regret, as a human. I answered with nothing but the plain, unembellished truth. I see. Yes. After a brief silence, the cult leader waved his hand. All right, go on now. Once again, I gave a respectful bow and stepped outside the heavenly demon pavilion. And then, thank you. A whisper so faint it felt like a breeze brushing my ear reached me. I deliberately ignored that voice. I received the written order for retreat from the cult leader. 20 guardian lions of the heavenly demon pavilion, including the left guardian, followed me under the pretense of guarding me. I wanted to stop by my family's house for a moment, but it seems there's no time. I had to quickly gather those who were still waiting outside the 10,000 mountain and lead them to the battlefield. You bastard, what the hell happened to you all this time? At that moment, the left guardian, who had followed me out, interrogated me with a sharp voice. A lot has happened. Do you think you can brush it off with just a lot has happened? The left guardian showed no doubt about the cult leader's claim that I had reached the transcendent demon realm. It seemed he couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. Well, I suppose that's fair. But that doesn't mean I have the time to explain it all. What? Because right now, I have to stop the war. If I ran at full speed from here to Xi'an, I figured I could make it in about 3 days. By now, the battlefield must have already reached the boiling point, right on the verge of collision. I am sure you have a lot of questions, but I can't answer them right now. However, there is one thing I hope you understand. Everything I do for Yura. Just that one thing. The left guardian immediately grasped the deeper meaning behind my words. Not for the will of the heavenly demon cult, but for the young cult leader. If Yura ascends to the position of heavenly demon, then her will would naturally become the cult's will. I was certain this would strike a chord with him. He was the kind of man who pledged loyalty not to the cult as an organization, but to Jin Yeomyung as an individual. Sure enough, HMPH, I do like that, at least. The left guardian showed faint signs of satisfaction. I turned to face him directly. As you already know, the cult leader doesn't have many days left on this earth. The left guardian's expression stiffened slightly. Have you ever thought about what comes next, left guardian? I have not. He answered without hesitation. However, that doesn't mean I plan to follow him into death. That man is shedding his mortal shell and ascending, not simply dying of old age. His face hardened slightly. What are you trying to say? Lend me your strength. I threw out a tempting bait. We need someone trustworthy to fill the vacant position of Great Guardian. Chapter 307, Return 3, The Left Guardian, Bloodless Thousand Slaughter Myung. He was someone who had retired and disappeared from public view after Cheon Yura had taken the position of cult leader in my previous life. No, to be more precise, it was more accurate to say that he had been pushed out by Cheon Yura's large-scale Guardian Hall restructuring policy. After that, Myung had completely disappeared from the heavenly demon cult, saying that he would follow his vanished master. There was no way his retirement had been by choice. Even now, it seemed clear. The usual age for retired martial artists to enter the heavenly demon hall was after 70. However, his current age was in his early 50s, not much different from the cult leader. More importantly, as a master who had reached the extreme demon realm, he still had at least 20 to 30 years of activity left in him. The next generation of the Guardian Hall can't be trusted. Myung must be secured within the Guardian Hall. Now, how would the left Guardian react? What do you mean by that? Exactly as I said. I gave a subtle, almost irritating smile. It's customary for the Guardian Hall to change hands when the cult leader's position is succeeded, much like the rear waters of the Yangtze pushing out the front. So, facing his suspicious gaze, I presented a promise that sounded fairly credible. I can ask Yura to grant you the currently vacant position of Great Guardian. Shouldn't you step back into the light as well, Left Guardian? Unlike the Left and Right Guardians, who were thoroughly overshadowed by the cult leader, the Great Guardian held a certain degree of political influence, especially since the Great Guardian appointed by the newly instated cult leader could, until her rule stabilized, enjoy power second only to the cult leader herself. Myung snapped at me, feigning anger. How dare you, when you aren't even the cult leader, utter such insolent words? I calmly replied, I may not be the cult leader, but I can become the demonic faction lord, the cult leader's husband. His mouth fell shut, and Yura would listen to me, at least to some extent. Even though I referred to her not as young cult leader, but as Yura, the left guardian showed no particular reaction. He, too, must have already acknowledged the relationship between me and Yura to some degree. Yura needs masters whose loyalty has been proven. Once Yura took over as cult leader, there would definitely be a massive reorganization of power within the cult. From the 5 great halls to the 9 demon halls and the 17 parties, a generational shift would surely sweep through all sectors. And in the gaps created by that shift, it was certain that the anti-Cheon Yura faction, led by the Cheon clan, would insert their own pawns. The Guardian Hall is no exception. Among the next generation of Guardian Lions, many are already puppets of the Cheon clan. Becoming cult leader is not the end. Internal and external threats still remain, and it would take at least 10 years to escape the shadow of the current cult leader. In order to break through such a situation, endless talent was needed. Will you help us? Gok-won, one of the elders of the Jongnam sect, always started his day by inspecting the walls of Xi'an City. You've come, elder. Yes. Countless disciples of the Jongnam sect greeted Gok-won with respect, but his expression didn't seem pleased. So no movements from those demonic bastards. No, nothing yet. Is that so? About 50 li north of Xi'an, a force of no less than 15,000 cultists of the demonic cult had camped, keeping Xi'an well within their striking range. Still, would those demonic bastards really dare attack the city? Doing so would make an enemy of the imperial court. Who knows? Gok-won let out a small groan. There was a faint, naive hope that even the demonic cult wouldn't go so far as to harm the people inside the city. But considering the history of the demonic wars, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. What the hell are those demonic bastards thinking? Historically, the demonic cult's invasion strategy had always been swift and decisive. They usually wiped out major sects scattered across the land in one fell swoop, never allowing the enemy time to regroup. However, judging from their recent movements, something felt off. Could it be that a civil war is breaking out within the demonic cult? It was a highly plausible theory. Throughout history, there had been many instances where internal conflicts had been deflected outward through war. Just then what is it? One of the sharp-eyed first-rank disciples, standing at the front, trembled as he pointed toward something. Elder, look over there. Gok 1 focused his chi into his eyes and looked toward where the disciple was pointing. Far off in the distance, a mountainside suddenly burst apart. What? It was too far to hear any sound. However, soon after, a blood-red dragon and a black dragon could be seen rising into the sky, each trying to devour the other. What the hell is that? Had a scholar seen it, they would have insisted it be recorded in the annals of history. As a master who had reached the peak master level, Gok 1 immediately recognized that this was a clash between supreme martial artists and understood just how overwhelming their power was. Judging by the direction, it's definitely from the demonic cult's camp. Someone muttered blankly. See, could it be a civil war? A civil war? Gok 1 had met several warriors who were known as the Eight Lords, masters of the peak realm. However, even those masters couldn't display such overwhelming might. Only the 5 kings of the Central Plains might be capable of that. The level was so high, it couldn't even be properly gauged. At that moment, demonic heavenly dragon? What? That black dragon's master is definitely demonic heavenly dragon. Gok 1 turned to look at the speaker with a dumbfounded expression. A man clad in a martial robe adorned with a plum blossom. Once hailed as the great hope of Mount Hua, but now fallen to ruin like a mere wreck. Yeo-myung, the fallen 7th sword dragon. He had once been counted among the 6 righteous dragons of the Orthodox sects, but that was in the past. He had never been more than a late-blooming talent. There was no way someone like him could recognize a supernatural phenomenon happening dozens of li away. Yet with his body trembling, he shouted, It's definitely him. My senses are telling me I am not wrong." Having shouted that, Yeo-myung jumped right off the wall and began running toward the scene. Hey, get back here, you crazy bastard. Everyone guarding the wall was horrified. Yeo-myung's action was clearly desertion in the middle of wartime. Elder, what should we do? Though he was a disciple of another sect, they could still be held accountable for failing to stop such an open act of desertion. Gok 1 quickly made his decision. We're going after him. Why at? Gok 1 coughed awkwardly and turned his head. It's not that I am curious about what's happening over there or anything, but wouldn't it be troublesome if Mount Hua started nitpicking, saying we couldn't even manage a failure like him? It was obvious he was curious about what was going on over there. But with their leader standing right in front of them, there was nothing the disciples could do. Let's go. Yes, sir. Like convicts being dragged to hell, the disciples of Jongnam nodded with grim faces. About 1 hour earlier. It seems we can no longer suppress the urge to fight. The supreme commander of the Central Plains conquest campaign and the young cult leader of the heavenly demon cult, Cheon Yura, frowned as she looked at the towering stack of petitions before her. Is this all of them? For now, yes. Yeo-myung nodded as she cautiously observed Cheon Yura's expression. All the petitions stacked in front of her contained the same request: start the battle immediately. The excuse that we're buying time for the righteous factions to gather their forces is no longer convincing. Besides, both Lord Saber Demon and your Vice Commander, Sword Demon, are pushing for the battle as well, with 2 political allies pressing this hard. Even Cheon Yura had no choice. If she avoided battle any longer, not only would her authority as the young cult leader suffer a massive blow, but the army itself might begin to collapse. Cheon Yura let out a deep sigh, closing her eyes. So there is no other way. I had hoped to hold out until he arrived. Young cult leader Yeo-myung watched her master with eyes full of pity. Just then, a guardian lion rushed in from outside and shouted, "Young cult leader, envoys from the cult are approaching, envoys." Bang, Cheon Yura's body shot up as if she had been waiting for this moment. An additional report followed immediately. Lord Jin Yeomyung is among them. He is coming with the left guardian. At last, Yeo-myung clenched her fists tightly. Though it was a bit later than expected, the fact that Jin Yeomyung was arriving with the guardian lions meant all the necessary preparations had already been completed. That's a relief, young cult leader. At least the worst can be avoided, but her words slowly trailed off. Young cult leader. Why are you looking at me like that, Beon? Why has your face turned so red? Who said such nonsense? Sa-byun's expression tilted slightly with suspicion. Her master's face was practically the color of a ripe persimmon. She didn't know the reason, but she could guess well enough. Byun, yes. Cheon Yura stood up and belted her sword around her waist. I shall take this opportunity to patrol the surrounding units and commend the commanders for their efforts. You stay here and greet him. Then I shall take my leave. Sa-byun quickly grabbed her master's waist as she tried to slip away. Where do you think you're going? Let me go. It's the young master Jin you've been waiting for so desperately. Why are you trying to avoid seeing his face now? As the maid ruthlessly struck the heart of the matter, Cheon Yura instinctively flailed in denial. Nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. You should be rushing to handle this as quickly as possible. If you avoid meeting young Master Jin now, things will only get worse. I know, I already know, but still, I just couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Let me go. No. The struggle between the master trying to escape and the maid trying to stop her continued. At that moment, a clicking sound of the tongue came from outside. The whole army's on edge, but in here, it's like a flower garden. Oh yeah, if any of the brats back home acted like this during wartime, their heads would have been chopped off on the spot, but what can I do? A powerless vice commander with only one arm can only stand and watch. Sa-byun slowly let go of Cheon Yura's waist. Cheon Yura, too, sat back down quietly, embarrassed that she had just shown such a disgraceful sight in front of that particular person. The man who had joined this war as Cheon Yura's vice commander. It was the lord of the blood dragon demonic clan, sword demon Ma Seong-hwan, who spoke again. I heard earlier that the brat from the Jin clan is coming here with a letter from the cult leader. Yes, clan lord Ma. Sa-byun responded on behalf of Cheon Yura, who was still gathering her scattered thoughts. There could only be one reason for the cult leader's letter at this point. It must be an order to retreat. Ma Seong-hwan had already seen through Cheon Yura's desire to avoid battle. Though her soft attitude didn't particularly please him, in the end, both he and the blood dragon demonic clan were on the same boat as the young cult leader. As long as they weren't turning their backs on each other entirely, cooperation was inevitable. However, if you retreat here, the young cult leader's political standing will suffer a fatal blow. No matter how clever that brat might be, this will give plenty of room for your enemies to strike. Ma Seong-hwan let out a sharp grin. For example, the Heavenly Thunder Corps or the Jin clan, or perhaps the other clans of the 6 great demonic clans. Sa-byun's expression instantly darkened. Although Ma Seong-hwan appeared to be siding with Cheon Yura, his nature was clearly that of a warmonger, and it was highly likely that his own blood dragon demonic clan was among those other clans he had just mentioned. Just as Cheon Yura was about to open her mouth, it seems the clan lord has quite the objection to retreating. A figure suddenly made their presence known at the entrance. Flash! In an instant, the sword demon drew his sword with lightning speed toward the entrance. Kang! However, the sword demon's swift strike failed to reach its target. Is this how you express your embarrassment for failing to notice my presence? Not bad. A young man appeared, having easily blocked the sword demon's strike with the scabbard of his sword. Jin Yeomyung, who had somehow blocked the attack with his scabbard, smirked as he looked at the sword demon. From what I just heard, it seems you're quite unhappy about retreating. Well, if you're so upset, how about we settle it right here? Chapter 308. Return 4. At those outrageously rude words, the sword demon's expression stiffened for a brief moment. Especially the expressions of the guardian lions who had followed behind and the warriors standing guard around us turned pale as if they had lost their souls. Interesting, the sword demon who had withdrawn his sword faintly raised one corner of his mouth. Just a few years ago, you were a pathetic brat barely hanging on, but you've grown a lot. Isn't it only natural for children to grow quickly? Ka. The sword demon, withdrawing his sword, walked past me. Come, I won't tolerate you insulting me and trying to slip away. Of course. I winked at Cheon Yura as if to say see you in a bit before following after him. Thus, the people inside the arena disappeared along with the sword demon. Sa-byun, who remained in place, clenched her teeth with an anxious expression. What on earth is young Master Jin thinking? Even if he had lost an arm, the sword demon was still the sword demon. It was a known story that a peak master from the Jin clan once took the sword demon lightly and challenged him, only to lose an arm as well. Will he be all right? At Sa-byun's question, Cheon Yura silently nodded. He'll be fine. She stood up from her seat. If it's the current him. The sword demon and I walked quite a distance to a secluded place. Perhaps following some command, the warriors of the demonic heavens Jin clan surrounded the area tightly, cutting off all outside attention. From their actions, I could feel the sword demon's consideration. Thank you. For what? For taking the trouble to come all the way out here so unnecessary rumors wouldn't spread. Kuh, as if? The sword demon quietly chuckled and raised his sword. I just don't like having my prey snatched away. Especially since that saber demon bastard is nearby. Boong! His sword began to hum, resonating with the mysteries of the supreme sword. More than anything, I need to see the result of my investment with my own eyes to feel satisfied. The result, huh? My trust has been shaking a lot lately. Can you help me restore it? Though it sounded like a joke uncharacteristic of the sword demon, I was sure those words were sincere. I also drew my sword and replied, "Let me congratulate you in advance on hitting the jackpot." Good. You need to have at least that much confidence. Blood Dragon Heavenly Merchant, it seemed the sword demon had no intention of going easy on me from the start. He summoned a blood-red dragon with the momentum to scorch the entire area. Go! The dragon-shaped sword lunged with its jaws wide open, aiming to devour me. If I had seen that a few years ago, I might have collapsed on the spot and begged for mercy. But now, well, I had already experienced far too much. Demonic Dragon Heavenly Merchant? What? From the blade I had drawn, a black dragon emerged, countering the blood dragon. It was the demonic sword technique I had learned from my martial sister, Ma Sioyan. Naturally, that demonic sword contained the mysteries of the blood dragon heaven-slaying sword art, the signature swordsmanship of the Jin clan. I didn't know if the sword demon would recognize it, but to a master who had reached the transcendent demon realm, the specific form of a technique didn't hold much meaning. After all, such a master could reproduce most techniques just by seeing them once. The moment the black dragon and the blood dragon entangled, trying to devour each other quag-wag-wag-wang. As their chi clashed, a massive explosion shook the surroundings. Although the sword demon and I barely felt the impact, the warriors of the blood dragon demonic clan standing nearby were in a different situation. Kug, hold your positions. Do not forget the clan leader's command. It wasn't just the explosion of chi. As both of us began to fully release our sword intent, the overwhelmed warriors of the blood dragon demonic clan started losing their fighting spirit one by one, falling to their knees. Sword intent was a high-level manifestation of one's spirit and aura. The moment they faced that manifestation head-on, lower-level warriors had no choice but to have their will shattered. Interesting. When the blood dragon heavenly merchant was neutralized, the sword demon himself began releasing a massive amount of chi, transforming into the shape of a dragon. You've become much more intense than before. In the past, the sword demon had preferred precise and sharp sword chi without wasting any energy. But now, unlike back then, he seemed intent on overpowering me with sheer force. The reason was clear. As expected, it's because he lost an arm. No matter how skilled one was at manipulating sword intent, physical balance was still important. Especially when it came to wielding the sword of true subtlety, which tolerated no error, maintaining such precision would be nearly impossible with an unbalanced body. However, the sword demon's response was unexpectedly dismissive. Who knows? Perhaps this is the true nature of the Jin clan. I smirked bitterly but silently agreed. Having experienced the founder of the Jin clan, Ma Sioyan, I understood all too well the meaning behind those words. Besides, it's not that I've become more intense. I just happen to enjoy a battle of overwhelming force. Well, this was the same man who had unleashed hundreds of sword strikes during our very first encounter, just to test me. In that case, I shall respond with brute force as well. Interesting. Come at me. Huff, huff. It was truly heavens will that Yeo-myung gun arrived at the battlefield of the two monsters. After being crushed by demonic heavenly dragon Jin Yeomyung at the Southern Martial Tournament, he had fallen into severe chi deviation, and as a result, was practically on the verge of being expelled from the 6 righteous dragons. The humiliation of having his proudly executed falling plum rain fail to even scratch his opponent's basic chi projection. However, what truly bound Yeo-myung gun was the overwhelming gap he had glimpsed in that fleeting moment. The moment he instinctively realized that no matter how long he pursued, he would never surpass that gap. The heart of a genius, who had climbed without facing any real obstacles, had snapped to a point beyond repair. Chi projections and explosions rang out endlessly from all directions, and the killing intent in the air was so intense that it made one want to soil themselves just by standing still. Q haha, more, show me more. You think that's all I've got? Two monstrous beings let out crazed laughter as they devastated the surroundings. Why yes, I was right. Thud, Yeo-myung gun collapsed to his knees, trembling all over. That monster has returned. The reason Yeo-myung gun had come here was none other than to confront that monster again and overcome his chi deviation. He believed he could do it. He believed he could surpass it. He believed he could remain unbroken. For that self-hypnosis, Yeo-myung gun had staked his life to set foot on this battlefield. However, the monster that had now appeared far exceeded what Yeo-myung gun had imagined. Even Jin Yeomyung, known as the Plum Blossom White Sword, the strongest of the current Mount Hua sect, did not possess such a divine presence. His spirit was utterly crushed. At that moment, Gakwan, who had followed Yeo-myung gun, arrived and watched the battle between the two beings with a hollow laugh. Ha ha ha, am I truly seeing an illusion? Though Gakwan was a deeply cultivated Taoist, unlike the young Yeo-myung gun, he did not break as a martial artist. However, the thought that fighting against a cult filled with such monsters was nothing but suicide began to rise from deep within his heart. They say the current cult is the strongest in history. That doesn't seem to be wrong. I don't know why those monsters are fighting each other, but if just those two came to Xi'an, it'd be the end him. It was then. What's this? Damn Jin clan bastards, losing your heads like that. Letting the orthodox bastards sneak in? Who? Before he realized it, a middle-aged man with a heavy presence, carrying a massive saber on his back, had approached Gakwan. Around him, disciples of the Jongnam sect who had followed him lay unconscious, bleeding. Clicking his tongue slightly, the middle-aged man glared at the duel ahead with eyes full of envy. You don't need to know who I am. Ha, that sword bastard, sneaking out without reporting to me, the Right Army Commander. Did he think I wouldn't notice? Right Army Commander. There was only one meaning behind that title. Don't tell me you are Saber Demon. Thud. Gakwan, who had barely started to speak, was instantly subdued by the man's chi strike and collapsed unconscious. As he crumpled to the ground, the man muttered to himself. Anyway, aren't there any other decent kids among the direct line? It's such a waste to just let this pass. Saber Demon Pa Eryong's incomprehensible words quietly echoed in Gakwan's ears. That evening, with all the officers of the expedition gathered, I unfurled the decree before Cheon Yura, who knelt on one knee. At first, it contained words praising the expedition's efforts in conquering the Central Plains. But before long, the true contents of the decree were revealed. Since the life of the cult leader hangs by a thread, the young cult leader is to urgently return and prepare to ascend to the throne. At the proclamation of those words, unease spread among everyone present. We humbly received the command of the heavenly demon. Without changing her expression, Cheon Yura respectfully bowed her head. Then, standing up slowly, she shouted to those around her. By the heavenly demon's decree, the commanders of the Central, Left, and Right armies are to prepare for immediate retreat. We receive the command of the Supreme Commander. We receive the command. Saber Demon and Cheon Yong-ha also accepted the command with solemn expressions, their earlier smiles completely gone. The cult leader know, the passing of the heavenly demon. It was an event that could not be pushed aside no matter what else happened. Even the young warriors, full of hot-blooded vigor, could not voice their dissatisfaction at this moment. Cheon Yura continued to issue orders one after another. Prepare thoroughly for possible pursuit. It wouldn't be a bad idea to use the elder of the Jongnam sect we captured as material this time. We received the command. The sword demon, looking somewhat relieved, nodded calmly. All right, complete the retreat preparations as quickly as possible. Everyone, fulfill your duties. Dismissed, we received the command. The officers, having received their orders, immediately left the tent to begin retreat preparations. Once everyone had left, only Cheon Yura and I remained inside. We simply stared at each other in silence. I scanned Cheon Yura's expression with a curious gaze. Her memories should have been cut off from the moment we parted near Akyang. And yet, for some reason, she was blushing and subtly averting her eyes from my gaze. Do you remember what happened back then? Whoosh. Before I could finish my sentence, Cheon Yura's fist flew toward me at lightning speed. Had the warriors of the demonic Heaven's Jin clan seen it, they would have wept tears of admiration, calling it a textbook-perfect strike. However, I skillfully received her fist, ensuring the impact did not spread to the surroundings. Cheon Yura's expression twisted slightly. That was proof that my current level had surpassed hers. What do you think? When I asked with a playful grin, Cheon Yura responded with a disgruntled look. You've improved quite a bit. Still, Cheon Yura was someone who acknowledged what needed to be acknowledged. By the way, Jin Yo. She tried to change the subject in a hurry, but I stopped her. You remember, right? At my mischievous smile, her face contorted in frustration. Her face turning beet red, she closed her eyes and shouted. Yes, I remember. What of it, what of it? I approached Cheon Yura and pressed my body against hers. What are you? You said it back then, didn't you? That it's my turn this time. Well, this wasn't exactly the right moment given the chaotic situation in the cult. But still, wasn't it reasonable to share a reunion kiss after meeting again after so long? Swoosh! I could feel the tension draining from Cheon Yura's shoulders. I gently cupped one of her flushed cheeks and slowly closed the distance between our lips. The report on the retreat of the three armies Huop. Someone who had been approaching with documents seemed to have entered the tent, but upon seeing the scene inside, that person instantly erased their presence and hurriedly slipped out of the tent. She was a competent attendant who never made the same mistake twice. Chapter 309. That bastard won. The news of the heavenly demon cult's retreat had spread across the entire Central Plains in an instant. When they crushed the Gongdong sect and entered Shanxi province with unstoppable momentum, everyone had sensed that a bloodstorm would soon sweep across the Central Plains. However, despite having more than enough military strength right before reaching Xi'an, the cult had decided to pull back. Looks like the cult has missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Far away in Qinghai province, the king of 10,000 evils, Yeo-myung, clicked his tongue after receiving the report. Why is that, master? His first disciple, Jeoksun of the Gihwang army, asked. Didn't you say yourself that the current strength of the cult was enough to conquer the Central Plains at any time? That's true. But even so, one cannot ignore the cost of such a conquest. Yeo-myung turned his gaze toward the grand map of the Central Plains laid out beside his office. He traced his fingertip along the area near Jiangnan. The Murim Alliance fell into chaos after that old man, the Sword King, retired, and the fight for the next alliance leader's seat began. In the end, unable to withstand the cult's pressure, they pushed the responsibility onto Mount Hua's Guan Haiyan, handing him the alliance leader's position. It was a poisoned chalice, but in the end, it turned out well for them since the cult retreated. It's the same with Evil Path Castle. Word suddenly spread that Gam Unbai had died somewhere in the south, stirring internal turmoil. Jeoksun shook his head bitterly. Honestly, I find that hard to believe. That conqueror of all people, the one who had subdued that wolf pack known as Evil Path Castle with nothing but a single sword-and unrivaled tyrant. Even Jeoksun, though not as much as his master, had held some degree of respect for that warrior. Regardless, both the Murim Alliance and Evil Path Castle are in chaos. Considering that the cult has even planted their allies, the Black Lotus Union, in Luoyang, this advance was a golden opportunity that might never come again. Now that you mention it, if we had applied pressure from Sichuan, the cult could have ravaged the Central Plains without any worries. Then why on earth I can't say for sure just yet, but Yeo-myung paused for a moment before cautiously continuing. It seems the cult leader doesn't have much time left. Jeoksun's expression changed dramatically. If that information is true, for the cult leader to die just as the great war between justice and demonic factions was about to begin. This could be an enormous opportunity or crisis for the other factions. However, even as his disciple grew visibly agitated, Yeo-myung's expression remained unchanged. Nothing changes. Why is that? Because the cult's chaos won't last long. Jeoksun's face stiffened. It was the death of the one called the Heavenly Demon. How many had been overshadowed by that figure, unable to spread their wings? Jeoksun himself had been holding on with clenched teeth, waiting for the day the current cult leader's reign would end. You've seen it for yourself, haven't you? The young cult leader. That a monster who reached the extreme demon realm at such a young age. That one might ascend to the position of heavenly demon in the blink of an eye. Jeoksun bit his lip slightly. Though he didn't want to admit it, the sight of that monstrous turtle-like beast being crushed by overwhelming firepower still hadn't left his mind. Surely, another chance will come. As long as those people continue to run wild in the Murim, there will always be gaps, whether it's the cult or anyone else. Ha 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 ha, you speak the truth. The reply to Yeo-myung's words came from elsewhere. Who's there? The door to the top-floor office opened, and a young man, drenched in blood from head to toe, appeared. What? The metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air, clearly indicating that something intense had just happened below. But I didn't hear a single sound. Neither he nor his master, Gu Yeomyung, had sensed anything. This could only mean that the intruder was either a transcendent master or had used some extraordinary method. The young man wiped the blood from his lips and flashed a sharp grin as he introduced himself. Apologies for the intrusion. I am Lee Jae-sung. Gu Yeomyung fixed his gaze on Lee Jae-sung. Unlike typical martial artists of the Central Plains, the young man exuded a sharp, wild energy. What was even stranger was that he carried no weapon. He doesn't seem like someone who practices unarmed martial arts. Judging by his lean build, he looked more like a swordsman. Are you from the Heaven-Defying Society? That's right. I have recently risen to the position of 9 Heavenly Lord and received the title of Blazing Heavenly King from the Grand Heavenly Lord. Blazing Heavenly King, both Gu Yeomyung and Jeoksun frowned slightly. That's quite a grandiose title for a mere brat. Grandiose or not, I don't care about anyone else's evaluation. Only one person's judgment matters. Lee Jae-sung pointed his finger at Gu Yeomyung and smiled. Sorry, but I plan to take over the evil overlords of heaven. I'd like your cooperation, you insolent bastard. Enraged, Jeoksun exploded with chi from his palm and charged at Lee Jae-sung. Jeoksun had already set foot in the realm of peak masters. By comparison, the energy radiating from Lee Jae-sung felt utterly unimpressive. However, squelch, Lee Jae-sung's hand suddenly transformed into the shape of a blade and pierced straight through Jeoksun's heart. Startled, Gu Yeomyung shot to his feet. San, oh my. Didn't you let your guard down a bit too much? Lee Jae-sung sneered as he spoke, but in truth, Jeoksun had never let his guard down. The guards stationed at this entrance were none other than the Yaksha Heavenly Blade Unit, Gu Yeomyung's personal elite squad. There was no way Jeoksun would have underestimated someone who had silently slaughtered such experts. And yet, this man had broken through Jeoksun's full defense in a single strike. Gu Yeomyung spoke in disbelief. An awakened body? Oh, so you already knew? But it's the middle of the day. How can an awakened body be active in broad daylight? Kyuhuhu, this will make things easier if you already know that much. Thud. Lee Jae-sung tossed Jeoksun's body aside carelessly and smiled as he transformed each of his fingers into blade-like shapes. You could say I am a kind of chosen one. I didn't inherit the essence of the 10 heavenly lords, but I'm even freer than any of them, a perfect success. That's me, Lee Jae-sung, newly appointed 9 heavenly lord, titled Blazing Heavenly King. Creak, crack. Lee Jae-sung's entire body began to transform into a monstrous form. If you have no intention of cooperating, how about joining your disciple, who has already gone ahead? Gu Yeomyung radiated a chilling, killing intent across his entire body. You arrogant bastard. At that subtle tone, Lee Jae-sung asked back. Are you talking to me, or to your disciple who died first? You don't need to know. Fierce chi projection erupted from both of Gu Yeomyung's palms, incomparable to the energy Jeoksun had shown earlier. Good. I was getting bored thinking this would end too easily. Now I have a chance to spread my name as one of the new 5 kings of the Central Plains. With that declaration, the two finally clashed. Kwajwagwang, the office of the evil overlords of heaven, said to be the tallest in all of Seonyong, exploded with a thunderous roar that shook the entire city. Thus, the forces of the heavenly demon cult withdrew entirely, stopping just short of Xi'an. Of course, many protested, but all such voices were silenced under the pretext of a regime transition. After spending months pushing into Shanxi province, the heavenly demon cult made a swift return to 10,000 Mountain in just 7 days and nights. So, you somehow managed to come back alive. It's been a long time, clan leader. I finally had a private audience with Jin Yeomyung at the clan leader's hall of the demonic heavens Jin clan, the first time in what felt like ages. It really has been a long time. No, it's practically the first time since the early days of my past life. Considering all I had done, I should have been dragged off to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion or the Elder's Hall for interrogation. But it seemed the cult leader's ascension had overshadowed even my incident. Seated face to face, Jin Yeomyung got straight to the point. So, I hear you held your ground against that bastard, the sword demon. I had expected him to ask if I was alive or if I was hurt. But as usual, Jin Yeomyung never failed to meet expectations. It was only possible because the clan leader showed me mercy. Don't give me that crap. I found myself at a loss for words at his blunt response after such a long time. That bastard showing mercy? Why not just say that Saber Demon worships the sword while you're at it? Well, whether they're young or old, the essence of that bastard is to crush whatever stands in front of him without mercy. I knew that all too well, leaving me with nothing to say. There's no way you faced him using only our clan's martial arts. He stared at me for a moment before continuing. Sigh, as unbelievable as it is, I suppose I have to believe it. Who would have thought such nonsense could happen? Jin Yeomyung, despite his size, had a keen political sense. No matter how unrealistic it seemed, he wasn't foolish enough to deny the truth before his eyes. Since we're here, let me ask you one thing. Don't try to dodge the question, answer me properly. Please ask, do you have any intention of becoming the clan leader of the demonic heavens Jin clan? I paused to consider Jin Yeomyung's true feelings. As before, I knew I could take the clan leader's seat at any time now. By bloodline, seniority, and martial ability, my younger brother Jin Yeomyung could no longer surpass me. However, my answer had not changed from before. I do not. As I said before, please pass the position to Yeo-myung. Is that so? Jin Yeomyung's expression subtly shifted. When the young cult leader ascends the throne, I will take the vacant seat of the demonic faction lord. That is practically decided already, so you need not waste your efforts testing me. Cough. Who said anything like that? Caught off guard, he let out an awkward cough. I could tell Jin Yeomyung had been wondering if I might be scheming to take the clan's leadership while everything was set in my favor. After a few more words of praise, Jin Yeomyung gave his dismissal. Well, you've done well suffering out there. I'm sure many will call for you now, so prepare to suffer a little longer. Yes, I shall take my leave now. After I left, bowing as the eldest son whom Jin Yeomyung opened a drawer beside him. Damn it. The atmosphere got so serious I forgot to bring this out. Inside was a towering stack of marriage proposals sent by various clans through matchmakers. Among them, right on top, were golden envelopes sent by the Blood Dragon Demonic Clan, the Pa Clan, and the Black Gold Saw Clanthos who stood alongside the Demonic Heavens Jin Clan. Jin Yeomyung rubbed his forehead, looking deeply troubled. Seriously, does he have to be so damn exceptional? It's not like he spent all year stumbling from one lucky encounter to another. What the hell happened out there? After my meeting with Jin Yeomyung, the next place I headed was none other than the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Since I still held the title of Vice Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Thunder Corps Name Hall, I had the obligation to report on recent events to the Heavenly Thunder Corps leader. Of course, once I became the demonic faction lord, such formalities would no longer apply. At the top floor of the Heavenly Thunder Corps, Jin Yeomyung, known as the Demon Gentleman, welcomed my return. It's been a while. Your achievements outside have been most impressive. Frankly, you've done well enough to deserve a swift promotion to vice leader of the 9 demon halls, if not higher. Actually, you'll soon rise even higher, so what's a mere hall compared to that? Aren't you being a bit too quiet? We've known each other long enough to set aside past grudges. Why is that man standing next to you, Corps leader? I cut off his words and fixed my gaze on the man beside Jin Yeomyung. Though displeased by my interruption, Jin Yeomyung soon noticed the shift in my expression and showed a curious smile. You mean this fellow? I am surprised. Do you two know each other? Of course, in this timeline, it was our first meeting. Despite the killing intent in my gaze, the young man standing next to the Corps leader greeted me with a bright, beaming smile. It's an honor to meet you, Grand Duke. I am Han Mubik, currently serving as the Corps leader's aide. Chapter 310, That Bastard Too. I hurriedly calmed my rising anger. It was best not to act suspiciously in a place like this. It's nothing. I just heard that someone from that side had defected to our cult. So that's already reached your ears? Well, I am in a position where I am supposed to hear such things. I exchanged brief glances and smiles with Jin Yeomyung. Jin Yeomyung seemed to search my expression, but there was nothing he could glean from it. By the way, Grand Duke, I don't quite understand what that's about. Despite me continuing to speak informally as someone younger, Han Mubik maintained his respectful posture with a slight bow. I heard rumors that you are soon to marry the cult leader. Congratulations on gaining such a beautiful wife. The moment I heard that flattery, an indescribable feeling washed over me. Congratulations on your marriage, Your Excellency Demonic Faction Lord. Thank you, young Master Jin. It feels all the more special to receive congratulations from you. That memory from my previous life came rushing back the day of Cheon Yura and Han Mubik's wedding. As the representative of the Demonic Heavens Jin clan, I had attended the ceremony and had exchanged words in a half-mocking tone with Han Mubik at the time. It feels all the more special to hear such congratulations from you. How would he interpret these words now? Though he was smiling, he wasn't giving any response. I sneered slightly at the sight of him. Of course. After all, you infiltrated the cult to steal my place in the first place. At Han Mubik's lack of response, Jin Yeomyung's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Why aren't you saying anything? Even though Jin Yeomyung was politically opposed to me, in situations like this, he would naturally take my side. Han Mubik quickly replied, I was so moved by the Grand Duke's words that I found myself speechless for a moment. Is that so? Jin Yeomyung narrowed his eyes further. He was sharp enough to sense that something felt off about Han Mubik's behavior. I hope he presses the bastard after I leave. That man would never be able to tell the truth anyway. Turning his attention away from Han Mubik, Jin Yeomyung spoke to me. Well, I understand why you'd be concerned. But Han Mubik made great contributions in rooting out the heaven-defying society. Who would have guessed that Hwan Pyong was actually a high-ranking member of the enemy? I see. While it was announced that the heaven-defying society had been purged under the cult leader's directive, the exact reasons had not been made public to the general members. That was because the truth could shake the very foundation of the 6 great demonic clans' power structure. I shrugged my shoulders and replied, that must have been disappointing for you, Lord Chin. If that had been made public, the entire 6 clans would have fallen into chaos. As someone aiming to become the next supreme leader of the cult, Jin Yeomyung must have secretly wished for such disruption. Well, it was the cult leader's command, so what could I do? I had no choice but to keep my mouth shut, powerless as I am. And if you gain power, would you open your mouth then? Ha ha ha, would it really come to that? We laughed together as our eyes met once more. As expected, the one I needed to watch most closely in the cult right now was none other than Jin Yeomyung. This is going to be troublesome. Of all people, those two had to join hands. The combination of Jin Yeomyung and Han Mubik, the 2 most dangerous men, whose ambitions ran deeper than the abyss, had climbed aboard the same ship. The future of Yura's reign seemed more uncertain than ever. After that, Jin Yeomyung and I spent some time exchanging reports and idle conversation. Well then, I'll be on my way. I'll be returning the position of Vice Pavilion Master naming hall soon. All right. I've needlessly taken up the time of such a busy man. You've done well all this time. Oh, this is just the beginning of my struggles. I gave a light nod and turned to leave. Strangely, I could feel Han Mubik's silent gaze piercing my back all the way until I stepped out of the office. Even after my conversation with Jin Yeomyung, I had to spend time visiting the Elders' Hall and the Heavenly Demon Pavilion to report on recent events. And after all that, I had hoped for some well-deserved rest, but that hope was short-lived. Damn it, not even a moment's peace. The cult leader's abdication, the young cult leader's ascension, and the circulating news that I had been chosen as the future husband of the new cult leader, Cheon Yura. Because of this, visitors to the demonic heavens Jin clan and the naming hall had exploded in number. All of them came with the same purpose, most desperately tried to secure some connection with me, but there were also quite a few who had come with a different agenda. Young master, the head of the Hanwonsel clan, has come to see you. Someone from the Shincheongyang clan is waiting. Lord Saber Demon has come to visit in person. Tell him I'll be there shortly. I let out a deep sigh and got up from my seat. The reason people like Saber Demon from the prestigious demonic families were visiting me was simple. They were trying to convince me to take concubines. In particular, Saber Demon had been persistently pushing for me to take a woman from the Pa clan as a concubine ever since my duel with the Sword Demon. Ha ha ha, how have you been, little brother? Saber Demon greeted me with a hearty laugh as he shared drinks with Jin Gunak. With tired eyes, I spoke to Saber Demon. I was hoping to get a bit more rest. Hehe, you're no longer in a position to rest so easily, Lord Saber Demon. Let me say it again, I have no intention of keeping any woman by my side other than Yura. Ah, that's not the reason I've come this time. Huh. As if I would personally come all the way to the Jin clan just to talk about concubines. You seem to have way too much free time, though. Everyone knew that the affairs of the Pa clan were currently being managed by Pa Sealyung, while the head of the clan was known to constantly wander off, causing trouble for the Pa sisters. Of course, I couldn't say that out loud, so I just conveyed my opinion with a glance toward Saber Demon. It's nothing serious. For some reason, Saber Demon paused for a moment. When you fought the Sword Demon, I noticed traces of your clan's martial arts. And not just that. In your movements, I also saw traces of the techniques from the Ma clan and the Jin clan. As everyone knows, you inherited the techniques of the reversed clans, didn't you? As expected, it was Saber Demon. I had intentionally left some traces, but to think he had caught on so quickly. I subtly revealed it so that the Sword Demon would notice, but I didn't expect you to see through it as well, Lord Saber Demon. I raised my hand in front of him. Then, white flames shot up from my palm, starting to form the shape of a blade. Flinch, the supreme secret art of the extreme Pa clan holy saber revering heaven. I had unfolded it right before his eyes. Saber Demon's eyes widened as if they were about to tear apart. How do you know the holy saber? Huh. Jin Yeomyung, who had been watching with great interest from the side, also stared at me in disbelief. Well, I've had quite a few fortuitous encounters lately. Among the martial arts I had learned from Ma Sioyan and Pa Guncheng, there were techniques that were considered lost at this point in time. I cleared my throat slightly and proposed a deal. If the extreme Pa clan actively supports the young cult leader's reign, I am willing to return the long-lost techniques. Let's have a duel. Excuse me. Before I could even finish my sentence, Saber Demon's eyes sparkled as he shouted. Whatever the case, let's have a duel first. If seeing something like that doesn't make your hands itch, you're not a true swordsman. It seemed there weren't many true swordsmen left in this world. I can't let that sword demon bastard have all the fun. Hey, Jin Yeomyung, got a larger training ground? I'll offer my personal one. Q haha. That's why I like Yao speak the same language. Go easy on him. We can't have the groom getting scars right before the wedding. No matter what I said, Saber Demon had clearly come with the intention of fighting me from the start. And my damn father had no intention of stopping it. After being thoroughly exhausted by Saber Demon, it was already evening. Young master, I apologize for disturbing your rest. I glared at the head steward with a lifeless expression. Head steward, if you're truly sorry, can't you just leave me alone? I apologize even more for this, but someone from the Heavenly Thunder Corps is here. Heavenly Thunder Corps. It's Han Mubik, the one they say assists Lord Jin Yeomyung. He insists on seeing you. Bring him in immediately. Flinch, my sudden shift in tone made the head steward's shoulders shrink slightly. You've come crawling into the jaws of hell on your own. Whether I had power or not right now, it didn't matter when it came to Han Mubik. I didn't know what he was here for, but I had no intention of letting him walk out alive. Head steward, yes, how many warriors can you mobilize right now? The head steward's face stiffened slightly. Though he seemed to have guessed my intent, he quickly calculated and replied. Right now, 300. If you give me half an hour, I can gather up to 1,000. He hurriedly continued. However, if we mobilize forces in the thousands, the Qin clan and the other 6 clans will surely lodge protests. No need to go that far. I grabbed my sword and gave him my orders. Make sure not even a single ant escapes this place. The head steward, realizing what I was thinking, hardened his expression. Do you intend to kill him? If possible. Picking a fight with the Heavenly Thunder Corps at a time like this is far from wise. I know. I knew. Even though Han Mubik carried the title of traitor, killing someone who held the official position of Lord Chin's assistant would completely sever ties with the Heavenly Thunder Corps. And yet, for the sake of the future, it was better to kill him now. I will make preparations. Reading my firm resolve, the head steward nodded with cold sweat running down his face. Not long after that, ho-ho, how have you been, Grand Duke? Wearing a completely different smile than he had in the afternoon, Han Mubik appeared. He had come alone, without a single escort. I fixed my gaze on him and spoke. You seem pretty relaxed. Does it not occur to you that you've walked into a death trap, First Order? Whatever reason you've come here for, you'd best give up on leaving alive. I slowly drew my sword, letting out a wave of killing intent. I've already decided to pay a great price just to kill you. He responded with an unreadable expression. So, you already knew? Of course. There was no way I wouldn't know. I killed Second Order, Han Mayan, and Third Order Cheng Museong with my own hands. Such delightful disciples they were to watch. You're not going to deny it? Good. I slowly advanced toward Han Mubik. If you've got any tricks left in awakened body or anything else, bring them all out. I can wait that long. After hearing my firm declaration, he suddenly started laughing, raising the corners of his lips. Kyuhyuha, do you really think I infiltrated this place as a spy? Am I wrong? No, you're right. However, there is one thing I must correct. Han Mubik raised a single finger, smiling meaningfully. It's true that I was sent here by the Grand Heavenly Lord, but I no longer have any intention of following his will. What? From the beginning until now, I have had only one purpose for being here. The words that flowed from Han Mubik's mouth were completely unexpected. To kill Heavenly Researcher. Heavenly Researcher. The genius devil who created all the awakened bodies of this era, who realized the divine demonic vessel and heavenly slaying star. I was left speechless by what he said next. I assure you, if Heavenly Researcher isn't killed, the young cult leader will eventually be devoured by the grand Heavenly Lord. Chapter 311, That Bastard, 3, Heavenly Researcher. In truth, there had been more than just one person in Murim history who carried that title. It wasn't uncommon for those who had made a name for themselves through their intellect to be called Heavenly Researcher, and at times, there had even been 3 or 4 in a single era. However, the one this bastard was speaking of there was only one such person. The very one who, under the secret order of the previous cult leader, had brought forth Cheon Yura, Jin Yeomyung, and Jin Yeomyung into this world. The one presumed to be the author of the divine demonic physique records, and, presumably, the very same old man from the hidden shadow, So clan, who had once given me unsolicited advice. I realized my killing intent toward him had slightly weakened. No matter how much I wanted to beat him to death, if it involved Yura, I could set aside any grudge. What do you mean by that? Exactly as I said. No hidden meaning. However, Han Mubik shrugged as he glanced at the Jin clan warriors surrounding us with grim expressions. This doesn't seem like the place for a discreet conversation. Would you perhaps offer me a cup of tea? Was he being brazen, or did he really have that much guts? Either way, he was clearly on a different level than Leader Cheon. That was exactly why the urge to kill him while I still had the chance grew even stronger. But the bait he had just thrown was simply too large to ignore. Come in. I stared at Han Mubik, who sat across from me sipping tea. It's been a while since we've sat face to face like this. Truthfully, before his betrayal in my past life, Han Mubik and I had been surprisingly close. Back when the Heavenly Thunder Corps monopolized power within the cult, both he, a political puppet, and I, a parachute appointee, had shared similar circumstances. Our age gap wasn't that wide either. Among the cult's leadership, aside from Ma Cholsu, we had been the youngest, which naturally made us cross paths more than once. Of course, I had never made an effort to approach him directly. Putting his teacup down, Han Mubik finally spoke. How strange. What is? Why you seem to hate me so much? I scoffed, utterly dumbfounded. Isn't it obvious? Yura, because I am First Order of the Heaven-Defying Society and one of the 10 Heavenly Lords. But the hatred you show me seems to stem from something far more specific and personal. Yet I have no idea what that could be. His half-lidded gaze was unnervingly sharp, enough to make my skin crawl. We stared at each other in silence for a while. Then, with a smirk, he lifted his teacup again. But I suppose it doesn't really matter. After all, aren't there no permanent allies or enemies in politics? You think it'd ever join hands with you, and why not? Granted, it feels like you might kill me on the spot right now. Still, I want you to know that digging up my past won't be enough to get me expelled from the cult. You sound awfully confident, because I've already laid everything bare. The fact that I am First Order of the Heaven-Defying Society, all the information I hold about them, and even every last card I had. He smiled faintly. Do you really think the Heavenly Thunder Corps leader would have kept me around just because I handed over the Heavenly Illusion clan's operation? Why had Jin Yeomyung kept him around? If I knew anything about Jin Yeomyung, it would have been to keep him under surveillance. But if that really was the case, it meant Jin Yeomyung had sensed that Han Mubik was dangerous enough to require close watch. Just then, Han Mubik spoke again. Do you really need to treat me as your enemy? What? No matter what you sense in me, is there really a need to be so wary of a future that hasn't even arrived yet? His words flowed out like nonsense, and I barely stopped myself from laughing in disbelief. If those words had come from Jin Yeomyung, perhaps I might have considered them. But not from you. I had let him in out of curiosity about Heavenly Researcher, but now he was spewing complete nonsense. Wouldn't it benefit you to have another card to check the Heavenly Thunder Corps? I flinched. I had been ready to cut him down at any moment, but his words halted my movements. The greatest obstacle in the next cult leader's reign will undoubtedly be the Heavenly Thunder Corps. It was a future no one had yet foreseen, and Han Mubik had just laid it bare. The Heavenly Thunder Corps is already preparing for the retirement of the old veterans who once supported the young cult leader. The direct subordinates of the current Corps leader are ready to take their place, spreading through the 9 demon halls and the 17 parties. I had thought there was still time had Jin Yeomyung already gone that far. Once the generational shift in the Heavenly Thunder Corps is complete, it will become an entirely different organization no longer, the group created to support the young cult leader. So he knows that much, huh? You seem to know a lot. The old veterans of the Heavenly Thunder Corps seem to have held you in high regard. It seemed even while I was away, the chief steward had made sure to send them gifts consistently. Han Mubik gave a sly smile. I can be of help to you. The meaning behind those words was clear. Yura offering to become a double agent? Exactly. And why should I trust you? More importantly, why would you betray Jin Yeomyung to side with me? The reason is simple. Han Mubik's voice suddenly turned cold. Because the Heavenly Thunder Corps leader will never agree to kill Heavenly Researcher. He won't cooperate. As I mentioned earlier, if Heavenly Researcher isn't killed, the young cult leader will eventually be devoured by the Grand Heavenly Lord. Of course. That was exactly why I hadn't killed him yet. And when that happens, who do you think will seize control of the cult, plunged into chaos? Crack, I couldn't answer right away. Cheon Yura devoured by the Grand Heavenly Lord. Just imagining such a future was unbearable. If that day ever came, I would probably throw away all power, status, and everything else just to find a way to save Cheon Yura. As I struggled to maintain my composure, forcing a blank expression to hide my agitation, Han Mubik kept flicking his tongue like a snake. No matter how skilled, virtuous, or well-connected you are, there's an undeniable limit. After all, you're not a member of the Cheon clan, but the Heavenly Thunder Corps leader is different. He can swallow the cult whole, completely legally. Knowing Jin Yeomyung's ambition from my past life, it wouldn't have surprised me if things actually turned out that way. However, there was one subtle inconsistency hidden in that truth. Jin Yeomyung, as I knew him, never truly betrayed the cult in the end. Even though he had opposed me in my past life and turned me into his puppet, Jin Yeomyung had never crossed the final line. Choosing to reserve my judgment on that, I changed the subject. First, let's talk about Heavenly Researcher. For now, you haven't given me enough reason to trust you. All right? Hadn't he said killing that person was his true reason for infiltrating the cult? The reason I want to kill Heavenly Researcher is simple. Someday, I too am destined to become a sacrifice for the resurrection of heavenly evil through him. Han Mubik let out a bitter laugh. You may not know this, but I was born a little special compared to the other lords. It wasn't arrogance in his tone, but that so-called special nature isn't a good thing. I silently listened to his words. I am the only joint successor of the 10 heavenly lords. Do you know what that means? Well, not really. Even though I could guess the reason, I deliberately shook my head. It means I am a vessel capable of containing the essence of all 10 heavenly lords. The truth about First Order began to spill from his lips. And once all that essence is fused into a single being, the heaven-defying society calls that entity heavenly evil. So what? However, I'm nothing more than a backup candidate prepared just in case. The real host chosen to become heavenly evil is none other than, he spoke each word with force, the young cult leader, Cheon Yura. In other words, the moment Cheon Yura is devoured by the Grand Heavenly Lord and becomes heavenly evil, I am destined to die along with her. At that moment, I instinctively knew Han Mubik was telling the truth. Could it be the reason he poisoned Cheon Yura in my past life? Thump, all I want is to survive, nothing more. Suddenly, he bowed his head to the ground right in front of me and shouted, Once this is all over, I will leave Murim quietly and never set foot here again. Please join hands with me. I stood outside, letting the night breeze wash over me as I stared blankly at the sky. My thoughts had grown so tangled that my mind actually felt numb. So you let him go after all. At some point, Byok Jiseng, the chief steward, had approached me. I shrugged lightly. My mind feels a bit complicated. May I offer you some advice? Of course. Advice from someone who had seen every political twist and turn was always welcome. Byok Jiseng spoke in a low voice. If someone you were prepared to kill at any cost walks away alive, it means they brought an offer you simply couldn't refuse. I nodded bitterly. I can't deny that. But please remember this. His eyes grew slightly colder. No matter what offer he made, the fact that someone under the protection of the Heavenly Thunder Corps so easily switched sides means he's looking down on you. He believes he can use you. Well, I suppose that's true. I had survived 5 years in the political arena. No matter what expression Han Mubik wore, no matter what he proposed, the core of who he was hadn't changed. I know, even if he spoke only the truth, my expression turned icy. People are most easily deceived by the truth. Hearing that, Byok Jiseng gave a small smile. As long as you're aware of that, I am relieved. Someone like him is more than capable of hiding his real motives behind the truth. I was certain Han Mubik hadn't revealed everything. He claimed to want nothing but survival. But in other words, if survival were guaranteed, there was no telling what else he might scheme. I still don't even know if Heavenly Researcher is truly an ally or an enemy. It seemed best to bring this matter to the cult leader. Oh, by the way, Byok Jiseng pulled a letter from his robe. While you were meeting with that man, a letter arrived from Lesser Demon Hall. Oh, delighted, I quickly opened the letter Byok Jiseng handed me and read it. Before long verification, what does it say? Byok Jiseng asked, curiosity in his voice. I let out a bitter chuckle as I replied. It seems the Chin clan is opposing my appointment as the demonic faction lord. What? They're demanding to verify my qualifications of all things. Chapter 312. Verification 1. The Chin clan, you say? Yes. I must say the audacity to even suggest that is truly impressive. The Chin clan's influence in the heavenly demon cult was, of course, absolute. Naturally, it wasn't strange for the chief of internal affairs to react this way. However, verification, I felt a sense of doubt as I read Cheon Yura's letter again. Could it be that my fight with the sword demon had not been reported to the Chin clan? There's no way something of that scale could have been kept secret, is there? Though the sword demon had distanced us from others out of consideration for me, if someone with sharp eyes had deliberately observed us, they wouldn't have failed to witness our battle. If that's not the case, then it means they believe they have what it takes to hold me back. I couldn't help but question whether the Chin clan currently held such a card. Well, Han Mubik, who should have originally become the demonic faction lord, had already been completely overturned. And the True Blood unit, which was made up of pureblood descendants of the current generation of the Chin clan, had no one more talented than Jin Yeomyung, so there wasn't much to worry about. What do you think, Chief? The fact that the Chin clan wants to verify me at this timing, if I may share my humble opinion. The chief twisted his signature goatee and let out a sly smile. It's incredibly foolish. It was a stark contrast to how he had been trembling at the mere mention of the Chin clan's prestige. Why is that? Whether they succeed in pushing you aside or not, to pick a fight at this timing is an unwise move, even for the Chin clan. Especially now, when the cult leader and the majority of the 6 great demonic clans are practically backing you. The Illusion clan had already been expelled, and the Hidden Shadow clan remained sealed away. With the other 3 clans, excluding the Jin clan, being closely tied to me, it was practically as if the entire 6 great demonic clans were standing with me. Still, if there was one thing that bothered me, it was undoubtedly related to Cheon Yura. From the cult's perspective, what Cheon Yura had done in the south was clearly an act of rebellion, yet all of her actions had been buried and left unresolved. As a result, from the Chin clan's point of view, it was no different than their kidnapped Cheon Yura suddenly dying a meaningless death in the south. Though there were many complexities that made assigning blame difficult, politics was often about endlessly grabbing at someone's ankles, even with the slightest suspicion. Whatever the case, I'll have to watch how things develop and respond accordingly. If only I had a connection capable of probing into the Chin clan's internal affairs at a time like this, it would have been ideal. It was a shame. It's unlikely, but if I were to consider another possibility, it could mean that someone from the Chin clan is trying to help me, but that seems far-fetched, doesn't it? Verification? If they want to try, let them. Whoever it may be, I was fully prepared to thoroughly crush anyone daring to reach for the seat beside Cheon Yura over me. Originally, all major and minor affairs of the cult went through the Elders' Hall as a first step. But that had only been because the cult leader, who despised hassle, had temporarily delegated part of his authority to the elders. However, since Cheon Yura had begun to truly rise in power, the cult's meetings started to be decided not in the Elders' Hall, but in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Murmur. The Heavenly Demon Pavilion, which normally had no more than 10 or so attendees at most, was bustling with nearly 100 people today. It had been this crowded only once before, when the cult leader decided on the Great Demonic War. The sword demon let out a scoffing laugh. They sure gathered in droves. Ham looks like they just want to have a foot in the door before any decision is made. Saber Demon also yawned as he added. That was when the sword demon suddenly snapped at Saber Demon. By the way, I heard you went to pick a fight with that guy. There was only one person who could be that guy in this context. Has that rumor already spread that far? Usually, whenever Saber Demon yawned like that, it was because he had spent the night drinking himself stupid. But right now, I couldn't detect even a hint of alcohol from him. Others are saying you fought Jin Gunak, but you can't fool my eyes. So, what's the result? Saber Demon stared silently at the Sword Demon, who was pressing him for an answer. Seriously, this guy never cared about what anyone else did. The Sword Demon had always been like a lone wolf, unwaveringly following his own path, never giving others so much as a glance. Saber Demon clicked his tongue and shook his head. Well, he didn't fight me seriously. Every time I tried to push further, he would back off like a ghost. That Jin Gunak bastard even started acting up, so I couldn't get much of a proper match before I just left. But that alone doesn't explain why you stayed up all night, does it? At the end, he showed me something interesting. The demonic spirit blade. The weight of Saber Demon's words was so heavy that the Sword Demon's expression briefly faltered. Wasn't that sealed away long ago? It was. The demonic spirit blade had once represented the Pa clan's martial legacy alongside the Holy Blade. But 400 years ago, when the Pa clan leader who had accompanied the second heavenly demon suddenly died from unknown causes, the technique had been lost. And it wasn't just the demonic spirit blade. That guy freely used several secret arts from other clans as well. I doubt he even revealed half of what the Pa clan has when he fought you. Though it was only for a fleeting moment, Saber Demon noticed it. The Sword Demon's fist clenched slightly tighter. He spoke in a low voice. Looks like I'll have to pay the Jin clan a visit sometime. Heh, go ahead if you must. While the two of them exchanged small talk, all the seats prepared in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion were soon filled. Even the old folks of the Jin clan and the heads of the other top clans have all shown up. Especially the Jin clan, which had been politically weakened due to the rebellion of Gwangjin Magan 2 years ago. To make matters worse, the fifth elder had been entangled in the incident at Jeom Madong and had died a tragic death. And even the usually inactive fourth elder had gone missing, leaving the seven elders' council on the verge of collapse. But now, from the first elder to the seventh elder, all seats at the head table were filled. Looks like they managed to fill all the vacant seats in the meantime. Well, with the Jin clan's resources, it's not surprising. Not only the Sword Demon and Saber Demon, but even the other clan leaders of the 6 great demonic clans clicked their tongues lightly. What stood out the most was that all the newly appointed elders sitting in the vacant seats were supreme masters of the extreme demon realm. Considering that even among the 6 great demonic clans, there were usually no more than 3 at that level, this was an absurd concentration of power. At that moment, Cheon Yura appeared from the inner passage, dressed in a splendid black dragon robe, flanked by the guardian lions. Is everyone present? We greet the young cult leader. The core martial experts of the cult all rose in unison to pay their respects. The collective movement caused the entire Heavenly Demon Pavilion to tremble slightly. Cheon Yura curved her lips into a slight smile as she looked over the crowd that filled her view. HMPH, more attendees than I expected. She sat down on the throne, the seat reserved solely for the cult leader, and raised one hand to signal the start of the meeting. This meeting was convened at the request of the Jin clan's first elder, Jin Yeomyung. At her words, all eyes turned toward the first elder seated at the head table. First elder, you may speak. Thank you, young cult leader. The first elder, a kindly-looking old man, bowed his head to Cheon Yura and slowly rose from his seat. As everyone knows, our cult is now preparing to enter the next era under the rule of a new supreme leader. His calm voice echoed throughout the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. However, as one who is soon to retire, I cannot help but worry about the one who will become the young cult leader's husband. At that moment, a voice of opposition immediately rang out from the opposite side of the head table. The first elder's concerns are understandable. It was Yeo-myung, the Thunder Commander, a beautiful woman whose skin showed no signs of aging. But is it not too soon to worry? The young cult leader is closer in age to her early 20s than to 30. The atmosphere in the pavilion instantly tensed at Yeo-myung's rebuttal. After all, it was never a good sign when the head of the Black Gold Saw clan and the first elder of the Elders' Council started the meeting by clashing opinions. The first elder let out a chuckle and shook his head. It is by no means too soon. The young cult leader is already of an age more than suitable for marriage. That may be true by conventional standards. However, even you must know, first elder, that there is already a designated candidate for the young cult leader's husband. Ha ha ha, that's right. The first elder nodded eagerly as if he had been waiting for that response. Yeo-myung and the other clan leaders of the 6 great demonic clans frowned at his reaction. What's this old fox plotting? The first elder was one of the key pillars supporting the young cult leader, along with the great elder. But his actions now seemed nothing short of opposing her. Jin Yeomyung, the eldest son of the Jin clan. The first elder finally spoke the name everyone had expected. In martial skill, family background, appearance, learning, and fame, he has proven to be outstanding in every regard. Indeed, in terms of qualifications, there was no one in the cult who could surpass Jin Yeomyung. His martial prowess and reputation alone were enough to label him as the leading figure among the 6 demon dragons. His family background was beyond question, and even in scholarship which, wasn't highly regarded, had defeated Sa Chingmun of the Black Gold Sa clan at a scholarly exchange. At least on the surface, the only candidate who could be compared to Jin Yeomyung in the cult was Ma Chialsu, the designated successor of the Pa clan. However, the first elder raised a single finger. It is also true that, as of now, there are no clear public achievements that would make the later generation disciples of the cult recognize him as the rightful demonic faction lord. What? While Samyonin scowled at those words, the sword demon and saber demon clicked their tongues. He's hitting where it hurts. Whether it was the matter in Qinghai or the incident at Jiam Madong. Though Jin Yeomyung had done much for Cheon Yura, most of it couldn't be made public. Especially matters involving the heaven-defying society were even more so. The first elder was taking advantage of that very point. So, what do you propose? Cheon Yura asked in a calm voice from the head table. He must be verified. Verified? Yes, we need an official verification process that all cult members can accept. How exactly? Ha ha ha. Since my single opinion wouldn't suffice, shouldn't this be something we all discuss together starting now? Sinister smiles spread across the faces of the other elders. Even those who had remained quiet in the back seats began murmuring among themselves, growing increasingly enthusiastic. The clan leaders of the 6 great demonic clans quickly realized the situation was starting to take a strange turn. While dreaming pointless dreams was harmless when done alone, it became a real problem when many people shared the same dream. And yet, the sword demon let out a faint laugh and muttered softly. So the old fox played his hand, huh? Huh, what do you mean by that? Saber demon, wide-eyed, asked from beside him. The sword demon gestured toward the elders with a nod of his chin. Look at the faces of the Qin clan elders. Saber demon blinked in confusion as he observed the expressions of the elders, excluding the first elder. All of them were wearing sly smiles, lost in their foolish fantasies. You still don't see it. See what? If the rumor that that brat fought me on equal footing had reached their ears, could those old fools really be making faces like that right now? Realization finally dawned on Saber Demon, and his eyes widened in shock. They've controlled the information. That damn snake, the first elder. Even for the first elder, it wouldn't have been possible to pull this off alone. But if the great elder, Jin Yeomyung, had cooperated, they could have sealed the mouths of the Qin clan's intelligence unit, the Divine Ghost Unit. Still, as the one who proposed this, may I suggest one idea? Permission granted. With Cheon Yura's approval, the first elder cleared his throat briefly and spoke. Endless challenge. He threw out a ludicrous proposal toward the entire assembly. Allow all later generation disciples, under the age of 30, to challenge the candidate for demonic faction lord, regardless of who they are. The corners of the first elder's lips curled slightly. Shouldn't he at least be able to overcome that much to be worthy of becoming the husband of our new cult leader? Chapter 313. Verification 2. Did he just say endless challenge? While everyone inside the hall silently mulled over Ilro's words, Samyonin suddenly shot up in anger and glared at him. Isn't this far too strict of a standard? Ilro replied with a faint smile. Does it seem that way to you? Of course it does. More than anything, you said under 20, didn't you? That's just asking for every so-called talented youngster in that age group to flood in. Anyone under 20 who had already broken through to the first-rate martial artist level would certainly be recognized as a talent by the cult. However, even those talents, if they shook down the entire cult, would number in the hundreds, if not thousands. Yura essentially telling them to face more than 1,000 late-stage challengers. Even if Jin Clan's boy has the ability to endure that much, countless lives are bound to be lost in the process. No matter how young the challengers were, fighting through endless matches without killing was something even those at the extreme demon realm struggled to do. Naturally, the path of this competition was bound to turn into a matter of life and death. Jin Clan leader, the other 2 clan leaders as well, don't you have anything to say about this? In truth, of the four great clans, the one with the weakest ties to Jin Yeomyung was the Black Gold Sa clan. While Sa Byeon, their young clan leader, had a personal connection to Jin Yeomyung, there were no other meaningful ties. Since the Pa clan and Ma clan, the two leading factions of the six great demonic clans, had sided with the Jin clan, the Sa clan had no choice but to follow suit, despite having little actual connection. Hurry up! Sa Myeonnin's glare swept across the other clan leaders in frustration. Here he was, doing everything he could to counter Ilro's trap, while the ones who should have felt the most threatened sat there completely unbothered. MMH. A word you say, the three clan leaders all wore unreadable expressions. Well, isn't it fine? What did you just say? Sa Myeonnin's face twisted the moment he heard the sluggish remark from Saber Demon, who had been resting his chin on one hand. Crossing his arms, Sword Demon added his agreement. Honestly, this seems perfect. If he suffers once, there won't be any needless complaints afterward. You too, clan leader Ma? He looked at them in utter shock. This was blatant betrayal and absurd abandonment. His desperate gaze turned to Jin Gunnak, his last hope. Surely, he wouldn't, as a man of the Jin clan, he ought to be able to handle at least that much. Jin Gunnak betrayed his with words that were so like him. Not only Sa Myeonnin, but almost everyone in attendance turned to stare at the three clan leaders with the same thought. Have they gone mad? Just moments ago, everyone had been whispering about how to oppose Ilro's outrageous proposal or how to twist the situation in their favor. And yet they had just accepted this madness. As the hall fell eerily silent, Ilro spoke again. What do you think, young cult leader? This time, all eyes turned to Cheon Yura. Everyone awaited her response. Finally, what are the exact procedures? The hall erupted with silent shock. Wasn't this practically a public declaration to grind her own future husband to dust? As expected, Jin Master will receive numerous challenges. That much is certain. However, for that very reason, the duels must be carried out transparently, with the results open to all. That's true. At Cheon Yura's indifferent agreement, the faces of several others began to change. Some of the more perceptive ones began to realize that if this continued, there had to be something else going on behind the scenes. I suggest we throw open the gates of the Cheon clan. For 3 days from CTU time, we shall accept challengers there. What do you think? That's about 5 hours a day, I suppose. Jin Master deserves some rest after all. Though she phrased it as a generous concession, it was, in essence, an order for him to fight for 5 hours straight without rest. Cheon Yura paused for a moment, as if considering the proposal, then smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Sounds good to me. This old man is overjoyed to be of help to you, young cult leader. Ilro responded with a matching smile and slight nod. And the rest? All they could do was continue watching the ridiculous meeting unfold in stunned silence. And so, the final resolution of this heavenly demon gathering was a bloody, endless series of duels dubbed Jin Yeomyung's Endless Challenge. Is there anyone who wishes to voice another opinion? Cheon Yura looked around the hall, asking one final time before closing the meeting, but no one answered. After all, from the perspective of the demonic faction lord's candidate, this was the perfect strategy for complete destruction. For everyone else, even if it was cruel, it still offered them a chance, however slim. Who among them would turn down such an opportunity? Even Sa Myeonnin, who had voiced the strongest objection earlier, had fallen silent, realizing how the tide had shifted. However, after the meeting ended bang, he slammed his palm down on the massive round table and glared fiercely at the three clan leaders. What the hell kind of bullshit was that? Careful, or Yao'll wrinkle that pretty face. Calm yourself. Jin Gunnak, do I look calm to you right now? He glared at Jin Gunnak as if he would kill him on the spot. Are you seriously trying to kill your own damn son? Nah, fine, let's say you're a-okay with that. But shouldn't you at least have told me before pulling a stunt like this? What are you talking about? What stunt? Jin Gunnak tilted his head with an innocent expression. Seeing that, I felt flames of fury surge within me, but I clenched my teeth and suppressed it with all the restraint I could muster. After all, the one in the desperate position right now was me. You've just shoved your eldest son into a death trap. How are you going to clean up this mess? Or do you have another candidate prepared? If Jin Yeomyung died, or if there was no other candidate, then the alliance with the Sa clan was as good as over. But at that moment, do you really think that's worthy of being called a death trap? What? My expression froze. Then Sword Demon continued. That old bastard Ilro played it well. What are you saying? Saber Demon chimed in, continuing Sword Demon's point. Indeed, now that I think about it, That old man's proposal laid out 3 strategies. While I stood there with nothing but question marks popping over my head, the 3 clan leaders began sharing their thoughts. First, he completely redirected the Chin clan's attention away from the young cult leader's claim to the throne. Even though no one knew when the current cult leader might pass away, the Chin clan could very well challenge Cheon Yura's legitimacy at any moment. But thanks to Ilro's extreme proposal of the endless challenge, no one in the Chin clan paid her any attention now. Second, he redirected the unrest within the cult toward a single target. It wasn't just the Chin clan that had been distracted by this. Even though the heavenly demon's ascension was celebrated, the pointless end of the war had stirred deep dissatisfaction among the younger generation of the cult. And now, all of that pent-up frustration had been dumped onto Jin Yeomyung. Lastly, he laid out a stage for that brat to make a name for himself. Opening the Chin clan's gates was his way of making sure they couldn't protest afterward. Exactly. Although it is a little strange that the Heavenly Thunder Corps leader stayed silent. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Jin Gunak clicked his tongue, interrupting someone's words. Even if you're the Sa clan leader, that's not very polite. What the hell are you all babbling about? I cut them off, raising my voice. Everything you're saying, all of that only makes sense if you're assuming the Jin clan's eldest can actually survive this whole thing. Of course, right? Naturally. Obviously. All 3 clan leaders answered in unison. My mouth fell open in disbelief. Are you all drugged or something? How is that even possible? The last I remembered, Jin Yeomyung's cultivation had only reached the peak master level. Sure, that alone was enough to make anyone envious. Id grumbled plenty of times to my subordinates about how my clan had produced no such talent, but overcoming this insane ordeal? That was impossible. It's more than possible, Sword Demon declared firmly. The truth was, Jin Yeomyung had surpassed the extreme demon realm after encountering the heavenly demon founder at Heaven of Sacred Spirits. And then, after spending a year in the southern region of Yu family's sacred mountain, he had reached the transcendent demon realm. Jin Gunak had confirmed his son's advancement when the boy returned to the cult. Sword Demon and Saber Demon had known even earlier than that. The clan leaders had done a decent job controlling the information. They had spread the rumor that the duel near Xi'an had been caused by Saber Demon picking a fight with Sword Demon, not Jin Yeomyung. And most importantly, even though the 4 clan leaders stood united politically, their personal relationships were far from amicable. They had no reason whatsoever to share such top-secret information with me. But now that I had cornered them this much, they couldn't avoid revealing the truth. What did you just say? He said he stood as my equal. In fact, I had heard a report about that. But since the Blood Dragon demonic clan's warriors hadn't been able to fully verify it, I had dismissed it as little more than a baseless rumor. When I later received an additional report that Saber Demon had also been seen nearby, I had assumed the 2 fools had simply gotten into a childish squabble. But now they were saying that report had been true? Wait, hold on. I staggered and covered my face with one hand. My mind was spinning with confusion. If it had been just Jin Gunak, I wouldn't have trusted it. But Sword Demon Ma Seong-hwan wasn't the kind of man to joke about something like this. That's not just talent, that's a monster. That's true, I pressed on. Even the former cult leader wasn't that terrifying. Are you sure something didn't kill your son and take his place in disguise? A late-stage prodigy standing as an equal to a transcendent demon realm master. Frankly, someone impersonating him seemed far more believable. Jin Gunak let out a small, hollow laugh. At the very least, when I spoke with him face to face, he was my son. Saber Demon added quietly, even if that's true, there's nothing we can do. We've already climbed onto the tiger's back. I forced myself to take deep breaths, trying to calm my mind. Saber Demon was right. With the cult on the verge of a regime change, there was no room left for hesitation. Fine. If Jin Yeomyung really stood as Sword Demon's equal, then even 1,000 or 10,000 late-stage prodigies wouldn't be a problem. But if he really was that much of a monster, wouldn't the balance of the next generation's 6 great demonic clans completely collapse, placing them entirely under the control of the cult leader and that brat? That unsettling future suddenly crossed my mind, and I shuddered slightly at the thought. Welcome, Jin Yeomyung. When I made my way to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, I was able to meet Cheon Yura without much difficulty. Even after all this time, she was still waging a war against the endless pile of paperwork. Looks like I won't be able to talk to her properly for quite a while at this rate. I approached her with a bitter smile. Let me help you. MHM. If the matters had reached the point where Cheon Yura herself had to sign off on them, they must have already been thoroughly filtered and deemed important. Technically, stepping in like this was beyond my authority, but assisting my busy wife was part of a husband's duty, wasn't it? I gave the pile of documents next to her a quick scan, then immediately began sorting them by priority high, medium, and low. I set aside matters concerning the budget of the 5 Great Halls and post-war cleanup as high priority, and shifted religious matters like the maintenance of the cult's sacred grounds to low priority. As I sorted, I double-checked the figures for any discrepancies, and if I found nothing wrong, I handed the most important ones to Cheon Yura first. She watched me work for a while, her eyes widening in surprise. "You're quite skilled at this. Have you done something like this before?" "Well, something like that. No, not just something. I had done exactly this kind of work many times before. Back when I served as the inner administrator, I used to spend countless nights reviewing paperwork with the Heavenly Thunder Corps, going over the documents they submitted just for formality. Remembering those days, which now felt like a distant past, I was overcome by a strange sense of nostalgia. Maybe I do miss those times, just a little. Chapter 314. Verification 3. For a while, the sound of stamping seals and the rustling of brush strokes filled the hall. It seemed she still wasn't used to work-related conversations, as she focused all her attention on reviewing and processing the documents I handed over. After about half a sigil of work had passed, "Finally, I feel alive again," she stretched lightly, expressing her relief. "Saw Beon, she usually assists you with this, doesn't she?" "True. Normally, Beon would have helped me with this." "And?" "Beon was urgently summoned back to her clan by Thunder Commander a few sigil ago. Judging by the unpleasant look on her face when she read the letter, it seems she might have been reprimanded for something." Reprimanded, Saw Beon's work had never left any noticeable flaws. With her abilities, committing a mistake significant enough to warrant a reprimand from the clan leader shouldn't have been easy. It wasn't about the kidnapping either. That incident had already been over a year ago, so it wouldn't be brought up again now. Well, since it doesn't seem to be a capital offense, I'll ask her about it later. All right. Honestly, now that Saw Beon had been officially recognized as one of Cheon Yura's closest aides, it would be like digging their own grave for the Black Gold Saw clan to treat her poorly. She wouldn't have been severely scolded unless it was something extreme. "So, I've been meaning to ask, but why did you come looking for me today?" At her words, I pouted slightly in mock disappointment. "Do I really need a reason?" "What?" I slowly leaned my body toward the chair where Cheon Yura sat. "Do I need a reason to see my beloved?" I had expected her to blush at those words, as she usually would. However, to my surprise, she simply chuckled and leaned her head against me. "Hey, well, I suppose that's true." After a brief, pleasant silence, Cheon Yura and I locked eyes passionately, and then, as our lips drew closer clatter. Before they could touch, the door suddenly burst open and someone appeared. I flinched. "By Beon?" Lady Saw, standing before us with a severely displeased expression, was none other than Saw Beon, who had just returned. Normally, I'd apologize for interrupting, but I don't feel like doing that right now. As her words implied, irritation was clearly written all over her face. Cheon Yura let out a loud, exaggerated cough before asking, "Did things go well?" "Yes, fortunately, it ended with just a reprimand, but..." Saw Beon's sharp gaze landed on me. The irritation on her face gradually shifted to frustration as she stared at me. How on earth was I supposed to know that young Master Jin had reached the threshold of the transcendent demon realm? I am not some kind of deity. Isn't that something I should have been informed of immediately? Shouldn't that have been reported right away? Do you know what happens to someone when they hear that same lecture hundreds of times over? Startled by Saw Beon's overwhelming pressure, I unconsciously took a step back. What happens?" Saw Beon took a step closer and muttered under her breath. "It makes you want to exile someone to some remote countryside and send them an empty lunchbox." That was oddly specific. But surely she didn't mean me, right? In any case, it seemed the reason Saw Beon had been reprimanded by the clan leader was because she hadn't properly grasped my martial strength. I honestly have nothing to say about that. It's not exactly something I go around bragging about. Perhaps she found my response reasonable as the irritation on her face started to ease. "Well, I understand. But does the young cult leader know about this?" Flinch. Cheon Yura's shoulders trembled slightly. She was the type who couldn't lie to those close to her, and the moment she tried to hide something, it always showed. "Young cult leader?" The frustration on Saw Beon's face began to turn into betrayal. Well, she did know, and, Avoiding the gaze of her loyal subordinate, Cheon Yura continued awkwardly. I suppose you could say I found out through a dream. I didn't intend to know, but I somehow learned about it in my sleep. What kind of nonsense is that? That might have been the first time I had ever heard Beon speak so roughly. I am sorry, Beon. In the end, Cheon Yura apologized to her subordinate. It was an extremely rare no, practically unheard of reversal of the master-servant dynamic. Beon's sulking had terrifying consequences, to the point where Cheon Yura, in an act of complete desperation, even resorted to clinging to her, in an almost pathetic display to lighten her mood. Well, considering they've spent almost every day together for a year, it's understandable she'd feel upset about being left in the dark. However, Cheon Yura had a valid excuse. After all, who would have ever imagined she'd encounter me in her dreams? After much effort, we finally managed to calm Beon down. That was when an unexpected visitor arrived. Young cult leader, the Great Elder, requests an audience. The Great Elder? Bring her in immediately. The Great Elder, Jin Yeomyung, known as the Thousand-Handed Witch, a renowned eccentric of the Jin clan who rarely left the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, had come to visit. It's been a long time since we've met, Yura. Indeed, grandmother, it's been a while. Cheon Yura greeted Jin Yeomyung with a rare, genuine smile. It was a more affectionate exchange than I had expected. Well, the Great Elder is one of the few supporters on the Jin clan's side, after all. What brings you here? You barely spoke during the last council meeting. From her finely wrinkled lips, words of great consequence soon followed. I came here to deliver a warning to you. A warning? Our expressions, including Cheon Yura's, stiffened. A warning coming from someone who was an absolute ally was never something to be taken lightly. To be precise, I wanted to warn you about Ilro. Why? Hehe, you probably think Ilro made that offer to help you, don't you? Is that not the case? It's only half true. I flinched. If it was only half true, that meant the other half was false. Currently, Ilro is concerned about the division within the cult. Unlike the two women who looked puzzled, I immediately understood what she meant. I had been wary of this issue myself to some extent. You're talking about the extreme conflict between the 6 great demonic clans and the Jin clan. That's right, you understand well. The 6 clans have never been more united than they are now. It was the very thing Jin Yeomyung had warned me about before. He said the excessive unity of the 6 clans might eventually overturn the power structure of the heavenly demon cult, surpassing even the Jin clan. However, I confidently declared to Jin Yeomyung, such a thing will never happen. And why are you so sure? I've said the same thing to the previous Heavenly Thunder Corps leader. I closed my eyes for a moment and then slowly opened them halfway. If such a thing were to happen, I would personally dismantle the 6 great demonic clans myself. Ho ho. It was a statement that sounded reckless beyond bold. However, while my previous statement had been more of a declaration filled with youthful bravado, this time it was grounded in my current strength. The 6 clans will serve only as a stepping stone to support Yura's reign. Cheon Yura and Beon both looked at me with wide, surprised eyes. In contrast, Cheon Yeomyung, who had already heard my determination before, chuckled softly and patted my shoulder. Hoo, indeed, I did recognize someone worthwhile back then. If it had been that greenhorn from before, it would have been impossible. But you, as the great hero you are now, you just might pull it off. She took a step back and looked between me and Cheon Yura. But Ilro is a thorough man. Even if you possess that much strength, he's someone who will rigorously verify your qualifications. Of course, he's not the kind of vile old man who would set up petty traps. However, a trace of worry appeared in Cheon Yeomyung's eyes. At the end of this trial, even I cannot guarantee what might emerge. So her words struck heavily in my chest. You'd best be careful. Luoyang City, Black Lotus Union. The Lotus Lord has returned. Open the gates immediately. A sea of people bustled to make way as the Black Lotus Lord, Ma Jiomhwa, returned from a brief outing. You've worked hard, Lotus Lord. Welcome back, Lotus Lord. Yeah. Beek Sangha received the greetings of hundreds of martial artists with a slightly displeased expression. Even back at her original family, the Namchen Beek clan, she couldn't recall ever receiving such an enthusiastic reception, making her feel oddly conflicted. As it had been before, her influence here in Black Lotus Union was absolute. At her command, there were countless who would gladly charge into fire carrying bundles of wood, and during the recruitment for her personal guards, literal bloodbaths had erupted. It's good that their loyalty is high, but still. The source of their loyalty seemed to come not from her martial prowess or leadership, but from something else entirely, which made her feel rather uncomfortable. Sigh. Well, whatever. As long as they follow orders, it's fine. With half-hearted resignation, she entered the hall where her office was located. Yura back, sister? Black Lotus Union's strategist, Jegel No, now fully identifying as Sama Yoon of the Sama clan, greeted her while holding a stack of documents. Behind her, dozens of strategists from the Military Affairs Division followed closely. How did it go? I'll explain once we're in the office. By the way, is young Master Sochin still the same? Sama Yoon sighed and nodded. Unfortunately, yes. Beek Sanga let out a sigh as well. This is bad. He needs to pull himself together soon. Currently, Sochin had locked himself away, rejecting everything and isolating himself like a broken man. When they had returned to the cult from the south following Jin Yeomyung, Sochin had been brimming with happiness. And Jin Yeomyung had kept his word by bringing Sochin back. However, the problem was not even a week had passed before Sochin had been exiled to Black Lotus Union under direct orders from the Heavenly Demon's decree, leaving him no room to refuse. Sigh, I guess time will heal it. Sama Yoon spoke with visible unease. The thing is, young master, Sochin has been having occasional outbursts lately. He keeps raving about killing young Master Jin and the young cult leader, and then killing himself afterward stop him, no matter what. Judging by his current state, he really might try it. After learning the martial arts of the death demon Sojeong, both Sochin and Beek Sanga had become more familiar with death than anyone else in the Murim. Though they couldn't literally see the line between life and death, they had developed an extreme sensitivity to knowing exactly where to strike to kill someone. He must have locked himself away to suppress his surging murderous intent. Even I, at times, had felt the urge to commit meaningless slaughter. If I hadn't reached the extreme demon realm, if I hadn't overcome the emotions I felt when I believed Jin Yeomyung had died, I probably would have become one of the most notorious murderers to ever stain the Murim with blood. She let out a silent sigh and entered her office. Once she had confirmed that no one else was around, she whispered to Sama Yoon. The Beggars sect and the Hao sect have completed the cross-verification. Don't tell me. Sama Yoon's expression immediately turned stiff. That's right. Beek Sanga delivered the confirmation blow. The ownership of the evil overlords of heaven has changed hands. Chaos is about to descend upon the Murim once again. Chapter 315. The unprecedented crisis sweeping through the Murim. 1. In truth, the fact that the evil overlords of heaven had been attacked had already reached me several weeks ago. However, the content was so outrageous that not only the Hao sect, but even the Beggars sect had gotten involved in verifying the information. And the result was this. In fact, it's been confirmed that there were a total of 5 intruders who broke into the evil overlords of heaven at that time. Only 5 had broken through the main base of the evil overlords of heaven, guarded by thousands of elite warriors, and had taken down the evil overlord himself. I heard that the 10,000 evil king, Yeo-myung, initially fought one-on-one with someone, but was ultimately killed after being attacked by the 4 others who suddenly joined the fight. Sama Yoon's face turned deathly pale. How could that possibly happen? The evil overlords of heaven were not just some minor or medium sect gathering a few dozen or hundreds of members. They were a dominant force that had practically unified the entire Qinghai province with an army numbering in the tens of thousands. I can't believe it either, but it seems to be true. Even if 5 peak master-level experts had pushed their way through, it should have been impossible. No, even if they somehow made it in front of the evil overlord, killing Yeo-myung itself was near impossible. Even if it was 5 against 1, exactly. Normally, you wouldn't be taken down so easily, even when outnumbered. For such a situation to occur, there was only one possibility. Sama Yoon let out a bitter sigh. An internal traitor? That's right. The Beggars sect and the Hao sect are both saying that's the most likely explanation. There might be more than just 1 or 2 traitors then. At the very least, they had to be people capable of deeply interfering with the deployment of the main base's forces to open the way straight to Yeo-myung. I heard the one who has now risen as the new evil overlord is someone named Lee Jae-sung, known as the Blazing Heavenly King. The Beggars sect and the Hao sect are said to be gathering every piece of information they can about him. And though it's still just a rumor, there's talk that the sect leader of the Jeomchang sect has also fallen. The Jeomchang sect was technically one of the 9 orthodox sects, but it was located in the treacherous regions of Yunnan, even farther out than Sichuan. Naturally, news from them would rarely make it to the Central Plains so quickly, but as they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. After a moment of thought, she spoke to Beek Sanga. It's almost certainly them. It must be. Ever since getting involved with Jin Yeomyung, the heaven-defying society had lost a significant number of its top brass, including many of the 10 heavenly lords. Yet they still had the strength to pull something like this. It was utterly shocking. Summon the black sky meeting immediately? Beek Sanga's expression hardened. Yuna. Don't tell me. Yes, if the evil overlords of heaven have been attacked, then there's no telling when our Black Lotus Union might be next. Though the Black Lotus Union had grown rapidly in recent times, they were still no match for the evil overlords of heaven. On top of that, their organizational structure was far more porous, making it easier for enemies to infiltrate compared to the evil overlords of heaven. More importantly, the Saber King the 10,000 Evil Blade Emperor is currently away at the main house, so we must reinforce our defenses even more. Yura, right? It was then. Yua-og, intruders! Stop them! The screams from below froze both of their expressions. The timing was far too perfect to be a coincidence. Amidst the shouts of countless warriors drawing their weapons, the sound of something being smashed and broken echoed up as well. Beek Sanga grabbed her sword and spoke. I'll go out. Yoon, you stay here. Unnie? There's no reason for us to hold this position without the Saber King. Going out to face them head-on is the best course. From her bosom, she took out the black mask that Cheon Yura had once handed her. The mask, now known as the Black Sky Master Mask, the symbol of the leader of the Black Lotus Union, was pressed to her face without a moment of hesitation. Click! And with that, she kicked open the window and leapt toward the ground. Lotus Mistress. It's the Lotus Mistress. Boom! The moment she landed heavily on the ground with immense weight, she was met with the sight of dozens of fallen Lotus Hall members, their bodies ripped to shreds. Seeing that, her eyes twitched. I didn't expect the Lotus Mistress to come out so quickly. The culprits behind the carnage were 3 masked men and women. However, I instantly recognized a physical trait that gave away their true nature. Awakened bodies? All 3 of them had appearances that no longer looked human. Oh, you recognize us? The woman, who appeared to be the leader and the only female among them, let out a whistle. I thought the awakened bodies of the heaven-defying society couldn't operate during the day. What's going on here? Fufu, you know well. Of course, if you can recognize awakened bodies, you'd naturally know that much too. Schlick. The woman's 10 fingernails extended like claws. The problem was that each claw radiated power comparable to chi projection. I am called Dark Sky Flower, Wu Hweung. That's the name bestowed upon me by our Lord. Whoosh. The moment she finished speaking, her 5 claws shot toward Beek Sanga's forehead. Lotus Mistress. In that instant, Beek Sanga's figure dispersed into sand. Wu Hweung's eyes twitched for a moment. Ugly face, but what an impressive title you've got there. One of Beek Sanga's twin swords slashed through Wu Hweung's mask like a lightning bolt. Rip. The mask was torn apart in an instant, revealing a face twisted with viciousness. KH? To think you killed one of the 5 kings of the Central Plains with skills like that. Why don't you try a bit harder? Well, I supposed extreme regenerative power was typical of awakened bodies, so I wasn't surprised. But the fact that she had failed to counter the earlier strike was nothing short of disappointing. If possible, I wanted to see what tricks you've been hiding. Should I just kill you now? From deep within her heart, the killing intent that So Jeong had planted quietly began to bloom. In just a fleeting moment, I evaluated their strength and concluded that, at best, they were no more than peak master level. It seemed better to simply kill them cleanly here, no matter what hidden cards they might have, if only to prevent unnecessary casualties on our side. Yes, let's kill them. The moment I made up my mind, I sensed something foreign emerging from the floor right behind me. There had been no prior signs, no murderous intent. From the shadow cast by my tilted body, a sharp black spike suddenly sprang forth. Had my reaction been even a second slower, it would have pierced straight through my heart. However, in an instant, I activated the displacement illusion beneath my feet, causing the black spike to miss its mark. Wu Hweung's expression twisted slightly. You dodged that. Even that old man, the 10,000 evil king, barely avoided having his heart pierced. You're better than I thought. Wu Hweung sneered with a chilling grin. But do you think you can keep dodging forever? As long as there are shadows, your back, your ankles, your legs, even your most hidden places will be constantly targeted. The ability itself was certainly threatening. It was an assassination technique that transcended the boundaries of traditional martial arts, capable of exploiting even the slightest opening, no matter how great the expert. However, I let out a long, heavy sigh. Is this it? This cheap trick you lot have been relying on? What? I expected something impressive. Well, I'll give you this much. You caught me off guard. You filthy wench, how dare you act all high and mighty? Pap. Dozens of spikes shot out at once, aiming to skewer my entire body. These weren't simple thrusts. They moved with unnerving flexibility, seeking to bind my movements entirely. Just as they were about to pierce through me like a skewer thunk, before I knew it, my sword had already pierced through Woo Yeong-myung's collarbone. Thigh this. She seemed to struggle, but all she could do was tremble violently. Looking at her, I smiled gently. You can't move, can you? I noticed something. Unlike normal dantians, your chi seems to be concentrated around your neck bones. How did you? Well, it's thanks to some special training, but still, it's fascinating. Your body may look human on the outside, but structurally, you're completely different. Gulp. At last, I could see the change in her expression. I can more or less see your strategy now. You used that special ability to pin him down somehow, and then took the 10,000 evil king down in a mutual death strike, didn't you? Though not entirely accurate, my guess was frighteningly close to the truth. No need to hold back. Kill this wench right now, Woo Yeong screamed at the two standing behind her. But for some reason, there was no response from them. I said kill her. Can't you hear me? Just as she raised her voice in desperation, Yaon, what's with all this noise? Instead of her allies' voices, a lazy and completely unmotivated voice echoed from behind her. With strained, trembling muscles, Woo Yeong turned her head with great effort. And there, standing behind her, a long-haired young man I had never seen before was casually holding both of her subordinates by the neck, yawning without a care in the world. Ah, did I interrupt? No, young Master Sochin. In fact, your timing was perfect. Though those two had fallen rather easily to Sochin, I suspected they had possessed some other special abilities. But honestly, they just had terrible luck. If this had been before, perhaps it would have been different, but now, I was no longer a mere martial artist. Unbelievable to think our completed forms would fall so easily to someone who looks like just a kid, Woo Yeong stammered, mumbling as if in denial. We are the new humanity surpassing the 10 heavenly lords. What the hell is she babbling about? Before she could finish whatever nonsense she was about to spout, her head was cleanly severed from her body. Even with their transcendent vitality, it seemed that not even awakened bodies could survive with their heads separated from their torsos. Wow! Long live the Lotus Mistress. Having crushed the 3 intruders who had massacred dozens of warriors in an instant, the Black Lotus Union warriors erupted in cheers. So, who the hell are these guys? I am not completely certain yet, but they appear to be new forces of the Heaven-Defying Society. Heaven-Defying Society? Sochin glanced down at the severed head in his hand and frowned slightly. They look pretty weak. That's just because you've gotten way too strong, young Master Sochin. I stared at him, completely dumbfounded. He showed no emotion whatsoever. It was one of the highest states an assassin could reach, the state of no intent. Having perfectly embodied the teachings of So Jeong, the death demon, Sochin now stood as the single greatest asymmetric force in all of the Central Plains. Still, we were lucky this time. Military advisor Yeo-myung, who had arrived late, bowed his head. Yes, mistress. I'd like to install a formation across the entire main base. Do we have the budget for it? Yeo-myung smiled lightly as he answered. Please don't worry. This year, I dare say that the Black Lotus Union is wealthier than even the Murim Alliance. It was the kind of statement that would make that greedy bastard Jin drool. Good, there might be more attacks coming. Start the preparations as quickly as possible. Understood. Though we had narrowly avoided disaster, I still couldn't shake the unease from my face. That so-called blazing heavenly king, who was said to have killed the 10,000 evil king, hadn't even shown up this time. He must have thought that these 3 were more than enough to handle the Black Lotus Union, which had less power than the evil overlords of heaven. Just imagining what kind of monsters they might send next already gave me a headache. Master No, that damn bastard always said that in situations like this, I shouldn't wait but strike first. So Jeong had always hammered into me that assassins were meant to hunt, not to wait. If I traced their movements through the Hao sect, it seemed entirely possible. Just then mistress, Sama-yoon, who had been hiding in the office, suddenly rushed out, looking panicked. Jay, just now, a letter arrived from the 10,000 Evil Blade Emperor. From grandfather. What's the news? Soon, I heard some truly unwelcome news. The patriarch of the Bukshin Jeom clan, has been attacked and is in critical condition. It seems the 10,000 evil Blade Emperor won't be able to return to the Black Lotus Union for a while. Chapter 316. The unprecedented crisis sweeping through the Murim, 2. The Bukshin Jeom clan, located between the Heavenly Demon Cult and the Gongdong Sect's territories, was one of the greatest clans in the Murim. However, unlike other so-called prestigious clans like the Namshin Beek clan, which had expanded their influence by settling in major cities of the Central Plains, the Bukshin Jeom clan had been coiled up in the relatively remote region of Gansu province, maintaining its lineage for over 1,000 years. Because of that, in the eyes of most people in the Central Plains, they were treated as a kind of mysterious sect. In fact, their stronghold boasted defenses rivaling those of the Heavenly Demon Cult. For someone to have broken through such defenses and reached the clan leader was no ordinary matter. However, this is serious honestly. The affairs of the Bukshin Jeom clan were their own concern. What truly concerned her was the fact that Daowang, her greatest asset, was currently absent, having left for an extended period to the Black Lotus Union. At least the fortunate thing is that young Master So-chin is still here, though So-chin had yet to reach the extreme demon realm. Even she, who had already reached that level, couldn't guarantee her survival if she engaged in a life-or-death battle with him. That was how extraordinary So-chin's current strength was, something that transcended mere cultivation levels. Oh, and there's one more thing. What now? Yeo-myung rummaged through her robe and pulled out a letter. It's not bad news, but the Heavenly Demon Cult has notified us that they'll be holding some kind of tournament soon. A tournament? Baek Sang-ah's eyes narrowed slightly. Currently, the Heavenly Demon Cult was entirely focused on preparing for the young cult leader's inauguration ceremony, leaving no room to concern themselves with anything else. Since even the war had been halted for that reason, it was only natural that they were making grand preparations for the ceremony. However, as Yeo-myung double-checked the letter, her expression gradually turned more and more baffled. Yes, the tournament has a rather peculiar name, something like the demonic faction, Lord Competition. What? It says it's an open competition where any disciple under the age of 30 from the demonic cult can challenge the current demonic faction, Lord Nominee, without restriction. Baek Sang-ah's expression twisted into something bizarre. She snatched the letter from Yeo-myung and read through it carefully. Once, twice, thrice. No matter how many times she read it, the letter described something no sane person should ever accept. You're telling me young Master Jin agreed to this? Well, I am not really sure. Has he lost his mind? Baek Sang-ah burst out angrily. What, does he plan to brag about his skills to the whole world or something? It was often said in the Murim that one should hide 30% of their true ability. But in Jin Yeomyung's case, he needed to hide 90%, not 30%. Yeo-myung blinked in confusion. She had never truly witnessed Jin Yeomyung's real capabilities. More precisely, she had never experienced his terrifying, almost vertical growth curve. Thus, Baek Sang-ah's words, as if overcoming it was somehow possible, felt awkward to her. Baek Sang-ah let out a sigh that seemed to reach the depths of hell. Yoon, this isn't something you need to worry about. It won't change anything no matter who challenges him. We just need to tighten our defenses and gather information as usual. It was at that moment. A distinctly annoyed snort rang out near her ear. Who? Baek Sang-ah's head turned mechanically. Young Master So-chin, what is it now? So-chin had somehow snatched the letter from Yeo-myung's hands before she noticed. Anyone under 30 can challenge, you say? So-chin's face twisted into a mischievous grin as he spoke. At that moment, Baek Sang-ah's instincts whispered to her. We're doomed. The person standing there wasn't the usual gentle So-chin. It was the vengeful spirit who had been sharpening his blade of revenge after being betrayed by a trusted friend. He was ready to rampage the moment he was given even the slightest excuse. Young Master So-chin. Baek Sang-ah's sharp mind quickly searched for a justification to stop him. Anyone can challenge, yes, but isn't your family, the Hidden Shadow So clan, currently under seclusion? According to Murim law, a family in seclusion cannot participate in any grudges or competitions. Her reasoning was quite sound. The only problem was that the current So-chin wasn't in the mood to listen to any reasoning. An unspoken rule is just that, unspoken. Is there really a need to apply that between me and that bastard? I'll just go stick a knife in his back real quick. As So-chin was about to disappear, Baek Sang-ah grit her teeth and shouted, Young Master So-chin, if you leave like this, I'll ban you from drinking and snacking for a whole year. Flinch. So-chin, who had been about to take a step, froze immediately. At that moment, Baek Sang-ah had never felt more grateful that she was wearing a mask. What an embarrassing situation. The surrounding subordinates had gathered like a pack of dogs to watch this spectacle, and yet here she was, shouting something as ridiculous as a snack ban. But to her surprise, her words had struck true with So-chin. So-chin was someone who normally resolved everything he needed through borrowing or asking, but the idea of losing the basic welfare benefits provided to him was a severe blow. Ah, ah, So-chin twisted his face in agony. If it had been the old So-chin, who was ruled by laziness, he would have had no choice but to accept the offer. But ever since he had faced the death of So-jeong, something fundamental about him had changed. Still, no way. Just for a bit, I'll be right back. Young Master So-chin? Hey, you brat. Baek Sang-ah quickly stepped into the air, chasing after So-chin, who was fleeing toward the castle gates. Ooh, N9 Heaven's Sky Step. It's my first time seeing it. The subordinates gasped in awe as they witnessed Baek Sang-ah's supreme lightness skill. Along with her overwhelming martial prowess that had easily crushed the intruders, though So-chin had caught 2 of them, her ability to walk through the air, considered the mark of an absolute master, left everyone stunned. It was a situation that would undoubtedly leave a deep impression on the subordinates about what kind of person demonic sword flower, the master of the Black Lotus Union, truly was. While their loyalty and admiration toward her deepened even further because of it, Baek Sang-ah herself had no time to care about such things. There's still a month left until the tournament starts. You'd better get back here right now. CHZZZZZT? A dark energy gathered on my twin swords. It had evolved in a direction slightly different from the usual demonic energy I had been using. A deathly aura. It was a true death sword. Precisely. We were still within the great city of Luoyang. If I unleashed my destructive power recklessly, as I usually did, unnecessary casualties could arise. I had to strike like an assassin with no traces, no sound. My sword shot toward So-chin's back. However, just as the sword was about to land on So-chin's back, swish, with incredible acceleration, So-chin's body vanished. The moment my twin swords pierced through nothing but afterimages, I immediately realized I had lost him. Retracting my swords, I stood still for a moment, staring blankly at the spot where So-chin had vanished. Then I threw my head back and screamed toward the sky. Arg, this is driving me crazy. Just imagining what kind of trouble So-chin might cause next already gave me a headache. While the entire Central Plains was in chaos with strange figures appearing everywhere, the heavenly demon cult was heating up regardless of the outside turmoil. Seems like the title of demonic faction lord is really something. There are dozens of times more people knocking on the door of the demonic dragon hall than usual. 8th Elder, King of 9 Hidden Blood Threads Wang Garak, clicked his tongue quietly. Though he held the title of Elder, he also doubled as the Lord of the Demonic Dragon Hall, and he had been struggling a lot lately with the chaos both inside and outside the hall. Across from him, 10th Elder, Gwang Raha Yojin, nodded. It must be because of the real combat experience. Exactly. Even among those in the Demonic Dragon Hall who have some confidence in their skills, they're in a complete panic right now. A sneer twisted the wrinkled corners of Wang Garak's mouth. Those fools who used to spend all their time loitering around brothels now, they're suddenly trying to act diligent. Yojin chuckled softly as she leaned on her hand. Really, the entire 10,000 mountain is in an uproar. Stillness within movement. There was no better term to describe the current state of the heavenly demon cult. On the surface, it appeared quiet and calm, but inside, it was a seething chaos filled with ambition, greed, and restless energy. As you know, there are more high-level experts near 30 than you'd expect. The skill gap among those around that age or younger is quite significant. If you look closely, you might even find some top-tier experts. Indeed, even the so-called prestigious clans seem to be doing everything they can to send their children to the heavenly demon pavilion. At least you have nothing to worry about. Unlike most lower elders, Gwang Raha Yojin had no family or faction to represent. Given that most lower elders usually commanded at least one armed division, her situation was quite unusual. I wonder what the young master from the Jin clan, who turned the cult upside down, is doing right now. It's been a long time. Yes, it's been a while, Master of 1000-Day Pass. 1000-Day Pass Pavilion Master, Mist Prison Wolf Jo Jinsang, gazed at me with a look of astonishment. Your skills have improved tremendously. I can no longer even begin to guess your level with my own eyes. You flatter me. I am always grateful, Master Pavilion Lord. You've been looking after my subordinates so that they wouldn't get into trouble. HMPH, I am glad you think so. The three attendant and Sandojian, who had returned to the cult before me, had long been qualified to graduate early from the 1,000-day pass, but they had been hiding there until I returned. And also the Underworld Kings unit as well. The Underworld Kings unit, which had started to take shape as an assassination squad under the leadership of Myung-oh and So-soryu. Of course, no matter how vast the 10,000 mountain was, it wasn't easy to keep trainees hidden from others for years. In fact, I had heard there had been a few dangerous moments, which was why they had recently moved their training grounds near the 1,000-day pass to strengthen their secrecy. Well, I trust you're not the kind of fool to betray a favor. Cough. Isn't this just a generous investment for a promising future successor? The pavilion master spoke with a grumpy expression. Just thinking about what you've extorted from me in the past still gives me indigestion. Seeing me at a loss for words, he let out a soft laugh. By the way, it seems you've walked right into an outrageous trap. So do you have confidence you can overcome this trial? It'd be lying if I said I wasn't confident. Well, if you didn't have confidence, wait, what? The pavilion master tilted his head in confusion. Didn't you just say yourself that even you can't gauge my level anymore? Huh, I shrugged slightly. It's a bit of a hassle, but it's not difficult. On the contrary, if I want to silence all the noise later, I need to make this big. You're right about that. The pavilion master readily agreed. Then let's get to the point. What business do you have with me, the most famous man in the cult? He had already seen through the fact that I hadn't come just to express my gratitude. Without dragging it out, I got straight to the point. I intend to enter the true 1,000-day pass, deep inside the 1,000-day pass, that place beyond it. The massive steel door I had to turn away from in the past due to lacking inner strength and comprehension. As I recalled the sword path of the 10 heavenly record immortal sword engraved on that door, the figure of my senior brother, who had helped me to the very end, appeared like a mirage. I believe I can enter now. Chapter 317. The unprecedented crisis sweeping through the Murim, 3, somewhere in Beijing. Inside a massive government office with a plaque that read Oil Prince's Palace, a man sat holding a brush, writing something. Second Heavenly Lord, Old Han, eliminated. He had a well-groomed beard and a dignified face. With the addition of a splendid Wariang crown, his appearance truly gave off the impression of a capable high-ranking official. However, Third Heavenly Lord, Gam Unbai, dead. If one quietly listened to the words coming from his lips, Fourth Heavenly Lord, Hwan Pyong, killed in action. One could not shake off the feeling that he was writing a death list. As for Fifth Heavenly Lord, Guan Haiyan, should I put that on hold for now? A slight smirk tugged at his lips. Sixth Heavenly Lord, the idiot, currently being revived. Instead of writing the name Sangdo in the 6th slot, he wrote the word Chinchai, Heavenly Fool, instead. Seventh Heavenly Lord, Beek Ryo, effectively eliminated. 8th Heavenly Lord, Janhyul, dead. 9th Heavenly Lord, Beggar, dead. 10th Heavenly Lord, Lust Fiend, killed first. He finally filled in all 10 names with his brush. And then, cuck, the man ran his eyes over the names he had written and began to laugh, covering his mouth. Q-hu-hu-hu. His laughter only grew louder with time, refusing to die down. Q-ha-ha-ha, what a masterpiece. Truly a masterpiece. Bang, bang, bang. He laughed so hard that he even slammed his desk with his fist. It wasn't until nearly a quarter hour had passed that he finally managed to stop. Heh. I laughed so hard my stomach hurts. Still chuckling to himself, his expression suddenly turned cold. After spending more than half a century raising the 10 heavenly lords, they've been practically wiped out. And some didn't even manage to retrieve their essence. It was especially painful this time since he had put considerable effort into building their social status. Finding replacements for the 10 heavenly lords isn't an issue. But with the heavenly timing approaching, it will be difficult. Should I be satisfied with the 4 temporary ones I've already selected? Behind him, the shadows of 20 figures loomed. Luckily, the awakened body was completed. Had it not been, things would have gone very badly. He turned around and spoke. Report! The figures that came into view were all young men who appeared to be in their 20s or early 30s. The muscular man standing furthest to the right replied. Yes, as ordered, we launched surprise attacks on the 9 factions refusing to submit to our society. 6 of them resulted in success. The man receiving the report twitched the corner of his eye. You failed in 3? Flinch, Feeling his displeasure, everyone immediately prostrated themselves. "We apologize, please forgive us. Please have mercy." Even those who had succeeded in their missions trembled like leaves in the wind, pressing their heads to the ground. Regardless of how strong they had become, the man standing before them was a tyrant who held absolute power over their lives. "Which ones did you fail to take?" The muscular man, glancing nervously at the man, replied. "The Bukshin Jeom clan, the Namgung clan, and the Black Lotus Union." The man fell deep into thought. Failing with the Bukshin Jeom clan and the Namgung clan wasn't too surprising. After all, each had a top expert from the 8 armies, and he had only dispatched one person to each. But the Black Lotus Union was a different story. "You mean you failed to kill the leader of a ragtag bunch of outlaws that hasn't even been around for a few years? And you sent 3 people?" A deep scowl flashed across his face. "Who did you send?" "Wu Yeo-myung and 2 of her followers." Wu Yeo-myung had been among the top 5 of their successful creations. Unlike the ones in front of him who were simply numbered first, second, and third, had been given an actual name, which signified her value. "Come to think of it, I don't see them here. They're all dead." He stroked his chin lightly. He had planned to kill them anyway if they returned after failing. But the fact that all 3 had died without even managing to flee carried significant implications. "I heard the so-called top expert of Black Lotus Union, 10,000 Evil Blade Emperor, was away. Was the Union Master Demonic Sword Flower really that skilled?" None of the others dared answer his mumbled question. "This is troublesome. At the very least, I need to secure control over all the demonic factions before I can begin anything." Tap, 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 he fell into contemplation. Sending subordinates again to kill the Black Lotus Union Master wouldn't be difficult, but doing so risked exposing their position. For now, it was wiser to be satisfied with the minor success of seizing the evil overlords of heaven and move on to the next plan. By the way, he shifted his gaze toward his subordinates. "I heard the cult is planning quite the spectacle soon, right?" One of the young men replied. "Yes, they are said to be selecting a new husband for the young cult leader." Puha. What on earth is that cult leader thinking? They don't have much time left anyway. Jin Yeomyung, huh? After pondering for a moment, the man's lips curved into a sinister grin. "Ako Sialbik Gwangjun?" "Yes, awaiting your orders." 2 men beside the muscular one quickly stepped forward. "Kill that Jin Yeomyung. I'll contact our agent there, so infiltrating won't be difficult." The man scanned the 3 with a toothy grin. "Whoever kills him, I'll grant the position of leader." Flash, a gleam of fierce ambition lit up in the eyes of the 3 men. Currently, the so-called completed works were divided into 2 ranks, those who had been given a name and those who had not. And among those with names, there was no official ranking. However, just recently, Jae-sung had managed to kill Manakwang, allowing him to step ahead of the rest in their silent competition. If one of them succeeded in killing the man called Jin Yeomyung, as the master had ordered, it would finally bring an end to the long and drawn-out battle for supremacy that had been waged in the shadows. That Jin Yeomyung must undoubtedly be the cult leader's chosen candidate for the young cult leader. I had no doubt about it after enduring so many years in the dark. My plans versus the cult leader's plans, which will prevail. Let's put it to the test, Kyuhyuhuhu. He was the man who sought to lead the completed works and plant a seed of rebellion within the heavenly demon cult. His nickname was Heavenly Researcher. The 1000-day Pass Pavilion master quietly mulled over the proposal I had given him. "You wish to enter that place?" "Yes, and I ask that you open the main 1000-day Pass Pavilion to us as well." He tilted his head at my words. "No matter how prestigious it may be, to you it would be nothing more than a playground, wouldn't it?" "Not for me, but for my subordinates." The pavilion master nodded while stroking his chin. "That sounds reasonable." He had once told me the survival rate in the main pavilion was only 5%, but that statistic applied solely to the new recruits of the 1000-day Pass Pavilion. All your subordinates are on the verge of reaching the peak master level, so it might actually be the perfect challenge. Of course, the higher one's skill, the better the odds of passing through the pavilion. Given that my subordinates had already surpassed the level of mere graduates and had grown into instructor-level experts, overcoming the main pavilion seemed entirely possible. "Have you already decided who y'all send?" Despite that, the pavilion's structure required exactly 6 participants. I began folding my fingers one by one as I named them. Biksa, Hyuksa, Jiaksa, Sandojian, Majinseong, and I paused briefly before continuing. I'll also send my younger brother, Jin Yeomyung. The pavilion master's expression twisted slightly. Your brother isn't a member of the 1,000-day pass pavilion. That's something I am hoping Yao'll overlook with the authority of the demonic faction lord. So you've already secured that position? Even though he wore a mask, I could tell the pavilion master's face had scrunched up. Even for you, you're trampling all over the long-standing traditions and regulations of the 1,000-day pass pavilion. Though he grumbled, the main pavilion was largely disconnected from the current 1,000-day pass pavilion anyway. Well, I am counting on you nonetheless. As I bowed slightly, the pavilion master let out a faint sigh. Looks like you owe me one. I won't forget this favor. Like before, the pavilion master and I left the pavilion, just the two of us. By the way, why are you putting your brother through the main pavilion? Last I heard, he was still busy with his successor training as the next clan leader. Well, about that, I clicked my tongue in mild displeasure. Even though I've been away for just a little while, my brother's progress hasn't been impressive. I heard your brother was already close to peak master level. Jin Yeomyung's rate of growth had been steep enough to catch the attention of the entire cult. However, I ground my teeth, my expression twisting in frustration. That's barely enough. How could someone destined to lead the demonic heavens Jin clan fall short of my own subordinates? Sure, if he stacked all the clan's secret arts on himself, he might be able to defeat San Dojian. But that level was far from satisfying to me. Especially that Ma Cholsu guy. When I saw him recently, he had changed quite a bit. Ma Cholsu? Ah, you mean the top graduate of our 1,000-day pass pavilion and the young clan leader of the Ma clan? The pavilion master spoke with unmistakable pride in his voice. There's no need to sound so proud. Yes, that Ma Cholsu. Ma Cholsu, who had inherited Chinsalseong from my brother, becoming the current wielder of that power. While I had been struggling outside, he had broken through his seclusion and was officially declared the young clan leader of the Blood Dragon demonic clan. I found that he had already surpassed the peak master level. Really? Is that true? The pavilion master looked genuinely surprised. Even Pa Yong-yong, the young clan leader of the Pa clan, was still barely clinging to the boundary of peak master level. The fact that Ma Cholsu, who had been struggling around first-rate martial artist level just a few years ago, had already surpassed that boundary was astonishing. Once I become the demonic faction lord, I'll be moving to the heavenly demon pavilion. When that happens, I won't have the time to keep an eye on the clan, so I need to push him hard now to raise his skills. This was different from me supporting my brother from behind. One day, he would succeed Jin Gunak and take a seat among the cult's elders. If I didn't push him now, Jin Yeomyung might spend his entire life struggling in Ma Cholsu's shadow. This is a perfect opportunity. Once he comes out of the main pavilion, I'll pass on everything I learned from senior brother Guanchen. I resolved to train him until he was worthy of his position as the next clan leader of the demonic heavens Jin clan. Sensing my intentions, the pavilion master murmured quietly. The cult's golden generation truly, the founder's blessings are upon us. His voice trembled slightly. Well, to be fair, the founder really is looking out for us. I kept that thought to myself. Before long, the pavilion master and I stood beneath the massive Usura statue we had seen before. But there, someone blocked the entrance leading underground. An old man. Who are you? The pavilion master immediately raised his guard and asked. The man had a hunched back, clearly past his 70s. I was sure I had seen him before. However, the old man paid no attention to the pavilion master's question and fixed his gaze on me instead. It has been a long time, young master. You are? Heh. We met once before, back at House of Slaughter, when I offered you some unsolicited advice. The old man bowed respectfully with his hands clasped together. My name is Heavenly Researcher. Chapter 318, 1,000 years ago, however. Unexpectedly, there was someone right next to me who seemed even more shocked than I was. Heavenly Researcher. Could it be are you the very same Jin Yeomyung of Heavenly Brain, who once served as part of the Seven Path Society 3 generations ago? At the words of the pavilion lord of 1,000-day pass pavilion, Heavenly Researcher covered his mouth and laughed like a woman. That is but a distant past now. It was as good as admitting the pavilion lord's words. I was more than a little shocked by that statement. 3 generations ago? Just how long ago is that supposed to be? He wasn't just an old man in his 70s, or Atish might very well have lived for more than 100 years. I clasped my fists together politely before him. His age alone was worthy of respect, but more importantly, back at the Salga, I had been able to find my direction thanks to his advice. It was as if I owed him a debt of gratitude. "What brings you to me this time, elder?" A smile formed on his wrinkled lips, and then he uttered words that carried a strange weight. "You have grown far beyond where you were back then, young master. I am sure the grand heavenly lord now considers it an eternal regret that he failed to kill you." Flinch. The sudden mention of the grand heavenly lord startled me, but I quickly pulled myself together. If the man before me was truly the author of the demonic divine physique restoration records, it wasn't strange that he might have been connected to the grand heavenly lord in the past. However, but to think he's the actual author of the records, it's a bit the author I had imagined was someone fickle, driven by selfishness and curiosity, someone who would throw everything away for personal gain. But the old man standing in front of me carried an expression and demeanor that felt endlessly solemn. He just doesn't seem like the same person who wrote that book. What was the truth? As I stood there confused, heavenly researcher laughed and spoke again. "Ah, you asked why I came to see you, young master? It's simple. I came to give you a warning and some advice as you try to pass through this place." A warning and advice. "You're not here for the trial of the 1,000-day pass pavilion, but to reach beyond the gate, aren't you?" That's correct. Since the other party already knew about the Iron Gate, there was no reason to hide it. At that moment, heavenly researcher bent his hunched back even lower and said, "Please be careful. Beyond the gate lies the very hell of the human world, along with the truth you seek." Heavenly researcher continued with a slightly trembling voice. "And there, a certain wraith will be guarding something." "A wraith? What do you mean by that?" At my question, heavenly researcher shook his head. "As someone as lowly as me, I cannot possibly know the true nature of that being." Lies. I was certain that heavenly researcher had at least some idea of what that wraith was. It was just that, for some reason, he seemed unable to say it out loud. But there is one thing I can say for sure. No matter how powerful a master of the extreme demon realm you might be, survival beyond that gate cannot be guaranteed. Heh. The pavilion lord of 1,000-day Pass Pavilion let out a sigh beside me. Unlike the lie he had just spoken earlier, these words rang with undeniable truth. "If, by chance, you manage to return safely," heavenly researcher bowed deeply, "I would like to make you a proposal." A proposal. My proposal is related to a certain shameful secret that the Chen clan buried in the past. Not only I, but even the pavilion lord of 1,000-day Pass Pavilion stiffened at those words. It wasn't just any secret. It was something so poisonous that just getting close to it could get you eliminated. If you were to seize that secret, you would be able to far more easily shake off the Chen clan's watchful eye. Young master. So please, I sincerely hope you return safely and unharmed. The old man who had introduced himself as heavenly researcher disappeared in the blink of an eye, just like before. Truth be told, I was now strong enough to catch and subdue him if I wanted to, but I felt like I shouldn't. I sensed it instinctively. Heavenly researcher definitely had a hidden card up his sleeve. If I carelessly tried to make him an enemy, I'd be the one to suffer for it. A proposal, huh? What do you think? The pavilion lord of 1,000-day Pass Pavilion shrugged. Who knows? It's not for me to decide. Nothing would change even if I gave my advice. For some reason, I got the feeling that he didn't want to discuss this topic any further. Come to think of it, this man had quite a complicated past too, didn't he? Maybe he was somehow connected to the very shame that heavenly researcher had mentioned. While I was lost in that thought, the pavilion lord of 1,000-day Pass Pavilion opened the door and gestured inside. "Go on in," I chuckled and asked. "Didn't you want to go in there together with me?" Not long ago, the pavilion lord had openly shown interest in what lay beyond the Iron Gate. He gave me a bitter smile. "Now that elder heavenly researcher has shown himself to you, I have to report this to the cult leader first. Curiosity can't come before duty." I see. The reasoning sounded perfectly legitimate, and yet his behavior felt a little off, different from usual. It feels like there's another reason, but this wasn't the time to get caught up in those suspicions. Anyway, I'll decide whether to accept the old man's proposal after I return. Right. If you can, I'd appreciate it if you came back safely and told me what you saw beyond the gate. I shrugged my shoulders. I'll decide that when the time comes. Leaving those words behind, I turned my body and walked deeper into the main branch of 1,000-day Pass Pavilion. Once my figure disappeared into the darkness, the pavilion lord of 1,000-day Pass Pavilion, who had been quietly standing guard, slowly began to reveal a rising fury on his face. breaking the promise made with the cult leader to never interfere again. His demeanor had completely changed from moments ago. Or is it that the exiled bloodline of his clan plans to rise again in time for the cult leader's ascension? Either way, this is getting messy. Tisk, the pavilion lord, clicked his tongue hard and turned his body with a rough movement. Luckily, I haven't forgotten the path. Although I had walked this way once before, I remembered that it branched off in a different direction from the main area. I succeeded in reaching the iron wall I had visited in the past. The chi-absorbing jade is still here. The same chi-absorbing jade that had once drained my inner energy so mercilessly remained intact. Taking out the treasured sword I had brought from my family, I muttered to myself. It wouldn't be bad to go over what I saw last time, but for now, I should open the gate first. These days, it was unlikely that I'd run out of chi, but my priority was clearly to check what lay beyond the gate. From the first stance, slowly, pat, I imbued my sword with chi projection and began to perform the sword dance slowly. Starting with first record, opening the celestial fire stream, splendid and graceful. At the same time, powerful and sharp, the sword techniques of the heavenly record sword began to trace along the etched sword patterns on the iron gate. Second record, ascending demon flame, third record, white nothingness mirror, fourth record, nine heavens single blood, fifth record, silver soul white demon, sixth record, boundless mirror demon, seventh record, heavenly net gathering, eighth record, 100 heavens samadhi, and the ninth record, heaven and earth ultimate progression. In an instant, 9 stances danced through the air, leaving black marks on the iron gate. And finally, I drew my sword diagonally, performing the celestial record sword's final technique. Heaven-piercing annihilation crack. At the moment, the final strike carved into the deepest groove of the iron gate crack. Crack, crack. The gate, which had stood firm for 1,000 years, began to quake as it opened. At the same time, the chi-absorbing jade embedded at the center of the gate suddenly fell out. Huh! I stared blankly at the chi-absorbing jade as it rolled on the ground. After a few seconds, I snapped back to my senses. Why did it fall out? Back at the ruins of the 9 heavens sage maiden, the chi-absorbing jade had remained attached until the end, so I had felt assured, and yet here I was, getting blindsided. In a hurry, I grabbed the chi-absorbing jade rolling on the ground. And no way did it lose its function. Usually, such mechanical devices operated through a network of interconnected mechanisms. If the chi-absorbing jade had lost its function, then all my effort would have been for nothing. I quickly examined the chi-absorbing jade and tried channeling my chi into it. It's still absorbing chi, thank goodness. It's not broken. I let out a sigh of relief and turned my gaze toward the darkness swirling beyond the gate. Looks like I don't have the luxury to check everything slowly. I could feel it. That darkness, barely visible beyond the gate, wasn't just a lack of light, it was a tangible, artificially created real darkness. I tucked the fallen chi-absorbing jade into my inner pocket and crossed through the gate, stepping inside. The moment I passed through the gate, a suffocating wave of toxic demonic energy began to press down on my skin. Heavenly researchers' warning that even a master of the extreme demon realm would be in danger here was no exaggeration. Leaving aside the wraith he had mentioned, the very environment itself was lethally dangerous even to those trained in demonic arts. It felt like the luminous poison that had buried countless humans in the earliest days of existence. However, since I had reached the transcendent demon realm and achieved immunity to all poisons, it couldn't affect me much. Step, step. In that overwhelming darkness, I walked straight down the seemingly endless path. This place. As time passed, I started to realize that something about this place felt oddly familiar. But it wasn't a familiarity from a past life or the one before that. It was from just recently the massive space of demonic energy that had surrounded Yu family's sacred mountain during the Bongxian ritual. This space I was in now was, in essence, exactly the same as that place. Wasn't it called the Grand Evil Demon Servant Formation? Yes, if I recalled correctly, that was the name mentioned by 6th Heavenly Lord. It was said to be a peerless formation, created as a pair with the demonic spirit possession Chi Flow Formation, that forged the 6 great demonic gods into absolute masters over 1,000 days. The fact that such a formation had been placed here wasn't particularly surprising. However, Senior Brother said that the future they once faced was slumbering here. I had no idea what form that slumbering future might take in this dark and poisonous place. For now, I'll focus on finding Senior Brother's sword. Widening my sensory perception to the fullest, I continued walking through the darkness. And at some point, I sensed someone crouching ahead, radiating a faint red light. Logically, no living being should exist here besides me. And yet, who in the world was that, appearing in my senses right now? Swish! At that moment, the figure before me seemed to have noticed my presence as well and slowly raised their head. The figure asked me, "Who are you?" Flinch. The moment I caught sight of their face through the darkness, my shoulders gave a slight shudder. It wasn't just the eerie voice that sounded like scraping iron, but also the fact that instead of ordinary eyes, thick, dark blood tears were flowing down from both of their eyes. Is this the very wraith heavenly researcher warned me about? I immediately adjusted my stance, preparing for battle. Why? How could a living being step into this place? The wraith slowly relaxed its posture and stood up. This is a place of rest, a place where my master left their final trace, a place of memories. Muttering something under its breath, the blood-stained wraith gazed up at the ceiling. Anyone who defiles such a place, turning its eyes directly toward me, must die no matter who they are. It began to radiate a chilling bloodlust. Ah! Though the figure was clearly approaching me with hostile intent, the moment I saw their outline, I couldn't help but let my arms fall limply at my sides, dumbfounded. My mind tangled into knots. Because the identity of the wraith, who approached with blood tears dripping from its eyes, was unmistakably senior sister Ma Seoyeon. It looked horrifyingly identical to Ma Seoyeon, who had been calling me that damned disciple not long ago. Chapter 319. 1,000 years ago, too, kill. The moment that being, who seemed to be Ma Seoyeon, let out a dazed voice. "It's coming." Ignoring all balance, only her arms sliced through the air with terrifying speed. And then kwa, the technique I had seen countless times before. The 10,000 violent blood seas surged toward me. I swallowed hard at the overwhelming tide of blood rushing in mercilessly. It's much stronger than before. If the woman before me was really the Ma Seoyeon I knew from that time, it was no wonder. Everything had changed: her stance, our relationship, and our skills. But I've grown stronger than I was back then as well. I gripped my sword, took my stance, and created a spiral dragon fist wind to counter the charging 10,000 violent blood seas. Qua! As if I was hearing the sound of crashing waves, her energy gradually got pulled into the tip of my sword. The moment I saw that, Ma Seoyeon's bloodshot eyes widened in shock. The 10 heavenly record immortal sword? In that brief moment of hesitation, I combined her power with mine and unleashed it straight ahead. This is a gift from your youngest, senior sister. Heaven and Earth ultimate progression, it was the old technique of the 10 heavenly record immortal sword. A move that merged the power of another with one's own, aiming straight toward Ma Seoyeon. But she paid no attention to my strike. She focused only on the word youngest. Youngest? Did you say youngest? Crack, creak. Blood gathered in her arm, forming something like a massive hand. She swung that hand at my incoming strike. Quang. Like a water-filled balloon bursting, the heaven and earth ultimate progression shattered and scattered instantly. I clicked my tongue internally at the sight. She's a complete monster. I hadn't used resonance chi or any other advanced technique, but to see it broken, that easily one thing's certain. This isn't the Ma Seoyeon I used to know. And I wasn't talking about mere relationships. For the greatest swordsman of the demonic path and the founder of the Blood Dragon demonic clan to block my strike in such a way was clearly strange. As she radiated killing intent, Ma Seoyeon questioned me. I have no such thing as a youngest. Who are you? I paused for a moment at her words. Should I avoid this fight and just take eldest senior brother's sword with me? Or should I face her and try to calm her down? The decision didn't take long. I am the youngest. And now I will prove it to you. As I began to operate my inner energy in earnest, Ma Seoyeon's figure stiffened slightly. It wasn't just the overwhelming force I was releasing. Above all, it was that unique wave of black and red energy, something she had seen her whole life and could never forget. Heavenly demonic divine art. Allow me to formally introduce myself, senior sister. I reversed my grip on my sword and lightly bowed before her. I am the 8th disciple of our master, your youngest, Jin Yeomyung. The 8th disciple? That's right. After chewing over my words for a while, she suddenly twisted her expression. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. The blood demonic energy swirling around her grew even more intense. There is no such thing as an 8th, not even 7. We were all 6. Seeing her so violently deny my existence, I felt a bitter taste in my mouth. Her energy looked like it could come crashing down on me at any moment. but I quietly threw a question at her. Then why have you been guarding this place for over 1,000 years, senior sister? Flinch, eldest senior brother, told me that his sword and his enlightenment remain here. At my words, her figure stiffened. That someone you mentioned earlier, Zhurli, you were not referring to our master, but to eldest senior brother, weren't you? Did you not come here, deceiving our master and the other senior brothers, to protect this place left behind by eldest senior brother? Ma Sioyan stayed silent for a while. She barely opened her mouth to speak. Do you really consider that man our eldest senior brother? Yes. Even now, she called him that man. To think you would consider the man who dared cut down our master, betrayed the senior brothers, slaughtered countless warriors of our cult who had just found their path, and fled your eldest senior brother. I almost lost my words for a moment. It seemed my eldest senior brother had caused more trouble than I thought, but my answer had already been decided. Yes, I believe he must have had a reason you say. You wouldn't still be lingering here if you didn't believe that yourself, would you, senior sister? At the word lingering, her shoulders flinched again. I stared directly at Ma Sioyan, who was still shedding bloody tears. Eldest senior brother held more respect for our master than anyone else. Though I, as a distant descendant, do not know exactly what happened back then, at the very least, the eldest senior brother I met was never someone who would betray our master. There must have been another reason. Ma Sioyan's black eyes narrowed slightly. So, that's what you believe. She lowered her head and murmured softly. Still, I am glad that a descendant has finally appeared who knows even a fragment of the truth. Jejiojak, suddenly, cracks began to appear all over Ma Sioyan's body. Jejiojojojak, like a cicada shedding its shell, the dark and ominous energy surrounding her peeled away. Kwajik, the sinister aura completely vanished, revealing what lay beneath. It was Ma Sioyan, looking far more mature and aged than I remember at a future version of her, with wrinkles marking the years. I had thought we would battle for at least several days, but to my surprise, the confrontation between me and Ma Sioyan ended far more anticlimactically. 40, no, 50, perhaps even older than that. After all, a top martial artist could maintain their youth for a long time. Especially someone like the future Ma Sioyan, who had at least reached the transcendent demon realm, would have been able to preserve her youthful prime until just before her death. While she gazed up at the ceiling with eyes full of lingering regret, she turned her gaze toward me. Thanks to you, I've finally come to my senses. Unlike the ghostly figure she had been moments ago, she had completely regained her clarity. When you kept muttering about killing me, that was just you being dazed, thunk. I didn't even finish my sentence before a lightning-fast kick landed in my side, sending me flying. Shut up. Still, you've achieved impressive skill for your age. You're worthy enough to call yourself my junior. Clutching my side, I muttered inwardly. As expected, ridiculously strong. Had I not instinctively gathered defensive chi at the last moment, my side would have burst open. Holding out her hand to me, she spoke. I should properly introduce myself as well. I am Ma Sioyan. Taking her hand, I stood up from the ground. Once again, I greet you. I am the youngest Jin Yeomyung. This isn't exactly the best place for a conversation, but since this formation will collapse once I vanish, just bear with it. So it was a formation after all. No wonder I hadn't felt the warmth of life from her touch. I can endure it. Good. Follow me. I'll take you to where eldest senior brother's sword is. Ma Sioyan turned sharply and walked deeper into the space. After following her for about a dozen steps, no way. There stood a sword, radiating an unmistakable, extraordinary aura, firmly rooted in place even after 1,000 years. Not a single speck of rust, after all this time, Cheon Yura's heavenly demon divine sword, and even the Chamseong sword I had used, until recently both had histories exceeding 1,000 years. But those had been meticulously cared for through the generations. This one, however, had withstood 1,000 years of the formation's venomous energy unscathed. Looking at the sword with its green blade, reminiscent of the jade heavenly divine sword I had once wielded, I muttered. So this is the 10 heavenly record immortal sword. You recognized it after all. I suppose it makes sense if you heard it directly from eldest senior brother. I slowly reached out toward the 10 heavenly record immortal sword. But then wait. Ma Sioyan raised her hand to stop me. Is there a problem? She shook her head. There's no problem. But if you take that sword now, Yao'll immediately face eldest senior brother's arrangement. Of course. Yu Jian must have placed his enlightenment within that sword for his future self. And once you pass that trial, this place will collapse and I'll disappear along with it. She looked at me with a kind of desperate longing in her eyes. Before that happens, let's talk for a while. Talk, huh? Did she, like the other senior brothers, want to hear about the outside world? Unlike Ma Seoyan of Yu family's sacred mountain, who had family, the Ma Seoyan before me had spent 1,000 years in utter solitude. Family, I cleared my throat lightly, choosing my first topic carefully. Then, shall we start by talking about the blood dragon demonic clan you founded? Not interested. Huh. I thought she would be pleased to hear about the blood dragon demonic clan, which was currently one of the leading factions among the 6 great demonic clans. But she dismissed it outright. Ma Seoyan sneered. I couldn't care less what happened to those descendants. The clan itself was nothing more than a political marriage forced upon me by Master, so I never really cared for it. Whether they were wiped out or not, it doesn't concern me. Honestly, though I hated to admit it, I never thought the day would come when I felt sorry for those blood dragon demonic clan bastards. While I stood there, unable to hide my bitterness at the thought, Ma Seoyan, as if reminiscing about a distant past, spoke with a faraway look in her eyes. The events in the south, I remember them well. That was where we left behind the turning point of our fate. If you, as a distant descendant, are connected to us, then it's most likely from that place. That's right. If I had known it would come to this perhaps back then, I instinctively grew solemn, knowing what she truly wanted to ask. What I really want to know is the ending we left behind back then. She looked at me, her eyes filled with deep longing, and asked, did we, eldest senior brother, and the rest of our senior brothers and sisters, did we find happiness in the end? I closed my eyes for a moment before answering. Ma Seoyan, who had self-detonated as the awakened heavenly evil to go ahead and wait, and Yu Jian, who had accepted her as his partner. I slowly opened my eyes again and met hers. There's a lot to tell about what happened in that place, but let me start with the conclusion. I began to recount the moment when Ma Seoyan and Yu Jian had finally acknowledged each other's hearts in that world. The lips of Ma Seoyan, who had struggled to maintain her composure, began to part. For the first time, tears, not tears of blood, welled up in her eyes. As she covered her face and broke down sobbing, I gently grasped her trembling shoulders and brought her the closure she sought. In that place, you called eldest senior brother Gaga. And he didn't call you junior sister, but Seoyan. Gaga, though it was a word women might use for close men, between those two, it was something that could never be spoken unless they had completely opened their hearts to each other. Upon hearing those words, Ma Seoyan's figure finally collapsed to the floor. Eldest senior brother, eldest senior brother, eldest senior brother, HKK Uhuhu, a grudge carried for 1,000 years. Ma Seoyan, the founder of the blood dragon demonic clan, hearing the ending they had never reached in this world, had finally shown the tears she had never allowed anyone to see. Chapter 320. 1,000 years ago, she kept sobbing. It was as if she was finally releasing all the resentment she had bottled up her whole life. Kugagugu, as if resonating with her emotions, the surrounding sword intent and chi began to twist. It felt ridiculous that the mere disturbance of emotions alone could form a domain surpassing even that of an extreme demon realm master. I sat next to her, enduring the storm of intent, and gently patted her shoulder. Her sobs finally began to subside after nearly half a shichen. Thank you. She barely managed to compose herself as she spoke to me. However, her expression still didn't look good. Don't mention it. After fully regaining her breath, she let out a long sigh. So, you're saying that's how it ended. The conclusion between me and eldest senior brother Ma Seoyan muttered in a self-deprecating tone. No matter how you look at it, not being able to confess for 1,000 years and hesitating all that time makes me nothing but a fool. Go ahead, you're doing great at insulting yourself. Well, I understand. I was probably too scared to try, afraid it would ruin our relationship. I was a coward. She continued. When you refuse to seek change, relationships just stretch endlessly without progress. And besides, there was no one else around to give me a little push either. What exactly happened 1,000 years ago? I had heard bits and pieces, but the senior brothers I met weren't the ones who had lived through the original history. I could guess based on the closest truth, but a guess was still just a guess. At my question, Ma Seoyan let out a short chuckle. Didn't you say you trusted eldest senior brother? That doesn't change the fact that I am curious. After a moment of thought, she finally nodded. All right, you deserve to hear it. And so, the truth that had been buried for 1,000 years began to flow from her lips. After Master rebuilt the Sun and Moon divine cult, which had been destroyed by the heaven-defying society, he came to be known posthumously as the heavenly demon and was revered by all. But truthfully, during the early days of the sex restoration, he didn't spend much time here. I nodded. I heard that Master traveled the world, thwarting their wicked plans. That's right. In truth, the greatest hero of that era was Master. Of course, no martial artist nowadays would ever admit that. Ma Sioyan's eyes still shimmered with respect for the heavenly demon founder. Even after going through a confrontation between the one she loved most and the one she respected most. Even after being forced by the founder to marry someone else, she still held respect for her master. At the time, the heaven-defying society had founded a powerful nation called Northern Zhou and were searching for the reincarnation of heavenly evil behind the scenes. I already knew this much, but I stayed quiet and listened. Using the resources of their great nation, they eventually achieved some success. Specifically, in the year I reached adulthood, they tried to perform the Bongxian ritual on Mount Tai. Her eyes grew distant as if staring into the far past. To stop that, all of our sex forces set out for 10,000 Mountain. I already had a rough idea of how that ended. Victory. The heavenly evil that had tried to revive was ultimately stopped by the heavenly demon founder and his disciples. That era later came to be known as the First Demonic World Domination. A brutal battle took place, and many lives were lost. But in the end, we succeeded in destroying the heaven-defying society and stopping heavenly evil's resurrection. As a result, Northern Zhou collapsed, and the Sui dynasty was established, unifying the Central Plains after centuries of division. Back then, I truly believed all battles had come to an end. I thought all the senior brothers and I would live happily ever after. And for several years afterward, we actually did. That was until Priestess awakened as the personality of heavenly evil, and senior brother Chuan Seong, returning from training, pointed it out. Han Yong, the priestess of the Sun and Moon divine cult, had been born with the divine vessel constitution. The divine vessel was a body that could easily receive divine possession. Thanks to that, she had become the priestess of Jaisung, the earth saint worshipped by the Sun and Moon divine cult. But on the flip side, that also made her highly susceptible to influence from heavenly evil, another god. In truth, Chuan Seong didn't notice the change immediately. If he had, maybe we could have reached a happier ending. Chuan Seong fully realized the priestess transformation much later. After they had already set a crucial turning point in a sacred mountain in the southern part of the Central Plains. She was like a mother to us. In Master's absence, she had practically led and developed the sect. That's why we were so late to notice her change, or maybe not. Master never doubted her. Was it because Master loved her? That was part of it, but the priestess herself was originally a figure established in a contractual relationship to assist Master. This contractual relationship wasn't something trivial like a verbal or written agreement. It was a mutual binding of souls. Betrayal from either side meant death, so suspicion wasn't even an option. 1,000 years ago, the newly reborn heavenly demon cult, at a construction site bustling with thousands of workers. One of the senior cultists in charge of the construction approached Ma Sioyan, who had just arrived. Seventh disciple, the primary construction inside is finally complete. Is that so? Good work. Ma Sioyan, then 32 years old and known in the Central Plains by the nickname Blood Demon God, nodded and praised the workers. She immediately ran toward Yu Jian, standing a short distance away. Eldest senior brother. Junior sister, Yura here? Yu Jian greeted her with his usual gentle smile. She admired the massive Asura statue, with 3 heads and 6 arms that stood before her. It turned out pretty well, didn't it? Right. I was worried about the budget, but thanks to junior brother Sass support, we managed to complete it. Just creating that statue alone had required dozens of master stonemasons invited from all over the Central Plains. Naturally, hiring such renowned artisans cost more than what the newly rising heavenly demon cult could easily afford. Ma Sioyan grumbled at those words. Seriously, someone needs to check that guy's hidden stash. I am sure Master and the rest of us have no idea how much money he's been secretly hoarding. In particular, that man had been spending an enormous amount of money, claiming responsibility for the woman he had once been involved with. Everyone pretended not to notice, but those who knew, knew. Still, junior brother Sa has done so much for the cult's finances that we should probably let that much slide. Well, if eldest senior brother says so. The two of them slowly walked toward the inner entrance where the construction had just been completed. Ma Sioyan ran her hand along the wall, a wave of emotion crossing her face. It's kind of nostalgic. I went through hell here. This was the place where Master had once locked up his disciples for closed-door training. She had thought she would never set foot here again after leaving. Eldest senior brother, what is it? As I mentioned before, you said this place would be fitted with a formation to train future disciples. I did, but I think you have another reason. For the briefest moment, Ma Sioyan caught a flicker of disturbance in Yu Jian's expression. It's because of what Hwan Seong senior brother said, isn't it? That some unavoidable calamity is coming for us soon, junior sister. Step. Yu Jian turned his body to face Ma Sioyan. In the depths of the silent cave, devoid of any signs of life, Yu Jian spoke his true feelings to his most trusted junior sister. I know that Priestess Nim doesn't love Master, but even so, she never let that show in front of Master. She accepted the fate that had been given to her. But after the battle with heavenly evil, I noticed a change in her gaze. Even without junior brother Hwan pointing it out, Yu Jian let out a faint sigh. I couldn't help but notice. Her gaze, now tainted with something sticky and unpleasant, was directed at me. Crack. Ma Sioyan had to summon superhuman patience to suppress the murderous intent rising within her. How dare she, in truth? There was no way Ma Sioyan could have known whether Priestess had really awakened as heavenly evil's persona. But she had long suspected it. That Priestess Han Yong had harbored forbidden feelings for Yu Jian all along. Up until now, those feelings hadn't been so overt, or so she had thought. Apparently, she had been wrong. Every time I faced her gaze, I could feel my reason wavering ever so slightly. Could you wait here a moment? I'll go kill that damned woman right now. Just as Ma Sioyan was about to unleash the demonic energy of heaven-slaying star, Yu Jian raised his hand to stop her. Stop, without any solid evidence, no. Even if there was, the moment Ma Sioyan harmed Priestess, there would be no turning back. Don't act rashly. More importantly, Yu Jian's expression grew serious. If something happens, it won't be Priestess Nim who suffers. It will be Master. What do you mean? You already know, don't you? Master hasn't been himself lately. She nodded quietly. I thought it was because, as the first cult leader and founder, he wanted to appear imposing to the cult members. But it's clear that he has lost his composure lately. That's why I want to leave behind preparations here, in case the worst comes to pass. And what would that worst-case scenario be? Obviously, it would be the cult collapsing from within. If Priestess Nim changes, and Master loses control, because of it the cult is finished. All of us disciples respect Master above all else. The problem is, if it comes to that, there's a good chance we'll end up siding with him rather than trying to stop him. And even if they didn't side with him, perhaps, Yu Jian shook his head. No, never mind. That's too far-fetched. Ma Sioyan tilted her head in confusion, but Yu Jian had no choice. The outrageous possibility that the awakened priestess might brainwash all the disciples, he couldn't bring himself to say such a thing, not in their current situation. Well, it's just a possibility. If nothing happens, I'll just end up being a fool who wasted a ton of money. Let's discuss the details when junior brother Hwan returns. Hwan Seong, the first to warn of Priestess' strange behavior, was quietly investigating the cause behind the scenes. Ma Sioyan couldn't hide her complicated emotions. Yu Jian, who respected and loved Jin Yeomyung more than anyone, could never betray his master, no matter what. And yet, senior brother, how do you feel about Priestess? What? Yu Jian looked baffled, but Ma Sioyan clenched her teeth and forced herself to continue. As a woman, if she reached out to you, what would you do? She immediately regretted asking. What answer had she even hoped to hear? Yu Jian frowned, choosing his words carefully. After a brief pause, his answer came. As a woman, I do find her incredibly attractive. Thunk! Ma Sioyan felt something inside her crumble with a loud crash. But she is someone destined to be with Master. She's not someone I have the right to harbor feelings for. That's all I can say for now. All right, and yet, even after hearing those words, the ominous feeling lodged in her heart refused to go away.